In an apocalyptic era, Han Sang-un was just a weakling, an ordinary man abandoned to the lowest rung of society. It was a world where the strong reigned and the weak barely survived. Having failed to awaken any abilities, he was ignored and oppressed, tasting every bitter drop of a hopeless life. Until his parents' death, Sang-un was trapped in an endless cycle of dark days, living in despair. But on the day he was beaten to the brink of death by a cruel man, the wheels of fate began to turn. In that very moment, the Tower of Trials chose him as a climber. From a trampled weakling, Sang-un began a frenzied journey, craving power. There was no more room for pity or hesitation. He had stepped onto the path of the Death Summoner, where only battle existed, blood and an endless thirst to live and to dominate. 7 years ago, on that fateful day of disaster, an innocent young girl suddenly looked up with a sense of foreboding. A horrific catastrophe occurred. A dungeon collapsed. As monsters poured out and destroyed everything in sight, piercing screams echoed through the air. Countless people suffered in that terrible incident. "Help me!" a young Sang-un cried out desperately amidst the crowd fleeing in chaos. And in that tragedy, Sang-un's parents also died. That day, Sang-un lost everything in an instant. Suppressing an anguish so profound it felt like crying tears of blood, he swore to himself that he would become a hunter who would tear monsters to shreds. And now, 7 years later today, at the memorial park for the disaster, Sang-un was kicked out of the hunter training center. "Damn it," he slammed his fist on the ground in frustration and collapsed. "A hunter, you say? You were?" a man said sarcastically, before calling out Trainee Han Sang-un's name in a serious tone. "I'll be blunt. You don't need to come to the training center anymore." Stunned by the heartless words, Sang-un unconsciously asked back, "What? What do you mean all of a sudden?" Sang-un stammered in confusion, trying to find a reason. "Why am I being kicked out?" "Listen up," the muscular instructor explained, crossing his arms. "Awakened ones complete their training at a dedicated facility for a few months, and usually they debut as hunters after that. But you," he said, staring at Sang-un with a stern gaze, "you far exceeded that period." He spoke, emphasizing every word. "It's been 7 years. Since it's come to this, I'll be honest with you," he declared coldly. "Your talent is worse than garbage, and if we keep you here," he concluded cruelly, "you'll only tarnish our training center's reputation." From behind him, he could hear the other trainees whispering. Seeing him come to train every morning, his perseverance is really something, but it's pitiful. Pitiful? What's pitiful about it? It's just stupid not to know your place. But is it even possible for your stats not to increase at all after 7 years of training? Sang-un crushed the can in his hand, seething with rage. Besides unlocking a unique trait and gaining skills, Sang-un trembled with anger. "Why haven't my stats increased at all? Why?" As he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, a clear voice suddenly interjected. "Mister, how did your dad die?" "Me?" A little girl in a safety helmet raised her hand energetically. I know, I remember." At her words, Sang-un could only recall his own past and answer softly. The girl spoke proudly. "When the monsters attacked, my dad died saving people until the very end." A kind mother stroked her daughter's head. "That's right, sweetie. So what should you do when you face hardships in life?" the girl answered quickly. "I have to become strong. And I can't give up." The girl finished her words clearly, and they inadvertently planted a seed of hope in Sang-un's despairing heart. The mother hugged her child tightly. "You're so brave, my daughter." Their warm moment made Sang-un's heart ache. Sang-un suddenly bowed deeply to them. The mother asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Without any explanation, Sang-un turned and started running, leaving the bewildered mother and daughter behind. "That's right," Sang-un vowed to himself as he ran. "How have I endured for 7 years?" Tears streamed down his cheeks and he gritted his teeth. "I can't stop here," he screamed at himself with all his might. "I won't give up." As if to wash away his despair, a torrential rain began to pour. Sang-un returned to the training center. He went straight to the familiar door of the director's office. The director said coldly, "Go away." But Sang-un pleaded desperately, "Director, please, just one more chance." He bowed his head in the rain, his voice cracking. "Please let me take the hunter exam one more time. I can't give up like this." The director let out a tired, annoyed sigh. Suddenly, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, "You damn brat, why can't you get it through your head?" Sang-un was startled by his sudden change in demeanor. He grabbed Sang-un by the collar. Did you come back because you regret the money you paid? Fine, you bastard. I'll give you half your fee back, how about that?" Sang-un stammered. "No, it's not about the money," he cried out desperately. "Bullshit," the director growled, unleashing a devastating punch at Sang-un's face. The powerful blow sent Sang-un flying backward into a pile of trash cans. The director curled his lip into a sinister smile. "Not about the money, my ass. You goddamn failure." He spat one last insult at Sang-un, who lay on the ground. Lying in a dirty puddle of rainwater, Sang-un struggled to push himself up, his arms trembling in pain. He burst into tears of humiliation and helplessness. If only I had a unique trait. If I had even a little talent." As his tears mixed with the rain, a blue notification window suddenly appeared before his eyes. "The Tower of Trials extols your iron will." Sang-un was stunned. "Extols? What is this?" he panicked as an unknown force began to pull him down into the puddle. The puddle had transformed into something like a dimensional gate. In that moment, a piercing scream came from somewhere. "Help! Unbelievable! This bastard!" The director charged forward to hit Sang-un again. But when he arrived, there was only an empty puddle. He looked around, bewildered, and muttered in confusion, "What the hell did he just do?" staring at the baseball cap left in his hand. He had no idea what was happening. What the hell, he grumbled, throwing the cap to the ground in frustration, such a troublesome brat. Meanwhile, Sang-un was free-falling through an endless space of blue water. He struggled desperately as a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. Gasp! I can't breathe. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from below. Pulling Sang-un forcefully upward, he found himself floating in a strange space as a notification window appeared. The Tower of Trials has selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Confused, Sang-un asked himself, the Tower of Trials, don't tell me a second disaster has begun. More notification windows appeared in succession. Please select a difficulty. Sang-un stared intently at the screen as the next notification followed. The rewards you obtain will be proportional to the difficulty selected. Sang-un bit his lip. I don't know what's happening, but before him were three options: easy, normal, and hard. My instincts are telling me. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Sang-un reached out his hand. I have to seize this chance. As soon as he made his choice, a purple flash enveloped him. Two new notification windows appeared. May you achieve a satisfactory result at the end of your ordeal. You will now enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Sang-un was still dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. As his body began to disappear, a final notification appeared. The challenger's stats and status ailments will be restored. Entering the first floor of the Tower of Trials. The trial will begin shortly. Prepare yourself, challenger. When Sang-un opened his eyes, he was lying on a cliff overlooking a vast expanse of sand under the brilliant sun. He got up and stared in shock at the unfamiliar landscape before him. Is this a desert? Another notification window appeared. A weapon will be provided immediately. Then particles of light began to gather and form a sword. The sword plunged into the sand right in front of Sang-un and he took a startled step back. Two notification windows appeared, clearly explaining the mission ahead. The theme of this trial is survival. Trial completion reward. Unlock unique trait. A unique trait. Sang-un was dumbfounded. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. Memories of his long, arduous 7 years of training came flooding back. The one thing I've strived to obtain for the past 7 years, I'm going to receive it, he thought, a mix of disbelief and hope. A unique trait as a reward? This is insane. Sang-un gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. An unprecedented determination burned in his eyes. He turned his gaze toward the sword. First, I need to get that sword. As soon as Sang-un took a few steps, ground suddenly shook so violently that he staggered. He turned around in alarm, shouting, "What the?" As he gasped in shock, a notification window appeared. The tutorial trial will now begin. Difficulty selected: Tower of Trials. Right in front of Sang-un, a sand golem emerged. The sand began to coalesce, soon forming the shape of a massive monster with blazing eyes. Sang-un stumbled backward in fear. This is crazy. Survived the sand golem for the allotted time. Time remaining 9:58. The golem swung its massive arm. Damn it! Sang-un scrambled to run. The shockwave from the golem's strike sent Sang-un flying. He gasped for breath after the impact. Gah! As Sang-un looked up in horror, a new cold notification appeared. Penalty for failure: death. Sang-un screamed in terror, desperately dodging another of the golem's attacks. Panting as he ran, he desperately asked himself, can I really escape this sand golem just by running? He soon realized the harsh reality. It looked slow, but because of its size, it's actually faster. He could feel his stamina rapidly draining. With my stamina, it's impossible to keep running for 9 minutes. He glanced at the countdown. Only 9 minutes and 11 seconds remained. Realizing there was only one way, he gripped the hilt of his sword. The world gave me a sword and told me to survive. It's obvious what I have to do. Die running or die fighting, Sang-un yelled, turning to face the monster. Seeing the towering golem, a wave of despair washed over him again. Damn it, how am I supposed to beat something like that? The voices of those who had mocked him echoed in his head again. Pitiful? What's pitiful about it? It's just stupid not to know your place. Damn it! Sang-un gritted his teeth. Helplessness and anger surged within him. A vision of the giant about to crush him appeared and whispered, You're nothing in this world. Am I just going to run until I die a miserable death like this? He roared at himself. No! Sang-un used all his strength to dodge the golem's earth-shattering punch. As he regained his footing, the knowledge he had accumulated over the past 7 years became clearer than ever. 7 years of striving to become a hunter. When it comes to theory, I'm confident I know more than most active hunters now. Just running won't solve anything. I have to find another way to survive. Sang-un's gaze focused on the red glowing core in the golem's chest. Monsters like golems stop moving if their core is destroyed, but the core is usually in a hard-to-reach place. Sang-un muttered while dodging the golem's attack. An idea flashed through his mind. In that case, he turned and ran toward a massive sand dune. He gathered strength in his legs and kicked off the sand, climbing. I just have to make it accessible, Sang-un shouted as he ran up the dune and leaped toward the charging golem. He swung his sword, digging the tip into the monster's arm and using it as a ramp. Sang-un began to scale its body. The monster roared in fury, trying to shake him off. Even amid the thick sandstorm, Sang-un held on tenaciously and pushed forward. As he neared his target, he told himself, Now I can reach it. With burning eyes, he gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength. There, Sang-un yelled, swinging his sword at the glowing red core, the blade making an ear-splitting sound as it struck. He pushed the sword deeper with his entire body. When a small crack appeared on the core's surface, Sang-un was surprised. The golem let out a pained roar and threw Sang-un off. KGH. It's harder than I thought, he muttered. Feeling sweat pour down like rain, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, He desperately grabbed onto a protrusion on the golem's body, steadying himself. He prepared. If I can just hit it one more time. Pain from his wounds and exhaustion washed over him, and he groaned in agony. Core, I knew it. I can't do it. The taunts from his past echoed in his mind again like a curse. You're nothing. Pitiful. What's pitiful about it? Just a fool who doesn't know his place. His hands were already bloody, but he gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter. Sang-un yelled, trying to shake the voices from his head. Shut up, you bastards, he roared, and with his last ounce of strength stabbed the crack in the core. Red energy exploded from within the core. The light in the golem's eyes faded. As the core shattered, a notification window appeared. You have destroyed the sand golem's core. Time remaining 7 minutes 8 seconds. You have completed the tutorial trial. Sang-un fell with the crumbling pieces of the golem. He knelt on the ground covered in blood and sand. Panting, he asked himself, Did I do it? He looked down at his battered body, still in disbelief. I killed a sand golem, me? A pained but satisfied smile spread across his lips. It had been a close call, but a win was a win. Congratulations. You have cleared the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Standing in the middle of the vast desert, Sang-un whispered, I survived. Soon after, reward notifications appeared one after another. You have received unlock unique trait as a clear reward. You have earned 1,000 points. You have received the skill Rapid Recovery E as an additional clear reward. You have earned an additional 500 points. Sang-un's eyes widened, dumbfounded by the rewards he never dared to dream of. He stood up, leaning on his sword with his battered body, and mumbled at the notification windows floating before him. I can't believe this. He thought back to the agonizing 7 years of effort. All he had gotten in return was contempt and ridicule. Beam of light enveloped Sang-un. The most important notification appeared. Your unique trait has been unlocked. You have been granted the unique trait, Necromancy. Hope filled his heart. I can become a hunter too, but Sang-un gritted his teeth, his eyes sharpening. This is only possible if I survive. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. Ha! From where the sand golem had disappeared, a black mist tinged with red began to rise. Sang-un was puzzled. What is this? He held his injured arm and observed cautiously. A black mist appeared where the sand golem died. As he reached out toward the mist, another notification window appeared. The unique trait Necromancy F has been activated. Would you like to absorb the sand golem's soul? He stared at the mist, lost in thought. A soul absorb? Is this black mist my unique trait? The black mist extended a tendril toward Sang-un as if inviting him. The moment he made his decision, he screamed, R. Sang-un screamed in pain and surprise as a crimson energy wrapped around his body. A moment later, the mist cleared, leaving 2 notifications. You have absorbed the sand golem's soul. Proficiency has increased by 7. Ha! Sang-un looked down at his own hands in confusion, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, a brilliant red orb of energy appeared from his chest. He gasped in surprise. Sang-un felt a strange connection to the orb. Ah, soul count 1-5, Sang-un realized. I can feel the soul. Does this mean I can store souls after absorbing them? He closed his eyes, focusing on this new sensation. If I use it like this, you can use acquired souls to permanently increase your stats. Strength has increased by 3, stamina has increased by 2. A red aura enveloped Sang-un, infusing him with unprecedented power. He could feel the change distinctly. I can feel it. My body is overflowing with energy, he shouted in extreme excitement. My stats, they actually went up. He remembered the days of feudal training. I couldn't raise a single stat for the past 7 years. And now I can finally increase them permanently. A detailed information window about his skill appeared. Unique trait, Necromancy F proficiency. 7 basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. Additional effect. You can permanently increase your stats. The amount of increase is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect. You can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with the grade. Sang-un gave a ragged smile, a mixture of blood and hope. If I return with this skill, I can become a hunter too. Just then, a blue spatial gate opened before him. Please move to the waiting room. Sang-un hesitated for a moment, silently gazing at the gate. He sighed in acceptance of his fate. I guess I have no choice but to go now, and he walked forward. The gate sucked him in. Sang-un was thrown out of the gate, landing spread-eagled on a cold stone floor. He lay there, panting in pain. Damn, my injuries are worse than I thought. A soft green light enveloped his body, healing all his wounds. He sat up and looked at his fully healed body in amazement. How my wounds are all gone. Does my body automatically heal when the trial is over? He lay on the floor and thought, whatever, to put just one bed in a room this big. Dragging his weary body, Sang-un threw himself onto the only bed in the room. He lay staring at the ceiling, his mind filled with questions. What do I do now? Can I really get out of this tower? Why did this tower call me here anyway? A sudden notification window made him jump. The following 5 commands are available. Information, shop, community, inventory, trial. He shot up, staring at the screen. Saying the following commands will activate their respective functions, Sang-un muttered. 5 commands, huh? He lightly slapped his cheeks to clear his head and resolved firmly. Alright, let's just focus on surviving for now. Sang-un took a deep breath and said, trial. Time remaining until the second floor trial, 2 hours. You cannot select a trial yet. Please wait. He sat on the bed, accepting the reality. I knew it. There will be more trials like this. He tried another command. Community. You have entered the hard difficulty community. A chat window filled with confused messages from other people appeared. Lujin. Can someone please explain what's going on, Park? Damn it, don't tell me this is a second disaster. In everyone, my stats and skills reverted to before I awakened. What should I do? Others were in a similar situation. Sang-un realized, so this is the community. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Everyone in the chat room is in a state of confusion, and it seems like non-hunters were brought here too. Suddenly the chat window blinked. Sang-un was surprised. Administrator 30 has entered. Chat has been disabled. He stood up, a mix of surprise and unease. Administrator, a new message appeared from the administrator. Administrator 30, for those who have passed the tutorial trial, I will provide some important information. Sang-un sat up straight on his bed, his focus razor sharp. Important information. I don't know how I'll get back, but I have to remember all this. I must focus. The administrator continued. 30, I will now explain how to use the points you've earned from the tutorial trial. 30, points are used as currency in the Tower of Trials, most commonly in the shop. 30, you can also exchange points with others through the community. 30, without points you cannot obtain even a drop of water in the Tower of Trials. 30, points can only be obtained through trials. The last message left Sang-un speechless. Points can only be obtained through trials. He realized how harsh this place was. In other words, I have to do everything I can to get used to the tower's rules. Not being able to get water without points means I have to continuously participate in and pass trials to earn them. 30, this is all the information we have to share. Administrator 30 has left. Chat has been re-enabled. Sang-un tore at his hair in frustration. I thought I could become a hunter if I just got back. He looked at his longsword, lost in thought. There isn't much I can do with just a longsword. He made a decision. Shop. Sang-un bought a wooden shield and some dried food. He reasoned, all the hunters lost a lot of their stats coming into the tower, but they'll relearn the skills they had before in no time. He stood up, fully armed with his sword and shield. His eyes were filled with determination. So I have to remember I'm not on the same starting line as them. Without training, there's no way I can catch up. After hours of non-stop training, he collapsed to the floor exhausted. A green light enveloped his body. It healed all his wounds and restored his stamina. He stood up, stretching refreshedly. Perfect. Thanks to the waiting room's healing effect, I can train easily. I'll be able to train for the next trial with ease, he sighed. The mental fatigue still remained. His stomach rumbled. What should I do about this hunger? Inventory. A screen appeared before him. The inventory window displayed the items he had just purchased. He took out a piece of jerky and started chewing. I only have 40 points left after buying things. If I hadn't gotten the additional reward, I wouldn't have even been able to dream of having a shield. A countdown timer appeared. Time remaining until the second floor trial, 17 seconds. He realized that time had passed much faster than he thought. He looked at the community window. The usually chaotic chat was rather quiet as the time for the second floor trial approached. He stood alone in the large room. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Can I survive again? He quickly shook off his doubt and hardened his gaze. No, I will survive. Time remaining until the second floor trial. 10 seconds. The clock began its final countdown. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Time remaining until the second floor trial. 0. A choice appeared before him. Will you challenge the second floor trial? Sang-un didn't hesitate. The floor beneath his feet turned into a portal of water, pulling him into another space. He was free falling into the middle of a lush forest. 2 notification windows appeared. You have entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty selected, hard. Sang-un landed lightly on his feet. Surveying the new scenery, he muttered, a forest this time, I see. A new mission was quickly given. The theme of this trial is assassination. Assassinate the orc chieftain within the time limit. The image of a ferocious orc horde flashed in his mind. Sang-un exclaimed, the orc chieftain. He quickly made his way to a high cliff to survey the situation. From above, a vast and crowded orc camp spread out before him. Sang-un was speechless at the scale of the enemy, cold sweat trickling down his temple. An orc tribe. He observed the orcs patrolling the camp. His brain quickly analyzed the situation. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe this ridiculous mission. I have to go into a place teeming with orcs like that and take down the chieftain? He continued to watch the massive, fully armed orc guards. They looked incredibly strong and vigilant. Hiding in the bushes, Sang-un recalled all the knowledge he had learned over the past 7 years. If there are guards in an orc tribe in a regular dungeon, it means there are also hunters. It's very difficult to guarantee a win against an orc hunter, but the problem is there are too many orcs. He assessed the threat. To take down all these orcs, you'd need a party of at least E-rank hunters to not die. He was well aware of how disadvantaged he was. His gaze lost focus and a sense of helplessness washed over him. What do I do? This is hopeless. He decided to retreat. Let's fall back for now, make a plan and come back, but a sudden thought stopped him. A glint flashed in his eyes as a daring plan formed. There's a way. A way to clear this trial. Sang-un took out a torch and used the system function to create some firewood. He muttered, okay, I can make enough firewood. The light of the blazing fire illuminated his determined face. Now he created something using the system control panel and the fire. A cunning smile spread across Sang-un's lips. Oh, this will work. Orcs may look like lazy pigs, but they're actually a pretty diligent race. He recalled a key piece of information. Hiding behind a tree trunk, he continued to watch them. The hunters always go out to hunt in the morning. They'll be back when the sun starts to set, so I have plenty of time. The only way to complete this trial with maximum difficulty and being outnumbered is by using fire. Sang-un's eyes burned, reflecting the flames of his plan. He watched as the orc guards left their posts. According to the Hunter Association, orc guards don't always stand guard. They return to the village to eat or rest. Found a weakness in the orcs' defense system. Sang-un initiated his plan. He threw the torches he had prepared into various parts of the orc village, creating a sea of fire. The orcs in the village began to panic at the sudden flames. They scattered, screaming in terror. Sang-un watched the ring of fire he had created from a distance, thinking that if he blocked the village with fire, he wouldn't have to worry about running into the orc hunters returning from their hunt. He continued to watch the fleeing, panicked orc workers. Before that, I need to kill at least 2 orc workers. He stealthily followed a group of orcs running toward the river. As one orc worker bent down to fetch water, it seemed to sense something amiss and looked around warily. At that moment, Sang-un bust out from his hiding place in the water and stabbed the orc right through the neck. The orc could only let out a pained scream, and a familiar crimson mist began to rise from its corpse. Unique trait Necromancy F has been activated. Would you like to absorb the orc's soul? A satisfied smile spread across Sang-un's lips as he was enveloped in black energy. He whispered, "Yes, this is what I've been waiting for. You have absorbed the orc's soul. Proficiency has increased by 9. He felt a new power coursing through his body. A low, menacing voice rumbled from behind him. Grr! Sang-un turned to face an orc twice the size of the others. A guard. Sang-un immediately sensed the threat. A guard. The guard let out a barbaric roar and swung its weapon with terrifying force. Sang-un barely managed to block it with his shield. The force of the guard's blow sent him staggering back. Sang-un gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, "You can use acquired souls to permanently increase your stats." A blue light enveloped Sang-un as he gathered his strength to push back the attack. The orc seemed startled by the sudden change. Strength has increased by 4. Agility has increased by 2. Sang-un's eyes gleamed as he felt his newfound power. After a short but fierce battle, Sang-un defeated the guard. He panted, "That was a close call. If I had let my guard down, I would have been in danger." The skill Rapid Recovery has been activated. You can use acquired souls to permanently increase your stats. Stamina has increased by 4. He muttered, "Oh, this guard increases stamina too." Strength has increased by 2. Agility has increased by 3. Sang-un clenched his fists. Good. This way the risk of fighting guards will be greatly reduced. Sang-un returned to the path leading to the burning village for the next phase of his plan. Calculated in his head. 3 workers, 1 guard, and 1 old chieftain. 5 in total. The last target, the chieftain, is desperately commanding the remaining orcs. As long as I'm careful of the guards, I shouldn't have a problem taking him down. The old chieftain was protected by his loyal guards who were desperately trying to put out the fire. Sang-un charged in to attack. Thanks to absorbing the guards, the workers were no threat at all. He cut them down with ease, splattering blood as he cleared a path to his main target. He leaped into the middle of the chaotic battle. Sang-un came face to face with the chieftain and his guard. He struggled to parry the guard's attacks. Amid the sea of fire, the old and weak chieftain abandoned his guard and started to run. Sang-un, seeing the guard separated from the chieftain, thought he had given up protecting him. He knew this was his chance. Then this guard is the last obstacle. He charged forward with a powerful shout, "Ha!" and attacked with all his might. His sword pierced through the guard's body. The old chieftain could only scream in despair as he was engulfed in flames. Sang-un stood over the guard's corpse, gazing at the flames of victory. The chieftain summoned a pillar of fire. Sang-un gasped and shouted in horror. A massive flame from the chieftain's staff engulfed and burned Sang-un. He screamed in excruciating pain. "Arr!" the orc chieftain roared in fury, but Sang-un stood firm within the flames, his tough body refusing to fall. The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Sang-un gritted his teeth, enduring the burning pain. A notification window appeared. You have achieved the Fire Endurer achievement. The skill Fire Resistance F has been created. With eyes burning with hatred, Sang-un growled, "You're dead now." The panicked chieftain launched another fire attack, but it was too late. Sang-un charged through the flames and swung his sword at the chieftain. The chieftain screamed in pain, staggering backward. Both of his hands had been severed. Realizing his disadvantage, he turned and fled to the largest hut in the camp. Sang-un watched coldly, having no intention of letting his prey escape. The old chieftain stumbled across the ash-filled clearing. Sang-un stood there, the sword in his hand glowing with a blue light, ready to end it. As Sang-un stepped inside, he saw the chieftain on his knees, shielding 2 terrified, crying orc children with his own body. One of the children clung to his leg, trembling at the sight. Sang-un paused. Thought crossed his mind. Do you value your family too? He was silent, his face shrouded in shadow. Memories of that fateful day flooded back. His parents' last words echoed in his mind. Sang-un, run, you can survive. Suddenly, one of the orc children picked up a dagger. Its eyes glowed red with hatred as it growled. Sang-un said coldly, "Foolish," sincerely. "Even if I become a ghost," his vow echoed again, "I will cut off the lineage of you monsters." He sealed his vow with a cruel act. A notification window appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials." He looked at the cracked shield in his hand. The shield is useless now. "Thanks to you, I survived." He swiped away the notifications. "I almost died this time." He opened the community window and was shocked by what he saw. Half of them died. How brutal. His gaze fixed on the last 2 messages. Kim Si-hoon. "Look at that guy killing half the members." Heo Seo-jin announced. "I used my inquiry ticket to find out how to return to Earth." Hope reignited in Sang-un's heart. There's a way to return to Earth. People began to share the information they had obtained. Information, one of the 5 commands available in the Tower of Trials. Information, please enter your question. The entered question has been sent. The administrator will send a reply. 1. You will receive 1 inquiry ticket each time you enter a new floor. Sang-un realized. I can use my inquiry tickets there. People began to compile the most important pieces of information. Upon completing the 5th floor, a temporary return stone will be sold, allowing a return to Earth for a few days. Also, after the 7th floor, there will be a large-scale system expansion, and items that allow for a permanent return to Earth will be sold. Sang-un looked up and clenched his fists. If I return to Earth with my current abilities and skills, I can become a first-rate hunter. He looked at his Necromancy skill window. Unique trait, Necromancy F proficiency. 65 basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. Additional effect. You can permanently increase your stats. The amount of increase is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect. You can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with the grade. He scratched his head in longing. If I had this ability on Earth, it would be a completely broken skill. I want to go to Earth. He tried to maintain his composure. I've only just cleared the 2nd floor. The 8th floor is still far away. Let's think positively. My stats, which were nothing, are now at an average level and heading toward 20. He looked at his status window. Status: Han Sang-un strength 18, stamina 15, agility 14, magic power 7, unique trait, Necromancy F skills, rapid recovery E, fire resistance F, pain resistance D. He made up his mind and took off his torn clothes. I risked my life to get 5 souls. Let's absorb them all for now. An intense crimson energy enveloped Sang-un's body. His stats skyrocketed. Status: Han Sang-un strength 27, stamina 25, agility 28, magic power 13, unique trait, Necromancy F skills, rapid recovery E, fire resistance F, pain resistance D. He felt an unprecedentedly powerful energy. I'm overflowing with power. He punched the air, creating a powerful shockwave, and ran on the ceiling, laughing maniacally. Is this what I've heard about, a realm beyond human? He dashed at a terrifying speed. Oh, he shouted, unable to control his sudden surge in power. Ah, he crashed into a wall, causing a small explosion. Lying on the floor with a bloody nose, he laughed weakly. Ha, the disconnect with my body due to the sudden growth is no joke. Oh, he made a decision. Shop, you have purchased the dried ancient tree shield D. 2,100 points have been deducted. Dried ancient tree shield D, a shield made by a warlock from a dried ancient tree. When stamina decreases, an enhancement effect is activated. He said, using the reward items from the last trial will complete my gear. Black iron dagger E, reaction speed 5, attack speed 10. A dagger made of black iron that has absorbed dark magic. Assassin's Cloak D, all senses -10. When agility is below 50, the applied stat increases by 5. Magic effect increases movement speed for 1 minute. Cooldown 24 hours. Sang-un equipped all the new items. He exhaled. I need to get used to all the items and stats before the next trial, he declared with firm resolve. I'll become so strong that no one can get near me. A spatial gate opened, signaling the arrival of the next trial. You have entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty selected, hard. The theme of this trial is duel. Sang-un looked around the new space and found himself standing in a huge cave. A cave. In 10 seconds, the Guardian of Darkness will enter. Sang-un was startled by this notification. Time remaining until the Guardian of Darkness enters, 5 seconds. He got into a stance. It could appear from any direction, just like the sand golem. I have to be ready. 3 seconds. 1 second. The Guardian of Darkness is entering. A shadow detached from Sang-un's own, forming an enemy that looked exactly like him. Sang-un immediately recognized the enemy's identity. The shadow attacked and Sang-un struggled to block its strike. KGH, he gritted his teeth, facing his duplicate. Defeat the Guardian of Darkness. Sang-un and his clone charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. They lunged at one another. Swords clashed, sending sparks flying in the dark cave. In a moment of vulnerability, the clone grazed Sang-un's back, leaving a deep gash. The skill Rapid Recovery has been activated. Sang-un thought in horror. If I hadn't moved, my spine would have been severed. He backed away and, seeing the clone's stance, suddenly realized something. Wait, that stance is... Sang-un stared intently at his opponent. A frightening hypothesis formed in his mind. Is that bastard copying my skills? He gritted his teeth. I'll find out by fighting. The two charged at each other again. The same sword techniques were displayed. A clone suddenly roared and the wounds on its body began to heal. Sang-un was stunned. The clone, shrouded in black energy, growled. He gave a dry laugh. Ha, so it can use healing skills too. The clone attacked again, its strikes becoming stronger and more precise. Sang-un retreated. I see, this monster is copying me. He dodged the clone's dangerous attacks. A thought flashed through his mind. Then I can use the weaknesses in my own swordsmanship to defeat it. Sang-un began to use complex and deliberate sword movements, luring the clone into mimicking him. He said to himself, perfect. And then he suddenly changed his attack, aiming for the opening he had intentionally created. Sang-un was baffled. Wait, what's that? The clone didn't fall for the trap. It even countered more powerfully, and he was sent flying by the unexpected attack. He gritted his teeth. It's not a coincidence. It got stronger in such a short time, the clone roared defiantly. A blue aura enveloped Sang-un. Assassin's Cloak D. Unique effect has been activated. Movement speed 15. He realized he was running out of time. I can't drag this out any longer. I have to finish this in 1 minute. Time remaining 0 minutes 9 seconds. The clone, also sensing the urgency, growled. Sang-un dashed forward at full speed, his cloak flapping behind him. He delivered a decisive blow. The two swords clashed in a fierce battle. Sang-un panted, sweat pouring down like rain. It worked. He slashed the clone's shoulder. The clone roared and suddenly swung its dagger in a reverse grip, slicing off Sang-un's arm. Sang-un's face contorted in shock and pain at the attack, and he gritted his teeth. As the pain washed over him, he let out an agonized scream and retreated, gasping for breath as he told himself, "It's not over yet. Focus." Suddenly, his clone froze in place, its body twisting bizarrely. It wasn't moving. Sang-un watched. No matter how ridiculous its healing skill was, it would need some time to recover. This was his chance to kill it. He looked down at the one remaining dagger. But what could he do without a sword? Movement speed 15, 0 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. There wasn't much time. He looked at the shield in his hand. Yeah, this might be crazy, but it's better to die trying than to die in vain. He decided to risk it all and charged forward. He swung the shield like a weapon, and the clone could only scream in surprise. Clang! Sang-un used his speed to get in close and attacked in succession. The clone tried to attack with its twisted arm. Sang-un gritted his teeth and held on, putting all his strength into the shield. He pushed the clone back but never let go. He roared as he pressed the clone, and it was unable to resist. The clone began to contort horribly under Sang-un's assault. Sang-un raised the blood-stained shield high. He growled, "Die." He brought the shield down with all his might. "Congratulations. You have cleared the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. You have entered the 4th floor waiting room. All harmful effects and wounds have been healed." A healing light enveloped his body. He looked at his 2 fully restored hands. He touched the wall, feeling its solidity. He punched the wall to test his new strength. A massive spiderweb-like crack formed on the wall. He grinned broadly. "Looks like I'm fully recovered. Soul count 1-5. It was the doppelganger soul obtained from clearing the 3rd floor trial." He looked at the dark orb of soul floating above his hand. "Compared to the other monsters I've faced so far, the density of this soul is incomparable." As soon as he absorbed the soul, a series of notifications appeared. Proficiency of the unique trait Necromancy has reached 100. Necromancy F. The grade of the unique trait Necromancy has increased by 1 level. Necromancy E. Unique trait Necromancy E. Proficiency 0. Basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them at will. Additional effect. You can permanently increase your stats. The amount of increase is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect. You can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with the grade. Additional effect. When absorbing the soul of the dead, you have a chance to randomly acquire one of the awakened skills possessed by the soul. Sang-un was stunned. "I can absorb their skills?" Additional effect. When absorbing the soul of the dead, you have a chance to randomly acquire one of the awakened skills possessed by the soul. He realized it was the same way he had obtained rapid recovery on the brink of death. Skills were not easy to come by. He smiled in satisfaction. "I never dreamed I'd get such a broken trait. Of course, there's an element of luck to this trait. Well, I guess I'll have to test how good my luck is. You have entered the community. Difficulty: Hard 4th floor community 8801508. He scanned the message board. Since it was his 3rd time, the waiting room was starting to feel like home. A heated discussion caught his eye. It's information about the next trial. Kim Sung-hoon. It seems the 4th floor trial is not an individual trial but an integrated one. On-sok. An integrated trial? What's that? Is there something special about it? Kim Sung-hoon. I think it means everyone here will be facing the same trial, Sang-un muttered. An integrated trial, he concluded. It seems I'll have to work in a team, Kim Sung-hoon. I might be exaggerating, but I found out that the theme of this trial is competition. Competition between hunters could only mean one thing. They would kill each other. A terrible realization dawned on Sang-un. I might have to kill other people in this trial. Sang-un's dreadful train of thought was cut short. You have been matched with other challengers. The 4th floor trial will now begin. Time remaining 1 day. Joint trial clear condition. Defeat the Goblin King within the time limit. A massive castle gate appeared before his eyes. In case of challenger team's death or time limit expiration. Penalty for trial failure: death. A blue light enveloped Sang-un, preparing to teleport him to the battleground. He appeared alongside 2 other people, a man with a greatsword and a woman with a staff. The 3 of them stood within a complex magic circle. Sang-un was surprised. He felt a little awkward looking at the 2 companions he was reluctantly teamed up with. This is really awkward. All I've seen until now were monsters. The woman with the staff spoke first. So we're a team now, right? Why don't we start with introductions? She introduced herself confidently. My name is Lee Ha-yin. I specialize in team support and was formerly an E-rank hunter. She looked at Sang-un, assessing him. A hunter? Well, our team's hunter doesn't look too bad, the big man growled. I'm Lee Sang-jian. A hunter who specializes in close combat, formerly D-rank. Sang-un thought to himself, why is he acting like that? If he was D-rank, he must be quite a figure. He turned and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Sang-un. I also specialize in close combat on the outside, he continued. I'm not a hunter, but I hope to become one. Sang-jian immediately scoffed. What, a hunter trainee? Sang-jian thought coldly. Just don't get in my way, Sang-jian said arrogantly. I'm confident I can do my part, and Sang-un replied. Of course, Sang-un warned. Let me warn you in advance. If I decide you're a detriment to the team, you'll be cast aside. The contempt of the past resurfaced like a ghost, he thought bitterly. Right, I'm used to this. I'd forgotten, Sang-jian ordered. Hey rookie, you stand in the back and handle the small fry. Meanwhile, Ha-yian assessed internally. I don't like that man, but he seems skilled enough to prove his words. The 3 of them stood before the castle gate. Sang-un vowed to himself, the Tower of Trials is a place where skill is everything. The theme of the trial is 3 vs 3 competition. Cooperate with your team members to complete the trial before the opposing team. The castle gate will now open. The heavy gate slowly creaked open. A horde of ferocious goblins rushed out from the darkness. Sang Jian charged forward swinging his greatsword. He struggled to fend them off and growled, "How are all these damn goblins moving so systematically?" Then he shouted at Sang-un, "You damn rookie, what are you doing? Get over here and fight!" Sang-un stood calmly after taking down a goblin. This sight made Sang Jian even angrier. "He doesn't even care what's going on, I can't believe it, really." Haiyan was chanting a spell when Sang Jian interrupted. "Shut up and buff me already," she replied while fending off goblins. "I've already used all my support magic." Sang Jian approached her. "Hunter Li Haiyan, it seems that man needs some help. Excuse me for a moment." Haiyan was surprised by his action. Wait a minute." Sang-un rushed past her like the wind. She cried out in surprise. "Mr. Han Sang-un," she exclaimed in desperation. "If you break formation, who will watch my back?" She watched his back, not understanding at all what was happening. The battlefield was littered with goblin corpses. Haiyan stood dumbfounded at the sight of Sang-un single-handedly wiping out the monsters. She spat out in disbelief. "No way!" The goblins attacked. Meanwhile, Sang Jian was struggling to fend off the goblins' attacks. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. More elite goblins started to appear. One swung a spiked mace at Sang Jian. He barely managed to block it with his arm but was knocked back. Another goblin leapt up and swung its sword at the off-balance Sang Jian. He could only curse in despair. "Damn it," he shouted in regret and anger. "If only that damn rookie wasn't on the team." Just before the blade struck, a black shadow rushed in and blocked the attack. Sang Jian's eyes widened in surprise. The goblins shrieked as they were torn apart by Sang-un's lightning-fast slashes. Sang Jian stammered, "Are a rookie." Sang-un looked back and said coldly, "Mr. Li, Sang Jian, please step back." Sang Jian was silent, his face a mix of shock and shame. Sang-un glanced at him and said in an emotionless voice, "Right now you're nothing but a damn burden." Sang-un leapt into the middle of the goblin horde. His sword danced a dance of death. "You have achieved the Goblin Slayer achievement." He became a whirlwind of destruction on the battlefield. Sang Jian stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe the scene before him as the last goblin fell. A dark aura began to gather around Sang-un. He stood in the middle of souls waiting to be absorbed and thought to himself, "It seems they can't see my unique trait. I guess I can absorb them freely?" Using stored souls, your stats will be permanently increased. Strength has increased by 3, agility has increased by 4, stamina has increased by 2, durability has increased by 7. One of the skills possessed by the goblin archer will be absorbed. Sang-un was surprised. A skill, Archer's Knowledge F proficiency. 0 effect. Your overall field of vision expands, making it easier to spot approaching enemies. He wondered. My field of vision. His vision suddenly widened, allowing him to see the entire battlefield clearly. He realized, "Oh, so this is what it feels like to have an expanded field of vision." He gave a confident smile. "This is awesome." Then he returned to his teammates. They were looking at him with completely different eyes. Sang Jian laughed awkwardly. "Looks like you got lucky, trainee. You were dealing with weak goblins, but you did well." The two fell silent at a loss for words. Sang-un pulled down his hood and took command. "From now on I will take the lead in command. I believe that will be better for the team's efficiency." Sang-un's blue eyes shone with a cold, sharp light. He stared straight at his speechless companion, and his voice carried an unseen pressure. "Is there a problem?" Sang Jian gritted his teeth. A blue vein popped on his temple and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. He was clearly extremely angry and humiliated, but he couldn't utter a word of protest. Finally, Sang Jian relented. He replied reluctantly, "Fine, what else can I do?" Sang-un ignored his sarcasm and continued to give orders. "From now on you will only have to protect Hunter Li Haiyan." Sang-un then turned to Haiyan, his voice softening. "Ms. Li Haiyan, you can continue to do your job as before. Please support us from the back." Haiyan immediately nodded. With a trusting smile, "Yes, I understand," Sang-un concluded. "Then I expect everyone's cooperation until the end," Sang-un declared firmly. "Then let's continue the search." Immediately Haiyan raised her staff and a green light enveloped her as she prepared a spell. At the same time, a notification window appeared in Sang-un's mind as he began to absorb the souls from the surrounding corpses. All goblin souls will be absorbed. A new stream of power flowed into his body and proficiency has increased to 11. He continued to advance, cutting down more goblins that blocked his path, and the notifications kept appearing. Proficiency has increased to 12, time remaining 14 hours 37 minutes. After advancing deep into the ruins, the party came to a halt. Sang-un said thoughtfully, "The goblins were appearing periodically, but it's strangely quiet now." Suddenly, thanks to his newly acquired skill, Sang-un's vision caught something strange. He tensed and immediately rushed forward, surprising his two companions. Sang Jian and Haiyan hurried to follow. Not understanding what was happening, Sang Jian snapped, "What the hell is going on?" Before them was a dried-up fountain, but on it were signs of a very recent battle and scattered goblin corpses. Sang-un judged. "It seems other challengers passed through here before us." Sang Jian was incredulous. "That's crazy. How could they be so fast?" Haiyan agreed. Sang-un knelt and touched the blood of a goblin corpse. He felt the remaining warmth and said, "It's still warm. If we hurry, we can catch up." He stood up, his voice serious and urgent. "If another team gets to the boss before us, we won't get the reward for completing the trial." And then we'll all die. Sang-un's eyes glinted with determination. We'd better hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, another horde of goblins emerged from nowhere. Their savage screams echoed all around. This time, Sang-un didn't hesitate, charging into the swarm of monsters alone with his shield and sword. He performed his role perfectly. Suddenly, a strange figure descended from above, the twin daggers in his hands glinting with a deadly light. The goblin below could only let out a scream of terror. Clang, the stranger landed lightly on the ground, his face contorted in disgust. I'm getting sick of killing nothing but these goblins. This is the last wave, right? With that, he leaped into the middle of the goblin horde, his body moving as fast as the wind, leaving only desperate screams in his wake. Of the monsters left behind, he jumped into the air, twisting his body to deliver a precise slash, finishing off the remaining goblins in an instant. His eyes flashed red, and as he landed, he spat out a word filled with contempt. Fools. In a flash the battle was over. He stood amidst pools of blood and the mangled corpses of goblins. His two companions approached from behind, one looking like a tank and the other a mage. They spoke in unison, their voices filled with admiration. Well done, boss. He turned around. With a face full of annoyance and fatigue, he grumbled, damn it, I'm doing all the hunting by myself. Then he snarled at the tank, hey Lee Jin-hoo, must be nice having me carry you like this, huh? Lee Jin-hoo, startled, quickly waved his hands and stammered, not at all, boss. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Whatever, just go and open the boss room door, he added, so we can finish this quickly and go back. Lee Jin-hoo grinned and said yes as he ran toward the door. Yes, I'll open it right away, boss. But as he got closer, Jin-hoo's smile vanished, his face turned pale, and he muttered in terror, damn it. Just then, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The conditions have been met. All members of the challenger teams will now enter the Goblin King's Spiral Tower. The boss battle will begin when only one team remains. Sang-un stood at a distance and froze as he read the fateful words. No one may leave the current location. Sang-un's entire team looked up in utter confusion. Transparent massive red cube descended from the sky, covering the entire area and swallowing both teams within it. The opposing team's leader stared at the sealed space in surprise and muttered, what the hell is this? His team's mage pointed ahead, terrified. Boss, over there. The boss sighed and let out a low curse. Ha, damn it, this just got complicated. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, blocking his teammates, and declared firmly, I'll handle them myself. Sang-un turned to Ha-yin and said in a low, calculating voice, Ms. Lee Ha-yin, please only cast agility buffs on me. Focus all your remaining buffs on Mr. Lee Sang-jian. Ha-yin listened quietly, worry etched in her eyes. She looked straight at Sang-un and said in a sincere voice, I've seen with my own eyes that you are strong, but human hunters can be more terrifying than monsters. As her voice echoed, the three menacing figures of their enemies appeared, their eyes burning in the darkness. Sang-un gave a slight nod, his resolute gaze unwavering. I understand. I'll let you know if the situation becomes dangerous, he continued. I'll need your support then. Ha-yin took a deep breath and gathered magic in her staff. She replied firmly, got it. A green light enveloped Sang-un. At the same time, a notification window appeared. Agility has increased by 2. The agility increase effect will last for 10 minutes. Sang-un felt the power surging through him and thought, I've confirmed that I'm stronger than an average hunter. And I've killed over 30 goblins here. On the other side, the opposing team's leader, his face full of caution, commanded his companion, He's coming, get ready. Sang-un gripped his weapon, his blue eyes flashing with a determined light. With my current self I can do this. Instantly, Sang-un burst forward, flying like an arrow. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the force of his launch. The opposing team's leader broke into a cold sweat. Shocked by Sang-un's incredible speed, he hadn't expected his opponent to be so fast and hurriedly shouted, Lee Jin-hoo, use your shield with all your might right now. Jin-hoo was frightened but immediately obeyed the command. Yes? Jin-hoo roared, pouring all his energy into his shield. Shield deploy. A massive pyramid-shaped barrier of brilliant golden light appeared, protecting the entire team. Sang-un was already in the air, his sword raised high. His entire body was engulfed in black energy, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Crash! A world-shaking collision echoed as Sang-un's sword struck the very top of the light shield. The blinding explosion, the shield cracked, shattered, and vanished. All 3 members of the opposing team were sent flying backward from the terrifying aftershock of the attack. Sang-un landed lightly, and after completely breaking their defense, he charged into the middle of their formation. Instantly, a chaotic battle erupted, with Sang-un single-handedly taking on the enemy's 2 main damage dealers. Blue sword energy and white sword energy clashed, creating a constant shower of sparks. From a distance, Sang-jian and Ha-yin stared with their jaws dropped in astonishment. They couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. The opposing team's leader gritted his teeth and groaned as one of his arms went numb after the clash. Sang-un moved between the 2 enemies like a phantom, perfectly blocking and parrying every attack with the sword and small shield in his hands. The opponent thought in confusion as he attacked. Something's wrong. My technique is clearly far more skilled, yet he's blocking my attacks in a very strange way. Sang-un's eyes flashed with a deep blue light, and he decided internally that he needed to use more strength. Sang-un lightly parried his opponent's attack, throwing him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Sang-un delivered a final sword strike. Blue energy enveloped the blade as he roared, This ends now. Clang! Sang-un's blade perfectly blocked the opponent's attack. The opponent froze for a moment, unable to believe his eyes. Sang-un's blue eyes were unwavering. Observing every minute movement of his opponent with intense focus, the opponent gritted his teeth as a terrible realization flashed through his mind. That guy's eyes, he can see the trajectory of my sword. Realizing he had been seen through, the opponent immediately tried to fall back and create distance. Suddenly, the small shield in Sang-un's hand emitted an intense red light. The opponent was startled, his entire vision consumed by the red glow. He muttered in panic, "Damn it, my vision!" Taking advantage of the opponent's blindness, Sang-un charged forward, a sword in his hand glowing as it pierced through him. He could only let out a pained scream and fell into a pool of blood, uttering one last curse, "You son of a bitch." Damn it. As soon as the last enemy fell, a system notification window appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the special mission. An additional reward for the 4th floor trial will be granted." The battle was over. Sang-un's team stood amidst the corpses of the opposing team, the air terrifyingly quiet. Ha-Yin stared intently at Sang-un and noticed blood dripping from his clenched fist. She narrowed her eyes, noticing something strange as she thought, "Is he trembling?" Ha-Yin approached cautiously and said in a slightly worried tone, "Are you okay?" Sang-un, his face and clothes stained with blood, turned and replied softly, "Yes, I'm fine." Ha-Yin analyzed internally. He might be in shock from killing a person for the first time. "I thought he was a strong and cold person." Sang-un turned his back to the corpses and looked at his two companions, asking, "I'm thinking of heading straight to the boss fight. Is that okay with you?" Ha-Yin nodded. "I'm fine." Sang-jian, still in shock, also replied, "Me too." The door to the boss room opened. The Goblin King appeared with a ferocious roar, and Sang-un charged without a moment's hesitation. The sword in his hand glowing with a deadly light, he finished the boss in a single blow. "You have defeated the trial's target, the Goblin King." Sang-un stood with his blood-dripping sword as the massive boss's corpse collapsed behind him. Sang-jian stammered, his face pale with terror. "That guy's a monster." The final notification window appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, all stats will increase by 4. As an additional reward, you have acquired the skill Instantaneous Acceleration D. You will now be moved to the waiting room." Sang-jian said hurriedly, "I'll be going first." Then he rushed into the portal without looking back. Sang-un turned to Ha-Yin and said, "Ms. Li Ha-Yin, I hope you returned safely." Ha-Yin hesitated before replying, She looked at Sang-un and said in a sincere voice, "This might be unnecessary to say, but you just did what had to be done." The images of the dead players flashed through her mind. Ha-Yin continued in a firm voice, "It was something that someone had to do. And if you couldn't have done it, Mr. Han Sang-un, I would have." Sang-un was surprised by her words. He gave a relieved smile. "I'm glad you think so." As Sang-un turned to leave, Ha-Yin raised her hand as if she wanted to say something, and he looked back at her with a questioning expression. Suddenly, a notification window appeared before Sang-un's eyes. "Challenger Li Ha-Yin has sent you a friend request." He stared at the screen silently. Ha-Yin sighed with a hint of disappointment. "It's all thanks to you that we cleared the 4th floor trial. But it's a bit disappointing that I didn't get any rewards." She looked Sang-un straight in the eye and proposed, "When you return to Earth later, please look for Li Ha-Yin of the Silver Guild." Sang-un watched Ha-Yin's back as she entered the portal, a complex light in his blue eyes. Soon he was the only one left in the empty waiting room. The 2 portals slowly faded into the air. He sat down, surrounded by the black souls floating from the corpses. He said to himself, "Now that I'm alone, I have to make a decision." His gaze fell upon the soul slowly emerging from the opposing team leader's corpse. A momentous decision lay before him. Should I absorb a human soul? He recalled when he first discovered this ability. He had put it off, knowing it would mean crossing a line from which he could not return. A crazed smile touched his lips as the temptation of power surged. Clenching his hand into a fist, he made his final decision. "I've decided." The black souls from the corpses were instantly sucked into him. They screamed as they were absorbed. Sang-un's blue eyes shone with resolve. "I have to become stronger, but I won't kill people for it. However, if the situation forces my hand, I will." The dream of becoming a hunter had awakened a different inner desire. "The Tower of Trials gave me a chance and I'm going to take it. I want to keep growing in the Tower of Trials." He resolutely stepped into the portal leading to the next floor. "You have entered the 5th floor waiting room." Suddenly, notification windows appeared. "The system has been expanded. A system that ranks all challengers overall trials has been created." He was surprised. "Challenger rankings. Please enter a nickname." He crossed his arms and fell into thought. He decided quickly. "This should do. Your nickname has been changed from Han Sang-un to Hunter." A ranking board appeared and he wondered as he read it. "Oh, very straightforward. Am I on the leaderboard?" He widened his eyes in surprise at his results. 16th place, Hunter, along with detailed information. "Oh," he exclaimed. "My rank is much higher than I thought." Challengers within the top 50 are called pioneers. Those called pioneers will receive benefits on the 8th floor. If you remain a pioneer until the 8th floor, you will receive a privilege called Aura. He wondered, "Aura, what kind of skill is that?" He waved his hand, deciding not to think about it too deeply. I'll find out when I get there. Please select the souls to be absorbed." Souls held for 15 player L, player Li Jinhu, player Lim Sang-woon, Goblin King. Sang-un chose to absorb them all, and black energy swirled around him. Using stored souls, your stats will be permanently increased. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within his body. "I feel like I've really surpassed human limits now." He opened the system shop. "You have purchased the Return Stone F. Return Stone F allows you to return to your original location for 3 days. He gripped the Return Stone in his hand. As a test to see if he could bring his equipment, he activated it. Return stone has been used. You will now return to Earth. Sang-un shouted inwardly at the thought of returning to Earth. His form blurred and was sucked into a vortex of space. Challenger Han Sang-un's intent to return has been confirmed. Consuming one return stone, you will now return to Earth. Sang-un's form was sucked into the dimensional gate and it closed behind him. Challenger Han Sang-un has returned to his residence. You will return to the Tower of Trials in 3 days. The scene shifted to a small, neat room. Sang-un was lying on a thin mattress on the floor. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. Still groggy and dazed, he slowly sat up. His gaze stopped at a memo board covered with dungeon rules and strategies. He muttered, "I'm really back." He sat on the bed and quietly looked around the familiar room. With a satisfied voice, he lay back down. "First, I need to sleep," compared to the bed in the waiting room. This was heaven. A short while later, he woke up with a groan. "Ah," he shot up, wrinkling his nose at an unpleasant smell. "I can't stand this smell. I need to wash up." He saw himself in the mirror and cried out in surprise. As he stood up, he accidentally kicked a hard object on the floor. He bent down to look and exclaimed in shock. Sang-un picked up the sword and the small shield. A cunning yet excited smile spread across his lips. He had brought them on a whim, thinking it was a long shot, but it was really possible to bring items from the tower to Earth. That means other challengers can bring items to Earth too. His eyes sharpened. I'd better move quickly. He imagined a future where more and more people started returning to Earth, and with countless items flooding in, the prices of hunter equipment might plummet. He looked at the precious gear in his hands. I have to sell this as soon as possible. The problem was that only those with a hunter license could sell items. His gaze turned to the 7 rules to follow in a dungeon memo board on the wall. Picked up his phone and thought. Originally, he had planned to register for the hunter exam and take it the next time he returned to Earth. He scrolled through his phone, his expression turning serious. This is going to be busier than I thought. He recalled the muscular man, the director of the bakery and hunter training center, who had trained him. Just then, the man who was in his office turned at the sound of the phone ringing. "Hello, this is Wong Man-ho, director of the bakery and hunter training center." A low, somewhat gruff voice echoed. Sang-un answered calmly. "It's me, Han Sang-un. Do you remember Director Wong?" Director Wong leaned back in his chair, his voice dripping with contempt. "Of course I remember. If you're calling to ask for a fee refund, you can just do it online." Sang-un said firmly. "I don't need a refund." Director Wong was momentarily surprised. He sat up straight and asked suspiciously, "Are you serious? You can't change your mind later." Sang-un affirmed. "I won't change my mind, but I have a favor to ask." Director Wong sighed. If you're asking to use the bakery and training center again, I can't allow that." Sang-un got to the point. "Please let me take the hunter exam." Director Wong was speechless at the unexpected request. He said in a stern voice, "Have you forgotten your comprehensive ability test results? You were F rank, the lowest possible rank." Sang-un replied calmly. "I'm aware of that," Director Wong continued. "You don't have a unique trait or any skills either. So if you're asking me," Sang-un cut him off. "So you're saying you can't help me even if I pay the fee?" Director Wong flinched at Sang-un's tone. He let out a low chuckle and changed his tune. "Well, if you're offering money, I have no reason to refuse." A confident smile spread across Sang-un's lips. "Then that's settled. Please arrange for me to take the hunter exam today." After the call, Sang-un emerged from the bathroom. Steam was still rising from his body as he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Dried his hair and looked at his reflection in the steamy mirror. He was startled by his own body. Hard, defined muscles were clearly visible. He muttered, "I've changed quite a bit as I've grown." He shook his head as if to shake off the surprise and got dressed. "This isn't the time for this. The hunter exam is scheduled, so I'd better get going." As soon as he opened his apartment door, he came face to face with his neighbor. He thought to himself, "Oh, the woman from next door." He quietly watched her back. "The ordinary life I longed for, just seeing my neighbor walk by felt good." He greeted her. "Hello." She turned, slightly surprised. She looked him up and down, assessing him inwardly. "The guy next door seems like an older man trying to become a hunter." She replied politely, "Oh, hello." Sang-un gave a slight nod and said, "See you around." Then he walked away, leaving her to punch in her apartment's passcode. The woman next door watched Sang-un's back and thought to herself in surprise, "Wait, was he always that tall?" The scene shifted to Sang-un standing on the side of the road trying to hail a taxi. He kept waving his hand, but no car stopped. He muttered, "It's hard to catch a taxi today." He paused for a moment, frowning slightly. Suddenly he crouched down, took a stance and shot off at a terrifying speed, leaving a blurry afterimage on the sidewalk as a joyful smile spread across his lips. Running is a pretty good way to go too." He leapt into the air, leaping over skyscrapers. "I'll be there in no time." Soon the Hunter Association skyscraper came into view. As he entered the main lobby, Director Wong and another man in a suit were already waiting. The two men stared at him with searching eyes and the atmosphere was tense. Sang-un smiled and greeted them. "It's been a while, Director Wong." Director Wong laughed sarcastically in response. It hasn't been that long, has it?" Sang-un explained. "I've been through some rather strange things recently. So it feels like it's been a very long time." Director Wong narrowed his eyes. "Strange things?" Sang-un only replied vaguely. "Well, something like that." The man in the suit stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Inspector Kim In-hoo. I will be in charge of grading this hunter exam." Inspector Kim explained politely. "As you know, for this hunter exam, Mr. Han Sang-un, you will be exempt from the written test and interview because Director Wong is here as an observer. Do you have any questions about the exam procedure?" Sang-un replied confidently. "I'm familiar with the exam procedure." "Good." Then we'll begin the exam immediately, Inspector Kim said. Please follow me. Sang-un followed, already holding his sword. From the observation deck, Director Wong ordered Inspector Kim. Inspector Kim, as I said, fail him as quickly as possible. Inspector Kim replied confidently. You don't need to worry. I've prepared the most challenging opponents for a swordsman. Director Wong spoke into the microphone. Mr. Han Sang-un, when you're ready, please select the difficulty of the exam. You can choose from level 1 to level 10. Sang-un's gaze became determined and sharp. He recalled the past. In his previous exams he had always taken the level 1 test and had always lost to a single goblin. The image of his crushing defeat flashed in his mind. He looked down at his calloused hands. Because I was too weak. He raised his head, his voice filled with resolve. I'll make my choice, Director Wong sneered. He thought to himself, HMPH, he'll obviously choose level 1, but Sang-un declared clearly, I'll take level 10. Director Wong froze, a cold sweat trickling down his temple. He stammered, What did you say? Sang-un smiled, the corners of his lips twitching slightly. Director Wong gritted his teeth and muttered, Crazy bastard, a mechanical voice echoed. The test will now begin. Hunt the phoenix. A giant firebird emerged from a magic circle. Its cry echoed throughout the arena. Sang-un immediately felt an invisible pressure. Movements have been reduced by 25 due to the predator's roar ability. He felt his sword tremble. From the observation deck, Director Wong had a sinister smile. He thought to himself, there's no way this brat will pass the test, but just in case I've tampered with his weapon a little. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with malicious glee. I'll show you just how cruel the price is for not knowing your place. Down in the arena, the phoenix spread its burning wings wide. Its entire body blazed like a massive torch, emitting a terrifying heat. The monster let out a piercing roar and charged. Its sharp talons of fire aimed straight at Sang-un. Sang-un raised his head, his hair blowing in the hot wind, but his blue eyes shone with an uncanny calm, devoid of any fear. A flashback suddenly crossed Director Wong's mind. He remembered celebrating with joy with his peers when he saw his name on the final list of successful candidates for the hunter qualification exam. When I first became a hunter, I thought I was the best, but the gap between me and my peers grew wider and wider, and eventually I couldn't catch up. So I gave up. The image of him being left behind alone flashed in his mind. In the world of hunters where being born with talent is everything, I accepted that reality and stopped trying. When people hit a wall they can't overcome, they give up. He excused his own weakness. It's not just me. Everyone does it. Back in the present, he projected his own failures onto Sang-un as he watched him face the phoenix. So, Han Sang-un, you should give up too. Just then, Sang-un raised his sword to block the phoenix's attack. Clang, an ear-splitting clash echoed. Crack, the sword shattered into pieces. Sang-un was stunned, thinking that even a low-grade weapon shouldn't have broken like that. He looked up at the observation deck and a glint of realization flashed in his eyes. Don't tell me. Director Wong was leaning on the railing with a satisfied and cunning smile. He sneered inwardly. What are you going to do with a broken sword? The phoenix, giving Sang-un no time to think, opened its mouth and shot a massive fireball. Sang-un's lips curled up slightly. Well, this turned out better than expected. This situation is perfect for testing the skill I got from the 4th floor trial. He whispered the skill's name, instantaneous acceleration. A blue aura enveloped his body. Whoosh! He vanished just before the fireball hit, easily dodging the attack. He ran up the arena wall at an incredible speed and then leaped toward the phoenix. He muttered in midair, a satisfied smile clearly on his face. Oh, this seems much better than the movement speed buff from the assassin's cloak. Quack, the phoenix roared in fury, condensing a ball of energy at its beak. Sang-un shot forward like a meteor, the broken hilt of his sword in his hand. He thrust the hilt into the phoenix's head with all his might. Whoosh! The hilt plunged deep into the monster's skull. Blood and sparks flew. Sang-un landed lightly on the ground as expected. The blade is too short. He picked up a large piece of debris from the arena floor. Ha! With a loud shout, he spun around and threw the debris like a discus. Thwack! The debris struck the phoenix right in the head, finishing it off in a single blow. Crash! The force of the throw was so strong that it created a shockwave that shattered the protective glass of the observation deck. Director Wong screamed in utter terror. No, damn it, what the hell is this? The phoenix's corpse turned to ash and disappeared. A mechanical voice echoed, the test has ended. Congratulations. Sang-un stood in the middle of the arena, dusted off his hands and casually waved at the pale Director Wong. Oh, are you okay, Director? I didn't think it would fly that far, haha. Director Wong just stood there, frozen, unable to say a word. Sang-un smiled meaningfully. At the association's reception desk, a female employee smiled and handed Sang-un his hunter's license. Congratulations on becoming a hunter. Sang-un took the license. Thank you. The employee added, you are now registered with the Hunter Association. You are now an official hunter. Sang-un asked for confirmation. So I can now enter dungeons and sell items, right? The employee nodded. Yes. At the same time elsewhere, Director Wong's hands trembled with rage and helplessness as he slammed his desk. In Director Wong's office, Inspector Kim sat opposite him and said in a cold, accusatory voice, please explain to me what on earth is going on. The director shouted, I told you to fail him in 10 seconds, not pass him. Director Wong scoffed in disbelief. Inspector Kim adjusted his tie, trying to maintain his composure. We did our best as you requested, Director. We prepared a test that Mr. Han Sang-un could never pass with his abilities, Director Wong said in frustration. Then couldn't you have at least lowered his rank? Inspector Kim retorted sharply. How could I possibly rank him any lower? He killed a monster in 10 seconds in a test that should have earned him at least AD rank. If I had given him AD rank, the Scion Association would have filed a complaint. Suddenly the door opened and Sang-un walked in, interrupting their argument. He held up his hunter's license and said, "I got my hunter's license." Director Wong gritted his teeth and forced out, "Congratulations, Han Sang-un." Sang-un stepped forward and looked at the two tense men. He asked with a meaningful smile, "You don't look so well, did something happen?" Director Wong let out a fake hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, member." "No, I should call you Hunter Han Sang-un now," Sang-un replied. "Ah, now I remember." He turned and looked out the window. Director Wong Manho's rank before he retired was C rank, wasn't it? Director Wong was silent for a moment before growling, "What the hell are you trying to say?" Sang-un turned, his eyes sharp. "Well, do you remember calling me a failure last time?" He looked Director Wong straight in the face and said, "To be honest, I think you're the real failure, Director." A blue vein popped on Director Wong's forehead and his eyes were bloodshot with rage. "You son of a bitch!" Director Wong growled and lunged at Sang-un, swinging his fist. Inspector Kim shouted in alarm, "Calm down." Sang-un easily caught Director Wong's fist. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected, the provocation worked." He dodged the other fist with ease. Sang-un ducked and delivered a powerful uppercut to Director Wong's body. Director Wong screamed in pain as the punch split the air. His blue eyes were cold. "This is self-defense and payback." Slap. He delivered a slap that sounded like the sky was falling. Director Wong's cheek swelled up and he staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He muttered in a daze, "How can this be the power of SC rank?" The scene shifted to outside the association building at night. Inspector Kim asked Sang-un, "Are you asking to become an exclusive hunter for the association?" Sang-un replied, "Yes," Inspector Kim explained. "The minimum annual salary is 1 million and we can negotiate if you want more." "This is definitely not a bad offer." Sang-un looked at the business card, slightly surprised. 1 million, that's quite high. Inspector Kim smiled. "It's because we've seen Hunter Han Sang-un's potential." Sang-un suddenly called out, "Inspector." He said bluntly, "You rigged the test difficulty." Inspector Kim was so startled he was at a loss for words. "I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but I can't sign a contract with someone I can't trust," Sang-un said, tossing the business card back. 2 days later, television and newspaper news were flooded with information about the strange phenomenon of hunters being summoned to the Tower of Trials. Sang-un stood in his room. "So now everyone knows about the Tower of Trials." He held his phone and a small box, laughing softly. "Ha, I sold the gear for a pretty good price and I used the 3 days very effectively." He looked at the clock on his phone. "It's about time." A system notification window appeared. "You will return to the Tower of Trials shortly," he said. "Good." A purple light enveloped Sang-un. "Time has expired. You will now return to the Tower of Trials," he whispered in an expectant voice. "Finally, I'll get to feel the joy of growing stronger again." As the light of teleportation enveloped his body, a smile mixed with anticipation and a hint of madness appeared on Sang-un's lips. He whispered, "It's going to be busy when I get back." The purple energy swirled intensely, and he felt a slight dizziness as he was pulled across space. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on a high balcony overlooking the familiar waiting room of the tower. "I'm back in the tower." Sang-un sat down in the waiting room. Next to him were the box and the stone he had brought from Earth. He thought with satisfaction, "Just as I thought, I can freely use my items in both the tower and the real world." He said, "I should put these in my inventory." A notification window appeared, confirming that the box and stone were safely stored. He stood up and did a few light warm-up exercises, his movements as fluid as a panther's. He stretched and smiled confidently. "Now that I'm warmed up, shall we go to the 5th floor trial?" Suddenly, system notification windows appeared before his eyes. "You have achieved the first returnee achievement. The skill Eye of Truth A has been created." Sang-un was stunned. "Ha!" Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light. A giant purple eye appeared in his mind and information about the new skill surfaced. Skill, Eye of Truth, a proficiency. 0 effect. You can use magic power to see the detailed information of all things and discern the truth in others' words. He stared at the notification window and muttered in awe. "Not only can I see the detailed information of items and people, but I can also tell if someone is lying." A broad smile spread across his face. "This is amazing. Haha, what a lucky break." He opened the system shop and quickly made some purchases. "You have purchased the lightning sword C. 5,500 points have been deducted. You have purchased the Mystic Hunter Shield D. 3,800 points have been deducted." Sang-un equipped his new weapons. He looked stronger and more prepared than ever. "It was expensive, but the additional effect on this sword is pretty good." He read the effect description. "Attacking an opponent, there is a 10 chance to paralyze them." He thought confidently, "This will definitely come in handy." He stood before the trial gate. "Trial, will you challenge the 5th floor trial?" "All right, it's been a while, so I guess I should go," he said, and without hesitation, leaped into the swirling vortex of energy. As he entered, notification windows appeared. "You have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty selected hard. The theme of this trial is Hunt. Time remaining 1 day. Trial completion condition. Defeat the Master of the Wolf Canyon, the werewolf. Trial failure condition. Challenger's death or time limit expiration. Trial reward. Werewolf's headband. See penalty for failure, death." Sang-un appeared in a desolate snow-covered canyon under a cold full moon. He drew his lightning sword and looked around warily. A werewolf on the cliffs above. A pack of wolves with eyes glowing like red-hot coals appeared, surrounding him. "Oh, ooh!" The wolves howled and charged all at once. They attacked him from all sides. Sang-un moved like a phantom, his blue sword energy flashing as he ruthlessly cut down the wolves. He sent one wolf flying off a cliff with a lightning-fast kick. He looked at the easily killed wolf and thought in surprise, "What? Why are they so weak?" His expression suddenly turned serious. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized the fight was too easy. A normal wolf whimpered and backed away from a massive white shadow emerging from the darkness. One of the monsters charged at a terrifying speed. Its white fur was stained with blood. Sang-un was startled. He was now surrounded by 3 giant werewolves several times his size, with burning eyes and sharp fangs. He took a defensive stance, his cloak billowing with his movement, preparing for a life-or-death battle. A wild, excited smile spread across Sang-un's lips. He whispered, "Yes, this is more like a trial of the tower." The werewolves howled and lunged at him in unison. Sang-un danced among the monsters, his lightning-fast sword strikes dodging and parrying their attacks. He thought, now things are getting interesting. As he fought, he wondered if he was going crazy. Realizing he was enjoying this fight, he unleashed a series of circular slashes, creating deadly arcs of blue light that tore through the werewolves' bodies. System notification windows appeared one after another. Proficiency of the skill Hunter's Dagger Arts E has reached 100. The grade of the skill Hunter's Dagger Arts has increased to E. The grade of the skill Rapid Recovery has increased to D. He let out a breath. Oh, he thought, the Hunter's Dagger Arts skill I got on the 3rd floor is growing. I'll need a new swordsmanship skill. He lured more werewolves heading deeper into the canyon. He turned with a confident smile and taunted them. Yeah, keep coming. Soon a battlefield littered with werewolf corpses was laid out. Sang-un stood among them, absorbing their souls. He looked at his lightning sword with slight disappointment. This is the 3rd hunt. The sword's paralysis effect doesn't trigger as often as I thought. Numerous notifications appeared. You have absorbed the soul of the berserk wolf. Proficiency has increased to 16. He looked at the notification window with satisfaction and said, "Good, the proficiency of my necromancy skill is rising smoothly. At this rate I can grow my unique trait." He continued walking. He thought, I'm getting close to the center of Wolf Canyon. Suddenly he stopped. Sensing something was off, he was horrified by the sight of a path filled with werewolf corpses. What is this? Was there a territorial dispute? He knelt and examined one of the bodies. No, looking at the wounds, they were made by a sword. He saw sharp cuts on the cliffs as well. These marks, he activated his skill. Eye of Truth, his eyes glowed purple. An analysis window appeared, traces of aura grade. D traces made by a very skilled aura user. It left a clean cut on the wall. He stood in the middle of the corpses and muttered, "Aura, is that a skill? There's so much I don't know. This is a bit unsettling." Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy nearby. "It's close," he said, and took off at top speed. He leapt down into a deep crevice in the ground. He sped through a dark tunnel. This is it. He stopped in front of a large cave entrance. Suddenly, a giant black shadow was thrown out of the cave, crashing hard against a cliff. Sang-un was too stunned to speak. Notification windows appeared. Trial completion condition has been met. The werewolf has been killed. Analyzing the cause. Loading. He looked at the werewolf's corpse. The trial's target has been killed. Analysis complete. An intruder has been detected in Challenger Han Sang-un's trial. A giant figure in full plate armor walked out of the cave. The trial's objective has been changed. Eliminate the dimensional invader. Sang-un stared at the giant knight and let out in shock. An intruder from another dimension? A terrible fact crossed his mind. Does the Tower of Trials exist in other dimensions too? Sang-un stared at the new enemy. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple. He thought in confusion, what the hell is going on? The giant knight spoke, his voice echoing from behind his steel helmet with contempt. Oh, you're still alive for an ordinary barbaric challenger from another dimension. Well, I suppose that's because you're the master of this trial. He pointed his greatsword at Sang-un, his voice filled with menace. Why the silence, you barbarian? Are you paralyzed by the fear of death? Sang-un took a defensive stance. Gripping his lightning sword, he gritted his teeth and judged, this guy is not normal. A system notification window reiterated his new mission. Eliminate the dimensional invader. Sang-un glanced at the werewolf's corpse. I never thought a situation where another challenger steals my trial target would happen. He let out a sigh of relief internally. Still, it's a good thing I didn't get a notification that I failed the trial. The knight was losing his patience. HMPH, too scared to even answer? Well, then I'll attack first. A sinister purple energy began to emanate from his body. Sang-un's eyes widened. He felt the terrifying energy and was on high alert. Here he comes. Whoosh, the knight vanished, leaving only a purple afterimage in his path. He charged at an unbelievable speed. He sent rocks scattering in all directions as he sprinted. Sang-un quickly countered. He kicked a dead werewolf hard, sending it flying toward the enemy. The werewolf flew at him at a terrifying speed. He swung his purple energy sword aura, splitting the werewolf in two. He swung another purple energy sword aura, but Sang-un dodged again. He zipped past the aura and appeared right at the knight's side. Got you. Clang, Sang-un thrust his lightning sword into the knight's waist armor with all his might. He was stunned. What? He let out in disbelief. I was going to cut the armor in half, but his sword only scraped past without piercing through. Suddenly the knight caught Sang-un's blade, his greatsword glowing with a deadly purple light. Gotcha. Got you. Bang! A huge purple energy explosion erupted from the greatsword, striking his shield. The shield shattered into pieces and Sang-un was sent flying backward by the terrifying force. Crash! He crashed hard against a cliff and excruciating pain spread throughout his body. KGH! He groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his wounds. He clutched his injured arm and struggled to get up. The knight stood panting. He looked down at his own injured arm and sneered in disgust. Oh, you managed to block my aura. It would have been easier for you if I had just cut it clean off. Ha ha ha, Sang-un growled. Invasion, what does that mean? What? I've never even heard of such a thing, the knight scoffed. This barbarian doesn't know about great invasions, he grumbled in annoyance. Damn it, Sang-un looked around, and a sense of despair began to wash over him. Why is this happening in my trial? The giant knight roared, and his greatsword blazed with a jet black purple energy. Don't resent me. This is what the Tower of Trials is like. Now I'll end this without dragging it out, Sang-un, still heavily injured, shouted hastily. Wait, the knight stopped. He looked back at him with curious eyes. Sang-un struggled to get up, his voice weak but desperate. Can you tell me what a great invasion is? The knight was silent for a moment, as if weighing his request. Sang-un said softly, almost to himself, well, I guess I can tell you. You're going to die soon anyway, the knight explained. From the 8th floor onwards, an expansion system called Great Invasion opens up. An image of a Great Invasion ticket flashed in Sang-un's mind. If you buy an invasion ticket from the shop, you can interfere in someone else's trial, he said with amusement as the image of him invading Sang-un's trial was depicted. Sang-un continued to ask, and seeing as you call this dimension barbaric, you're from another world? The knight sneered. Where else would I be from? Sang-un muttered, bowing his head. Never mind. Suddenly, Sang-un's eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light. He whispered the name of his skill. Eye of Truth. A notification window appeared. The Eye of Truth skill has been activated. The target is telling the truth. Sang-un was convinced internally. He's not lying. The knight sensed something was amiss and growled. You're doing something annoying. Do you dare to judge me? Sang-un raised his head. A defiant smile spread across his lips, and his purple eyes shone with a challenge. What are you going to do about it? The knight was enraged. What did you say? You dare, you mere barbarian. Sang-un turned, his voice mysterious. I've gotten all the information I need, so I'll tell you something interesting. The knight hesitated. Sang-un looked down at his own bloody arm and explained, thanks to my pain-resistant skill, the pain in my arm was bearable. In other words, I wasn't holding it because it hurt. He slowly unwrapped his injured arm. If I let go like this, a soft green light instantly healed his wound. The rapid recovery skill has been activated. My rapid recovery skill will heal it on its own. The knight was at a loss for words. Sang-un explained with a triumphant smile. I had to pretend to be helpless to get information. The knight regained his composure. So you were a healing-type swordsman, but if that's all your power, the fact that you're going to die doesn't change. Sang-un stood in the middle of the ruins, his sword floating before him. He asked himself, what should I do now? He clenched his fists and a red energy enveloped them. All my power will continue to grow stronger. All held souls have been used, stats have been permanently increased, strength has increased by 2. A blue pillar of light enveloped Sang-un as his stats skyrocketed. Agility has increased by 3, stamina has increased by 3, magic power has increased by 5, durability has increased by 7. The knight shouted in astonishment, you have an enhancement trait on top of your healing ability, other skills activated. Unique effect of Assassin's Cloak D has been activated. Movement speed 15. Time remaining 0 minutes 59 seconds. Sang-un took an attack stance, his entire body blazing with a blue light, instantaneous acceleration. The knight couldn't believe his eyes. This is crazy. How can a mere 5th floor challenger have so many skills? Whoosh! Sang-un charged at a speed invisible to the naked eye, leaving a vortex of energy in his wake. Sang-un charged at the knight, and a frantic storm of swordsmanship erupted between them. Blue and purple flashes constantly clashed, creating an ear-splitting metallic sound. The knight growled in frustration. Damn it, the stat restrictions are too severe since it's the 5th floor. He was pushed back by Sang-un's continuous attacks. KGH, this annoying barbarian. Suddenly his greatsword blazed with purple light. Sang-un was on guard. Aura. The knight launched a huge crescent-shaped aura of energy. It cut through the air and flew toward Sang-un. Sang-un barely managed to dodge the attack, but he could still feel its heat and pressure, he thought to himself. That aura skill is a high-grade one, so it would be dangerous if it hit, but since my stats are higher I can avoid a fatal blow. The real problem is that armor. It's high-grade equipment that I can't destroy with my current abilities, but he continued to attack the same spot on the armor, thinking, if I keep attacking. Suddenly golden lightning erupted from the knight's body and he groaned. He looked down at his convulsing body. What is this? Lightning sword. 10 chance to paralyze the opponent on attack. A triumphant smile spread across Sang-un's lips. Now is the time. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sang-un charged. He poured all his strength into his sword. He fell hard to the ground, spitting blood and screaming in pain. He thought to himself, it would have been a pain if that armor had paralysis resistance. Luckily my gamble paid off. The knight struggled to move due to the lightning sword's additional effect. A thin layer of frost began to form on his armor. He panted and muttered bitterly. I would have won in a normal situation. How can a mere 5th floor challenger have so many skills? Sang-un approached and said in a cold voice, you were just careless. You relied too much on your armor and high-grade skills. He raised his sword to finish it. Let's end this, the knight shouted in terror. Wait, I'll give you the answers you want, Sang-un replied coldly, his blue eyes emotionless. I don't need them. The knight spat out one last curse. You barbarian son of a bitch, damn it. A jet of blood spurted out as Sang-un swung his sword. The knight fell, his heavy armor collapsing to the ground. Sang-un stood silently, watching the corpse. He thought to himself that he was becoming increasingly numb to killing. But if I feel uncomfortable every time I kill someone, that would be a bigger problem. Congratulations, you have cleared the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. The knight's corpse began to turn into particles of purple light and disappear. Sang-un suddenly realized something. He acted quickly. Absorb. The black soul from the corpse was sucked into him. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Ket. Proficiency has increased by 15. Sang-un let out a sigh of relief, sweat trickling down his temple. I almost didn't get to absorb his soul. Does dying in another dimension make you disappear? He stood alone. But why isn't the reward notification appearing? A system notification window appeared. The difficulty of this trial does not match the reward. All rewards will be modified. Sang-un was surprised. You have acquired the skill /A. You have received 7,500 points as a clear reward. You have received an additional 3,500 points. He was astonished. Oh, the C-rank headband reward was changed to an A-rank skill. A satisfied smile spread across Sang-un's face. Just by how much the difficulty of this trial has changed, I can see how strong that intruder knight was. But to get an A-rank skill, that's really amazing. Haha. A system notification window appeared as Sang-un was teleported, entering the 6th floor waiting room. All wounds and status ailments have been healed. Challenger Han Sang-un's information has been recorded on the leaderboard. He appeared in the familiar waiting room, feeling his body fully recovered. He said, "Inventory." He sat down, lost in thought. To think that dimensional invasion exists. I can't let my guard down in the Tower of Trials, he sighed. I wanted to save my inquiry tickets until I reached the 8th floor. A notification window appeared. Please write down your question. The administrator will answer your question. Number of inquiry tickets held 5. He operated the control panel. I should ask what exactly a grade invasion is and if I can receive a warning when an invasion occurs. He sent the question. This should do it. Question has been sent. Immediately, a new notification appeared. A reply has arrived. Sang-un was surprised. That was fast. He read the answer. Grade invasion is a system that allows you to invade a challenger's trial when you are within the first 10 floors. However, you cannot interfere in special trials such as integrated trials. This is a system you will acquire on the 8th floor, and you cannot use it currently. He touched the second part of the answer about the warning. He thought to himself. This is an element that hinders climbing the tower, but a red error message appeared. Information about the current floor cannot be received, since only the first part of the question was answered. The inquiry ticket will not be consumed. He was surprised. What? The inquiry ticket wasn't all-powerful, he sighed. Still, I'm glad I didn't use the inquiry ticket. He stood up. I should try using the cool items I got on Earth. Inventory. A wooden box and the shattered pieces of a shield appeared. He activated the box, using the Kroken Magic Tower's restoration box to restore the Mystic Hunter's shield. The shattered shield was completely restored. You have used all uses of the Kroken Magic Tower's restoration box 1-1. He exclaimed. Oh, this box is better than I thought. He used another item. You have used the Purification Stone. A purple energy enveloped him. I thought the Purification Stone was a waste of money. He felt refreshed and clean. But now that I've used it, it wasn't a waste at all. He looked at the control panel. Time remaining until the 6th floor trial. 1 hour 12 minutes. Since I have some time, I'll check the trial leaderboard and the community board. He opened the trial leaderboard. A notification window appeared. 5th floor leaderboard. 1st place Kim Sung-hoon SS, 2nd place Maver S, 3rd place Hunter S, 4th place Haesuna S, 5th place Oh Chun A, 6th place Princess Sudi B. He was dumbfounded. Ah. He stared intently at the 3rd place position with the nickname Hunter. I'm 3rd, I've climbed a lot from 16th. He rubbed his chin and thought, am I getting closer to receiving the benefits of a pioneer? Well, I'll find out what I'll get when I get to the 8th floor. He opened the community board. You have entered the community. Difficulty, hard. A hot topic appeared. Selling mental resistance skill, very helpful for murder and plunder. He read the comments. Current chat. Damn it, stop looking for murder-related achievements. You bastards, you're not people, you're monsters. Shut up. You guys who can't even do the trials properly are being noisy if you pass the 4th floor. You must have killed someone too. Why are you pretending to be clean? The murder achievement is the most efficient. You idiot. A word popped into his head. Chaos. It's literally chaotic and disorderly. What the hell is going on? He thought about the mental resistance skill. The mental resistance skill, it must be in high demand right now. It's like a double-edged sword. The effect of nullifying mental shock is attractive, but relying only on the skill to erase mental pain will cause problems. Sang-un's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a new post on the community board. Did you guys know that the guy who gave us the 4th floor information changed his nickname to Princess Sudi? He continued to read the comments below. An anonymous user with a malicious tone wrote, they said it was a competition between hunters, but wasn't it basically telling us to kill each other? Another person replied. That's the challenger who ruined the atmosphere in the 4th floor waiting room, right? I felt like he was intentionally instigating competition. Sang-un's face darkened and his blue eyes flashed coldly as if he had realized something. He muttered, don't tell me this time too. He turned away from the board. Princess Sudi, HMPH, I'll remember that name for now. A notification window appeared. Will you challenge the 6th floor trial? Sang-un accepted, and information about the next trial appeared one after another. Will you challenge the 6th floor trial? Difficulty hard. Trial objective conquest. Time limit 50 minutes. Clear condition. Occupy one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit. Failure condition. Challenger's death or time limit expiration. Trial reward. Random selection box. B. Penalty for failure. Death. He was transported to a new location. The scenery changed and he found himself standing on water. He looked at the vast sea before him. It's the sea this time. Teammate assignment has been completed. Cooperate with your teammate to complete the trial. Another teleportation gate appeared nearby. But no one came out. Sang-un muttered, "Wait a minute." He stared intently at the empty gate. Why isn't my teammate coming out? Is he sleeping by any chance? Suddenly a spear shot out of the teleportation gate, aimed straight for him. Sang-un reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the attack. A figure leaped out of the gate, attacking Sang-un ferociously. The attacker, a young man with disheveled hair and a wild look in his eyes, was taken aback when his attack was blocked. He lost his momentum and skidded across the floor. Sang-un glared at his attacker, his voice cold and filled with rage. Attacking your own teammate, unbelievable. What the hell are you doing? The young man swore and scrambled to his feet. Damn it. If you'd seen the community board, you'd know what's up. Sang-un's blue eyes narrowed as cold as ice. He understood everything. Murder is the easiest way to get achievements, he asked in a voice filled with contempt. So you don't mind killing a teammate as long as you can get stronger? The young man laughed manically. This bastard is acting like a hypocrite. Look around you before you pretend to have a conscience. He recalled the chaotic scenes in the tower where players stabbed their teammates in the back. Wait, don't do this, we're teammates, it's not my fault, blame the tower. Another betrayed player screamed in madness. Hurry up and die and fill my achievement, traitor. The young man gave Sang-un a sinister smile. Please spare me, he, do you get it now? He growled, calling Sang-un a hypocrite. Whoosh, a lightning-fast sword strike. Thud, the young man looked down at the fatal wound in his chest. Elsewhere, a monotonous voice was heard. In times like these, we must join forces. Several other people shook hands. I'm so glad to have met someone who thinks the same way as me. A horrific betrayal. They should have been more careful. The player pierced the body of the teammate he had just shaken hands with. Surprised to get stabbed, the attacker said with a sinister smile. That's right, you should have been more careful. Yes, the betrayer looked at his victim with glowing red eyes. If you naively take my hand without a second thought, how did you plan to hold your sword? He pulled the sword from the victim's body. A notification window appeared. You have achieved the filthy murderer achievement. Durability has increased by 1. Sang-un stood opposite the man who had just killed his own comrade. He said coldly, let's be honest. You want the achievement too, don't you? He turned away in a voice full of contempt. So stop the pretense. The murderer looked at Sang-un and murder glinted in his eyes. He thought to himself, an opening. He rushed forward, swinging his sword at Sang-un and shouting, die! Sang-un's blue eyes were unwavering. He had anticipated the attack. He easily dodged and countered with a lightning-fast slash, cutting the attacker's side. The attacker was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He groaned in disbelief. KGH, damn it, how can he move like that? A notification window appeared before Sang-un. You have achieved the traitor achievement. Strength has increased by 1. Sang-un looked at the corpse with a cold smile. He uttered a single word under his breath. Weak. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, lost in thought. A special trial, an integrated trial. It sounds grand, but this trial is nothing more than an event for me. Besides, I can also raise my unique traits proficiency, and if I'm lucky, it's a good event to even get a skill. His gaze hardened. I won't go out of my way to kill other challengers, but I won't let those who attack me go either. Elsewhere in the dueling ground, another player created a giant dome of water. Iron Dome. The water dome grew bigger and harder. The player laughed in satisfaction. This trial was made for someone like me. Do you know how to use water magic? Suddenly he was startled. Sang-un rushed in at a terrifying speed. Sang-un appeared, leaped into the air to gain momentum. The other player was baffled. What is this crazy bastard? Sang-un charged and delivered a kick, striking the water dome directly. A violent shockwave spread out. The other player scoffed. This is a bulletproof iron dome, you bastard. Sang-un easily shattered the dome and punched the player in the face. He was sent flying, spinning dozens of times. He fell to the ground a bloody mess. Sang-un stood over his corpse. Was that a bit cruel? But this way, 2 other players fled in terror after seeing the sight. Is he a ranker? I should go somewhere else. That guy's like a monster. Sang-un stood alone on the central tile. He thought to himself, I can instill fear in the other challengers. Honestly, the achievements are tempting, but I don't want to kill unnecessarily. A notification window appeared. Tile occupation is in progress. Occupation will be interrupted if a member of another team steps onto the tile. Prevent the enemy from occupying your tile. Time remaining, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Sang-un sat down. I just have to last for 10 minutes on this tile. He analyzed the situation. The high rankers who didn't use a return stone on the 5th floor must have challenged the 6th floor right away, so they must have already cleared it, right? The challengers around me are mostly low-ranked, so that might be why this is so easy. He was lost in thought. The 6th floor trial makes me think about a lot of things, distrust of others. The reality of lower-ranked challengers, the grimness of the Tower of Trials, he concluded coldly. But misplaced pity is the real hypocrisy. Even if I spare the challengers who attacked me and chase them to other tiles, someone will end up dying eventually. A new notification window appeared. Someone has entered your tile. Occupation has been interrupted. Sang-un was surprised. A group of 4 well-armed players approached him. The blonde leader sneered, "Hee, that dazed look on your face, I wonder." "Wondering why there are 4 of us in a 2-person team trial," Sang-un replied coldly. "It's obvious looking at you," he scoffed. 4 thugs who formed a murder group to get achievements." The leader laughed loudly. "That's right, you noticed how just as you said," he growled, his face twisting into a sinister expression. "Die, you bastard." All 4 attacked Sang-un at the same time. Without flinching, Sang-un charged straight toward them. The black-haired player in the opposing group suddenly activated a skill. A purple orb of energy formed between his 2 hands. Pain sharing. Sang-un was startled as a purple energy enveloped him. Due to the unique trait pain sharing, Kim Jin-yun's pain will be shared with Han Sang-un. Sang-un cried out in pain as another player stabbed himself in the chest. The pain was transferred directly to his body. He felt a burning pain in his arm. The pain resistance skill has been activated. All types of pain have been reduced by 15. The large tanker seized the opportunity and attacked. He splashed a huge amount of seawater at Sang-un with his shield. Sang-un was drenched in seawater. An unfavorable notification window appeared. You have touched the water of the trial. Strength has decreased by 10, agility has decreased by 10, stamina has decreased by 10, penalty time 2 minutes 59 seconds. He gritted his teeth. Is there a penalty for touching the water? The entire group attacked him from all sides, he thought to himself. This is the worst case scenario. A rough smile appeared on Sang-un's face and his eyes glinted. If I were an ordinary challenger, that might be true. He dodged the attacks of 2 enemies. He looked straight at one of them and said, "Your plan to get rid of my weapon and lower my stats was good, but you made one fatal mistake." He grabbed the bewildered enemy with his bare hands. Sang-un growled. And that was picking the wrong opponent. He slammed the enemy's head into the floor, creating an explosion that shook the dueling ground. The entire group was startled by his power. You have achieved the one-hit killer achievement. You have acquired the skill, Contempt for the Weak F. Sang-un stood over the enemy's corpse and swore, "Damn it." Skill. Contempt for the Weak F proficiency, not applicable if the opponent's stats do not surpass any of the user's stats. Strength increases in proportion to the difference in stats. The large man roared, "Die, you bastard." Currently, all of the opponent's stats are lower than yours. The Contempt for the Weak skill has been activated. Strength has increased by 1. The large man swung powerfully at him, but Sang-un dodged. He easily countered, sending the large man flying with a knee kick. The large man groaned in pain. As he staggered from Sang-un's kick without giving the opponent a chance to recover, Sang-un delivered another brutal kick to the falling giant's leg. A cold smile touched Sang-un's lips as 2 notification windows appeared. You have achieved the Cruel Murderer achievement. Agility has increased by 1. The large man collapsed in a pool of blood, his breath cut short. The remaining 2 men froze at the sight. The blonde leader gritted his teeth and cold sweat trickled down his temple. He muttered in frustration. Sang-un slowly stood up straight, his long shadow giving off an unseen pressure on the 2 survivors. The terrified mage turned to the leader and said in a trembling voice, "What do we do now? Do we attack together?" The leader quickly stopped him by cutting his leg before the mage could act. The mage's eyes bulged, bloodshot with madness. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as he made another cut on his own body. The pain was instantly transmitted to Sang-un, forcing him to his knees. He dropped to one knee, enduring the bone-deep pain. Just as he said, it only shares the pain. Thankfully not the damage, Sang-un thought. But the problem is this pain restricts my actions. The mage, his face twisted with pain and madness, shouted, "Are you even human, you bastard?" He frantically kept stabbing his teammate's body from a distance to torture Sang-un. He screamed in terror. "Don't come any closer, you bastard, stop." He held the mage as a shield, his face a mask of extreme panic. "I'll put a hole through this guy's body." "I dare you to come any closer." Sang-un slowly stood up, his body trembling from the continuous pain. "Thankfully, thanks to my pain-resistant skill, I'm not completely immobilized," he told himself. "But it will be very difficult to deal with that guy in this state." A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. "It seems there's only one way left. I have to kill the one who cast pain-sharing quickly." Without a moment of hesitation, Sang-un rushed past the terrified leader and threw a dagger. The mage could only see a black shadow rushing toward him before everything went dark forever. Sang-un collapsed in extreme pain after finishing his target. The final wave of pain from the mage brought him down, and he supported himself on the ground with his hands. The leader thought this was the perfect opportunity. "This is my only chance." He ran at full speed, aiming his sword at the weakened Sang-un just as its sharp blade was about to touch Sang-un's neck. He did the unthinkable. He blocked it with his bare hand. Fresh blood dripped from his palm. Sang-un raised his head and looked straight at his enemy with sharp eyes. "The feeling of your neck being slit is quite intense. Don't you want to feel it for yourself?" The leader's face turned pale and a twisted smile of despair appeared. He cursed inwardly. "It's over, I'm dead." Sang-un used the enemy's dagger, swinging it in a clean arc. A savage smile appeared on his face as his eyes glowed with a deadly blue light. With a final strike, Sang-un finished off the last remaining enemy. The blonde leader's head flew into the air, "The curse you son of a bitch" being his last words. Enemy blood splattered on his face, but Sang-un's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. 2 notification windows appeared in succession. You have achieved the Cold-Blooded Climber achievement. You have acquired 1,500 points. Soon after, the trial time officially ended. Time has expired. You have occupied the tile. Elsewhere in the dueling ground, other survivors cheered in joy. One person shouted, "We survived, we did it." As he hugged his comrade, the other pushed him away in annoyance. "Hey, stop it, that's disgusting." Although many had aimed for murder achievements from the start of the trial due to someone's instigation, the final victors were those who protected their teams. Of course there were a few exceptions. Sang-un glanced at a survivor who was trembling and muttering to himself, covered in blood, "It's not my fault, they just died because they were too weak." Seeing his madness and denial, a thought crossed Sang-un's mind. Do I look like a monster like that in other people's eyes? Just then, a series of system notification windows appeared, signaling the complete end of the trial. "Congratulations. You have cleared the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials. The reward random box B has been sent to your inventory. You have acquired 8,000 points. Please move to the waiting room." Before the teleportation began, a dark red orb of energy formed, sucking the souls from the surrounding corpses. "You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Lee Sung-jun. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Kim Jin-yun. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Song Jin-ok. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Han Seo-jun." Thanks to absorbing numerous souls, his skill had made a significant leap. Proficiency of the unique trait Necromancy has reached 100. The grade of the unique trait Necromancy has increased by 1 level. The skill has evolved to Necromancy D. A beam of light enveloped Sang-un, teleporting him. "You have entered the 7th floor waiting room." Another notification window appeared in the white space of the waiting room. "An achievement list has been created." "An achievement list?" Sang-un asked in surprise. As the notification, "An achievement list has been created," appeared in the quiet white space of the waiting room, Sang-un repeated the words in surprise. A larger system window immediately replaced it, systematically displaying his entire list of achievements, from the only S-rank achievement, First Returnee, to the C-rank One-Hit Killer, and the blood-soaked E-rank achievements like Cruel Murderer and Traitor. He was surprised by the value of the S-rank achievement but also mulled over the violent path he had taken. Then he wondered, should I take a closer look? He slowly extended his index finger toward the blue-lit screen to see the details, and he touched the screen. One-hit killer C achieved when you kill a challenger in one blow. You have acquired the skill Contempt for the Weak F as an achievement reward. Cruel Murderer E achieved when you kill multiple challengers in succession without hesitation. Your agility has increased by 1 as an achievement reward. Sang-un muttered. Cold-blooded Climber D achieved when you kill 5 or more challengers in a single trial. You have acquired 1,500 points as an achievement reward. He was lost in thought. I've gained quite a lot from the achievements I got through murder. It seems that achieving them gives various rewards like skills, stats, and points. Sang-un decided to check his remaining rewards inventory. A red gift box tied with a yellow ribbon appeared before his eyes. Random box B, a box wrapped with a yellow ribbon, provides a random item when opened. You will acquire an item between F rank and B rank. He picked up the box, slightly disappointed. A random box, it doesn't seem that great for a 6th floor trial reward. If it's between F and B rank, I shouldn't get my hopes up. I'll open it first, then absorb the souls I've collected. Sang-un decided and began to untie the ribbon. The box opened, emitting a dazzling light. An unknown object shot out from inside. It was a small living creature, a creature with blue skin looking like a baby goblin. Sang-un froze on the spot, staring blankly at the creature that had just appeared. He asked in confusion. What is this? Should I catch it? While the small creature looked at him with an annoyed expression, it suddenly moved at a terrifying speed and Sang-un reflexively lunged to catch it. The small creature dodged nimbly and Sang-un had a little trouble chasing it. He quickly changed direction, trying to catch up to the agile creature. Finally, after a chase, he caught it in his hand. Sang-un smiled triumphantly. Got it. The small goblin suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. It bit Sang-un's hand hard. He cried out in pain and surprise. A single tear welled up in the corner of his eye. The goblin landed on the ground and looked at Sang-un defiantly. Sang-un stood up, a murderous aura emanating from his body, his eyes burning red. I was going to let you go because you looked cute, but now I'll fight you with all I've got. He charged at the goblin, but it easily dodged all his attacks. He scoffed. HMPH, as the small goblin dodged his charge, an enraged Sang-un spun in midair and delivered a powerful axe kick. He put all his strength into the kick and charged with firm resolve. His fist struck the goblin's head and a powerful shockwave spread around them. A notification window appeared. Critical hit. The small goblin's head was deeply caved in and smoke rose from the fatal wound. Soon its body shattered, leaving behind a single item floating in the air. It emitted a brilliant light. Congratulations. You have acquired the highest grade item from the random box. Sang-un was stunned by the unexpected notification. The highest grade means a B rank item. A necklace with a transparent jewel embedded in it appeared, radiating a powerful energy. Iron necklace B. An iron necklace imbued with the soul of a blacksmith who worked with iron his entire life, increases the efficiency of alchemy and swordsmanship skills by 7. Using magic power activates the unique effect Iron's Blessing. Instead of continuously consuming magic power, the unique effect has no cooldown. He picked up the necklace, feeling the warm energy emanating from it. Iron's Blessing. I should test it out. Sang-un decided and imbued the necklace with his magic power. It immediately glowed, forming a small shield-like symbol on his palm. The unique skill of the iron necklace, Iron's Blessing, has been activated. Your skin will now have the property of absorbing 10 of all physical damage. A blue aura enveloped Sang-un's entire body. He felt the change and exclaimed in surprise, my swordsmanship skill effect has increased by 7. And it absorbs 10 of physical damage. This is better than most A-rank items. It's a broken item with both offensive and defensive properties. Sang unclenched the necklace, his face filled with joy. I wasn't expecting much, but to get such an amazing item. Suddenly he felt dizzy and staggered. All magic power has been depleted. The unique skill of the iron necklace. Iron's blessing has been deactivated. He panted, exhausted. This unique effect consumes a huge amount of magic power. He carefully put the necklace around his neck. I'll have to save my magic power and only use it at critical moments. Now next, he turned his attention to another matter. Shall I check my unique trait, which has evolved to D rank? But another unexpected notification window appeared. Will you challenge the 7th floor trial? Sang-un's eyes widened in surprise. What? Didn't I have to wait to challenge the next trial? He stood in the middle of the white space and thought, if I can challenge the trial sooner, that's great, but is it the same for everyone else? You have entered the community. Difficulty hard, a voice echoed from the tower's soul system. Everyone, did you know that the trial waiting time has disappeared? I knew. Everyone's waiting time is gone. Sang-un thought to himself as he read the community chat where other players seemed quite indifferent to this change. It seems no one really cares that the waiting time is gone. They're not interested in the benefits of being a pioneer, they just want to go home, he continued to reason. Is it because most of them are lower-ranked challengers? Besides, the atmosphere here is completely different from the 6th floor. Sang-un realized as he read the comments on the community board, such as PPY, you bastards who sold mental resistance skills, you're really scary people. Your greed for points has turned ordinary people into killing machines and standard hunters. It's certain that those bastards survived, but it seems they're feeling guilty now. Well, the 7th floor trial is an individual trial, so I guess that can't be helped. He deduced that the murderers would probably all be keeping quiet. Since the next trial is an individual one, there's no point in drawing unnecessary attention. He vowed to himself with a stern expression, I have to be careful of those madmen who killed their comrades without hesitation, and more importantly, Sang-un clenched his fists in determination, I have to raise my indomitable skill somehow. Now, let's check the necromancy trait that has been upgraded to D rank thanks to the 6th floor, Sang-un told himself, and a detailed information window appeared before his eyes. Unique trait, necromancy D proficiency, 0 basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead to enhance or restore your stats and magic power. Additional effect 1. You can permanently increase your stats. The amount of increase is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect 2. You can store and use souls. The number of souls you can store increases with the grade. Additional effect 3. When absorbing the soul of the dead, you have a chance to acquire one of the skills possessed by the soul. Additional effect 4. You can use souls to protect your own body. However, the amount of damage a soul can absorb is proportional to the time used. After reading all the effects, he paused in surprise. He noticed the change and his eyes widened. The basic effect has become more specific. Before, it felt like only my basic stats were enhanced, but now I can also restore magic power or create a shield with souls. Sang-un realized the new potential of the skill. Excitement was evident in his eyes. Sang-un looked at the empty notification window. I thought the skill absorption probability would go up, but I guess not. Still, I needed a defensive ability. He lifted his lightning sword and threw it into the air where it spun and hovered in place. Let's test how great the soul shield is. He extended his arm. Well, even if my arm gets cut off, there's the waiting room's healing effect. The sword came down at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! The sword grazed his arm. A red energy enveloped him, absorbing all the damage. The soul has absorbed the user's wound. The soul of Challenger Song Jin-guk has been extinguished. Souls held 330. The sword now burned with the soul's red light. His eyes glowed red. Oh, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. This is better than I thought. He calculated as he looked at the number of remaining souls. I shouldn't absorb all the souls, I should leave some to use as a shield. At the same time, a status window appeared. Souls held 330. He opened the leaderboard. Trial leaderboard 6th floor. Trial leaderboard 1st place Kim Sang-hoon SS 2nd place Cheon Su S 3rd place Why did you change your nickname S 4th place Hunter S 5th place Princess Sudi A 6th place Frog A. He was slightly disappointed. 4th place I dropped 1 rank. It's a bit disappointing, but it doesn't matter. To become a pioneer I just have to stay within the top 50. He stretched. I've checked everything I needed to in the waiting room, so it's starting to get boring. Since the waiting time was over, he saw the open trial gate. Shall I go to the next trial? A series of notification windows appeared. The 7th floor trial will begin. Difficulty hard. The theme of this trial is proof. Time remaining 50 minutes. Clear condition. Complete 3 trials within the time limit. Failure condition. Challenger's death or time limit expiration. Clear reward. Skill Grace of the Wind A. Penalty for failure. Death. He appeared in a dark corridor lit by torches. He looked around. A corridor. This is completely different from the previous trials. He walked quietly. It's creepy since I can't feel anything. He spotted a streak of light at the end of the corridor. He was drawn to the light. He found himself standing on a dizzying cliff. You have entered the area of the first trial. Prove that you have overcome your fear, he said in surprise. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He recognized the familiar scenery. Just as I thought, he stood before a giant crater in the desert. He looked down into the abyss and there it was. The sand golem. A notification window appeared informing him that this area was a replica of the tutorial trial. The completion condition was to complete 3 trials within the time limit, he deduced. So this trial is making me re-experience 3 trials I've already passed, he thought confidently. Honestly, I could beat the sand golem with my eyes closed now. Does this mean I can get to the 8th floor quickly? A massive sand golem erupted from the ground. He was dumbfounded. Was the sand golem always this big? He looked at the monster with a mix of surprise and excitement. It seems to be at least 3 times bigger. Haha. As Sang-un hardened his resolve, the ground beneath him began to shake violently, and a massive creature of sand and stone rose up. Sang-un stood firm, his blue eyes shining with determination. He confidently declared as he summoned his sword and shield from pure energy, "All right, let's fight." Without hesitation, he charged toward the giant golem. Looking small but brave amidst the sandstorm caused by the monster's movements, he weaved through the scattered debris, his blue eyes highly focused on the colossal target before him, searching for a weakness. As he got closer, he noticed something strange. That's odd. I don't see the core, the sand golem's fatal weakness. Is it deeper inside its body because of its massive size? Suddenly, the golem's giant arm swung with terrifying speed. It held enough power to crush anything in its path. Startled, Sang-un immediately jumped back with all his might, dodging the devastating attack. The stone fist came crashing down on him. He unleashed a myriad of attacks with his sword, cutting through the stone arm. He shot back like an arrow. Realizing that ordinary attacks wouldn't work, Sang-un's gaze sharpened. He growled, "If that method won't work, I'll just have to tear you to pieces." He charged, swinging his energy sword and cutting through the golem's body. The stone golem's entire body shattered under the sharp slashes. He stood firm after a series of slashes, but the severed parts quickly regenerated almost instantly from the surrounding sand and stones. He gritted his teeth, realizing the harsh reality. Right, what's the use of cutting sand with a sword? I have to find and destroy the core. Somehow his attacks only seemed to enrage the golem further. It let out a furious roar. Sang-un cursed inwardly. Damn it, I only made it angrier. The giant golem unleashed its fury. Its shadow engulfed Sang-un's small figure. He looked up, and a worried bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he realized something was wrong. The golem's body began to change bizarrely. It was as if it was detaching itself to reassemble into a new form. Witnessing the unbelievable sight before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane!" As massive chunks of stone began to separate from the golem's main body and reform on their own. Sang-un looked up, his eyes filled with tension. Dodging is not the problem. If it fell like this, the golem's entire upper body collapsed, forming a giant meteor of stone and sand that blotted out the sky and fell straight toward his position. Sang-un immediately ran with all his might, trying to get out of the impact zone of the impending horrific crash. Despite his best efforts, he was still caught in the aftershock, and part of his body was buried under a pile of sand and rocks. Trapped in the debris, a smile mixed with anger and madness appeared on Sang-un's face. He gritted his teeth. This is really pissing me off. He pushed himself up from the pile of sand, gripping his dagger in a deadly stance, ready for a brutal counterattack. Facing the fully regenerated golem, Sang-un showed no fear, his gaze as cold as ice. A powerful aura of blue magic exploded around his body as he growled the name of his new skill. // A system notification window appeared confirming the skill's activation. Skill, /A, proficiency, 0 basic effect. Using magic power, your next 3 sword attacks will be enhanced. Effect details. When the skill is used, the cutting power of the sword is amplified by 1.5, 2.0, 2.5 times for each attack. Enveloped in blue energy, Sang-un charged at a phantom-like speed, leaving a blurry afterimage behind him. The first slash, enhanced by 1.5 times, easily cut off a large chunk of the golem's stone arm. He followed up with the second and third slashes, their power increasing exponentially, leaving deep, clean cuts on the giant's body. Sang-un couldn't help but be amazed by the destructive power of his new skill. I cut it off in a single attack. He suddenly recalled his anger when his trial area was invaded by the Black Knight. A cunning smile spread across his lips. But maybe I should thank that knight who invaded my floor now? Even if the golem can regenerate its body parts with sand, I have to keep cutting it down to find the core. He vowed to himself. Watching the slowly recovering golem with determined eyes, he challenged the golem in a taunting tone. Go on, keep regenerating. He swung his sword, his cold voice echoing across the desert. I'll keep cutting you down as many times as it takes until I find your weakness, he shouted and unleashed a frantic, relentless barrage of attacks. The giant golem could only helplessly endure Sang-un's fury. Its body was continuously cut apart by the numerous enhanced sword strikes. After a moment of continuous attacks, Sang-un panted, sweat dripping from his temples. He growled, "So tough, where the hell is the core?" Suddenly he stopped, noticing a change in the golem. The golem regenerated, but its size is much smaller. Sang-un threw out a taunt. Since when did you get so cute? The giant stone golem, as if it understood the compliment, its stone cheeks turned a strange shade of red and it looked slightly embarrassed. It's the first time I've been called cute. He quickly analyzed the situation. Although sand is the main resource for the golem's body, it seems it can't be used continuously in this environment. That's why it's gotten so small. A glint flashed in Sang-un's eyes as he realized the key. In that case, a deadly barbaric smile appeared on his face, his eyes glowing red. He held his dagger in a reverse grip. All right, golem, want to go on a diet with me? The golem, as if sensing a mortal threat, backed away in fear. It didn't want Sang-un to charge in like a whirlwind and attack the smaller golem with his dagger. He unleashed a series of slashes. Its power easily overwhelmed the golem. He gritted his teeth, and a savage smile became more distinct as he continued his assault. Under the brutal slashes, the golem's body was cut into countless pieces. The stone fragments chatted on the ground, but there was no sign of the core. The golem let out a weak roar, and the pieces began to tremble. They gathered again, emitting a red light, and began the process of reassembly. The golem regenerated once more and stared at Sang-un with a growl. At that very moment of reassembly, Sang-un's blue eyes caught an unusual light. He shouted inwardly, "Found it. It was on its back. It was too thick to pierce through the body. I never thought it would be there." He confirmed the location of the weakness and, looking back at the battle, realized that time was running out. "Did it take me 10 minutes to get here? The 7th floor trial only has 40 minutes, so I need to hurry." Suddenly, a giant stone fist flew in from the side, blocking his view. Sang-un reacted quickly, swinging his sword to block the golem's powerful punch. He used the fist to launch himself, running along its arm and taunting, "Did you get faster after your diet? This is fun." He landed on the golem's back right next to the glowing red core. "I'd like to play more, but I'm out of time." He raised his sword high, aiming straight for the glowing core. The golem let out one last pained and desperate scream. The core shattered into millions of crimson pieces. "You have proven that you have overcome your fear. The first trial has ended." As the golem's body crumbled, 2 notification windows appeared. Soon after, red souls from the orc hunters he had previously killed flew out and entered his body. "You have absorbed the orc hunter's soul. Proficiency has increased by 6. Souls held 1930. As he felt the new power surging within him, a satisfied smile spread across Sang-un's lips, even though blood was dripping from his hand. As new power surged through his body, a series of notification windows appeared, confirming his progress. Proficiency of the skill Hunter's Dagger Arts E has reached 100. The grade of the skill Hunter's Dagger Arts has increased to D. Proficiency of the skill Instantaneous Acceleration D has reached 100. The grade of the skill Instantaneous Acceleration has increased to D. Soon after, a new notification for the next trial appeared. "You will now enter the area of the 3rd trial. Prove that you have overcome your hesitation." Sang-un was overwhelmed by the speed of events. "This trial is really confusing." He let out a long sigh, standing in the middle of the wreckage of the sand golem he had just defeated. A brilliant light erupted, covering the entire space. When the light faded, Sang-un found himself standing in a new landscape, and below, the crimson energy remains of the golem were gathering. He watched the flow of energy with glowing eyes, immediately recognizing what it was. Amazing, it's the golem's soul. The red soul began to rise from the wreckage, and Sang-un immediately reached out, trying to use his necromancy skill. But instead of being absorbed, the soul vanished into thin air. A cold notification window appeared. "Soul extraction has failed." Sang-un gritted his teeth and let out a roar of anger and disappointment. "Damn it, this is so frustrating. My proficiency." Before he could finish his sentence, the space around him changed again. "You will now enter the area of the 2nd trial. Prove that you have surpassed your own wisdom." He was transported to a dark place. "Are these broken pieces of wood?" He looked around, and a sense of familiarity washed over him as he recognized the blazing flames. "Is this the orc village from the 2nd floor trial?" "Just as I expected, it's recreating the trials from the previous floors," he confirmed. He stood quietly for a moment, observing the chaotic and horrifyingly familiar scene before him. His eyes focused on a specific figure in the crowd, an orc hunter. "In the 2nd floor trial, I destroyed the orc village. Is this what happened after that?" A tragic scene unfolded before him. A group of powerful orc warriors surrounded the corpses of their kin, and a massive orc chieftain was roaring in fury. The chieftain looked down. He let out a choked scream of pain and rage. His entire body trembled violently. His eyes bloodshot and glowing red, his body swelled, his muscles writhed, and a red aura enveloped him. Sang-un immediately recognized it as a berserk state, a phenomenon that occurs when a monster is enraged. He faced the transformed orc chieftain. A berserk orc is no longer an ordinary E-rank monster. What bad luck. Soon after, all the remaining orcs also roared. Their eyes glowed red as they charged toward him in unison. Sang-un looked straight at them, his gaze cold. "But you're monsters anyway, so you shouldn't reveal your sorrow over losing your family like that." The skill Instantaneous Acceleration has been activated. The skill Triple Slash has been activated. He gripped his dagger and whispered in a deadly voice, "At least not in front of me." He leapt like an arrow among the 7 orcs, and the first slash tore through the berserk orc's body in an instant. Battle was over. Sang-un stood in the middle of a sea of orc corpses, panting, with only the chieftain remaining, who was on his knees gasping for his last breath. The chieftain looked at the family members scattered around him, his red eyes filled with despair. Sang-un approached and looked down at him. "How does it feel? It feels like shit, doesn't it? The feeling of having to watch your family die one by one?" Enraged by his words, the chieftain let out a final roar and charged, swinging his battle axe with all his remaining strength with a light movement. Sang-un dodged the attack and swung his sword, ending the enemy's life. "You have finally proven that you have surpassed your own wisdom. The 2nd trial has ended." He stood there, calmly receiving the victory notification without a change in his expression. Sang-un looked around at the desolate landscape he had created. He stood up straight and said with determined eyes, "I can't delay this any longer." He reached out, and the crimson souls from the dead orc horde were instantly sucked toward him, ready to be absorbed. Soon after, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. He found himself standing on a long bridge in the middle of a vast sea. Surprised, he thought, Is this the occupation zone from the 6th floor? Looking around, he noticed a difference. The previous trials were replicas of the 1st and 2nd floors, so I thought this would be the 3rd floor, but the arrangement of the tiles is different. He let out a weary sigh, recalling the ridiculous trial of wisdom he had just faced. Seeing as the tower gave me such a stupid trial and called it wisdom, I was a fool to expect anything logical here. He decided to recover his stamina and opened his inventory. A potion bottle and its detailed information appeared. Stamina Potion D, a special recovery potion rich in life force. Recovers 20 of stamina and magic power upon use. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the cap and downed the potion in one gulp. A refreshing energy spread through his body, washing away his fatigue. He sighed in relief. Phew, that's better. Sang-un stood for a moment, holding the empty bottle. His expression seemed somewhat lost in thought. Soon he did something rather childish. He threw the empty bottle into the sea and muttered, "I'll pollute the Tower of Trials." Immediately, the water's surface where the bottle landed began to boil violently, and Sang-un turned in surprise. Pillars of water shot up from beneath the surface, seeming to slap his cheeks. A cynical smile of disbelief spread across his lips. Just for throwing that? The effect of the Assassin's Cloak D has been activated. Movement speed 15. A notification window appeared as a water dragon began to chase him at a terrifying speed. Time remaining, 0 minutes 9 seconds. He began to run desperately across the narrow bridge. I've followed the rules of every trial so far. That means I have to find a red occupation tile to pass this trial. The waves created by the water dragon turned into a giant tidal wave crashing right behind him. I can't touch the water until then. Thanks to the cloak's effect, he felt his body become much lighter. I'm much faster. At least I won't get caught by that thing. He glanced back confidently. Good. At this speed, he tried to maintain his speed, leaping over a broken section of the bridge. But suddenly a pillar of water shot up from a tile and engulfed him. You have touched the water of the trial. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, a series of adverse effects washed over him. Strength has decreased by 10. Agility has decreased by 10. Stamina has decreased by 10. Penalty time, 2 minutes 59 seconds. The tiles began to explode in a disorderly manner, not in sequence. I thought the tiles would explode in order. He was hit by another pillar of water and sent flying into the air. This is what I get for expecting logic from the Tower of Trials. Soaked and weakened, Sang-un gritted his teeth and shouted the name of his skill, Instantaneous Acceleration. He used the skill to dash through the madly erupting pillars of water. The surrounding sea was like a constantly exploding minefield. He landed on a safe tile and shouted defiantly, "Do you think I'll die in a place like this?" The water's surface turned into countless sharp water spears that flew toward him from all sides. Amid the rain of water spears, his gaze caught something in the distance. There, a large red tile was floating at the end of the path. The red occupation tile. He gritted his teeth and determination flashed in his eyes. Is this annoying trial finally over? 2 giant water dragons rose again, blocking the only path to the red tile. He muttered as he dodged. They're just chasing me mindlessly now. He charged forward with all his might. Just a little more. Suddenly, a tentacle of water wrapped around his ankle, causing him to lose his balance. He was dragged backward and plunged into the cold water. He let out a pained scream as water forced its way into his lungs. The unique effect of the Iron Necklace B, Iron's Blessing, has been activated. Absorbs 10 of physical damage. At the same time, one of the orc souls he had stored automatically popped out. The orc's soul enveloped his body, absorbing both the water's pressure and the damage. The soul has absorbed the user's damage. The soul of the orc hunter has been destroyed. The orc's soul, having completed its mission to protect its master, vanished completely. Submerged in the cold water, Sang-un realized he was miraculously safe. I definitely felt the impact, but the soul shield protected me right before I took damage. As the orc soul disappeared, a powerful propulsion pushed Sang-un out of the water. Launching him into the air toward the bridge, he landed on a safe tile and sighed in relief, but the tension had not yet faded. Phew! At that very moment, a notification window appeared. Time remaining, 0. The unique effect of the Assassin's Cloak has been deactivated. The 2 water dragons were still there and Sang-un realized he had just lost his advantage of speed. He panted, and a feeling of exhaustion washed over him. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. My mana is depleted. If instantaneous acceleration deactivates too, it's over. In a moment of desperation, he summoned another orc hunter's soul from his storage. A glowing red orb of energy rested in his palm. Without a moment of hesitation, he absorbed the soul. A powerful and wild energy flowed into his body, and his blue eyes shone brightly. Magic power has been replenished using the soul of the orc hunter. Warmth spread from his chest. Good, my strength is returning. The 2 water dragons gave him no time to rest, roaring again and creating rough waves. With his newly recovered magic power, Sang-un shot toward his final goal like an arrow. The red tile was right before his eyes, he told himself. Just a little further. The 2 water dragons combined their power to create a final attack. A rain of giant water spears poured down on him. Sang-un looked up, surprised by the scale of the attack. Oh, I'm caught in a tidal wave. Damn it. Caught in the chaotic current, he acted on instinct. I don't know. He held on with all his remaining strength. He was tossed and spun in the vortex of water, losing all sense of direction once again. Another orc soul activated automatically, creating a crimson energy explosion. The soul of the orc hunter has been destroyed. The explosion from within tore one of the two water dragons to shreds, creating an escape route for Sang-un. He was sent flying into the air by the aftershock of the explosion, his whole body aching. He was free, falling from a great height, heading straight for the red tile, with the target right below him. His eyes widened with determination. He landed on the tile with a loud thud, and two more orc souls were destroyed to absorb the impact. The soul of the orc hunter has been destroyed. The soul of the orc hunter has been destroyed. Souls held 1230. He lay spread-eagled on the tile's hard surface, completely exhausted. He gasped for breath, looking up at the sky. He felt that he had survived after a desperate struggle. The last water dragon also finally disappeared, turning into two water whirlpools before sinking beneath the sea. As everything went quiet, two notification windows appeared. You have proven that you have overcome your hesitation. The third trial has ended. He sat up, water dripping from his body. Only the last ripples remained around him. He looked at the sea with disgust. This damn trial pisses me off until the very last moment. Soon after, a series of reward notifications appeared. Congratulations. You have cleared the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. You have acquired the skill Grace of the Wind A as a reward. You have acquired 15,000 points. As an additional reward, the item Boots of Swiftness D has been sent to your inventory. Please move to the central hall. A teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet, moving to the central hall. He stood there. His back looked weary, but at the same time it looked very strong, as if preparing for what was to come. Sang-un let out a long sigh, looking back on what had just happened with a mix of fatigue and frustration. This trial. He was standing in a spacious central hall. His back looked somewhat lonely. To be honest, this is as good as a failure. He bit his lip slightly, and anxiety crept into his mind. At this rate, I'm really worried about the 8th floor trial. Luck won't get me through from now on. He stood alone in the vast space, thinking about the harsh trials ahead and the path he must take. Suddenly, a series of system notification windows appeared, heralding a major change. 1,000 people have completed the 7th floor trial. System expansion has begun. The skill shop has been created. Trial branches have been created. Permanent return is now possible. The floor invasion system has been activated. His eyes shone as he read the words. The skill shop, permanent return, and even floor invasion. These are all things I've been waiting for, but most importantly, his heart began to beat faster as a special notification just for him appeared. You are a challenger who has been designated as a pioneer on every floor. Please select your aura. Anticipation filled his eyes. This is it. He muttered the word. Aura. So this is the benefit you get for being designated a pioneer on every floor. Challengers with an aura are granted unique traits, skills, and effects. The phrase, please choose carefully, made him think. Has the Tower of Trials ever given advice like this before? This must mean this aura has a special meaning. A selection window with 3 distinct options appeared. Dominator, Hunter, Ascetic. He looked at the 3 options. Is this the aura? Let's look at the descriptions first. He read the first description. Dominator, an aura that changes based on individual achievements. It is a versatile type rather than specializing in a specific field, and is closely related to unique traits, greatly enhances the potential of abilities such as combat, growth, support, and creation. Unique authority, skill synthesis. This is the most suitable aura for the current challenger, Sang-un. He was surprised. It affects all abilities and unique traits. Plus, the Tower of Trials is clearly telling me which aura is most suitable for me. Then what about the other auras? He moved on to the next option out of curiosity. Hunter, an aura that anyone can adapt to. It is deeply related to the enhancement of abilities and skills. Through the aura's effect, the proficiency of abilities and skills increases exponentially. Unique authority. Level up. This is a somewhat suitable aura for the current challenger, Sang-un nodded. This one's not bad either. And the last aura. Ascetic, an aura that is greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. The more time you invest, the stronger you become. However, it requires time and talent. Without talent, your abilities may become useless. Unique authority, path of training. He evaluated it decisively. This one's no good. He immediately discarded the third option. Let's exclude this one and choose between the other two. After a moment of thought, his gaze became resolute. The one I'll choose is. His finger decisively touched the Dominator option. You have selected Dominator. Through the unique effect of the Dominator aura, the evolution of your unique trait has begun. A brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body. Options have been categorized based on the challenger's current abilities. 3 new growth paths appeared, starting with Summoner. Using absorbed souls, you can summon powerful undead skeletons. The second option is Magic Swordsman. Both swordsmanship and magic are enhanced, and related skills can be learned 3 times faster. And the last option, Creator item creation-based skills are enhanced, and related skills can be learned 3 times faster. He looked at the 3 options, and a confident smile spread across his lips. Is this the effect of the Dominator aura? This is an easy choice. He chose Summoner, and a confirmation notification appeared. The Summoner characteristic has been added to the unique trait Necromancy. Some effects will be adjusted, and additional effects will be added. The unique authority skill synthesis has been created. A new status window appeared, updating his changes. Status: Sang-un aura, Dominator strength 55, stamina 50, agility 56, magic power 43, durability 43 Unique Trait, Necromancy D Unique Authority, Skill Synthesis Skills View details. As the evolution completed, a powerful energy mixed with red and black exploded from his body. He landed on the ground. Feeling the new power flowing through my veins, I finally have an aura too. He immediately decided to test his new authority. Let's see. Unique Authority, Skill Synthesis Effect. You can synthesize 2 skills. In the case of skills with different grades, the higher grade skill becomes the core skill. He realized the immense potential of this authority. I can combine 2 useless skills to create a new one. He couldn't hide his excitement. This is amazing. Opening skill list. Please select the 2 existing skills you wish to synthesize. Sang-un looked at his skill list on the notification window. Rapid Recovery E, Pain Resistance D, Fire Resistance F, Contempt for the Weak F, Hunter's Dagger Arts, Battle Maintenance F, Archer's Knowledge F. He was lost in thought. What should I combine? He muttered the names of the skills he rarely used and made a decision. 2 skills came to mind. Contempt for the Weak F and Battle Maintenance F. You have selected 2 skills. Do you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes, no. He smiled as he selected yes. Alright, the synthesis has begun. Skill synthesis is complete. A brilliant orb of light appeared, heralding the birth of something entirely new. A new form slowly emerged from within the light, and a final notification appeared, promising new power. A new skill has been created. A notification appeared with the icon of a brand new skill. The skill Forced Breakthrough D has been created. Sang-un was dumbfounded as he read the new skill's description. Skill, Forced Breakthrough D Proficiency, 0 effect. You can break through any restriction or obstacle created by a skill or unique ability. However, the user's magic power grade must be higher than the caster's. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? I got something like this. He looked at the formula that had just appeared before him. FFD, I would have considered myself lucky to get an E rank skill, but I got a D rank. A crazed, excited smile spread across his lips. This skill is absolutely insane. Haha. Amid his surging excitement, he returned to the control panel. Let's try one more time. Opening skill list. Please select the skills to be used for synthesis. This time he selected 2 other F-rank skills that he rarely used. Archer's Knowledge and Fire Resistance F. You have selected 2 skills. He decisively pressed the yes button on the confirmation window. Would you like to synthesize? Yes, no. A brilliant light burst forth once again, signaling the start of the synthesis process. The skills have been synthesized. He watched the orb of light with expectant eyes. Oh, what will I get this time? The skill Enhanced Vision E has been created. Skill, Enhanced Vision E Proficiency, 0 effect. Allows you to see in visually obscured environments and enhances your vision. He was slightly disappointed. What, it only went up 1 grade this time? He narrowed his eyes and thought. Is this all? He recalled the first synthesis. The combination of Contempt for the Weak and Battle Maintenance had such a good result because the 2 skills had good synergy. He looked at the 2 skills he had just combined. That means Archer's Knowledge and Fire Resistance have bad synergy. In fact, it's only natural they don't match at all. That must be why. He sighed and lay down on the bed that had just appeared. Lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, he was lost in thought. An aura reward for having been a pioneer all this time. It felt strange. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Is all of this really thanks to my own efforts, or have I just been lucky so far, relying on my unique trait? He was quiet for a while, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly he shot up. Oh, whatever, let's just check the rewards for now. He sat up and checked the first reward. It was an A- rank skill. Skill, Grace of the Wind A Proficiency, 0 effect. Upon shouting the skill's name, all speeds increase by 10. This effect can stack up to 7 times. Upon reaching the maximum stack, the skill has a 1-day cooldown. Sang-un couldn't believe his eyes. All speeds increase by 10. That's amazing. And I can stack it up to 7 times. He leaned back, his body filled with extreme excitement. That means I can increase my speed by up to 70. He laughed in joy. Haha. He realized another important detail. And this skill doesn't consume any mana at all. He looked at the skill window with a satisfied expression. This Grace of the Wind is almost flawless. He continued to check the next reward in his inventory. He took out the new shoes and put them on. Boots of Swiftness C, Attack Speed 3, Movement Speed 5, shoes decorated with small wings made from a magical device. Accelerates for a short time upon reaching a certain speed. He grinned. Hey, I like how all the 7th floor rewards are related to speed. After that, he entered the newly created skill shop. You have entered the skill shop. A list of purchasable skills has been displayed. Harden D, Immobilize E, Monster Summon F, Open Enchantment E, Instantaneous Acceleration D, Mana Circuit D, Mana Shield D, Enhanced Vision F. He skimmed the list, slightly disappointed. The quality of the skills sold in the shop is lower than I thought, and they're pretty expensive. He frowned at the price of a familiar skill. And the Instantaneous Acceleration skill is 8,000 points. That's insanely expensive, but he decided to buy a few things. Still, I really need some magic-related skills. You have purchased Mana Circuit D. 15,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased Magic Resistance D. 12,000 points have been deducted. Skill, Magic Resistance D Proficiency, 0 effect, creates resistance to external mana. The effect is greatly reduced if the user does not possess the Mana Circuit skill. He looked at the 2 skills he had just bought with determined eyes. With this skill, I can prepare for situations where I was hit with skills like pain sharing in the past. Skill, Mana Circuit D Proficiency, 0 effect. The mana in the body forms a circuit, increasing mana usage efficiency. The moment the skill is learned, a mana circuit is engraved on the user's body. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling from the burning sensation. KGH, it feels like my body is on fire. As the engraving process finished, a red energy exploded from his body. He got up from the bed, feeling a distinct change in his body. My body feels lighter. He looked at his hands, feeling the flow of new energy. He took a few steps, and every movement felt fluid and powerful. He tested a few moves, feeling the difference. He threw a kick and spun his body, creating a strong gust of wind. When he landed, the ground beneath his feet cracked. He was surprised by his own newfound power. Oh, does the mana circuit enhance physical abilities too? A satisfied smile spread across his lips. I'm glad I bought it. He checked his unique trait again. Using the souls of the dead, you can summon nearby undead. At this time, the grade of the summoned undead is proportional to the quality and number of souls consumed. I'm curious about the new undead summoning skill I got. He closed the system window. But it would be better to test that on the battlefield. He exhaled, feeling satisfied with his preparations. Now it's time to decide. His gaze became serious. Should I go straight to the next trial, or should I return to Earth? Meanwhile on Earth, a hunter was desperately looking for a teammate. Damn it, why can't I find a single member? A shadow appeared behind him. A group of 3 thugs approached. Hey, still looking for a member? They stood in front of the gate, blocking the hunter's path. How about you hand over that entry ticket to us? If you don't enter within a certain time, the ticket will be confiscated anyway. Wouldn't it be better to just give it to us and make some money? The leader said with a sinister smile. The hunter muttered, That bastard is here again, what a pain. The hunter gritted his teeth and replied, As I said before, I have no intention of giving it to you. But he was cut off. Stupid bastard, tisk. The thug looked around. There are so many hunters around, why do you think no one wants to join your party? He said bluntly, his face full of malice. Let me be honest, you're an E-rank hunter. The thug's harsh words stabbed the hunter's heart like a blade, and he froze on the spot. What kind of crazy bastard would want to team up with trash like you? His 2 companions appeared from behind him, smiling wickedly, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. That must be hard to hear, but it's true, isn't it? Just then, a quiet voice echoed from the crowd, drawing the thug's attention. Excuse me, is there still a spot on the team? The crowd of hunters around them automatically parted to the sides, making way for a tall man to walk through. The man walked straight ahead and introduced himself, confidently presenting his ID. I am C-rank hunter Han Sang-un. He looked straight into the desperate hunter's eyes and held out his ID closer. Are these qualifications enough? The E-rank hunter, as if he had met a savior, stammered with joy. Ah yes, of course. Seeing this, the thug leader angrily approached, his rough hand gripping Sang-un's shoulder tightly. Hey buddy, can't you see someone's waiting here? Are you blind? Sang-un just grinned, not at all bothered by his aggressive attitude. The thug growled, If it bothers you so much, why don't you join Lee Won-woo's team? What did you say, you son of a bitch? Do you want to die? Sang-un replied casually. Yes, Sang-un's eyes suddenly flashed red and his voice was as cold as ice. Get your hand off me before I break it. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying crimson-black energy erupted from Sang-un's body, sending those nearby flying. The thug's hand was still on Sang-un's shoulder, but now his face was pale and he was trembling under the terrible pressure. He broke into a cold sweat and screamed in terror inwardly. How can his energy be so strong? Is he really the same C-rank as me? The 2 underlings behind him, who couldn't feel the energy, just cheered, watching the spectacular sight. Look at that energy, that's our boss for you, the leader, sweating profusely, shouted at them. It's not me, you idiots. Noticing a few people in association suits paying attention, the thug quickly hid his scared expression, cleared his throat and regained his composure. The association people are watching, so I'll let it slide this time, he said with a weak threat. You're lucky today. Then he quickly signaled his underlings. Let's go, leaving the E-rank hunter still standing there dumbfounded. The hunter clutched his head, not understanding at all what was happening. Why did things turn out like this from the start? The E-rank hunter, still in shock, clutched his head and muttered the name of the man who had just left. Hunter Lee Young-hoon. Sang-un turned toward the glowing dungeon gate. He said casually, Looking at the situation, it doesn't seem like anyone else is coming. How about we just go in right now? At those words, the other hunter just froze. He pointed at the 2 of them in surprise, his voice cracking. Just the 2 of us are going in? Extremely scared, but the hunter had no choice but to follow Sang-un into the blue spatial gate. As soon as he stepped inside the dungeon, he immediately became wary of his surroundings and gripped his sword tightly. I didn't think we'd really come in. Sang-un glanced at his nervous companion and reassured him. You don't need to worry so much. I can handle most D-ranked hunters by myself. Hearing those words, the hunter became even more anxious, and sweat trickled down his temples. He asked cautiously, Mr. Han Sang-un, this isn't your first dungeon, is it? Sang-un was silent for a moment before answering, That's right. Because I don't count the Tower of Trials as a dungeon. The hunter's expression became extremely serious. It might be a bit rude to say this since we just met, but clearing a dungeon is a matter of life and death. I think I need to make this clear. Sang-un looked back at him, his blue eyes shining with a deep gaze. Between an E-rank hunter and a C-rank hunter, who do you think has a higher death rate? The hunter, as an experienced person, answered with confidence. Most people would think that E-rank hunters have a higher death rate because they're weaker. But in reality, it's the C-rank hunters, he explained. E-rank hunters are well aware of how weak they are, so they sometimes become overly cautious. But people in C-rank start to become too confident. A gruesome image of a hunter being impaled flashed in his mind. That's why their death rate is so high, he continued with an example. It's the same as when you're driving. If you become too confident, the accident rate goes up. He looked straight at Sang-un and emphasized, dungeons are much more dangerous than you think. Finally, he voiced his biggest concern, but we entered the dungeon without a tank or a healer. That's why your confidence worries me even more. Hearing that, Sang-un acknowledged, yes, well, you have a point. Having gained his agreement, the hunter proposed, I may only be an E-rank hunter, but I have a lot of dungeon experience, so may I take the lead in this party? Sang-un looked slightly disappointed. I actually wanted to be in the front. Still, he agreed. Yes, I understand. The hunter bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for your consideration. Please don't be offended. This is for everyone's safety. The E-rank hunter stepped forward confidently. Let's get going then. Meanwhile, Sang-un thought to himself, let's trust him for now. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a large green-scaled figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, and the hunter shouted, It's a lizard man. He immediately took a defensive stance, his face stiffening with tension. Those things are known for using weapon skills. This isn't good, he turned to Sang-un and ordered, I'll draw its attention. You attack when you see an opening, Sang-un simply replied coldly from behind. Understood. Sang-un stood still with his arms crossed, watching quietly with curious eyes. Let's see how an experienced hunter handles this situation. The lizard man let out a savage roar and charged straight at the tense hunter. But instead of a fierce battle, the hunter and the monster both started making strange noises and stared at each other. Sang-un, standing behind them, couldn't help but be bewildered. The hunter awkwardly swung his two daggers and shouted loudly as if trying to intimidate the monster. He thought to himself, no way. An unbelievable thought crossed Sang-un's mind as he watched the incomprehensible scene before him. Are they having a staring contest right now? Sang-un's expression grew increasingly impatient. My temporary return to Earth is only for 3 days. I don't have time to waste on a single lizard man at the entrance. Deciding he could wait no longer, he quickly walked past the still flustered hunter. Sang-un stepped forward. Let me handle this. The hunter hurriedly tried to stop him. No, wait, that's dangerous. But Sang-un had already activated a skill, instantaneous acceleration. In the blink of an eye, his body became a blue afterimage, rushing toward the monster. Blue-tinged sword strikes crisscrossed, instantly tearing the lizard man to pieces. The E-rank hunter could only stand there with his jaw dropped, uttering, Ha! Sang-un stood in the middle of the blood puddle of the monster he had just defeated and explained nonchalantly. I was in a hurry, so I interfered. I hope you understand, the hunter stammered, looking from the battlefield to Sang-un and back. Ah yes, I understand. That's one way to solve it, I suppose, Sang-un added. Oh, and I have a proposal if you don't mind. The hunter, startled, nodded his head repeatedly like a child. Of course, please say anything. Sang-un looked him straight in the eye and said in a commanding voice, From now on I'd like to take the lead. As soon as he finished speaking, another horde of lizard men burst out from the darkness, roaring savagely. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-un leapt into the middle of the monster horde. His sword strikes created a storm of death. He moved as gracefully as the wind, lightly dodging the attacks of two monsters. He leaped into the air, avoiding an attack from below. Then he dove down like an arrow from above, finishing off one lizard man with a fatal blow. The hunter standing behind was completely overwhelmed by the sight and could only watch, stunned in his eyes. The scene before him was not a battle but a one-sided slaughter. Sang-un continued his dance of death in the middle of the monster horde. He finished off the last monster with a clean sword strike. The hunter trembled not from fear but from excitement and awe. I might be witnessing the battle of a super rookie right now. After the battle, Sang-un calmly knelt beside a monster's corpse and pulled a green crystal from its heart. A system window appeared. D-rank core. A mana-filled core extracted from the heart of a lizard man. Can be very useful for alchemy or crafting. After cleaning up, Sang-un gathered all the mana cores and put them in the hunter's backpack. The E-rank hunter bowed his head and apologized in a guilt-ridden voice for being of no help other than acting as a porter. He hesitated before bringing up a sensitive issue. And I guess I won't have much of a say when we calculate our shares. His words were cut off as a much larger monster appeared at the end of the cave. Its attack flew past his head. Sang-un lightly turned and delivered a powerful punch to its head. The powerful blow finished the monster instantly. Sang-un stood firm after the attack. Shattered rocks and pieces of earth were scattered around him. The hunter, stunned by the terrifying power he had just witnessed, clutched his head and gasped. Sang-un dusted off his clothes, turned and said, Let's talk about that after we get out. It'll be dangerous if we're not focused. The hunter quickly replied, I'm sorry. Sang-un reassured him, but of course I'll do my best to protect you. At the same time, a series of system notifications visible only to Sang-un appeared. You have absorbed the lizard man's soul. Proficiency has increased by 0.7. As the crimson-black energy streams from the corpses flew toward Sang-un, he thought to himself, I should absorb the souls while pretending to yawn. He frowned at the number 0.7. What? It seems to be getting harder to raise my proficiency with D-rank monsters. They continued forward and came face to face with a huge swirling crimson energy gate. The hunter couldn't hide his surprise. We really made it to the boss room gate with just the two of us. Meanwhile, Sang-un said nonchalantly, Oh, so this is the boss room gate. He laughed, looking both awkward and excited. I never thought we'd challenge the boss on our first try. Clearing even half of this dungeon would have been a successful raid. His eyes shone with hope as he looked at Sang-un, but with him it might be possible to clear the entire dungeon. He asked cautiously, So I was thinking of entering the boss room, would that be okay with you? Sang-un replied concisely. Of course, but don't you need a break? Yes. Fine, Sang-un said decisively. Then let's go right in. Inside the spacious room was a giant red lizardman monster fully clad in armor. Sang-un recognized it immediately. As expected, it's the Lizardman King, the hunter asked worriedly. What's your plan? Sang-un ordered. Wait here for a moment, the hunter exclaimed in bewilderment. Wait, you don't have a plan? The Lizardman King roared, raised its spear high and charged. Sang-un simply raised the corners of his lips in a confident smile. Not really. The monster charged at a terrifying speed, attacking with its tail. Sang-un's eyes shone brightly as he focused intently on his opponent. The lizardman unleashed a storm of blue sword energy toward him. He commented, incredible speed for its size. But Sang-un was faster, gliding like a phantom. He lightly leaped onto the monster's giant spear and ran up its back. Despite the monster's speed, Sang-un easily kept up. He thought confidently, it's not like I can't catch up. He was hit in the face by the Lizardman King's tail, taking a powerful blow. The impact sent him flying far away, crashing into the cave wall. The hunter behind him could only clutch his head and scream in terror. Mr. Han Sang-un, he pushed himself up from the thick pile of rocks and kicked his way out. Sang-un landed lightly on the ground without a scratch. A stream of crimson-black energy was swirling around him. A notification appeared. A soul has absorbed the user's damage. Sang-un landed on the ground with a rough smile and said, yeah, it has to be at least this difficult to properly test my new skills. Meanwhile, in a corner, the hunter clutched his heart and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought he was dead. The Lizardman King's blue eyes shone with anger and surprise. Sang-un looked at the monster's shattered stone throne and taunted, but your chair is completely broken. Looking at the desolate scene, he muttered to himself. Why does this feel like a bad omen? As the Lizardman King let out a furious roar, a terrifying violet energy erupted from its body. It focused the energy, creating a wide area of effect that covered the entire room. Violet energy chains bound Sang-un tightly. Slow skill has been activated. All movements are slowed by 25. Instantly, a stream of green energy burst from Sang-un. Forced breakthrough skill has been activated. The green aura spread out, shattering the violet chains. The player's magic power is double that of the slow skill's user. All movement slowing effects have been nullified. The Lizardman King roared in anger and helplessness as its skill became useless. Sang-un said to himself, I was a little worried since it was a synthesized skill, but it works perfectly. Oh. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the Lizardman King's temple. It seemed to have realized the difference in power. Suddenly, the violet chains changed their target, tightly binding the hunter standing far away. My body won't listen to me. He screamed for help in extreme terror. Mr. Han Sang-un, please save me. He couldn't help but be surprised as the Lizardman King growled, ignoring him and heading for the weaker target. What? Wait. The giant monster charged straight toward the bound hunter. Sang-un gritted his teeth in anger and shouted loudly to get its attention. Hey, you damn lizard, your opponent is me. He leaped into the air, flying over the monster's head to intercept it. But he realized he wouldn't make it in time. Damn it, it's too far. In a moment of desperation, he shouted. Sang-un's eyes burned with a red light. He activated his special skill. Summon Undead. Instantly, an army of skeletons rose from the ground, surrounding and protecting the hunter. Blocking the Lizardman King's attack, the skeleton warriors charged forward without fear, attacking the giant monster. The Lizardman King was stopped in its tracks by this unexpected army. It roared in anger as the weak skeletons blocked its path. Watching his skeleton army being shattered, Sang-un thought to himself. Of course, they're not strong enough, but in that 1 second I created, he was able to gather enough power. The Grace of the Wind skill has stacked. All movement speeds have increased by 60. Current skill stack progress 6-7. At a terrifying speed, he charged forward and finished the Lizardman King with a single sword strike, declaring decisively, I saved him. A series of system notifications appeared. Dungeon boss Lizardman King has been defeated. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. The Lizardman King's soul flew toward Sang-un and merged into his body. By absorbing the Lizardman King's soul, your stats have increased dramatically. Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 4, Magic Power 4, Durability 5. A new skill has been created. You have absorbed one of the Lizardman King's skills. Skill, Mind's Eye D Proficiency 0. Effect. During combat, you can detect an opponent's unseen attacks. Meanwhile, outside the gate, an association employee was feeling bored. Nothing special has happened other than 3 gates opening at once. So boring, another employee reported. Hey, anything happening? No, nothing, team leader. The team leader muttered as usual. Once the advance party clears part of the gate and comes out, the association's raid team will arrive soon to take down the boss and finish up. He was annoyed. We work for the same association, so why doesn't our team get any missions? Tisk, the damn raid team, I'm so jealous. Another person thought about the benefits. If the advance party clears the gate in one go, our management team will get a bonus. He sat comfortably in his chair, dreaming of the bonus. Another was more realistic. That's only possible if there's an A- ranked hunter. That's crazy talk. Oh, what are the chances a high ranker like that would be here? Just then, the gate glowed and Sang-un and the E-rank hunter walked out. The team leader, surprised, announced the advance party from the 3rd gate is coming out after finishing their raid. This fast, he looked closer. What? They cleared this dungeon with just 2 people? They must have just cleared half of it and come out. He suddenly froze. The gate behind the 2 began to fade, turning gray. He was flustered as he realized what the gate turning gray meant. Extreme joy appeared on his face. The boss room has been cleared. He hurried over. Has the gate really been cleared? Sang-un asked back. Excuse me, but who are you to ask me that? The employee hurriedly straightened his clothes. Please forgive my rudeness. I'm the person in charge of the emergency gates that appeared in this park. I'm the team leader of the Hunter Association's gate management team. Are you perhaps here to purchase the gate's ownership rights? The E-rank hunter stammered. Yes, that's right. I'd like to make you two an offer. He pointed at Sang-un. In that case, that's not for me to decide. Sang-un was surprised. The hunter explained clearly. Hunter Han Sang-un cleared this dungeon by himself. Shin Woo-jin was horrified. He stammered. If you cleared it by yourself, does that mean you're an A- rank hunter? Sang-un cut him off. No, I'm a C-rank hunter. That's not important right now. So shall we get to the point? Sang-un looked Shin Woo-jin straight in the eye. How much are you willing to pay for the gate's ownership? He thought to himself that it would be a hassle if it became known that he was from the Tower of Trials. Shin Woo-jin cleared his throat. Ahem, to get straight to the point. Gate management team would like to purchase it for 1.2 billion. Sang-un's eyes widened, the unbelievable number of 1.2 billion echoing in his mind. The money seemed to transform into a massive pile of documents symbolizing the debt he could now pay off. In an office filled with documents, a young woman let out a weary sigh. Phew, I'm exhausted. I've been working nonstop since I got back from the tower. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and thought, who's calling at this hour? Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the caller's name. The surprised expression quickly faded and she sighed, looking at the nameplate on her desk. Tower of Trials Challenger Management Team Team Leader Lee Ha-yin. She recalled a tense meeting. I'm sure this will bring about a revolutionary change. Her superiors had made a big deal out of it. She rubbed her forehead and sighed. It's not that the challengers are in hiding, but I didn't know persuading them would be this hard. She looked at her meager list. I haven't even filled 10 spots. On top of that, they were all challengers who had chosen the easy difficulty. This is far from enough to satisfy my superiors. She looked out the window at the sparkling night city. Come to think of it, what is he doing right now? The image of a young man who had fought extraordinarily flashed in her mind. Han Sang-un, a man so strong it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had cleared the 4th floor by himself. She chided herself with regret. I should have made him an offer. Suddenly her phone rang again. She glanced at the screen. Who's calling again at this hour? She was startled when she read the message on the screen. It's Mr. Han Sang-un who I met on the 4th floor. Ms. Lee Ha-yin, if you're back, could we meet for a moment? Meanwhile, Sang-un was checking his bank account. The number 916 million won was displayed on the screen. I've earned almost 1.3 billion. He stared at the number. It doesn't feel real at all, he smiled. Still, it feels good. Should I buy a house or something? The bell on the cafe door jingled as Lee Ha-yin rushed in, panting. Sang-un waved. Ms. Ha-yin over here, she replied cheerfully. Oh, Mr. Sang-un. She approached the table, catching her breath. Sang-un said, Did you run all the way here? You could have taken your time. Lee Ha-yin puffed out her cheeks and said with a pout, Mr. Han Sang-un, you didn't even reply to my message. Do you know how long I waited? At her question, Sang-un was flustered for a moment and blushed. He avoided her gaze. I'm sorry about the message. I'm not really interested in that sort of thing, so I must have missed it. Lee Ha-yin smiled playfully. Then buy me a coffee, and a cheesecake too, okay? Sang-un agreed. Of course, after ordering their drinks, Sang-un got straight to the point. Have you stopped climbing the tower? No, I plan to continue. To be honest, I contacted you because I have a favor to ask. He looked straight at her. I need a guild. One that will allow me to enter the tower and clear dungeons when I want. My conditions are, first, the right to refuse the guild's summons. Second, the guild will not interfere with my activities inside the tower. Third, the right to use the guild's dungeons whenever I want. Is there a guild that can agree to these conditions? Lee Ha-yin was silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Sang-un thought, the mood has changed. Did I ask for too much? Lee Ha-yin opened her mouth. Mr. Sang-un, the conditions you've proposed are impossible. The guild wouldn't gain any benefit. Sang-un was disappointed. I see. I guess I asked for too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Ha-yin suddenly grabbed his hand, surprising him. She looked at him with determined eyes. Please join my Silver Guild, she promised with conviction. I will make your impossible conditions possible. The next day, Sang-un was lying on the roof of a moving bus, thinking about what had happened. Clearing a dungeon, selling items, and even joining a guild. Yesterday was really productive, he chuckled. But there's still one thing I have to do to join the guild. He recalled Ha-yin's words. Clearing a C-rank dungeon by yourself, you need to have at least that much skill for my superiors to acknowledge you. The right to freely use the guild's dungeons isn't given to just anyone. It has to be a rising star or a hunter the guild has high hopes for. Sang-un looked Ha-yin straight in the eye, his voice filled with resolve. Please prepare a C-rank dungeon for me to clear by myself. He held out his hand. I won't let you regret your decision, and they shook hands, sealing the deal. Sang-un stood on the bus roof and looked at Chunho Mountain in Nagongji-yu. Home, should I run from here and warm up? Instantly, he shot off at a terrifying speed, his body blurring into an afterimage. He zipped past the crowded streets, leaving bewildered pedestrians behind. Lee Ha-yin was already waiting at the dungeon gate on the mountain. She smiled and greeted an association employee. Hello, I'm here to make a reservation to clear the gate in an hour. The employee recognized her and said, Oh, you're team leader Lee Ha-yin from the Silver Guild. He pointed to a nearby tent. There's still plenty of time, so you can wait under that tent. She replied politely, yes thank you. Just then a strong gust of wind blew and Sang-un appeared before her. Oh Ms. Lee Ha-yin, you're already here. The wind created by his speed made the people around them stumble. Sang-un scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I think I created a shockwave by running too fast. Ha-yin smiled, unable to hide her surprise. Did he really create wind by running? You're early, Mr. Sang-un, she thought to herself. Who on earth is this person? As Sang-un explained, I had nothing to do, he said to the association employee. I've completed all the procedures. Please let me know when you're ready. And turned to Ha-yin. I don't mind starting right now, the association employee announced. Then we will begin the gate conquest to prove your abilities. Stepping inside, they found themselves in the middle of a vast wheat field. Sang-un was surprised. A field? He turned to Ha-yin. Ms. Lee Ha-yin, if you think it's dangerous, please signal me immediately, she replied. Oh, I'm fine. She confidently showed him her necklace. I'm wearing a treasure I received from the guild. It's the Queen's necklace. It can create a shield, and it's an item that also has a stealth ability, though it's not very strong. Besides, if I get noticed, it might look like I'm helping, so it's better for me to stay far away, Sang-un agreed. That makes sense. That way I can fight without worrying about you. Instantly, a notification window appeared. The Mind's Eye skill has been activated. Sang-un thought, is this the skill I absorbed from the Lizardman King? He spotted traces of purple energy moving beneath the dense grass. His eyes glowed purple. Oh, I can detect unseen enemies, so this is the power of Mind's Eye. From below, monsters with fins and sharp teeth leaped out to attack. Ha-yin screamed in terror. The venomous ghouls from a C-rank dungeon. Mr. Han, Sang-un, be careful, this is a mutated dungeon. But Sang-un had already jumped into the fight. His sword strikes were as fast as lightning, easily cutting down the monsters. Ha-yin was stunned. No way, this isn't normal. She smiled with satisfaction. Just as I thought, my decision wasn't wrong. Sang-un continued to slaughter the monsters. Suddenly a golden lightning enveloped his weapon. The lightning effect activated. It's so rare that I forgot I even had it. He dodged the monster's attack. He thrust his weapon straight into the monster's chest and threw it into the air. He finished it off with an overhead strike and it disintegrated into dust. Sang-un stood in the middle of the battlefield, turned and waved. I've cleared the area. Ms. Lee Ha-yin, you can come over here now. Ha-yin couldn't believe her eyes. He cleared the boss room in less than an hour and by himself at that. What's even more surprising is that this is a mutated dungeon. She recalled information about the monster. Venomous ghouls are not to be taken lightly. They're one of the monsters that C-rank hunters are advised to hunt in parties, but he's handling them so easily. Ha-yin stared intently at Sang-un's firm back as he faced the glowing red boss room gate. A strong belief welled up in her heart. Mr. Han, Sang-un will grow even more in the future. She clenched her fists, her eyes shining with anticipation. He'll become so strong that he'll be incomparable to how he is now. Just then, a crimson-black energy enveloped Sang-un, and a series of system notification windows appeared before his eyes. Using all held souls, your stats have increased. Strength has increased by 4. Agility has increased by 3. Stamina has increased by 4. Magic power has increased by 6. Durability has increased by 7. Feeling the new power surging within his body, Sang-un gave a confident smile. At this level, the boss won't be much of a threat, he said decisively. I'm going into the boss room now, and without a hint of hesitation he passed through the glowing red swirling spatial gate. Inside was a massive, damp and dark cavern. Only the sound of their 2 footsteps echoed in the silence. Ha-yin looked around warily, and she frowned, sensing something was off. This is a bit strange, she continued in a suspicious voice. It doesn't make sense that I can't feel any monster presence to this extent. Just then, a brilliant blue energy beam suddenly shot down from the cave ceiling. A world-shaking explosion echoed and the ground shook violently as the beam hit, creating a massive explosion that sent the two of them flying instantly. Sang-un's eyes flashed blue, and he immediately recognized the level of danger. This is, from the center of the explosion, a massive monster made entirely of blue lightning energy roared. It emitted a terrible pressure. Dangerous. Without a second's hesitation, Sang-un charged forward, grabbing Ha-yin and leaping backward at full speed, escaping the attack's range by a hair's breadth. Ha-yin, still in shock, stared in surprise at Sang-un's serious face, which was highly focused on the enemy before them. The monster roared again. It opened its mouth and unleashed a destructive breath of pure energy. Ha-yin, who had just come to her senses, panicked and pointed behind Sang-un, shouting loudly, "Mr. Sang-un? Behind you!" A much larger blue energy explosion than before engulfed the spot where they had just been standing. After landing safely, Sang-un gently set her down and said in a calm voice, "The situation was dangerous, so I hope you understand why I moved without your consent." Ha-yin shook her head, her eyes full of gratitude. "No, I'm indebted to you." Sang-un gave a slight nod and turned to face the monster. The monster, a lizard-like creature engulfed in eerie blue flames, was staring at them. Sang-un gripped his weapon, his voice filled with resolve. "I'm going to end this." Ha-yin approached worriedly. Should I use my support skills on you? You can check your skills another time," she proposed in a worried voice, as this boss was clearly beyond the level of a C-rank dungeon. Sang-un turned his back to her, his figure looking resolute and strong in the desolate cavern. He replied firmly, "I don't need it." He tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the snarling monster. His voice was low and firm. "It will only take a moment." As he said that, a powerful blue energy exploded around Sang-un's body. He shot forward like an arrow cutting through the wind. The monster sensed the danger and let out a furious roar, charging to meet him. When the monster was just inches away, Sang-un's eyes flashed and a system notification window appeared. The instantaneous acceleration skill has been activated. Power was released from his shoes, cracking the ground. Through the unique effect of the C-grade boots of swiftness, instantaneous acceleration has been enhanced. Other notification windows appeared in succession, and the energy around Sang-un grew increasingly wild. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 70. Current skills stacked 7-7 in an instant. Sang-un became a new blue afterimage. He easily brushed past the monster and appeared right beside it. His eyes shone with a brilliant blue light, and his entire body was enveloped in an overwhelming aura. The monster barely registered his presence right next to it, and its green pupils contracted in horror. Sang-un swung his sword coldly. His sword left 3 blue streaks of light in the air, triple slash. The monster could only let out a pained scream. Crack 3 slashes as fast and ruthless as lightning tore the monster's body to shreds. In the silent space, the pieces of the monster's body slowly fell to the ground, turned into blue flames, and disappeared. Sang-un stood on the spot, lightly swinging his sword to flick off the bloodstains. Ha-Yin, who had witnessed all of this from a distance, was completely stunned. 2 system notification windows appeared in the air, officially signaling the end of the battle. Dungeon boss, the blue flame demon of ruin, has been defeated. The dungeon will be sealed in 3 hours. Ha-Yin gave a wry smile, sweat trickling down her forehead. She stammered, "Haha, now I'm really confused about who the real monster is." Sang-un looked at the carnage he had just created and muttered with a hint of guilt, did I cut it too harshly?" Soon after, the glowing red spatial gate reappeared, signaling the dungeon's exit. As the two returned to the wheat field outside, Ha-Yin let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I really didn't expect you to clear a dungeon of this grade so quickly." She turned to Sang-un, her voice filled with acknowledgement and sincerity. "Since you've passed the test, you can now use the Silver Guild's dungeons. Our guild isn't foolish enough to let someone like you go," Sang-un simply replied nonchalantly. "Oh, that's good." Ha-Yin turned and walked, her hair fluttering slightly in the wind. "And on another note," Sang-un followed her with a curious expression. She explained seriously, "When we were first summoned to the Tower of Trials, for those who got high scores on the easy difficulty, the difficulty they chose isn't that important. Their next trials will gradually become more difficult. And likewise, it's the same for those who chose the hard difficulty. If their scores aren't high, they can change the difficulty to easy." Ha-Yin stopped and turned her head to look Sang-un straight in the eye. Her gaze was sharp, as if trying to see through his very soul. "The fact that you anticipated those principles and the fact that you've achieved such outstanding growth, considering your rank in the Tower of Trials is within the top 50, she concluded firmly, her voice heavy with meaning. "Your difficulty is probably Grim Reaper, isn't it?" Sang-un was silent. He didn't deny it at all. Ha-Yin turned and walked away. Her back looked somewhat lonely. "So you'd better be a little more careful," Sang-un suddenly spoke, his voice sincere and a little awkward. "I'd like to watch you grow alongside me for a long time." That night, Sang-un sat on the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop, his hair blowing in the night wind. A system notification window appeared. "You will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. He took out an apple and ate it leisurely. "The past 3 days have been really busy," he smiled with satisfaction. "Thanks to that, my stats have gone up a bit, and I've gained a lot of confidence. Time has expired." Instantly, a beam of light enveloped him, and a massive tower that seemed to pierce the sky appeared among the clouds. Returning to the Tower of Trials, a smile mixed with excitement and arrogance appeared on Sang-un's lips. As his body disappeared into the light of teleportation, he shouted in anticipation, "I'm going back to the tower." The space around him suddenly fell silent, and only a single word echoed, "Trial." A blue system notification window appeared before his eyes. "Will you challenge the 8th floor trial?" "Yes, no." Without a hint of hesitation, Sang-un firmly pressed his choice. Instantly, another notification window appeared with a new request. "Please select a trial branch." "Battle growth creation." Sang-un blurted out. He suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, the system did say there would be a branch system. His finger decisively pointed to one option. "You have selected battle," he told himself, already having a clear plan in his mind. "To raise my necromancy proficiency, I have to choose the battle option." 2 notification windows appeared in succession, confirming his firm choice. Challenger Han Sang-un has chosen to focus on battle in all individual trials. This choice cannot be changed after confirmation. Sang-un shrugged, his expression unwavering. "Well, I wasn't planning on changing it anyway." He was surprised when another notification suddenly appeared. "Is that all?" Challenger Han Sang-un has the qualifications of a pioneer. His eyes widened in surprise. Before he could even understand what was happening, the system continued to notify him. "A direct conversation with an administrator will now begin. Searching for a battle specialist administrator," he muttered. "An administrator, Search complete. A conversation with the battle specialist, the iron-blooded sovereign administrator, will now begin." Instantly, a powerful flow of energy exploded around Sang-un. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and he was thrown into a completely unfamiliar space. He staggered to his feet in the middle of a snow-covered white field. Countless swords were stuck densely in the ground. He looked around with a confused expression. "Where is this? You have entered the world of Ironblood." He whispered the name of this place with a skeptical heart, the world of Ironblood. His eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious purple light. Eye of Truth. 2 notification windows appeared, providing information about where he was standing. The Eye of Truth skill has been activated. World of Ironblood, a special place where the iron-blooded sovereign administrator resides. Uninvited guests cannot enter. Sang-un's lips curled up in interest. Oh, so there's something like this. Suddenly another notification window appeared right before his eyes, slightly confusing him. The iron-blooded sovereign administrator is displeased by someone's probing, he thought to himself. Can an administrator convey emotions through messages? Suddenly, a nearby sword glowed with a red flame. It flew up and stopped right in front of his eyes. The iron-blooded sovereign administrator says to stop the useless acts and follow the sword. The sword emitted a brilliant light and then flew forward. Sang-un was silent for a moment, then decided to follow its guidance. He walked across the vast field of swords with snow falling gently around him, creating a majestic yet serene landscape. He let out a light breath and a white puff of vapor dissipated into the cold air. The sword led him to a cozy log cabin, which looked completely out of place in the middle of the cold, snow-covered field. He carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. The iron-blooded sovereign administrator is watching you. He felt a sharp gaze fixed on him. Inside, a woman with pink hair and red eyes was sitting by the fireplace. She spoke in an authoritative voice. "You've finally arrived. Welcome, pioneer," she smiled. A smile that was both enchanting and dangerous. "I am the administrator in charge of your interview, the iron-blooded sovereign." Sang-un looked her up and down, carefully assessing her. He thought to himself, she's definitely a beauty, but in reality, she's an administrator of the Tower of Trials. A powerful red aura emanated from her, overwhelming the entire room. Suddenly, she was right in front of his eyes, the distance between them only a few centimeters. Sang-un was startled. He was shocked. "Since when? I didn't even take my eyes off her." She brushed past him, her voice laced with amusement. "I was wondering what kind of monster you were, but you look quite ordinary." Sang-un turned with a suspicious look and asked, "Do you know about me?" She picked up a bottle of liquor and replied casually, "Of course, the 4th floor trial was quite impressive," he continued to ask. "Have you been watching my trials so far?" She answered as she poured liquor into a glass. "I only know the results. It's impossible to observe challengers below the 8th floor anyway." Sang-un was once again surprised. Even a being like an administrator can't observe them. As if reading his thoughts, she took a sip of liquor and said, "From your expression it seems you're misunderstanding something. Administrators are not omnipotent beings like gods. We don't rule this tower either," he asked in confusion. "Then what are you?" She emptied her glass. "Rather, administrators are subordinate beings to the tower. So you don't need to worry so much. As long as I am a subordinate being to the tower, I can't harm you." Sang-un was silent, trying to process this new information. She put down her glass, her gaze turning serious. "Now let's stop the small talk. A private interview is a benefit for you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask," Sang-un muttered. "A benefit? He thought to himself. "I definitely don't feel any hostility from her." "In that case, could you tell me what this private interview is?" she explained. "The private interview, as I said before, is a benefit for pioneers. You can ask the administrator any question and get an answer without using an inquiry ticket. Then I was almost killed by a challenger from another world on the 5th floor. Why did he come to my floor? He could have invaded any other floor." She shrugged her shoulders and replied nonchalantly, "Well, there's no special reason." She raised the corners of her lips, her eyes filled with meaning. "If you invade a floor from another world, not only can you get rewards from there, but you can also get better benefits," she continued to explain. "Challengers from other worlds are usually those who have been in the tower for decades. If a challenger defeats them, the rewards are enormous. And this world's tower will one day merge with the towers of other worlds." Sang-un frowned. "What do you mean?" she answered firmly. "Exactly what I said. After the 20th floor, there will be more integrated trials instead of individual trials. That means you'll be meeting challengers from other worlds." Sang-un was lost in thought, his gaze sharp. "Does that mean they're just trying to eliminate future competitors in advance?" She raised her glass and asked, "Is that all you want to know?" "I have one last question." Sang-un's blue eyes shone and he looked straight at the iron-blooded sovereign, asking his final question. His voice was firm and heavy. "The most important question. What is the Tower of Trials?" The iron-blooded sovereign fell silent, her face hidden in shadow, giving off a somber and distant feeling. She turned and walked away, her voice tinged with an indescribable sadness. "Well, I'd like to know that too." Sang-un asked in disbelief. "You're an administrator and you don't know." She didn't answer immediately and remained silent. She stopped and lowered her voice, revealing a shocking fact. Administrators were once challengers too. Those who died after the 40th floor gained the right to be revived and become administrators. In Sang-un's eyes, he saw her standing in the middle of a sea of fire. A deep sorrow was etched on her face. Bloody tears streamed down her cheeks. "In the past, I wanted to reach the top too, but I couldn't. No, it's not just me. All administrators died without reaching the top. That is why we are administrators." Sang-un clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He muttered as he mulled over the harsh truth. "So administrators were originally challengers too?" "Yes." He raised his head. A look of disappointment was evident. "I was really looking forward to it, to learn about the top of the tower." A red flame of anger flashed in the iron-blooded sovereign's eyes. In an instant she lunged and gripped Sang-un's collar with unimaginable force. She growled, bringing her enraged face close to his. The name top of the tower is not something you can utter so lightly. Sang-un was just silent, his face completely calm even while being restrained. The iron-blooded sovereign's lips curled up, her voice mixed with a hint of surprise. You're not surprised at all. Shouldn't you be afraid? Sang-un replied nonchalantly. You said this interview was a benefit, he continued in a confident tone, and I didn't feel any killing intent at all. In addition, his hand suddenly touched the wall. The log cabin cracked under his power. The entire house shook violently. Sang-un broke free from her restraint with his own strength. The two separated from each other. His blue eyes shone brightly. He took a battle stance. I won't go down so easily. The iron-blooded sovereign's eyes widened, and her pink hair turned pea white. She was startled by his actions, then burst into laughter. It was a laugh mixed with interest and astonishment. You're the first one to break an administrator's house, but this has convinced me. Sang-un looked at her with an uncomprehending expression. The iron-blooded sovereign gave a meaningful smile. Challenger Han Sang-un, I offer you a disciple contract. Sang-un's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden offer. Soon after, the surrounding scenery faded away. System notification window appeared, entering the 8th floor waiting room. Sang-un found himself lying on the waiting room bed. The blue light of the system still lingered. He pondered the iron-blooded sovereign's proposal and his eyes snapped open. An exclusive shop. He shot up and called up the system interface. A notification window appeared before his eyes. Contractor's exclusive shop products, 1,000 categories. Skills, authorities, items, contractor, iron-blooded sovereign, he muttered. Oh, so I really did make a contract with an administrator. In another space, the iron-blooded sovereign smiled with satisfaction. I couldn't let a challenger with both skill and guts get away. Another notification window appeared before Sang-un. Will you accept the sponsorship contract? Without hesitation, he pressed yes. A flood of system notification windows appeared. The contract has been signed. A contractor's exclusive shop where you can use products and special points will be created. As a contractor bonus, all stats will increase by 1. The iron-blooded sovereign's voice echoed one last time before she disappeared. It was a pleasure, Pioneer. We'll meet again. Sang-un opened the shop and selected the authorities section. The authority category of the contractor's exclusive shop has been opened. A list of authorities appeared. Authority list page 1 3 Authority. Purified Mind D Authority. Iron-blooded Soul A Authority. King of Winter D. He thought to himself. So the authority shop has grades too. I wonder if the unique authority I'll get on the 8th floor will be different from these. I should check the next page first. You do not have the authority to open the second page of the authority list. The second page will become available in the 10th floor waiting room. Sang-un was surprised. What, so I can only see these 3 authorities for now? He began to read the details of each authority. Authority. Purified Mind D Price, 1,000 points. Description. Allows you to make rational judgments in any situation. The duration of status effects like anger and confusion is halved and combat concentration is improved. Authority. Iron-blooded Soul. 6,500 points. Description. A soul born from a king with no blood or tears, the proficiency of all weapon-based skills increases by 2 to 3 times. New weapon-based skills start at 10 proficiency. Authority. King of Winter D Price, 800 points. Description. An authority obtained by the rulers of the north. Temporarily increases stats in cold environments and prevents you from feeling the cold. He thought hard. This is difficult. Should I save my points and wait? He made a firm decision. No, his finger tapped on one option. You have purchased the authority Purified Mind. 1,000 points have been deducted. Sang-un repeated his decision to himself. An image of himself standing precariously on a rugged cliff flashed in his mind. An authority that allows me to make rational judgments in any situation, that's Purified Mind, he resolved. It's better to increase my chances of survival than to do nothing, after all. My floor can be invaded at any time. After finishing his preparations, he stood before a swirling blue spatial gate. The familiar system notification window appeared again. Will you challenge the 8th floor trial? Without a shred of hesitation, he walked straight in. As soon as he entered, a series of system notification windows appeared detailing the trial. The 8th floor trial will begin. Difficulty. Hard. The theme of this trial is annihilation. Clear condition. Defeat the skeleton summoner, the Lich. Failure condition. Challenger's death. Clear reward. All stats 2 penalty for failure, death. As the surrounding scenery materialized, Sang-un exclaimed in surprise. Ha! Hearing the rattling of bones echoing from all directions, he looked into the distance and was at a loss for words. Before him was an endless sea of white bones surging toward him like a tidal wave. What is that? Why are there so many? The roars of the skeleton army and the clattering of bones mixed into a horrific chaotic noise. Sang-un couldn't believe his eyes. Why are there so many? Thanks to Purified Mind, he quickly regained his composure and analyzed the situation with a sharp eye. Is their tactic to overwhelm the enemy with numbers? He stood at the edge of a high cliff, looking down at the sea of bones below, and scoffed. Well then, shall we begin? Without a hint of hesitation, he leaped from the cliff like a hawk diving for its prey. He swung his sword, creating a powerful wave of energy that he sent flying into the middle of the skeleton army. Shattering dozens of skeleton soldiers, he dove into the crowd. The sword in his hand became a blur, cutting down the skeletons blocking his path. Countless skeletons swarmed him from all sides, but he calmly blocked and countered. His body moved like a whirlwind of destruction in the middle of the sea of bones. He let out a breath and sweat began to form on his brow. I can't even break through the inner encirclement. He easily shattered the charging skeletons, but his face was filled with annoyance. These skeletons are too weak. A series of notification windows appeared. Proficiency has increased by 0.08, he frowned. Only 0.08? This is really annoying, he continued the slaughter, and with every slash, a proficiency increase notification appeared. But the small numbers only irritated him more. Realizing the futility of this, he decided to change his tactics. I'll have to give up on raising my proficiency in this trial. Suddenly, an authoritative and angry voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Who dares cause a ruckus in my sacred land? Sang-un looked up at a distant place where a giant black shadow was slowly appearing. Is the sound coming from over there? He stretched his hand forward and a deep purple energy enveloped it. He commanded coldly, absorb the dead. The souls of the fallen skeletons were sucked into his body. A skeleton has been consumed and absorbed. Souls held 130. Instantly, he used the soul he had just absorbed to revive the fallen skeletons as his own soldiers, and they attacked their own kind. He felt a sense of satisfaction watching his new skeleton army fight the enemy. I didn't know skeleton soldiers could be this useful. He crossed his arms and smiled confidently. All right, I'll leave this area to them and go find the boss. He ordered his skeleton army to hold off the enemy, and he himself charged forward at a terrifying speed. A series of acceleration skills activated, turning him into a blur that cut across the battlefield. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 60, current skill stack 6-7. Through the unique effect of the C-grade boots of swiftness, instantaneous acceleration has been enhanced. He zipped past like the wind, easily bypassing the giant sea of bones fighting below. He sprinted at a dizzying speed, constantly scanning the battlefield to find his target. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a sinister castle in the distance. There it is. At a terrifying speed, Sang-un sprinted across the desolate battlefield, the ground cracking with every step he took. His target was the sinister castle in the distance. As he approached, a giant black shadow slowly emerged from a curtain of bone. It was the boss of this floor, the Lich King, wearing a golden crown. Blue soul flames burned, and in its hand was an ancient grimoire. Sang-un landed hard in the castle's courtyard, the impact sending the surrounding debris flying. He smiled confidently and a little arrogantly. Found you. The Lich King's burning red eyes flashed with contempt. His voice echoed with authority. A lowly human who dares to set foot in my sacred land. He opened the book, and a red-black energy spewed out. You will pay a heavy price. From the ground, two giant golems made of stitched-together flesh rose up. Roaring barbarically, Sang-un calmly assessed the new enemies. Oh, they're about the same level as the sand golem. The Lich King laughed loudly. Haha, now do you see whose land you've set foot in? Sang-un simply replied nonchalantly. Whatever. He looked straight at the Lich King and said in a provocative tone, can't you summon anything stronger? The Lich King was taken aback by his arrogance. What did you say? Sang-un gripped his weapon, and the smile on his lips became even more provocative. If this is all you have, I'm disappointed. Lich King roared in anger. You crazy human, these guards alone are enough to tear that arrogant mouth of yours. Sang-un lightly dodged the two golems' earth-shattering fists, his body moving lightly and flexibly. A system notification window appeared. The instantaneous acceleration skill has been activated. His body was enveloped in a brilliant blue energy. In the blink of an eye, he became a blur, zipping past the two golems and cutting them in half with a single sword strike. He landed right behind the Lich King, who turned in astonishment. What? Without giving him any chance, Sang-un stabbed straight through the Lich King's bony body. Two notification windows appeared. Proficiency has increased by 1.2. He smiled with satisfaction. How convenient. These undead really give me a lot of proficiency. The Lich King looked at him in extreme terror. Where did a monster like you come from? From the Lich King's perspective, Sang-un looked like a dark demon with a sinister smile. Sang-un grabbed the Lich King's neck, preparing to finish him off. Let's end this now. The Lich King could only let out a groan of terror. KGH. Suddenly an idea flashed in Sang-un's mind. He paused. He saw the Lich King's grimoire and thought, come to think of it, this Lich can summon any monster he wants. In that case, a cunning and cruel smile appeared on his lips. Couldn't I make him my own personal proficiency farming slave? The Lich King sensed a change in Sang-un's killing intent. He trembled in fear. Sang-un stood up, looking down at the fallen Lich King. Can you summon other guards? The Lich King stammered. Why do you ask that? Sang-un began to approach. If you can't, this is the end. The Lich King backed away in fear. I can, don't come any closer. He continued to ask, when can you summon those guards? The Lich King hurriedly replied, if a guard dies, I can summon another one after a few minutes. Sang-un pointed at the corpse of the golem he had just defeated. Then you can summon one right now. The Lich King hesitated. Yes, Sang-un ordered. Do it, the Lich King said in despair. Why, they're no match for you. Sang-un raised his sword, pretending to be impatient. This is tiring. Should I just end it? The Lich King shouted in fear. I'll summon it right now. Forced by Sang-un, the Lich King raised the grimoire with trembling hands, and the red-black energy spewed out once again. With a sky-shaking roar, two giant flesh golems were summoned again. Their eyes burned with hatred as they charged toward Sang-un, but the outcome was the same. With just two simple slashes, Sang-un easily finished them off, and their bodies were shattered to pieces. The Lich King knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with despair. "Are you done now?" Sang-un turned, his gaze cold and devoid of any emotion. "No, this is just the beginning." He approached, grabbed the Lich King's collar and ordered cruelly, "Call all the skeletons that haven't died yet and pour everything you have into those guards." Right now, the Lich King could only stammer in terror, "I will," and so the repeated slaughter began. Every time a golem was summoned, it was instantly torn to shreds by Sang-un's blue sword strikes. The Lich King's soul screamed a silent scream. He asked himself in despair, "How long do I have to keep doing this?" Sang-un, engrossed in his farming, paid no mind to his suffering. He smiled maniacally, his eyes shining with a morbid pleasure as he answered, "Until I say stop." Another golem appeared and roared, charging at Sang-un. Sang-un's gaze was unwavering, prepared for the endless slaughter. He blocked the golem's attack with a single finger, his body moving as lightly as a leaf in the wind. He leaped onto the golem, ran along its arm, and swung his sword. With every slash, a system notification appeared. Proficiency has increased by 1.2. The golem collapsed, shattered to pieces. Finally, after countless repetitions, the notification Sang-un had been waiting for appeared. Proficiency of the unique trait Necromancy has reached 100. The unique trait Necromancy has increased by 1 level. A powerful blue energy exploded from his body. He felt new power surging within him. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. "My necromancy is now C-ranked." The Lich King looked at him in terror. He muttered, trembling in fear, "You crazy monster." He collapsed, his soul flame fading. "Even a demon would tremble in fear at the sight of you. I will curse you even in death." The Lich's skull began to crack. The fissure widened. Sang-un saw the crack grow larger each time it summoned a subordinate. "He's about to die." He raised his sword, his voice slightly regretful. "I thought I could use you a little longer." "A shame, you disgusting creature, to meet a human like you." With the Lich King's last words, Sang-un swung his sword and finished it off. What a terrible creature. A powerful red energy from the Lich King's soul flowed into his body. "You have achieved an achievement. You have achieved human who surpassed the devil. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed the soul of the Lich King. Proficiency has increased by 17.4. A series of reward notification windows appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, all stats have increased by 2. As a clear reward, you have acquired 30,000 points. As a clear reward, you have acquired 700 special points. As a clear reward, you have acquired 300 special points. Please move to the waiting room." He was transported to a new space, entering the 9th floor waiting room. The system has been finalized. Administrators can now observe trials. Restrictions on inquiry tickets have been lifted. You can now purchase C-rank skills from the skill shop. He opened his status window to check the changes status. Han Sang-un Aura, Dominator Strength 67, Stamina 66, Agility 66, Magic Power 63, Durability 63, Unique Trait Necromancy D. Unique Authority. Skill Synthesis Authority, Purified Mind D. Skills, View Details. He focused on his unique trait. Unique trait, Necromancy D. Proficiency, 0. Basic effect. You can absorb the souls of the dead to enhance or restore your stats and magic power. Additional effect 3. When absorbing a soul, there is a 20 chance to acquire one of the skills possessed by the soul. Additional effect 4. You can use souls to protect your own body. However, the amount of damage a soul can absorb is proportional to the time used. Additional effect 5. When absorbing a skill, you inherit its proficiency. A happy smile spread across his lips. "Haha, just absorbing skills is already broken, but I can inherit their proficiency too." Sang-un was lost in thought. Plus, additional effect 3, a 20 chance to acquire a skill when absorbing a soul. The skill absorption probability is finally revealed. He put on his gloves, thinking about the upcoming trial. The 8th floor trial ended rather blandly, but there's no guarantee the 9th floor will be the same. I need to prepare thoroughly for the 9th floor. He picked up his sword. I can still use this sword a bit longer. The problem is my defensive skills. A notification window appeared telling him that his skill had reached its limit. Proficiency of the skill Hunter's Dagger Arts D has reached its maximum, he thought. Since the proficiency for Hunter's Dagger Arts has been maxed out, I need a Swordsmanship skill to replace it now. He opened the system interface. Opening the skill shop. A list of purchasable skills has been displayed. He skimmed the options, slightly disappointed. There aren't many useful swordsmanship skills. His eyes became resolute. "If there are no useful skills, I'll just make one myself." "You have purchased Basic Swordsmanship E. 2,500 points have been deducted." He examined the new skill, a basic swordsmanship skill that enhances all sword-related abilities. He stood before the synthesis interface, a plan forming in his mind. To raise the grade of Hunter's Dagger Arts using skill synthesis, I need to predict the combination synergy. Among the skills I have now, basic swordsmanship probably has the best synergy. 2 skills appeared on the screen. You have selected Hunter's Dagger Arts D and Basic Swordsmanship E. A series of synthesis process notifications appeared. The grades of the synthesis materials do not match. The synthesis will proceed with Hunter's Dagger Arts as the core. The synthesis will proceed with Hunter's Dagger Arts as the core. The current skill synthesis success rate is 75. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes, no. His finger decisively pressed yes. A brilliant light burst from the screen. Skill synthesis is complete. A new skill has been created. A skill, Demon Slayer D, has been created, he said in surprise. Demon Slayer? He read the description of the new skill carefully. Skill, Demon Slayer D proficiency 0 description. A hunter's swordsmanship created to slay demons. Basic effect. All basic swordsmanship knowledge is enhanced and the cutting power of bladed weapons is tripled. However, this effect cannot be stacked with other effects. Additional effect. When fighting non-human beings, attack speed is doubled. His eyes glinted with interest. Attack speed increases when fighting non-humans. This seems like a skill made for monster hunting. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. As expected, skill synthesis is a great skill, he asked himself. Should I try synthesizing my remaining skills? A comical image flashed in his mind. Gambling is a sin. Just one more time. He shook off the thought and decided to be more cautious. I need to check the synergy, the skills, and the synthesis probability. 2 successful synthesis formulas appeared. Rapid recovery D, resistance to natural law D, iron blood regeneration C, iron blood regeneration C, pain resistance D, sanguine echo B. As the new skill was created, a golden energy enveloped him. Skill, sanguine echo B, proficiency 0 description. A transcendent trait developed by a mutant vampire. Effect. The user's regeneration ability increases in proportion to their durability. Regeneration ability triples when receiving physical damage. Up to 40 of pain is nullified depending on the damage taken. He was surprised. Oh, tripling regeneration ability is already broken, but it nullifies pain too. He gripped his sword tightly. The waiting room has a regeneration effect, so I can't test this properly. About 100 points isn't a big burden anymore. The waiting room's regeneration effect has been removed. 50 points have been deducted. Fatigue will accumulate, and you will not recover from physical damage. He raised his sword. I've absorbed all the souls so the shield won't activate. Let's test this then. He swung his sword and cut off his own arm. Blood splattered and his arm fell to the floor in a gruesome sight, but immediately, a soft green light enveloped the wound and his arm began to regenerate rapidly. He was astonished, looking at his perfectly fine arm. What an amazing ability. It's like having a physical recovery skill even when I'm not in the waiting room. Sang-un straightened his clothes, feeling the new power welling up inside him. He thought confidently. With this excellent regeneration ability and the soul shield, I honestly don't need anything else. He saw his reflection. But I'm starting to like this sword, so I'll use it until it breaks. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed. He opened the community window and skimmed it, but quickly closed it. Nothing particularly noteworthy. There's no waiting time anymore, so there's no need to wait. Filled with resolve, he walked toward the swirling blue spatial gate for the next trial. As soon as he stepped inside, a series of system notification windows appeared. You have entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, hard. The theme of this trial is combat. Time limit 1 day. Clear condition. Defeat all monsters in the arena within the time limit. Failure condition. Challenger's death or time limit expiration. Clear reward. Skill Beast's Instinct D. Penalty for failure. Death. Suddenly a red warning window appeared, startling him. Emergency alert. Challenger Han Sang-un's 9th floor trial is currently not safe. A challenger from the Murim world has invaded the floor. The Murim world's trial objective has been changed. He was surprised by the desolate landscape before him and his eyes turned cold. On a pile of giant monster corpses stood an old man in a white robe. An old but powerful voice echoed. Have you finally arrived? Trial objective has been modified. The old man introduced himself. I am Baek San-hok of the Murim Alliance. A new notification window appeared, specifying his enemy. Defeat the challenger from the Murim world. Baek San-hok. Sang-un thought to himself. A challenger from another world, he asked coldly. What did you say your name was? The old man was just silent, and Baek San-hok seemed slightly surprised. Why do you suddenly ask for my name? I have already stated my affiliation and name, Sang-un replied sarcastically. You didn't invade my floor with good intentions, so what's the point of exchanging names? The old man stroked his beard, feigning dignity. It is a courtesy among swordsmen. You seem to be a narrow-minded fellow. Sang-un was speechless. He grumbled inwardly. Why are the guys from other worlds all so weird? Baek San-hok drew his sword. Well, fine, if you don't wish to observe courtesy, I can't help it. Without any warning, he charged at a terrifying speed, his sword emitting a brilliant golden light. Numerous golden sword strikes rained down on Sang-un like a storm. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 30. Current skill stack 3-7. Even in this overwhelming situation, Sang-un dodged calmly. His body weaved through the deadly sword strikes with masterful movements. Baek San-hok was slightly surprised that all of his attacks had missed. He came to a halt. Oh, so there are skilled individuals like you in this space as well, Sang-un replied coldly. I apologize for underestimating you, he exhaled. Stop with that pretentious act. You came here to kill me and take my reward with that intention. Sang-un's eyes burned red with anger. Why are you pretending to be courteous? It's disgusting. Baek San-hok closed his eyes. Perhaps because we are from different worlds we cannot see eye to eye. He raised his glowing sword to the sky, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Farewell, nameless swordsman. A brilliant light exploded. Due to the unique trait Sword Flash, you will be blinded for 5 seconds. Sang-un was plunged into darkness. My vision is gone, the magic resistance skill has been activated. Blindness duration has been reduced by 2.5 seconds, he thought to himself. Good, the mind's eye skill has been activated. You can read unseen attacks. Immediately he sensed the sword flying toward him. He gritted his teeth. He twisted his body and dodged by a hair's breadth. You have achieved the Evasion in Darkness achievement. Agility has increased by 2. He used the momentum to leap far away, creating distance from his opponent. The blinding effect of the unique trait Sword Flash has ended. As soon as his vision returned, Sang-un launched a counterattack, surprising Baek-san-hak. Baek-san-hak was stunned, unable to believe that his opponent had managed to dodge that attack. The Sanguine Echo skill has been activated. A small cut appeared on Sang-un's neck, but it healed in an instant thanks to his incredible regeneration ability. He let out a sigh of relief. I almost got my head cut off. Baek-san-hak was dumbfounded. How did you know? The instantaneous acceleration skill has been activated. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All speeds have increased by 50. Current skill stack 5-7. Sang-un charged forward, enveloped in a powerful blue energy. His eyes burned with determination. He had no intention of giving his opponent another chance. Baek-san-hak was shocked by Sang-un's terrifying speed. The two charged at each other. Their swords clashed, creating sparks and a violent shockwave. The ear-splitting sound of metal echoed throughout the arena. Sang-un used his overwhelming speed to press in, giving Baek-san-hak no room to breathe. He dodged a slash coming from the side and countered with a powerful kick. But Baek-san-hak quickly blocked his kick with his sword. Both put their all into it, but neither could push the other back. Sang-un used a strange skill, making his sword disappear and then reappear from an unpredictable angle. Kicked Baek-san-hak's sword hand, forcing him to drop his weapon. Baek-san-hak frowned. You use strange tricks. Sang-un was a bit baffled. I'm a little taken aback. I've gotten this much stronger, yet our stats is still similar. The two clashed again, the fight growing more intense. Baek-san-hak growled and a purplish-black aura emanated from his eyes. I will hold back no longer. Due to the unique trait Sword Flash, you will be blinded for 5 seconds. His sword once again emitted a brilliant light. Damn it, Sang-un was plunged into darkness again. But this time he was prepared. The magic resistance skill has been activated. Blindness duration has been reduced by 2.5 seconds. The mind's eye skill has been activated. He sensed a myriad of sword strikes flying toward him from all sides. He thought to himself, this is crazy. His attack speed has gotten noticeably faster. He screamed, defending with all his might. The unique effect of the B-rank iron necklace has been activated. Your skin will now absorb 10 of all physical damage. He let out a pained scream as the sword strikes broke through his defense. The pain resistance skill has been activated. His arm was severed from his body. The iron's blessing alone isn't enough to block that attack. The blinding effect of the unique trait Sword Flash has ended. As soon as his vision returned, he saw Baek-san-hak creating a barrier of light. Sang-un used the opportunity to kick a stone at him. Baek-san-hak sliced the incoming stone. Sang-un quickly flew over and picked up his own arm. Baek-san-hak tilted his head slightly. He observed his opponent with searching eyes. As Sang-un held up his arm, a soft green energy enveloped his wound, healing it rapidly. That evil black magic again, Baek-san-hak muttered, his eyes filled with contempt. I thought you were a fine warrior, but you've just borrowed all your skills from somewhere. HMPH, Sang-un scoffed. The unique trait you're using is also an ability you got from the tower. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All speeds have increased by 70. Current skill stack, 7-7. As Sang-un's body was enveloped in a powerful blue energy, an arrogant smile appeared on his lips. You hypocrite. Baek-san-hak frowned. Are you going to use that evil black magic again? For a swordsman to rely on such borrowed skills? Sang-un didn't answer. Instead, he shot into the air, preparing to attack from above. The two swords clashed, creating a violent vortex of energy. Baek-san-hak exclaimed in surprise. What? Sang-un's eyes flashed, and he growled. And how about you die by this borrowed skill? Baek-san-hak gritted his teeth as Sang-un's power pushed him back. A memory flashed in his mind. I've invaded floors dozens of times. With this sword I've cut down countless challengers from other worlds. In particular, those from the Earth world were exceptionally weak in every aspect. They were even called honeypots. The challengers from Earth couldn't even touch a single hair on my head. Above all, just using my unique trait Sword Flash was enough to finish them in a single blow. Back in reality, Baek-san-hak couldn't believe what was happening. It shouldn't have been any different this time. He barely dodged Sang-un's thrust. He cried out in pain and rage. Sang-un gave him no time to rest. He immediately charged in and unleashed a series of attacks. The two clashed again, creating a horrific energy explosion. Sang-un exhaled, the wounds on his body slowly healing. Whoosh! Baek-san-hak was also panting, his body covered in wounds. Suddenly, while Baek-san-hak was catching his breath, a series of system messages from other administrators began to appear around him. Everyone was observing the battle. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is shocked by the young challenger. Administrator Monster of the North predicts that you will soon be defeated. Administrator Fallen Lord of the Night is intrigued by the young challenger. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago is surprised by the way the young challenger uses his skills. Baek-san-hak's face twisted with rage and humiliation. He growled, activating numerous skills. Skill 1 Strike 2 Kills has been activated. Attack speed has doubled. Skill Lightning Sword Energy has been activated. Your sword has been imbued with lightning energy. Skill Flash has been activated. For the next attack, the cutting power of your sword will double. Skill Fairy Step has been activated. Movement speed will increase by 2.8 times for 1 minute. His entire body was engulfed in a fiery aura, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Sang-un gave a contemptuous smile. Ha! Who was it that was just talking about sorcery? Suddenly, a system penalty was imposed on Baek Sun-hak. The penalty for floor invasion has been activated. All stats have decreased by 8. Some skills cannot be used. Damn it, he muttered in despair. The skill 1 strike, 2 kills has been forcibly deactivated. The skill Lightning Sword Energy has been forcibly deactivated. Meanwhile, Sang-un was ready. The cooldown for the unique trait Sword Flash is over. The unique trait Sword Flash has been activated. The Mind's Eye skill has been activated. I'm getting used to this attack pattern. Baek Sun-hak roared in rage, his face stained with blood, his eyes burning red with hatred. You demonic bastard, I'll tear you to shreds. He unleashed his final attack, a massive burning sword energy that fell like a meteor, but Sang-un was prepared. He took his stance. The triple slash skill has been activated. The next 3 attacks will be enhanced by the skill's effect. His eyes and sword burned with a blue light. He charged straight toward his opponent's sword energy. The 2 energies, hot and cold, collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The blinding effect of the unique trait Sword Flash has ended. When the light faded, the 2 stood facing each other in a dark mist. Sang-un knelt panting. Baek Sun-hak's phantom faded and disappeared, and his sword, broken in 2, was stuck in the ground. Sang-un was on one knee, struggling to catch his breath. Baek Sun-hak staggered and turned his back on him. His body began to disintegrate, and the energy chains surrounding him shattered. He looked back at Sang-un in disbelief. Impossible. Baek Sun-hak collapsed, lying on the cold ground. Congratulations. You have cleared the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on Sang-un's wounded face. You have absorbed the soul of challenger Baek Sun-hak. Proficiency has increased by 27. The red energy from Baek Sun-hak's soul flowed into his body. His eyes glowed purple. Oh, 27, not bad. Congratulations. You have cleared the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. The difficulty of this floor was not consistent. Rewards will be adjusted, he thought to himself. Come to think of it, something like this happened. I wonder how the rewards will be adjusted. A series of new reward notification windows appeared. Adjustment complete. Rewards will be distributed in order. As a clear reward, the skill 6th Sense C has been created. You have acquired 35,000 points. As an additional reward, you have acquired 1,000 SP. Moving to the waiting room, Sang-un stood in the middle of the desolate battlefield. 6th Sense. It's a slightly higher grade than the original reward, Beast's Instinct. He turned and walked to the teleportation circle. Well, I'll have to check the details in the waiting room. As he was being teleported, a series of messages from other administrators appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is impressed by your fight. Administrator Monster of the North is enthusiastic about your efforts. Administrator Fallen Lord of the Night enjoyed watching your performance. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago applauds your combat sense. He was slightly surprised. Ah, the system has expanded. So administrators can observe trials now. He searched his memory. Come to think of it, there was a message like that, he smiled. Anyway, most of the administrators who saw my fight were impressed, so I'm a little proud. In another way, it means they've acknowledged me. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign frowns at the excessive attention being paid to her contractor. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign tells you not to be swayed by the other administrators, he replied. Ah yes, Administrator White Crane Swordsman would like to add an authority to your contractor's exclusive shop. Will you allow it? He was bewildered. Yes, he couldn't believe it. White Crane Swordsman, what's going on? He's giving me an authority for free. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign reluctantly says you may accept the authority. He asked himself, is it okay for me to accept this? Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign says they are giving you the authority to gain your favor. Favor, huh? Is there any benefit to gaining the favor of a challenger who has already signed a contract? Does this mean they'll be contacting me in the future? Administrator White Crane Swordsman smiles and says there will be many such occasions in the future. Sang-un was silent. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign says the given authority won't be that great, so don't take it to heart, he thought. It's not a great authority, but it's to gain favor. In the end, they're giving it to me because they expect something from me, right? He decided. Then there's no reason for me to hesitate. Thank you. The authority of Administrator White Crane Swordsman has been added. Sword Energy Master has been added to the authority list of the contractor's exclusive shop. Administrator White Crane Swordsman smiles and asks you to remember his favor. I understand. I will use it well. You have entered the 10th floor waiting room. System expansion has begun. You can now enter the public area. He let out a sigh of relief as he arrived in a safe place. He looked around the new space. A public area, he asked himself. Can administrators observe what happens here too? Are you still watching? After a moment of silence, nothing happened. He let out an awkward cough. Ahem, ahem, he opened his shop. The authority category of the contractor's exclusive shop has been opened. The list has been updated. Authority, Purified Mind D owned authority. Iron-Blooded Soul A authority. King of Winter D authority. Sword Energy Master C. He was surprised to see that the grade of one of the authorities had changed. Oh, Sang-un selected the new authority. Authority, Sword Energy Master C 1500 SP description. a type of sword energy that can only be used by top-tier warriors, implemented in the form of an authority. It is stronger than normal sword energy, and upon acquisition you can use mana, ki, or other energies to enhance bladed weapons. However, the amount of mana consumed increases in proportion to the activation time. He was lost in thought. So I can use sword energy by imbuing my weapon with mana. They said it was just an ordinary authority, but it's pretty good. Suddenly, the shop interface changed. Oh, I can see the next page now. Authority list page 2-3 Authority Bone Reconstruction C Authority Iron-Blooded Sword A Authority Reaper's Hand B. He skimmed the descriptions. Authority Bone Reconstruction C 1500 SP Description. You can restructure your bone structure to suit any type of martial art and all stats increase by 2. Authority Iron-Blooded Sword A 5000 SP Description. You can summon an iron-blooded sword made of the user's mana. Mana is not consumed, but only one iron-blooded sword can be summoned at a time. Authority Reaper's Hand B 2500 SP Description. The efficiency of necromancy and black magic doubles, and inflicting an injury on an opponent while holding an item causes a slight weakening effect. He sighed. Ah, these abilities are insane, but he saw his remaining SP. All I have right now is 2000 SP. The only authorities I can get right now are Bone Reconstruction and Sword Energy Master. He was conflicted. What should I do? Should I save up more SP? He clenched his fist. That old man named Beck Sanhawk from the 9th floor was crazy strong. To avoid dying at the hands of guys like that, buying an authority is important. You have purchased the Sword Energy Master C Authority. 1500 SP have been deducted. The Sword Energy Master Authority has been activated. His sword was enveloped in a powerful blue sword energy. Triple Slash also uses mana, but the feeling is completely different. If Triple Slash is like momentarily sending a wave of mana through the sword, sword energy feels like a stream of mana flowing through it. A series of notification windows appeared as he tested the new skill. The Sword Energy Master Authority has been activated for 1 minute. Mana consumption has increased by 2. The Sword Energy Master Authority has been activated for 2 minutes. Mana consumption has increased by 4. The Sword Energy Master Authority has been activated for 3 minutes. Mana consumption has increased by 6. He frowned. So the mana consumption rate increases by 2 every minute. Then it would take 50 minutes to consume 100 of my mana. The Sword Energy Master Authority has been deactivated. I'll have to manage my mana really well when I use this. He opened his status window again. 6 cents was the 9th floor reward, right? Skill. 6 cents C Proficiency 0 Effect. Your instincts are extremely enhanced, allowing you to use your 6 cents as a basis for judgment. So my instincts will get better. If my instincts can be the basis for judgment, that could be quite useful. Alright. He opened the community window, wondering if there was any mention of the new public area. You have entered the hard difficulty community. 10th floor community 7211321. He skimmed the comments. Just as I thought, there were many comments about the public area that had been added to the 10th floor waiting room. He was surprised. One comment caught his eye. That max-level swordsman who was in the public area just now. Some foreigner asked if he was interested in exchanging authorities with their administrator. He couldn't believe it. You can even exchange authorities? A place where you can meet numerous challengers in person and make deals with administrators. Interesting, he smiled. Well then, shall I go check it out? Moving to the 10th floor public area. He appeared in a place that looked like a large park. So this is the public area. A friendly-looking person approached. I used an inquiry ticket to ask a few things. So I'm trying to go back with as many benefits as I can get. In the darkness of the forest, a group of people was watching the man and woman who had just left. Let's go, one of them said. That bastard looks like a Korean hunter, another one confirmed. That's right, he's a Korean A-rank hunter. I remember seeing his profile. The leader gave a sinister smile. I was getting tired of them bragging about being a hunter powerhouse. His eyes glowed red. But they said we can kill other people outside the public area, right? The man and woman were walking through the forest, unaware of the danger lurking. Suddenly the man shouted, "Ha!" A series of adverse effects washed over him. Due to the unique trait Weakening Light, your mana consumption rate has increased by 100. Due to the unique trait Fear, all stats have decreased by 20. Due to the unique trait Eye of Terror, part of your body has been paralyzed. My body, he collapsed. His body convulsed in pain. Ha! The attacker laughed in amusement. He tried to plead, wait a minute. But the attacker asked coldly, what are you doing? The leader drew his sword. What am I doing? You're from a hunter powerhouse, so you should know. The man thought desperately to himself. I'm screwed. This isn't even a trial, but they're plundering here too? He shouted. Please stop. The woman with him, a priestess, stepped forward bravely. You guys, can you handle the consequences if you don't stop right now? I'll open the community and tell everyone about this. The leader stopped. All right, he turned to her. Then instead a morbid smile appeared on his lips. If you take off your clothes, I'll think about it. If you throw away all the items you have and do as I say, I might spare one of you. The priestess stammered. What are you talking about? Or should I help you? He approached, reaching out a hand menacingly. He suddenly stopped, sensing another presence. He turned, frowning. What's with that bastard? A black cloak. Sang-un wearing a hood turned slightly. He lowered his hood, revealing a cold face. Were you talking to me? Yeah, you. And you're Korean too? A sinister smile appeared on the lips of all three robbers. They charged toward Sang-un without any warning, but a powerful black aura exploded from his body, sending all of them flying. Sang-un sighed, his voice full of annoyance. I was trying to pass by quietly. Forced breakthrough skill has been activated. Magic resistance skill has been activated. The mana consumption rate 100 increase effect has been nullified. The all stats 20 decrease effect has been nullified. The partial body paralysis effect has been nullified. A green aura enveloped Sang-un, dispelling all the adverse effects. The leader's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Meanwhile, Sang-un summoned his sword. He took an attack stance and looked at them coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. You're the ones who started this. Instantly, a notification window appeared, signaling the activation of a skill. Instantaneous acceleration, he shot forward like a blue bolt of lightning, his body almost turning into a blurry afterimage. The robbers couldn't react and could only let out sounds of surprise. Just before being overwhelmed by his terrifying speed, one of them in a panic tried to use the flash skill, and another hastily put up a barrier. He shouted, "Ice shield!" Sang-un's sword strike collided head-on with the ice shield, and the two robbers behind it screamed in terror at its horrific power. Sang-un narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and sent a powerful fist into the center of the shield. His fist shattered the ice shield into thousands of pieces with a sky-shaking explosion. The rescued man and woman were watching from a distance, their faces filled with shock and amazement at the unbelievable power they were witnessing. Having lost his last line of defense, the leader could only scream, "Hick!" in despair. Sang-un walked out from the rain of ice shards without a scratch, his gaze still fixed coldly on his target. The leader fell to the ground, raised his hands in terror and stammered, "Wait, I was wrong." He tried to beg for mercy. "Please," but his words were cut off by Sang-un's cold and decisive sword strike. A series of red system notification windows appeared. You have absorbed the soul of player Han Mu-jin. You have absorbed the soul of player Lee Yin-jin. You have absorbed the soul of player Nam Jin-hoon. Proficiency has increased by 6.4. After everything was over, the priestess approached, her voice full of apology. "I'm sorry, I should have helped, but the fight ended much faster than I thought." Sang-un turned and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, you can go now, don't worry about it." The woman bowed her head. "Thank you then," and she turned and left with her companion. The man let out a sigh of relief. "Phew," he suddenly stopped, turned and asked in a trembling voice filled with awe. "Are you perhaps a ranker?" Sang-un nodded slightly. "Well, I guess you could say that. I've always been in the top 10 after all." The man's eyes shone with joy and respect. "I see, it's an honor to meet you. You saved my life." "Thank you so much," Sang-un thought to himself. "I only helped because I thought I could be threatened too." He said coldly, "It was nothing, you can go now." As he turned to walk away, the man called out to him again. Excuse me." Sang-un turned, a questioning look in his eyes. The man pointed at the corpses scattered on the ground and made a strange request. "These corpses, please give them to me." Sang-un frowned, not understanding the reason at all. The man smiled and explained, "You saved me, so if you give these to me in return, I will give you a skill." This sudden offer caught Sang-un's attention. As the man held out his hand, a dark purple energy gathered. "This is gluttony." Instantly, the purple energy from his hand shot out, completely enveloping and devouring the corpses on the ground, leaving Sang-un in awe. Phew, that was satisfying. He looked at his hand. Sang-un asked, "Is that also a skill? Then as promised, I'll give you a skill. You accept an additional skill from the gluttony administrator. Steel wings will be added to the shop's skill list." Sang-un was surprised. "I didn't expect to get another skill, a skill that creates wings on my back. It allows me to fly. You can use it right away if you purchase it with SP. Sang-un nodded. "Thank you. I'll check it as soon as I get back to the waiting room." Suddenly, a series of messages from other administrators appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman warns you not to approach his challenger. Administrator Gluttony is furious, saying there's no business ethics. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign complains about the swarm of flies buzzing around her contractor. Administrator Fallen Lord of the Night observes the three bickering. Sang-un thought to himself that they were quite dramatic. Seeing them compete over challengers like this, there must be something they want from them. "Well, I'll find out soon enough," the man explained. "The public area is divided into the arena, the auction house, and the gambling den. And something useful for you to know is that the worlds currently known to be invading other dimensions are Ares, Murim, and Sea. Only these three worlds are invading the Earth dimension." The man continued to explain about the other factions. The Ares faction prioritizes a martial spirit. He showed an image of a warrior and continued. "The challengers from Murim are similar but a bit more aggressive. That's why the Black Knight was from Ares and White Crane was from Murim. I heard Sea is a nation of elves, fairies, and beastmen," he said with an all-knowing expression. Sang-un was slightly surprised by the amount of information this man had. "You know a lot." The man smiled confidently and refreshingly. "I found out by using inquiry tickets as they passed through a giant stone gate together." The man let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, we finally entered the public area." He suddenly stopped, turned to Sang-un and held out a business card. "It's not much, but here's my business card." Sang-un looked at him with an uncomprehending expression. Sang-un took the business card and read it. Recognizing the man's title, he was the team leader of the Hunter Association's Challenger Management Team. The man smiled. "If you have any questions, feel free to call me anytime." As soon as they entered, a system notification window appeared. "You have entered the public area. All status ailments will return to normal. Combat between challengers is not possible. The other people around also seemed relieved. One person exclaimed, "Oh," the man talked about his plans. "I'm thinking of going to the auction house," Sang-un nodded. "Ah, I see. I also have somewhere to go," the man asked with curiosity, his expression excited. "Oh, where are you going?" Sang-un gave a confident and eager smile. His blue eyes shone. "The arena." As he entered, a mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome to the arena." The scene inside was very chaotic and some people were shouting in anger. "Ah, why is this guy losing? Damn it, he's down again." On the other hand, another person was laughing loudly in joy. "Kuhaha, I got a skill." Sang-un looked around with a serious expression. "So this is the arena? It feels like a sports betting place." A series of messages from the administrators appeared. Administrator Fallen Lord of the Night says this reminds him of the good old days. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign turns his head away from the arena with a disgusted expression. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is excited by the atmosphere of the arena. He wondered about the separately placed single-person chairs. Should I sit there?" Without hesitation, Sang-un walked over and sat down in a red chair, crossing his arms in a completely relaxed and confident posture. As soon as he sat down, the system immediately activated. "The arena system will be activated. Please choose between betting and combat." Sang-un muttered, "Betting and combat." To understand better, he reached out and pressed the virtual help button that had appeared before him. An information window appeared. 1. The arena is divided into two systems, betting and combat. 2. If you choose betting, you can bet on the matches of other participants. 2 to 1, you can lose or gain points depending on the result of the challenger you bet on, he thought to himself. It seems those people earlier chose betting. He continued to read the explanation for combat. 3. If you choose combat, you can fight other challengers to obtain rewards. He muttered, "It must be a system where you're automatically moved to a coliseum once a match is confirmed." In short, the core of the arena is the reward. Images of items, skills, and authorities appeared as examples. After grasping the rules, Sang-un snapped his fingers. "Then let's see if I can find any noteworthy rewards." In another area, a group of people was buzzing. "Isn't that Catherine, the Witch of Hell? That sexy and famous American hunter? Wow, it's my first time seeing her in person." Catherine, a beautiful woman with brilliant red hair, sat in a chair and skimmed the virtual screen before her. She frowned slightly and asked herself in a bored tone, "No one is challenging me. Is it because I've won too much?" An information window appeared, explaining why not revealing one's record results in more challenges. Catherine Bennett linked to the U.S. server rank 6. Reward, skill Swordstorm C record, 17 wins, 0 losses. No, the administrator, Ruler of Flames, scoffed that the others were really weak. Catherine agreed and sighed. "Right, it seems this place is full of cowards. It's so boring." She decided not to waste any more time and stood up to leave. Just as Catherine was about to leave, a notification sound chimed, catching her attention. A system window appeared before her. "You have received a challenge. Sang-un linked to the Korean server rank 3. Reward, skill Killing Demon, wins 0, losses 0. She muttered the name Sang-un and frowned as she read the information. "He's never even fought before, yet he chose me?" The surprise quickly turned into a confident and provocative smile. A look of interest appeared in her eyes. "This is really interesting." As she accepted, the system announced, "The match has been confirmed." Moving to the Coliseum, the two were immediately enveloped in light and appeared at opposite ends of a vast arena. Catherine looked at Sang-un with a confident smile. "I like your courage, but you should have been more careful when choosing your opponent." Sang-un simply replied with silence, his cold gaze unwavering. The system announced solemnly, Sang-un versus Catherine Bennett. The match will now begin. Instantly, Catherine unleashed her power and her body was engulfed in brilliant flames. Her eyes burned red like fire and her smile was full of superiority. She said in an arrogant tone, "Consider this a lesson for experience." Authority activated. Birth of fire. She raised her hands to the sky, summoning a giant fireball. The heat distorted the air around it. Sang-un calmly looked up at the growing destructive fireball, not a hint of fear on his face. The fireball fell with terrifying speed like a meteor intent on destroying everything in its path. Sang-un stood firm, ready to face the overwhelming attack head-on. His entire body was completely engulfed in a world-shaking explosion of fire. Catherine crossed her arms and looked at the sea of fire with a satisfied expression. She declared confidently, "It's over." But suddenly, another notification window appeared. Authority Sword Energy Master activated. A razor-sharp blue sword energy easily split the fireball in two. From between the two halves of the fireball, Sang-un walked out, the sword in his hand glowing brightly. There wasn't a single scratch on his entire body. She could only stare with her mouth agape and her eyes wide, unable to believe the sight before her. The surrounding flames slowly died down as she stared at her opponent in disbelief. A lesson for experience, right? Sang-un aimed his glowing sword straight at her. A sneer spread across his lips. "I'll be the one to teach you that lesson." At the same time, in a quiet forest far away, a person with long white hair was leisurely drinking tea. He was looking at a sphere of water floating before him, which was showing the entire match. The image of Sang-un cutting the fireball with his sword energy was clearly visible in the water sphere. He said in a low voice filled with surprise and admiration, "I didn't know he had mastered sword energy to that extent." With a mysterious smile he continued, "Giving him that good authority was an excellent idea. From now on I have to build a relationship with that challenger faster than the others. He looked into the distance and sent a single feather flying. This challenger might be able to resolve a grudge that even I couldn't resolve on my own. Back in the arena, Sang-un's gaze sharpened. He was preparing for his next attack. He stood firm in the middle of the burning arena and activated the skill Instantaneous Acceleration. He shot into the air, leaving the pillars of fire created by Catherine's attack behind him. From above he dove down like a blue arrow, skillfully weaving through the pillars of fire, the sword in his hand ready to end the match. His cloak was burned by her technique. He let out a low "oh." His gaze was unwavering. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and landed lightly on the arena floor. He thought to himself, without grace of the wind, the cloak's effect alone isn't enough. Seeing that her opponent was still unharmed, Catherine raised her hands again and summoned countless fireballs, much larger and fiercer than before. She gave an arrogant smile. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. The administrators were watching the match with mixed reactions. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign watches the flames with an interested expression. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has great faith in him. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago laughs loudly in the sea of fire. Meanwhile, Catherine shot a series of fireballs at Sang-un. Sang-un moved nimbly between the deadly attacks, dodging them. A notification window appeared. 3 minutes have passed since the Sword Energy Master Authority was activated. Mana consumption has increased by 6 as the match dragged on. Another notification appeared. 4 minutes have passed since the Sword Energy Master Authority was activated. Mana consumption has increased by 8. Sang-un realized his disadvantage and frowned. If this fight drags on any longer, it's going to get quite tiring. Suddenly, a red and black dark energy erupted from his body. A series of notification windows appeared. By absorbing the soul of Challenger Beck Sanhok, your stats have permanently increased. Stamina 2, Agility 1, Strength 3, Magic Power 3, Durability 2. You have absorbed one of Challenger Beck Sanhok's skills. You have acquired the skill Lightning Sword Energy B. Skill Description: a sacred technique of the Lightning Sword School. Basic effect: when using sword energy, lightning energy is infused into the blade. Cannot be used without sword energy. Additional effect: when the skill is activated, you can enhance your sword energy to deliver a fatal blow. As he took in the new information, Sang-un's eyes lit up. Oh, lightning sword energy, a fatal blow. HMPH, does that mean I can shoot my sword energy outward? As Sang-un suddenly stopped, Catherine's expression became annoyed. You seem to think you have plenty of time to daydream? She swung her arms, creating countless swords of fire in the air, preparing for a wide-area attack. A rain of fire swords covered the arena, tearing up the ground, but Sang-un had already disappeared from his original position. He moved with terrifying speed, swatting away the incoming fire swords with his own. Sanguine Remnant skill activated. A strange gauntlet with small wings appeared on his left hand. He looked at his sword, deciding to test his new power. I don't know if it will work from the start, but let's give it a try for practice. The blue sword energy around his sword grew thicker and more powerful. Authority Sword Energy Master activated. Skill Lightning Sword Energy activated. He swung his sword, creating a giant lightning-filled slash. It flew straight toward Catherine. The sword energy collided with Catherine's fire attacks, easily destroying them. She exclaimed in horror. Ah! In a panic she shouted, "Shield," and struggled to create a shield of fire for defense. Despite her defense, the force of the attack made her scream and sent her flying backward. She thought to herself in terror. An instant counterattack. Before she could even collect herself, Sang-un appeared right behind her. He was so fast that she could only freeze in silence. Catherine closed her eyes, took a long breath, and admitted defeat. Phew, you're unbelievably strong. I lost. Challenger Catherine has surrendered. You are the victor. As a reward, you have acquired the skill Sword Storm C, returning to the 10th floor public area. Sang-un disappeared from the arena and returned to his chair. He said to himself, I thought of it as practice for using sword energy, so I went pretty easy on her, but she's quite strong. Then he glanced at his cloak. My cloak got burned because of that woman. He opened Catherine Bennett's information window. I should remember this name. After reading the description of the skill he had just received, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Skill. Swordstorm Proficiency 0. Basic effect. Activates on thrust, tripling attack speed. Additional effect. When the skill is activated, there is a 30 chance to imbue the blade with the wind attribute, greatly increasing movement speed. A look of disappointment was evident on his face. I thought it was a swordsmanship skill, but it's a thrusting skill. I was tricked. His profile was updated. Linked to the Korean server, rank 3. Wins 1, losses 0, he thought to himself. Finally, 1 win. Immediately after, another notification appeared. The match has been confirmed. Moving to the Coliseum. This was just the beginning. He was once again transported to the arena. Han Sang-un vs Uwaki Yuji. The match will now begin. He looked at his opponent and calculated. Rank 11 on the Japan server. His opponent, Uwaki, said in a contemptuous tone, I was really looking forward to this match since you're Korea's rank 3, but you look pretty much like a homeless person. I bet your skills are at that level too. In response to the taunt, a slow, meaningful smile appeared on Sang-un's face. Uwaki frowned. Confused and a little annoyed. Why are you smiling? Sang-un replied, his smile becoming more distinct. It's funny that we're thinking the same thing. Uwaki looked as if he didn't understand. Enraged by the insult, Uwaki charged, shouting, "You homeless bastard!" He unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on Sang-un. In a rage, he lightly dodged his opponent's attacks and thought to himself, "Is this the level of Japan's rank 11? A confident smile appeared on his lips as he realized the huge power difference between them. I must have gotten insanely strong. With just a light push, Sang-un sent Uwaki flying backward. His opponent collapsed on the ground, letting out a pained groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sang-un thought to himself, "This is too easy for me." Instantly, the system announced the end of the match. Challenger Uwaki Yuji has taken too much damage. You are the victor. Sang-un let out a big refreshing laugh, his eyes shining with extreme excitement. Haha. What a rich feast of skills. The scene quickly flashed through numerous other matches where Sang-un easily defeated his opponents one after another, and the victory notifications continued to ring out. You are the victor. Another challenger was sent flying into the air, defeated with a dazed expression. Meanwhile, the victory notification rang out once again. You are the victor. His winning streak continued overwhelmingly, and he finally unlocked a new achievement. You are the victor. You have achieved Master of Dueling. Stamina has increased by 2. The scene suddenly changed to a majestic mountain range. The mountains, layered in the clouds, signaled a new location. China. Deep in a quiet forest, a man with long hair was meditating on a rock, and behind him stood a person in a martial arts uniform respectfully. The meditating man slowly opened his eyes, revealing mysterious purple pupils. He asked, "What is it?" His expression immediately changed upon hearing the news. "Did you just say that great elder Baek-san-hak is dead?" The subordinate bowed his head and confirmed. "Yes, young master." The subordinate continued to report in a serious voice, according to his last words. "There's a place called the Earth Dimension that recently connected with us, and it seems he was trying to invade that floor." He clenched his fist, his expression resolute. "It must be that place." Suddenly, a giant mythical beast with pure white fur came charging, destroying the forest and letting out a sky-shaking roar. The young master sat quietly, completely unaffected by the beast's appearance. He just muttered to himself. He asked himself blankly while the beast stood towering right before him, "Has it already been 5 years since I stopped climbing the tower?" As he held out his hand, an invisible force emanated from his palm. A sword flew through the air and landed perfectly in his hand. Gripping the sword tightly, he charged straight toward the giant beast. His speed was so fast that the beast could only let out a bewildered grunt. In the blink of an eye, he leaped onto the beast's head and plunged his sword deep into it. The subordinate witnessed all of this from a distance, horrified inwardly. To overwhelm a mythical creature so easily, the young master's martial arts are truly terrifyingly strong. The young master stood on the corpse of the fallen beast. He licked something off his sword and said with a cold smile, "The Earth Dimension, HMPH, this will be interesting." His purple eyes flashed with a deadly light as he gave his command. "Use any means necessary to find out who killed Baek-san-hak." At the same time, Sang-un walked out of a teleportation circle. The system announced, "You have entered the 10th floor waiting room." He threw himself onto the fluffy bed that had just appeared in the waiting room. His body was exhausted from the successive battles. He let out a satisfied sigh. Feeling the fatigue melt away, all my fatigue is gone. This is the waiting room after all." Lying on the bed, he reached out his hand into the air and a virtual screen appeared. A happy smile appeared on his lips. "I've gained access to another authority from an unexpected place." The screen displayed information about the new authority. Steel Wings C 1500 SP. He imagined himself flying in the sky with brilliant purple wings and thought, "An authority that allows me to fly. I'm happy just thinking about it." A notification appeared in the contractor's exclusive shop, but Sang-un sighed. The only problem was that he couldn't buy it right now. He didn't have enough currency. For now, let's just move on. After clearing his thoughts, he sat on the bed, surrounded by numerous skill windows. He decided, "All right, shall I start skill synthesis now?" The system responded immediately. Unique authority skill synthesis has been activated. Skill synthesis is complete. A brilliant light burst forth and a new skill was created. A series of notifications appeared in succession, heralding the creation of new skills. A new skill has been created. A new skill has been created. A new skill has been created. Finally, 3 brilliant orbs of light appeared before him, symbolizing the successful creation of 3 new skills. Sang-un stared intently at his creations, his blue eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation. After an hour of hard work, the skills he had created were basically summarized as follows: the B-rank defense skill, Counter Shield, the C-rank movement speed skill, Secret Shadow Step, and the C-rank attack speed skill, Chaotic Sword Dance. He paid special attention to one skill. A faint red energy emanated from his hand, so one of them was a B-rank defense skill. He immediately tested it. The Counter Shield skill has been activated. A complex energy shield engraved with a red hexagonal pattern formed around his arm. He looked at the shield with an expression of surprise and excitement. Suddenly, another series of notifications appeared, interrupting his joy. Entering the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, hard. The theme of this trial is cooperation. Time remaining 3 hours. Clear condition. Prevent the resurrection of the Lord who swallows the darkness for the remaining time. Failure condition. Team annihilation after time expires. Clear reward. Skill proficiency increase potion, penalty for failure, death. He was immediately transported to a desolate rocky area, where blue teleportation circles were open around a magic circle. The system continued to announce, team members will be designated based on their rank. Team member designation is complete. The ranks of the designated team members have been listed. The first to appear was a man with white hair and a mask, rank 1, Kim Sung-hoon. The second was a man in a hooded cloak, rank 2, Oh Cheon-sok. Next was Sang-un, whom the system identified as the rank 3 hunter. Finally, a blonde man in a red suit appeared, rank 6, Gongju Sudi. The system continued to announce, a 30-minute grace period has been granted. The grace period will not be deducted from the time given to complete the trial during this time. Prepare to cooperate and defeat the boss monster. Oh Cheon-sok sighed. This cooperative trial again. So annoying, he was surprised to see the leader. Ha, Sung-hoon Hung, you were climbing the tower too? Sang-un observed the two and thought, oh, so they're rank 1 and 2. It seems they've met in other trials before. While the two were talking, the blonde man in red Sudi suddenly approached. He pointed straight at Sang-un's face and shouted, his expression a mix of fear and anger. You're that bastard I met on the 4th floor. Sang-un turned, not understanding at all what was happening. Kim Sung-hoon, rank 1, he asked calmly. You two, have you met on a previous floor? Judging by that man's reaction, it doesn't seem like it ended well. Sudi shivered and hugged himself as if recalling a terrible memory. That's right, we met in the 4th floor cooperative trial. This damn hunter decided to accelerate his growth by racking up kills. A flashback showed Sang-un walking away coolly after defeating a group of people, including Sudi. The screen changed to introduce the character Gongju Sudi. His real name was Kim Sung-jun, and deceiving others was his daily routine. He created conflict by making others fight each other, and in the chaos he snatched the rewards. That was the survival strategy he had developed. This strategy was also effective in the Tower of Trials, a place that was essentially completely different. The administrator clown of deception was smiling at his contractor's deceit. Behind Sung-jun's back was the image of a terrifying clown, and Sung-jun also had a conceited smile on his face. Seeing Sudi's stiff expression, Sang-un thought to himself. Seeing that stiff expression, he looks like he's lost his mind. Should I spice things up a bit? Sudi, unaware, continued to point and shout. You're seriously mistaken. Most importantly, that bastard ruthlessly killed his own comrade. Sang-un turned, his voice full of annoyance. Hey, what kind of nonsense is this? The atmosphere became tense. Rank 1, Kim Sung-hoon, summoned a giant glowing blue battle hammer. He said in an authoritative voice, 3 people with good teamwork are better than 4 who aren't united. The Tower of Trials is not an easy place. The eyes under his mask shone menacingly. He declared coldly, who is telling the truth? The liar will be eliminated on the spot. Sang-un assessed the situation inwardly. If things go wrong and I have to face these 3 at the same time, his gaze sharpened. That would be the worst case scenario. Amid the tense situation, rank 2 Oh Cheon-sok raised his hand to mediate. Everyone please calm down for a moment. He turned to Sudi. Mr. Gongju Sudi, you said you met the hunter on the 4th floor, is that correct? Sudi quickly confirmed. Yes, that's right. Oh Cheon-sok continued his argument logically. Then you should know the hunter's real name. After all, the nickname system was only introduced in the 5th floor lobby, since the two met on the 4th floor, he concluded. If you tell us the hunter's real name, Mr. Gongju Sudi, this situation will be resolved. As everyone's gaze fell on Sudi, he broke into a cold sweat. Sudi stammered, trying to make up a name. Well, the hunter's real name is, he suddenly shouted. That bastard's name is Lee Cheon Minimum. At the same time, his expression changed. Half of it was terrified, while the other half was smiling wickedly as he thought, right, there's no way you can prove your name here anyway. Oh Cheon-sok turned to Sang-un. Mr. Lee Cheon-min, do you have anything to say? Sang-un sighed and replied as if bored. This isn't even funny. He reached into the collar of his jacket, pulled out a card and held it up. This is my hunter license, he thought to himself. I accidentally brought this with me when I returned to Earth. I never thought I'd use it in a situation like this, he declared clearly. My name is Han Sang-un. The card clearly showed his name, rank, and specialty, and Sudi's face turned pale. Realizing his lie had been exposed, sweat poured down his face like rain. Kim Sung-hoon raised his battle hammer, his voice as cold as ice. Then it's time to decide who will be eliminated. Sudi thought desperately. I'm so screwed. A series of notifications from the administrators appeared, mocking Sudi's clumsiness. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, I'm screwed. Just as Kim Sung-hoon was about to move, Sang-un reached out a hand to stop him. Sorry, but I'd like to handle this situation myself. His eyes burned with a red light of anger. Chilling intent surged. I'm really angry right now. Kim Sung-hoon was silent for a moment, then nodded. Of course I'll leave it to you. Sudi watched the scene in disbelief. What, he's coming at me by himself? A wicked, calculating smile appeared on his lips. Ha, what an idiot. If I kill him, there's still hope. It'll be hard for those two to clear a 4-person trial by themselves, Sang-un approached. You said some very interesting things. Shouldn't you take responsibility for your words? Sudi sneered. Responsibility? I don't know what that is. I'm only interested in survival. He summoned a grimoire and a dark purple aura swirled around him. Besides, you're not the only one with power. He held out his hand and a complex magic circle appeared. The vines of the swamp spirit have wrapped around your legs. Green vines shot out from the ground, wrapping tightly around Sang-un's legs. The mana resistance skill has been activated. The vines of the swamp spirit have completely disappeared. A stream of green energy burst from Sang-un, easily destroying the vines. He took an attack stance, the sword in his hand glowing with a blue sword energy. Sudi's expression was annoyed. Annoying, you have mana resistance? Yes, he began to chant another spell, and the purple energy ring surrounding him shot out a giant energy beam, tearing up the ground and flying straight toward Sang-un from a distance. Kim Sung-hoon said to Oh Cheon-sok, we should keep some distance. Oh Cheon-sok complained. But I can feel the battle from here too. Kim Sung-hoon didn't say much, just grabbed the hood of Cheon-sok's cloak and pulled him back. Cheon-sok grunted. But I like watching from the front row, Sudi roared in anger. Die you bastard, and unleashed another attack. A series of energy orbs were fired, forming a rain of magic bullets. Sang-un moved with extreme speed, skillfully dodging the energy orbs. He gritted his teeth, raised his arm with the new shield and shouted loudly, "Counter shield!" to block the incoming energy orbs. As the attack reflected by Sang-un's shield flew toward Sudi, he screamed, "Ah!" He was in pain from his own magic. Sudi gritted his teeth, a wicked and crazed smile appearing on his twisted face. Looks like the hunter has become the hunted. Sang-un was slightly surprised. He sensed a giant energy gathering from above. The energy orbs Sudi had shot earlier had not disappeared but were converging. He looked up. His eyes widened in alarm. Those are the orbs he shot earlier. All the orbs merged into a giant magic lightning bolt, striking straight down at Sang-un's position with destructive force. Sudi laughed triumphantly. "Haha, you showed off a little. Now look at you, you bastard." But his smile quickly vanished as he saw the scene in the dust cloud. He stammered. What is that?" Sang-un stood firm without a single scratch. Around him was a glowing red defensive magic circle. Counter shield skill has been activated. The system displayed the skill's details. Skill. Counter shield B proficiency 0 basic effect. Upon shouting the skill's name you can summon a red shield made of magic power. Additional effect. 25 of the damage taken by the shield is absorbed and released at once. Sang-un looked at Sudi with cold eyes. "Why are you so surprised? This is just the beginning." Sudi was completely stunned and sweat poured down his face. He couldn't believe it. What's happening? He blocked that skill so easily. Without giving his opponent any time to collect himself, Sang-un charged forward like a blue whirlwind. Sudi panicked and tried to cast a defensive spell. Tisk! Sang-un swung his sword, creating a sharp sword energy that tore up the ground and rocks around him. Cornering Sudi, a series of slashes destroyed the terrain, leaving him no escape route. On a high cliff, Oh Cheon-sok turned to his companion and asked, "Sung-hoon Hung, do you know who that challenger named Hunter No Han Sang-un is?" Kim Sung-hoon replied, "No, I've never seen anyone like that among the high-ranking hunters." Oh Cheon-sok reasoned. "If you don't know him, he's probably just an ordinary person, but is that possible?" Kim Sung-hoon continued in a serious voice. "If he's not a high-ranking hunter like us, it's going to be quite difficult for him." He observed the battle and continued in a voice filled with surprise. "What's more surprising is that Han Sang-un still isn't going all out." Kim Sung-hoon gave a shocking assessment. "I think he might be on the same level as me." Oh Cheon-sok couldn't help but be surprised. "That high, even though his final ranking is 2 steps lower than yours?" Kim Sung-hoon explained. "It's just a guess, but if he's had bad luck with teammates in cooperative trials so far, he might be underrated for his skill." Back in the battle, Sang-un's gaze flashed behind his glowing blade. He completely overwhelmed his opponent. He closed in and delivered a powerful slash, cutting off Sudi's arm that was holding the grimoire. Blood splattered, and Sudi let out a horrific scream of extreme pain. He continued to attack, plunging his sword deep into Sudi's leg, and he fell to his knees, letting out a pained groan. Kim Sung-hoon watched from a distance, surprised inwardly. Incredible! He subdued his opponent without killing him, and so calmly at that. Sudi collapsed on the ground, reached out his hand in panic and begged. "Wait a minute," he tried to negotiate. "If you kill me, you might not survive this trial. Think carefully. This trial is composed of 4 top rankers," he shouted in despair. "Do you think the tower would give us a trial easy enough to pass with one person missing in this situation?" Sang-un just listened quietly. He turned away coldly, completely unfazed by the threat. From a distance, Kim Sung-hoon said, "We won't interfere, so do as you please." Sudi, realizing he had no more room to back down, gritted his teeth and charged forward. He swung a sword enhanced with purple magic at Sang-un. Sang-un, his face filled with rage, swung his sword to counter. "You absolute bastard!" His blue blade easily cut through Sudi's attack. Sang-un used complex swordsmanship, creating fantastic and unpredictable strikes, completely overwhelming his opponent. Sudi desperately activated his trump card. Unique trait Deception has been activated. All stats have temporarily increased by 10, he thought to himself. "Damn it, I was planning to keep my trump card hidden," he roared madly. "Die, you bastard!" His sword was enveloped in purple energy chains. Sang-un remained calm, unfazed, even when facing the enhanced attack. He lightly dodged the energy chains, flying at a terrifying speed. He used his counter shield to block the remaining attacks. The purple energy crashed violently against the red shield. A system notification appeared. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All speeds have increased by 40. Current skill stack 4-7. Sudi's chain attack was completely blocked, creating a huge energy explosion. He could only freeze in horror, seeing Sang-un appear before him in an instant, completely unharmed by his strongest attack. Sang-un looked at him with cold eyes and said, "I know that it's far more dangerous to do this trial with a piece of trash like you than with just 3 people." Sudi let out a final scream of despair. Damn it. At the same time, the system announced that the counter-shield skill would release all accumulated damage at once. A massive stream of red energy erupted from the shield. It completely enveloped and incinerated Sudi. After the attack ended, 2 items dropped where Sudi had disappeared. The Vampire Count's old coat, movement speed 8, magic power recovery 10, Heavenly Blood Demon Sword B reaction speed 7, attack speed 10. Sang-un picked up the 2 items and a system window appeared before his eyes. He said, "I'll make good use of these items." After everything was over, his 2 remaining companions approached. Oh Cheon-sok gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Oh Mr. Han Sang-un, you're really amazing," Kim Sung-hoon asked. "Is it all over now?" Sang-un replied, "Yes, thanks to you two, I was able to finish it well." A notification chimed. 10 minutes remaining until the 10th floor trial begins. All challengers, please prepare for the upcoming trial. Sung-hoon said, "Alright, let's go." The 3 of them headed toward a place where a giant knight statue stood tall under the moonlight. Cheon-sok exclaimed in surprise, "It's a knight statue, it's huge." "It's not going to come alive and move, is it?" Sung-hoon replied cautiously. "Anything can happen in the tower." Suddenly, Sang-un's eyes filled with vigilance. He sensed something was off. As he looked up, the giant statue's stone eyes seemed to be staring at them. His blue eyes shone with high concentration as he observed the massive structure before him. The 3 walked together down a wide stone corridor. Their footsteps echoed rhythmically as they went deeper inside. Oh Cheon-sok let out a gasp of awe. His eyes widened as the magnificent sight inside the Grand Cathedral was revealed. He said in a voice mixed with surprise and certainty, "It seems we've come to the right place." Seeing the giant war machines floating on both sides of the corridor, Kim Sung-hoon said, looking around with wary eyes, "Besides those machines, there are 3 more statues. I have a bad feeling about this." Cheon-sok narrowed his eyes at the larger figure at the end of the corridor. His voice trembled slightly. "And that's probably the Lord of Darkness." The 3 stood silently before the giant headless statue sitting on the throne. The statue emanated an ancient and overwhelming aura. Just then, the system chimed with a series of notifications. The grace period has ended. The 10th floor trial will begin. The remaining time will decrease and the Lord of Darkness will appear. Prevent the resurrection of the Lord of Darkness. Immediately, the stone legs of one of the 3 guardian statues began to move. The heavy chains binding it shattered with a clang. The guardian statue fully awakened, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, and it let out a roar that echoed throughout the entire cathedral without a moment's hesitation. 3 giant guardian statues charged toward them simultaneously, the ground shaking violently with every step. Kim Sung-hoon shouldered his battle hammer, cracked his neck, and said in an excited voice, "My body's a bit stiff, I need to stretch a little, don't you think?" He turned toward Sang-un, his sharp gaze focused on the object on the statue's back. "The problem is that head." Sang-un understood immediately. "So we have to stop those guardian statues from bringing the heads on their backs to the Lord." Sung-hoon nodded. "Alright, the objective is simple. Then let's each take one." As Sung-hoon declared this, his hammer was enveloped in a powerful green energy. The 3 charged toward the 3 giant guardian statues at the same time, each choosing a target and splitting their formation. The eyes of all 3 became sharp and resolute. Sung-hoon shouted, "Good luck." Sang-un took his stance, his sword glowing with a blue light. He muttered confidently, "I'll end this with 1 sword energy strike." His guardian statue leaped into the air and swung a giant purple sword energy, flying straight at Sang-un with the intent to crush him. The 2 sword energies, blue and purple, clashed in midair, creating an earth-shattering explosion and a powerful shockwave. At the moment of impact, his blue eyes flashed, and a look of disbelief crossed his face. He passed the guardian statue like a phantom, leaving a blurry afterimage as his sword energy hit its target perfectly. The giant guardian statue froze, looking down at its own giant sword in astonishment. There was a crack on it. Sword energy, he was surprised. Sang-un landed lightly on the ground, his face serious. Not an easy opponent, he thought to himself, worried if the others were okay. On the other side of the cathedral, Kim Sung-hoon roared. He was sent flying by his opponent's giant battle hammer, and the horrific explosion from the impact shattered the stone floor into a deep crater. The guardian statue quickly ran toward the throne. Kim Sung-hoon threw a rock at the guardian statue, and it blankly raised its axe to block it. The rock exploded, sending it flying backward. Kim Sung-hoon roared and slammed his hammer onto the ground. He gritted his teeth, realizing the seriousness of this trial. "These bastards, they're all boss-level monsters. I can't underestimate them." Sung-hoon gripped the handle of his hammer with both hands, and a crystalline substance began to form a much larger weapon. Suddenly, Cheon-sok's somewhat playful voice echoed, "It seems like you're the one underestimating them, Hung." Sung-hoon hung. He said as he took out a wizard's hat. "This hat doesn't suit me at all, so I really don't want to wear it. But the fact that I have to wear this ridiculous hat," as Cheon-sok put on the hat, his voice suddenly became cold and serious, "means you're definitely going to die." He raised a magic bow, and a terrifying purple energy gathered at the arrowhead. The arrow was fired, turning into a giant energy beam, and flew at a terrifying speed, cutting through the air. The energy beam split into countless smaller arrows, raining down on the battlefield like a meteor shower of death. The guardian statue leaped into the air and charged straight at Cheon-sok. Cheon-sok smiled confidently, the corners of his lips turning up. Right, when fighting a wizard, he said in a sarcastic tone. It's standard practice to get close and use melee attacks. A magic battle scythe with a bright pink blade, formed from pure energy, appeared in Cheon-sok's hand. He made the bow disappear, and a glowing pink energy gathered in his palm, forming a new weapon. He sneered. But that rule only applies when your opponent is an ordinary wizard. Oh, Sang-un muttered. And his blue eyes shone. He wasn't afraid at all, rather excitement surged in his chest. I've only met weak challengers so far. Seeing these guys makes my blood boil with excitement. He gripped the hilt of his sword with resolve. I just have to do my part properly. Immediately, he jumped into battle, dodging a giant purple sword energy by a hair's breadth. He leaped between the broken rocks, his body as light and flexible as a leaf in the wind. In midair, he swung his hand, sending sharp energy daggers flying, which embedded themselves straight into the guardian's stone body. A blue energy enveloped him, and a system notification window appeared. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 50, current skill stack 5-7. The guardian statue roared in anger. It delivered a horrific blow to the ground but only hit empty air. Sang-un was now moving at a marvelous speed, easily dodging the attacks as he passed by. His foot accidentally stepped on a shadow on the ground, and another set of skills was immediately activated. Currently stepping on a shadow, the secret Shadow Step C skill has been activated. Strength has temporarily increased by 1. Other notification windows appeared one after another, enhancing his power to a new level. The Chaotic Sword Dance C skill has been activated. The sword's attack speed has increased by 10, current skill stack 5-10. The Lightning Sword Energy skill has been activated. Blue lightning erupted from Sang-un's blade. He charged and swung his sword diagonally, clashing head-on with the Guardian's weapon with an ear-splitting explosion. The power of the Lightning Sword Energy not only blocked the attack but also transferred the energy, causing the stone head the Guardian was carrying on its back to crack on the other side. Kim Sung-hoon roared and raised his giant crystal hammer high. Bright golden lightning gathered around the head of the hammer. He shouted the name of his skill, Lightning Bolt. He threw the sphere of lightning onto the ground, causing a horrific explosion. Thousands of golden lightning bolts spread out in all directions, trapping his guardian statue in a sea of lightning. Kim Sung-hoon stood firm, observing his achievement as his opponent was being roasted in the electrical storm. Meanwhile, Cheon-sok abandoned his ranged weapon. He entered close combat with a pair of daggers, moving at a dizzying speed and leaving a red afterimage with every slash. He leaped into the air, the battle scythe reappearing in his hand, preparing to deliver a finishing blow from above. He slammed the scythe down hard, aiming straight for the head on the guardian's back. The magic scythe easily pierced through the stone, completely destroying the target. Having lost its ultimate goal, the guardian statue threw its head back toward the sky and let out a final desperate roar. Seeing that their companion's head had been destroyed, the remaining guardian statues suddenly stopped their attacks and began to flee. Cheon-sok asked in surprise, "Oh, they're running away," Kim Sung-hoon explained as he lowered his hammer. "Since we destroyed the Lord's head, we don't have to worry about it being resurrected anymore." The three quickly gathered and looked at the fleeing enemies. Sang-un said decisively, "Let's finish them off quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, the three charged forward, pursuing the remaining forces of the Lord of Darkness. While charging, Sang-un suddenly stopped, his ears perking up. He heard a strange sound. What is that sound? He looked back and saw the ground shaking violently. The giant stone statue at the entrance, the knight statue they had seen before, was rising on its own. Sang-un could only make a sound of disbelief. Ah, the statues are forming a bridge. The equestrian statue stepped on the bridge and flew up. Despite its heavy appearance, the statue leapt into the air, even blocking out the moonlight. Sang-un looked up as the giant shadow descended and shouted in terror, "It's the statue from the entrance." The giant knight statue landed on the ground with an earth-shattering roar. Its battle spear was aimed straight at the Lord of Darkness statue sitting quietly on the throne. Tisk! Kim Sung-hoon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Sang-un gritted his teeth, his blue eyes shining with resolve. "No, it's too late to run now, since we started this fight." Without a moment's hesitation, the knight statue leaped from its stone warhorse and charged straight toward the throne. Sang-un reacted instantly, swinging his sword to create a giant ice wave that cut off the enemy's path. The knight's objective was all too clear. A giant stone head was being attached. Sang-un's attack hit head-on, exploding the stone head. The guardian statue let out a furious roar as it looked at the crown that had fallen to the ground, and its stone eyes burned with a red light. It roared incomprehensible words in its rage. "All right," Cheon-sok stammered in joy. Thinking they had succeeded in stopping them, Sang-un let out a sigh of relief beside him. But their joy was short-lived. The knight slowly approached and picked up the golden crown. He decisively placed the crown on his own head. Gripping the spear with its stone hands, it cut off its own head with a loud clang. The three were so horrified by the sight before them that they froze speechless. "We have to stop that thing." Cheon-sok screamed in terror. It began a ritual, placing its own head where the Lord of Darkness's head was missing. The three leaped up and attacked together to stop the mad thing. But it was too late. The final boss's eyes now burned with a deadly red light. Dark magic swirled around it. A massive red energy explosion erupted, engulfing the entire cathedral. A mechanical voice echoed, "Condition has been met." The knight statue shattered into pieces. "The Lord of Darkness is resurrecting." Sang-un looked up at the new enemy. His face turned pale with fear. "Oh no, special objective, defeat the Lord of Darkness. We have to stop it." Cheon-sok shouted in a desperate voice, but the system displayed a hopeless notification. Due to the authority of inviolability, all damage will be nullified. Only challengers with stats higher than the Lord can inflict damage. Sang-un looked up flustered. An authority? I've never heard of a monster being able to use an authority. As the Lord of Darkness held out its hand, a magic sword slowly materialized in the air. It gripped the hilt and dark magic swirled around the blade. It swung the sword, creating a massive red energy wave that swept across the battlefield, forcing the three to struggle to dodge. Sang-un stepped back, his face filled with anger and helplessness. What kind of damn ability is this? If we can't inflict any damage, we can't do anything. Sang-un gripped his sword, frozen, completely overwhelmed by the massive form and terrible pressure of the newly resurrected Lord of Darkness. The Lord swung its hand and a dark energy shot straight at Kim Sung-hoon, sending him flying backward. He let out a pained groan and gritted his teeth. Damn it! A faint green energy enveloped Sang-un, healing his minor wounds. He looked at the enemy with an annoyed expression. Because we didn't finish the job earlier, now it's become this troublesome. Suddenly, his thoughts stopped, and a light flashed in his blue eyes. Wait a minute, maybe, he muttered as he saw the numerous dark knights appearing behind the Lord. As they lined up like a loyal army, Kim Sung-hoon and Cheon-sok quickly ran to his side. Mr. Sang-un, are you all right? Cheon-sok asked worriedly. We need to find a way to attack the Lord, but it might be better to deal with those knights first. Sang-un turned to them, his eyes resolute. I have a favor to ask. Can you two hold off the Lord? Kim Sung-hoon tilted his head, his voice full of skepticism. We can't do any damage to the Lord. Wouldn't it be more efficient to deal with the knights first? Sang-un's gaze sharpened. He looked straight at Sung-hoon and said in a confident voice, I've thought of a possibility. He looked at the towering final boss, a way to defeat the Lord. After a moment of silence, Kim Sung-hoon turned his back and faced the Lord of Darkness. All right, I'll trust you. He glanced over his shoulder and said in a serious voice, we won't be able to last long, so don't take too long. Let's go. Cheon-sok, Sung-hoon roared and charged forward. Yes, Hung. Cheon-sok replied enthusiastically, charging right behind him. Sang-un watched their backs and gave a slight nod. All right. The Dark Knights turned to block Sang-un's path. He raised the corners of his lips in a cold smile. Then you'll have to play with me. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hoon raised his hammer and brilliant golden lightning gathered. He roared. Lightning bolt. A horrific electrical explosion engulfed the Lord of Darkness. But right after, a cold notification appeared. Due to the authority of inviolability, all damage is nullified. The two landed on the ground unsurprised, but looking at the result with disappointment. Kim Sung-hoon clicked his tongue. As expected, it has no effect. Suddenly, an invisible pressure crushed the two of them. The Lord's Majesty authority has been activated. When paying respect to the Lord, all unpermitted actions are restricted. Both Kim Sung-hoon and Cheon-sok planted their weapons into the ground, bracing themselves against the invisible but terrible pressure weighing down on them. Cheon-sok gasped. His whole body felt like it was about to be crushed. The Lord of Darkness swung its magic sword, creating a red shockwave that swept across the ground, shattering the rocks in its path. Kim Sung-hoon roared, and his hands gripping the hammer's handle suddenly glowed. The magic resistance skill has been activated. A light enveloped Sung-hoon's entire body. He gritted his teeth and a blue vein popped on his temple. He let out a pained groan as a hidden power was released. A temporary seal on your body has been released. Cheon-sok couldn't hold on any longer. He was hit by the energy wave and let out a pained scream. Instantly, Kim Sung-hoon charged forward and stood in front of Cheon-sok, blocking the attack with his own body. He was swallowed by the sea of burning red energy, his body shaking violently under the Lord's terrible power. Kim Sung-hoon was sent flying backward, spitting blood from his mouth. Hung, Cheon-sok cried out in terror, rushing to support his staggering companion. Hung, are you okay? Sung-hoon could only let out a faint groan. He was seriously injured. Cheon-sok looked at him with a despairing expression. The Lord of Darkness slowly raised its magic sword and a deadly black smoke swirled around the blade as it prepared to deliver a finishing blow. It brought the sword down vertically, creating a giant sword energy that flew toward the two at an inescapable speed. Just as the blade was about to reach them, a figure suddenly appeared, raising a sword to create a red energy shield. As it blocked the destructive attack, Cheon-sok looked up. Sang-un turned to them, who were feeling surprise and relief at the newcomer, with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I'm a little late, Mr. Han. Sang-un. Cheon-sok breathed out, unable to believe that Sang-un was blocking the Lord's attack by himself. His body was burning with a powerful red energy. Sang-un gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into his sword, sweat trickling down his forehead. He muttered a single word. Absorb. A series of system notifications appeared. Using all held souls, your stats have permanently increased. The dark energy from the knights he had just defeated flew and merged into his body. Strength 4, Agility 3, Stamina 3, Magic Power 6, Durability 4, empowered with new strength. Sang-un roared and easily pushed away the Lord's giant magic sword with just one hand. The final notification appeared, heralding the coming counterattack. The counter shield skill will release all accumulated damage at once. His shield shone brightly, ready to release all the absorbed energy. Sang-un's sword burned with a brilliant blue light and lightning danced on the blade. He activated all his power. The Sword Energy Master authority has been activated. The Lightning Sword Energy skill has been activated. He swung his sword, creating a giant lightning sword energy. The blade of blue light cut through the air, flying straight toward the Lord of Darkness. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. It has to hit, he roared in his mind, pouring all his strength into the attack. The lightning sword energy struck the Lord of Darkness head-on in the chest, causing a horrific lightning explosion, and its stone body shook violently. The sword energy left a deep mark on the Lord's body. Sang-un let out a small sigh of relief. All right, it worked. The Lord of Darkness let out a frenzied roar, and a burning red dark energy exploded, easily destroying the ice layer. Once again, an invisible pressure crushed Sang-un. The Lord's Majesty authority has been activated. When paying respect to the Lord, all unpermitted actions are restricted. Sang-un was forced to one knee, his body feeling as if it were bound by invisible chains. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. The Forced Breakthrough D skill has been activated. The Magic Resistance D skill has been activated. He roared and pushed himself up, shattering the energy chains that bound him. A green energy exploded from his body, completely nullifying the Lord's authority. All restrictions have been completely lifted. Immediately after, a series of skill level up notifications appeared. Proficiency of the skill Forced Breakthrough has reached 100. The skill Forced Breakthrough has been upgraded to C rank. Proficiency of the skill Mana Recovery D has reached 100. The skill Mana Recovery has been upgraded to C rank. Proficiency of the skill Magic Resistance D has reached 100. The skill Magic Resistance has been upgraded to C rank. The Lord of Darkness, realizing its authority had been nullified, unleashed a destructive sword strike at Sang-un. Sang-un looked up at the giant blade descending, not a hint of fear on his face. This is a dangerous situation, so why am I smiling? A crazed and excited smile appeared on his lips. Is this the feeling of victory? Or is it the primal flame of rage yearning to become stronger? He asked himself, feeling a strange joy on the verge of death in the distance. Cheon-sok looked at Kim Sung-hoon and said in a horrified voice, "Hung, that challenger, Mr. Sang-un, is a real monster. I feel strange, like I'm looking at someone's back." Sung-hoon smiled and put his arm on his shoulder. "But we have to congratulate him. He's become a new top ranker." Sang-un's shield burned with a brilliant red light, absorbing all the power from the Lord's attack. Energy charge complete. The counter-shield skill has reached its maximum damage absorption. He turned, and the shield in his hand transformed into a massive source of energy. He stretched his hand forward, and the sphere of energy was compressed to its limit. If I narrow the range of the counter-shield and focus the energy on a single point, the damage will increase exponentially. The counter-shield skill will release all accumulated damage at once. He fired a destructive energy beam, piercing everything in its path. As the energy beam pierced straight through the Lord of Darkness's chest, its stone body began to disintegrate. Sang-un gave the enemy no time to recover. He charged at a dizzying speed, his body engulfed in powerful energy. A series of skills activated, bringing his power to its peak. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 70. Current skill stack progress 77. Maximum stacks reached. A 1-day cooldown has been applied. The Chaotic Sword Dance C skill has been activated. All sword speeds have increased by 10. Current skill stack progress 10-10. He appeared right in front of the Lord of Darkness and delivered a final sword strike, beheading the Lord and ending its life completely. The Lord of Darkness has been defeated. The scene changed, and Sang-un found himself standing in the middle of an icy land. Before him was a beautiful woman with white hair. Woman gave an enchanting smile. "I can't believe a challenger with such insane growth speed is my contractor. Standard challengers prepare meticulously to avoid risks, and it takes them a long time to clear a single floor. But Sang-un is a man of rare value. Even in other dimensions, he is the incarnation of the desire for growth. The problem is that as time goes on, other administrators will become more and more interested in Han Sang-un." The white-haired woman's sharp gaze pierced the icy landscape where countless swords were stuck in the ground. "Before another administrator can do so, I must get closer to him." The scene suddenly changed to a burning battlefield. She stood in the middle of a pile of corpses and broken swords. To fulfill her earnest wish, a firm resolve appeared in her eyes. Returning to the cathedral, the Lord of Darkness's body shattered into pieces. Its crown fell to the ground with a clang. A series of system notifications appeared, declaring their victory. "The Lord of Darkness has been defeated. Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, a skill proficiency increase potion has been added to your inventory. As a clear reward, you have acquired 6,000 points. As a clear reward, you have acquired 1,000 SP. As an additional clear reward, you have acquired 1,000 SP. Challenger Han Sang-un has contributed the most to the special mission. As a special mission reward, you have acquired 10,000 SP. As a special mission reward, you have acquired 1,500 SP. Sang-un gave a satisfied smile. The trial had been truly difficult, so the additional rewards were quite generous. Cheon-sok approached, his face still full of surprise and confusion. Sang-un sheathed his sword and said humbly, "I had a skill that I could use for this. I think I just got lucky." Kim Sung-hoon lightly tapped Sang-un's shoulder. "You surprised me in many ways today. Let's talk more about everything after I send you a friend request. We need to treat our wounds too." Two notification windows appeared before Sang-un. Challenger Kim Sung-hoon has sent you a friend request. Challenger Cheon-sok has sent you a friend request. A teleportation circle opened behind them. Sung-hoon said, "See you later." Sang-un stepped into the teleportation circle. Over 1,000 people have completed the 10th floor trial. System expansion will now begin. The dimensional travel category has been added to the shop. You can now travel to other dimensions. He stood alone in a white space and muttered, "Dimensional travel, right? I guess that means I can go to places like Ares or Murim, but that's a suicide mission. Why would I do something so stupid?" The administrator's observation area has been expanded to the Earth dimension. You can now converse with administrators in the waiting room. The administrator's intervention area has been expanded to the Earth dimension. You can go to an administrator's domain to make an additional contract. However, you can only make one additional contract after a formal contract has been signed. The additional contract can be terminated at any time. Sang-un crossed his arms and pondered, and a diagram explaining the contractual relationship appeared. So this is just an auxiliary contract, but if I can terminate the contract at any time, isn't that disadvantageous for the administrator? He shook his head and opened his status window. I can't be sure right now. Let's organize what I got from the 10th floor first. A beautiful blue potion appeared. Skill Proficiency Increase Potion B. A potion specially made for those with a talent for skills. Upon use, you can increase the proficiency of one of your skills by 20. Without a hint of hesitation, he opened the lid and drank the potion. You have used the skill Proficiency Increase Potion B. Please select the skill you wish to increase the proficiency of. He wiped his mouth with his hand and stated his choice without a second thought. I've confirmed Grace of the Wind. Proficiency of the skill Grace of the Wind A has increased by 20. Skill Grace of the Wind. Proficiency of A has reached 100. The grade of the skill Grace of the Wind has increased by 1 level. Skill Grace of the Wind A. Proficiency 0. Effect: when the skill name is shouted, all speeds increase by 10. This skill can be stacked up to 7 times. When the maximum stack is reached, one of your magic power is consumed every minute. Sang-un exclaimed. Oh, he felt a new power surging within his body. The cooldown is gone. Next, he focused on the soul of the Lord of Darkness floating before him. By absorbing the soul of the Lord of Darkness, your stats have permanently increased. Strength has increased by 5, agility has increased by 4, stamina has increased by 4, magic power has increased by 7, durability has increased by 5. You will absorb one of the skills possessed by the Lord of Darkness. You have acquired the skill Mana Management A. Skill Mana Management A. Proficiency 0. Effect: regarding mana management, you have entered the realm of a natural-born genius. Therefore, most restrictions related to mana management are lifted. However, the skill proficiency only increases through enlightenment, and the frequency of use does not affect proficiency. Sang-un rested his chin on his hand and thought, so I'm a genius with a talent for magic power now. Just reading this doesn't make it feel real at all. Suddenly, a series of notification windows appeared, interrupting his train of thought. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign has invited you to her domain. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has invited you to his domain. He looked at the invitations with a confused expression. What? At the same time, accepting the invitation to move to the administrator's domain. You have entered the world of Ironblood. Sang-un appeared in the middle of a snow-covered white forest. He walked in silence. His black cloak flooded in the snowstorm as he headed toward a small log cabin in the distance. The door suddenly opened and a white-haired woman in thin sleepwear appeared. She opened her arms wide and burst into a refreshing laugh. Ha ha! The white-haired woman stood in the middle of the snowy field wearing only thin clothes. She laughed refreshingly and loudly. As expected, I knew you would choose me, she said with a triumphant expression. Sang-un didn't know how to react and just stood there in silence. She approached, her voice filled with joy. Thanks to you, I won a bet. I'll show my gratitude with a hearty snack. While she was speaking, Sang-un muttered under his breath. I was wondering why they invited me at the same time. It was because of a bet. He walked quietly beside her and asked, Aren't you cold? Not at all, she replied firmly. The two walked in the snow. Sang-un asked again, May I ask you something? He looked straight at her and said, I happen to acquire the mana management skill. Do you know anything about it? The woman stopped. Her red eyes widened in surprise, and then a smile appeared. You've acquired an excellent skill, she stretched sensuously. All right, before we go into the log cabin, I'll tell you about it briefly. With your new mana management skill, try to focus all the mana in your body as intensely as possible. Following her words, Sang-un closed his eyes, brought his hands together in front of his chest and began to focus his mana. A blue aura began to radiate from his body. He gritted his teeth, and a sudden extreme pain washed over him as his mana began to run wild. His entire body was engulfed in a brilliant pillar of blue energy. Magic lightning danced around him. Due to the activation of the mana management skill, your mana circuits have been greatly affected. The mana circuit Q skill has been forcibly enhanced by the mana management skill. He collapsed, his body convulsing under the powerful change. He sank to one knee, sweat poured down, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It feels like my physical abilities have become several times stronger. As he raised his head, a powerful flow of energy burst from his body, blowing away the surrounding snow. Let's see, he roared, releasing all his newly enhanced power. The white-haired woman was hit by the sudden wave of energy and pushed back, her face filled with surprise and a hint of annoyance. Her thin clothes were torn and flew into the energy storm. This scene has been cut. I'll watch it for you. Sang-un realized his mistake. He saw everything too. Inside the cozy log cabin, the two were sitting opposite each other, enjoying tea and cake. The woman broke the awkward silence first. I didn't know you were such a perverted man. Sang-un choked on his tea. Cough, cough, you've misunderstood, he stammered. As his face turned red, she giggled. Why are you so flustered? Hee. Anyway, when you have time, try activating your magic skills one by one with mana management. A diagram appeared. As your understanding of mana management increases, your magic skills will level up accordingly. He took a sip of tea and asked, but why did you call me here? She replied, you know the system was expanded when you entered the 11th floor waiting room, right? Yes, that's right. Thanks to that, I was able to come here without going through the tower. He put a piece of cake in his mouth and chewed it slowly. She continued, the intervention area wasn't added for that reason. The real motive is to allow administrators to actively cultivate their challengers. What does that mean? Well, it means this, she said. And a burning red sphere of energy appeared on her fingertip. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign has used the intervention area to grant an authority to the challenger. A new authority has been engraved into your soul. The Iron-Blooded Magic Sword A authority has been engraved into your soul. Sang-un could only sit there in silence, surprised by the unexpected gift. He stammered. Can you grant authorities like this? She shrugged. Of course not. Then it means I've contributed enough to the tower for me to be able to do this. Sang-un looked at her with a complicated expression. Since the ability to make additional contracts has been added, it might be better for her to choose another challenger. Then why are you helping me so much? She looked him straight in the eye and her voice was sincere. Because I can see your potential, he asked back. My potential, she explained. Administrators get rewards by cultivating their challengers, but their motivation is not positive. His eyes narrowed. They are only investing in challengers for their own earnest wishes, he muttered. An earnest wish. A series of invitations from other administrators suddenly appeared, interrupting their conversation. Sang-un let out an annoyed sigh. Ah, the white-haired woman smiled brightly. Our conversation ends here due to someone's impatience. I've already given you the authority, hee. See you next time, Sang-un said as he accepted the invitation. Accepting the invitation to move to the administrator's domain. You have entered the forest. He appeared in the middle of a lush green bamboo forest. This place is perfect for training. I'm curious about the training method the Iron-Blooded Sovereign told me about. Perfect timing, he activated his new skill, Mana Management. Proficiency of the skill /A has increased by 8 due to Mana Management. Instantaneous acceleration has been forcibly enhanced by the Mana Management skill. The instantaneous acceleration skill has been forcibly upgraded to B rank by the Mana Management skill. Proficiency of the skill Counter Shield B has increased by 7 due to Mana Management. Ah, he smiled with satisfaction. Alright, I should try using sword energy too. His sword glowed with a blue light, but he soon frowned. Ah, he looked at the sword with a confused expression. Why isn't sword energy being activated through Mana Management? I was planning to upgrade // through sword energy. It's the same no matter how many times I try. He gritted his teeth, and a sense of unease welled up. This is strange. Is it because sword energy is an authority? A notification window appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is eagerly awaiting your visit. He sighed. I'll have to put my sword away and postpone the sword energy grade increase for later. Yes. I'm coming now. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says yes while puffing out their cheeks. He walked through the bamboo forest and saw the nickname this administrator was using. I was guessing it would be an old man like Baek San-hak. The way they talk is really annoying. As he came out of the bamboo forest, a peaceful landscape unfolded before him. A white-haired woman was sitting quietly on the porch of a traditional house. He let out a low cry of surprise. Ha, the woman said in a soft voice. You finally arrived. She stood up and turned, a bright smile on her lips. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the administrator, White Crane Swordsman. I've been waiting for a challenger like you for a very, very long time. Sang-un was frozen. He had forgotten about the old man idea and was completely surprised. It's a woman, he muttered in confusion. Seeing his silence, the girl tilted her head and asked, Is something wrong? He quickly replied, It's just interesting to meet an administrator in person whom I've only communicated with through messages. She giggled. Aha, I see. It'll be tiring to keep talking while standing, so come and sit here. He bowed his head. Then I'll take you up on your offer. As he sat next to her, a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. Oh, this is really refreshing. He looked at her with understanding. I see why you're sitting here instead of on a chair. She smiled. It feels good, right? She looked into the distance and her voice was filled with nostalgia. I've been observing you from here, ever since you fought a life-and-death battle with Baek San-hak on the 9th floor, he asked back. So you've been observing me ever since you were able to see my trials? Isn't it a waste to give your authority to a challenger you've only met once? She answered firmly. Not at all. You need to understand your own value correctly. Even the great elder Baek San-hak couldn't obtain lightning sword energy. He was once a powerful swordsman in Murim. Although he lost some of his power when he entered the tower, it is a great achievement to defeat a challenger like him. I, who was contracted to Baek San-hak, am telling you this, so there is no need to deny it, she said. Sang-un's eyes widened in surprise and a cold sweat trickled down his temple. Wait, then you might hold a grudge against me, he thought to himself in a panic. She giggled as if reading his thoughts. There's no need to feel bad. You're just an easy challenger to score points off of. A beautiful blue butterfly landed on her finger. I've contracted with countless challengers, but I've never invited a challenger here. The butterfly flew and landed on Sang-un's nose, except for you. She looked him straight in the eye and her voice became serious. You've probably already guessed, but I'll be direct. Please make an additional contract with me. Sang-un was silent for a moment, then asked, what benefits do I get if I do that? She stood up and the hem of her clothes fluttered slightly in the wind. If you agree, I can make you a disciple of the administrator, the White Crane swordsman. He asked back, what exactly are the benefits if I become your disciple? An administrator can only have one disciple in their lifetime, and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have signed a special contract. Also, a challenger who is a disciple can purchase all the authorities of that administrator. Sang-un's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, so a disciple contract is that important? What, the iron-blooded sovereign is my master too, but she didn't even explain this. She must be a bit dense. You said the additional contract can be terminated at any time. Why are you trying to make such a disadvantageous once-in-a-lifetime contract? She replied, like that woman, I chose you to fulfill my earnest wish. For that, I need the sharpest sword, a supreme blade that will not bend or dull. You have the potential to be the sharpest sword, she said. And what he saw in her eyes was a burning image, an earnest wish. It was the same thing the iron-blooded sovereign had said. Perhaps it meant a simple desire. He looked at her and asked, what is your earnest wish? She hesitated slightly. She explained slowly, an administrator's earnest wish stems from past regrets and is rooted in memory. At the same time, the earnest wish is an authority granted to the administrator by the tower. Like the Tower of Trials, it is a trial that can only be given to a challenger contracted to that administrator. When it is fulfilled, the challenger receives a reward. The White Crane swordsman looked into the distance, and her voice was somewhat dreamy. If my earnest wish is fulfilled, she turned and looked Sang-un straight in the eye, and a heavy promise flowed out. You will be able to change the past. Sang-un was stunned, and his blue eyes widened with extreme disbelief and surprise. Change the past? How can something so absurd be possible? She cut him off, and her voice was calm but confident. You've climbed the tower, so you should know. Is what I'm saying true or not? Sang-un was silent. The memory of the extraordinary trials he had faced came to mind. Yes, he muttered. If it's the tower, nothing is impossible. He looked at her and made a decision in his mind. May I ask you one thing? She nodded. Yes, of course. He looked her straight in the eye and said in a firm voice, how many more floors do I have to climb to fulfill your earnest wish? He hesitated, and a slightly flustered smile appeared on her lips. About that, it has to be the top floor waiting room of the Tower of Trials, she replied. Sang-un realized the difficulty of the task, and a cold sweat trickled down his temple, but just then a system notification chimed. The contract has been signed, the girl exclaimed in joy. An excellent decision, you won't regret it. She happily handed Sang-un a pillow. So I ended up accepting her contract after all, he thought to himself. An image of a tower that seemed to pierce the sky appeared in his mind. The top floor. I've learned that the place I need to go to fulfill the administrator's earnest wish is the top of the tower. You have been recognized as a true disciple of the administrator White Crane swordsman. As a disciple benefit, the effects of Murim dimension authorities and skills have increased by 10. As a disciple benefit, magic power has increased by 3. Challenger Han Sang-un is now recognized as a disciple of 2 administrators. As a dual disciple benefit, agility has increased by 3. He raised the corners of his lips and a powerful energy spread throughout his body. I can't miss this opportunity to get stronger instantly. Above all, I also received a special gift, he thought, and the image of the White Crane swordsman was reflected on the blade of his sword. He turned and asked her, by any chance, did you hear anything else from that woman? About the person who is looking for you, he added. No, she replied with a hint of doubt. The White Crane swordsman put a hand to her forehead. A hint of annoyance was on her face. What on earth is that iron-blooded woman thinking? Oh, my head hurts. It seems she trusts you completely. She looked Sang-un straight in the eye, and her expression became serious. Of course I trust you too, but I have to say this. I'm going to use an inquiry ticket for what I'm about to say. Is that okay? Sang-un was silent for a moment, then nodded. Of course. I was just collecting them without any use for them anyway. Challenger Han Sang-un has used all of his inquiry tickets. He widened his eyes in surprise. I used all my inquiry tickets. Just how important is this? She began to explain. In the Murim dimension, there is a massive faction called the Murim Alliance, and Baek San-hak, whom you killed on the 9th floor, held the high position of an elder in the Murim Alliance. Therefore, there is someone in the Murim dimension looking for you. Sang-un frowned. Don't tell me the Murim Alliance is looking for me to kill me? No, she replied. Rather, the Murim Alliance is currently in a state of chaos with the fight to take over the vacant elder position. Then who wants to kill me? She looked at him, and her voice was filled with a warning. The sword dragon of the Namding family. Just then, a blue spatial gate opened in Shinjuku, Tokyo, and a man walked out. A purplish-black dark energy swirled around him. The Azure Sky Sword Dragon, Namding Wei UK. He was a man who had made a name for himself among the martial arts fanatics who had lived in the Murim dimension for centuries, and was called a genius. The White Crane swordsman continued to explain. Her voice was calm. The direct reason he is looking for you is for revenge, but the real reason is simply curiosity. She looked outside and her eyes were filled with worry. I don't know when it will happen, but if you ever face Namding Wei UK, you'll have to be prepared to risk your life, she finished with a cold warning. Immediately after, a spatial gate opened. You have been moved to the 11th floor waiting room. Sang-un let out a sigh of relief and took off his tattered coat. He stood alone and muttered the name of his new enemy. Namgang Wei UK. Then let's summarize the information briefly. He operated the control panel with a slightly confused expression. A psychopathic murderer from Murim is looking for me. They were the ones who invaded my floor first. I don't get it. He decided to purchase a few necessary items. You have purchased the Authority, Steel Wings C. 1,500 SP have been deducted. You have purchased a Return Stone F. He clenched his fist and a pink aura enveloped his body. I've learned something new, but nothing has really changed. Before I run into that guy named Namgang Wei UK, I need to level up like crazy. You have used the Return Stone, returning to Earth. A blue light enveloped him. He reappeared in his bedroom holding a phone in his hand. A magic battle scythe with a bright pink blade, formed from pure energy, appeared in Oh Cheon-sok's hand. He made the bow disappear, and a glowing pink energy gathered in his palm, forming a new weapon. He sneered, but that rule only applies when your opponent is an ordinary wizard. Oh, Sang-un muttered, and his blue eyes shone. He wasn't afraid at all. Rather, excitement surged in his chest. I've only met weak challengers so far. Seeing these guys makes my blood boil with excitement. He gripped the hilt of his sword with resolve. I just have to do my part properly. Immediately, he jumped into battle, dodging a giant purple sword energy by a hair's breadth. He leaped between the broken rocks, his body as light and flexible as a leaf in the wind. In midair, he swung his hand, sending sharp energy daggers flying, which embedded themselves straight into the guardian's stone body. A blue energy enveloped him, and a system notification window appeared. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All movement speeds have increased by 50. Current skill stack 5-7. The guardian statue roared in anger. It delivered a horrific blow to the ground but only hit empty air. Sang-un was now moving at a marvelous speed, easily dodging the attacks as he passed by. His foot accidentally stepped on a shadow on the ground, and another set of skills was immediately activated. Currently stepping on a shadow. The secret Shadow Step C skill has been activated. Strength has temporarily increased by 1. A series of other notification windows appeared one after another, enhancing his power to a new level. The Chaotic Sword Dance C skill has been activated. The sword's attack speed has increased by 10. Current skill stack 5-10. The Lightning Sword Energy skill has been activated. Blue lightning erupted from Sang-un's blade, charged and swung his sword diagonally, clashing head-on with the guardian's weapon with an ear-splitting explosion. The power of the Lightning Sword Energy not only blocked the attack but also transferred the energy, causing the stone head the guardian was carrying on its back to crack. On the other side, Kim Sung-hoon roared and raised his giant crystal hammer high. Bright golden lightning gathered around the head of the hammer. He shouted the name of his skill, Lightning Bolt. He threw the sphere of lightning onto the ground, causing a horrific explosion. Thousands of golden lightning bolts spread out in all directions, trapping his guardian statue in a sea of lightning. Kim Sung-hoon stood firm, observing his achievement as his opponent was being roasted in the electrical storm. Meanwhile, Oh Cheon-sok abandoned his ranged weapon. He entered close combat with a pair of daggers, moving at a dizzying speed and leaving a red afterimage with every slash. He leaped into the air, the battle scythe reappearing in his hand, preparing to deliver a finishing blow from above. He slammed the scythe down hard, aiming straight for the head on the guardian's back. The magic scythe easily pierced through the stone, completely destroying the target. Having lost its ultimate goal, the guardian statue threw its head back toward the sky and let out a final desperate roar. Seeing that their companion's head had been destroyed, the remaining guardian statues suddenly stopped their attacks and began to flee. Cheon-sok asked in surprise, "Oh, they're running away," Kim Sung-hoon explained as he lowered his hammer. "Since we destroyed the Lord's head, we don't have to worry about it being resurrected anymore." The three quickly gathered and looked at the fleeing enemies. Sang-un said decisively, "Then let's finish them off quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, the three charged forward, pursuing the remaining forces of the Lord of Darkness. While charging, Sang-un suddenly stopped, his ears perking up. He heard a strange sound. What is that sound? He looked back and saw the ground shaking violently. The giant stone statue at the entrance, the knight statue they had seen before, was rising on its own. Sang-un could only make a sound of disbelief. The statues were forming a bridge. The equestrian statue stepped on the bridge and flew up. Unlike its heavy appearance, the statue leapt into the air, even blocking out the moonlight. Sang-un looked up as the giant shadow descended. He shouted in terror, "It's the statue from the entrance." He looked straight ahead, and his voice was firm and without a hint of hesitation. "As requested by the Japanese side, I will go to Shinjuku, Tokyo." Ha Yeon looked at him, and her eyes widened with panic and disbelief. "Why?" she whispered. She shouted, and her voice was filled with worry and anger. "Why do you only do such reckless things? You should think about other people's feelings a little." Sang-un raised his hand and gently stroked her head. "Thanks for worrying about me," he said. His voice softened a little, but he soon pushed her hand away, and his eyes became cold and distant. "But this is something I have to solve." Meanwhile, in another place, a young Namgang Wei UK was training in swordsmanship with his peers. He muttered in annoyance, "Why can't everyone understand the sound of the sword?" A friend tried to stop him, but he was knocked back by his sword energy. "Young master, isn't this a bit too much for a light spar?" The others shouted in fear. An old man approached. "To use sword energy at the age of 13, you have achieved more than I did when I was young." The others bowed their heads in greeting. "Greetings to the sword master." He placed a hand on young Wei Yuke's head. But Wei Yuke, martial arts are not for harming people but a path to transcendence. He looked at him sternly. You must not harm anyone without reason. The boy just listened quietly. The Tower of Trials had chosen a challenger from the Murim dimension. A few years later, Namding Wei Yuke stood at the top of the tower, but his expression was still unsatisfied. I've climbed to the 20th floor of the tower, but I'm still not satisfied. Just climbing the tower doesn't satisfy my desires. I can't believe a 70-year-old man achieved such a great feat, he whispered with a bitter expression. I'm sorry, grandfather, as I thought you used the dimensional invasion rights. He sat in the middle of a pile of corpses and smiled cruelly. I'm happiest when I'm destroying humans. He stood in the middle of a sea of fire. Wandering around Murim and killing pitiful people is no longer satisfying, nor is it allowed. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. But this guy named Han Sang-un might be able to entertain me. Back in the present, a woman in a suit was waiting for Sang-un as he got off the plane. This way, an escort vehicle picked him up and drove down the highway. Challenger Han Sang-un, please come this way. The others are waiting inside, the woman said. Oh, Cheon-sok and Kim Sung-hoon were sitting and waiting. We meet again since we met on the 10th floor, Cheon-sok said. You're later than I thought. Sang-un entered. I heard from the association that you two were here, but I see you really came in person. By the way, is this everyone who has responded to Japan's request for support? Sung-hoon replied. I heard one more challenger from the US will be arriving soon, Sang-un frowned. I see. Even if the three of us are comparable to S-rank hunters, the otherworldly challenger who has now appeared in Shinjuku is an unknown monster that could defeat all three of us. I hope the challenger from the US is a strong person. The door suddenly opened, interrupting his train of thought. Huh? A red-haired woman entered. Sang-un was surprised. Catherine. She was no less surprised than he was. Mr. Han Sang-un, the woman who had accompanied Sang-un, asked, Do you two know each other? Sang-un replied, Yes, to some extent. We met briefly in the tower. Catherine looked at him with a slightly sad expression. I didn't want to meet you again like this. How did you want to meet? I wanted to meet in a more ordinary way. We've never even met in an ordinary way from the beginning, so how could we meet ordinarily? Catherine pouted. Well, that's true, but can't you be a little gentler? You're really cold. Kim Sung-hoon looked at the scene before him with an expression of not being able to understand. Is this a lover's quarrel? Catherine was startled and hurriedly waved her hands. What? No way, absolutely not, she shouted. Sang-un, on the other hand, was just silent. She could have just said no. Why did she say absolutely? She thought to herself, flustered. The woman who had met Sang-un at the airport stepped forward. Finally, all the challengers have gathered. My introduction is a bit late. I am the president of the Japanese Hunter Association, Arachika. Sang-un was slightly surprised. She's the president of the Hunter Association? I thought she was just an ordinary association employee since she came out to the airport. That must mean Japan is in a desperate situation. Arachika spread her arms. No additional support for Japan is expected. The situation is much more serious than we thought. I think that's why they're coordinating the hunter support. Oh, Cheon-sok whispered to Catherine. Even if they're coordinating the hunters, I can't believe only 4 people out of everyone in the world have offered support. The situation is much worse than I thought. Arachika clenched her fists and her voice trembled slightly. Currently, there are no countries that actively want to help Japan. She suddenly bowed. To all of you who came here when everyone else turned their backs on us, I am truly grateful. Sang-un approached and helped her up. President, please raise your head. This is not the time to be bowing your head. Catherine thought to herself, this man named Han Sang-un, he's cold on the outside, but she should be raising our reward instead of bowing her head right now. Sang-un said bluntly. Everyone was startled. What? He placed a hand on his chest. I request that you double the promised reward. Then I will actively cooperate in solving this problem. Catherine screamed inwardly. I knew this man was cold-blooded. A cold smile appeared on Sang-un's lips. I did not come here guided by the heart of a good Samaritan or a hero. I came for the reward and the growth I will gain from killing Namding Wei Yuke. Arachika stood up straight, her expression regaining its composure. I understand. I was too emotional in this urgent situation. The being that appeared in Shinjuku is an extraordinary monster. Since you are all risking your lives, I will promise to double the reward, she said. The situation is not entirely hopeless. We have a chance to win. The ability that Ms. Catherine Bennett has can turn the tide of this battle. A ball of fire appeared in Catherine's hand. One of the authorities I have is called flame suppression. If an opponent stronger than me touches the flame that activates this authority, all of his stats will decrease by 10, and some of his skills will be randomly sealed. As she explained, the eyes of the other 3 all became serious. With this authority we can win. Of course we can only win if he touches the flame, she said. And the flame in her hand burned intensely. Sang-un crossed his arms. In other words, we need to create a situation where Ms. Catherine can activate flame suppression. The party headed to Shinjuku by helicopter. Breaking news was being broadcast. This is news that the Chinese S-rank hunter, Feng Ziyuan, has arrived in Shinjuku for support and has just met the otherworldly challenger. There is no movement yet. It seems they are having a conversation. Yes, that is a possible situation. It is known that challengers from the tower can communicate despite being from different dimensions and countries. Feng Ziyuan asked, "Are you Han Sang-un?" He introduced himself. "You bastard from Murim, I am Feng Ziyuan of China. You will soon regret underestimating the Earth dimension." Namding Wei UK sighed. "I don't know why bugs are coming instead of the one I called," he charged, appearing instantly in front of Namding Wei UK and throwing a punch. Wei UK said with a contemptuous expression, completely unharmed, "A martial artist?" "Yes." An interested smile appeared on Namding Wei Uk's lips. "Interesting," as he charged. Feng Ziyuan could only raise his arms to block in horror. A huge explosion shook the entire neighborhood, destroying everything within a radius of dozens of meters. The party looked down at the devastated battlefield from the helicopter. "Damn it, why is that Chinese hunter acting alone? This is not good," Kim Sung-hoon growled. Sang-un turned to Catherine with a serious expression. "Miss Catherine, if we fall from the air, can we land safely?" She was surprised. What do you mean?" A confident smile appeared on Sang-un's lips. "I just had a good idea." Catherine thought for a moment, then replied, "Leap, I have a skill that nullifies all damage upon landing." Sang-un nodded. "Then that's enough." He looked at her. His eyes were sharp. "If this succeeds, we can inflict a great deal of damage on him at once. At that moment, please activate your authority." Before she could react, he wrapped his arm around her waist. "Excuse me," he said. Catherine blushed and stammered. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" He didn't answer, just muttered a single word. "Fly." The steel wings authority activated. The two jumped from the helicopter. The crystal wings pushed them at a terrifying speed. Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Cheon-sok could only watch in astonishment. "Really, he does whatever he wants. He hasn't changed at all," Sung-hoon said. "We can't just watch." The two also jumped from the helicopter and charged after Sang-un and Catherine. Catherine shouted as they cut through the air, "Are you serious? You're crazy. Who flies without any explanation in a situation like this?" Sang-un only focused on the battlefield below. "It's a good thing the Chinese hunter is drawing Namding Wei Uk's attention." Catherine was annoyed. "He's not even listening to me." He glanced at her. "When you see an opening, please use your authority." "Then I'll go first," he said, and let go, charging down like a meteor on the ground. Namding Wei UK and Feng Ziyuan were fighting fiercely. The shockwaves from their weapons clashed. Feng Ziyuan let out a pain scream. His gauntlets were shattered. Namding Wei UK looked at his opponent with contempt. "A guy who can't even properly imbue his fists with a weapon. What kind of martial art is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a series of powerful ki blasts, followed by a sharp sword strike. Suddenly, Namding Wei UK flinched. A dangerous presence washed over him. He looked up and had a surprised look in his eyes as he saw a massive stream of red energy falling straight from the sky. The energy sphere collided, creating a huge explosion. Namding Wei UK was pushed back by the surprise attack, his expression slightly surprised. Sang-un stood up, his sword stuck in the ground. He let out a sigh. "Ew, falling from the sky is something I'll never do again." Namding Wei UK looked at him with a displeased expression. "Who are you?" Sang-un sneered provocatively. "You've been looking for me so much, yet you don't know who I am even though I'm right here." The Sanguine Remnant skill has been activated. All types of pain inflicted on the user are reduced by 40. When attempting to survive, the proficiency of the Sanguine Remnant skill increases by 20. Sang-un stood up straight. A confident smile appeared on his lips. "You've been looking for me so much, yet you don't know who I am, even though I'm right here?" Namding Wei UK looked at the one who had just landed, and a smile of realization appeared on his lips. "I see, you are." Sang-un held his head high, and his sharp blue eyes met his enemies. He replied clearly, "Yes, I am Han Sang-un. The Sword Energy Master Authority has been activated." Instantly, a sword glowing with a mystical blue sword energy appeared in his hand, emanating an overwhelming aura. The interest immediately vanished from Namding Wei Uk's face, replaced by extreme disappointment and contempt. "I was really looking forward to who you were, but I didn't know you were just a weakling who uses fake sword energy." A terrifyingly thick red killing intent emanated from his body. He gritted his teeth and spat out each word with extreme anger, his purple eyes flashing with a deadly light. "I'm extremely angry right now," Sang-un, completely unfazed by his opponent's killing intent, replied defiantly. "So what?" He shot forward like an arrow and thought to himself, "I need to launch a preemptive strike right now." He doesn't have a weapon in his hand yet, but Namding Wei UK just raised his hand and his sword from the debris of a nearby building flew toward its master as if it were alive. Sang-un was momentarily surprised. He skillfully caught the sword and swung it powerfully, creating a horrific shockwave that swept away everything around him. The force of the slash split the ground and rock fragments flew in all directions, creating a destructive scene. A large crack began to form on Sang-un's shield as well. Sang-un gritted his teeth, enduring the aftermath of the attack, and thought to himself, "It would have been really dangerous if I had blocked that attack head-on. The Sanguine Remnant skill has been activated." He frowned. "I thought he would have taken a lot of damage from the aerial attack earlier. Damn it." He looked at his sword and counter shield with a serious expression. "My shield was also destroyed in a single blow. At this rate, it will be difficult to use the counter shield's ability. Is that real sword energy?" Namding Wei UK saw Sang-un's wounds healing and clicked his tongue in contempt. "Regeneration? To have to rely on cheap black magic you got from the tower." Sang-un, not at all agitated, swung his sword and focused a new energy. The lightning sword energy skill has been activated. A sword energy imbued with blue lightning enveloped his sword. Namding Wei UK just glanced at it indifferently. HMPH, the two sword energies golden and blue collided, creating a dazzling explosion of light. At that moment Kim Sung-hoon appeared from one side with a large hammer in his hand. He unleashed a myriad of attacks on Namding Wei UK, who was distracted by Sang-un. At the same time, Namding Wei UK sensed another threat from behind. Catherine approached, a flame burning in her palm. She shouted, "Flame suppression, authority, flame suppression." When used on an opponent, all of their stats decrease by 10 and a portion of their skills are sealed, but nothing happened. Catherine's eyes widened in shock and confusion. "My authority isn't working," Oh Cheon-sok shouted in horror from above. "Hey everyone, look up." Namding Wei UK stood atop a bent streetlight. He glared down at the party with eyes full of fury. "You insects, how dare you interrupt my fun?" He raised his sword to the sky and a massive golden sword energy shot upward. The instincts of the hunters, honed by countless brushes with death, were screaming at them. The attack from the man with purple eyes burning with rage was unstoppable. He roared, "Die, you insects!" A scream erupted. "Dodge!" The three desperately leapt in different directions to avoid the devastating pillar of light raining down. At that moment a memory flashed through Sang-un's mind. A warm hand was holding his. "Consider this teaching a small gift." The image of the white crane swordsman appeared. She was transferring a pinkish energy into his hand. "This is just a simple method of mana transfer," she said, and a mysterious purple energy began to envelop Sang-un. "But this isn't a simple mana transfer. It maintains a feeling of connection." Sang-un was surprised, feeling the difference. A thread of energy connected their fingers. "How is it? Can you feel the difference?" Sang-un recalled the sensation. At first it felt like a simple mana transfer, but the second time, it was as if you yourself, White Crane Swordsman, had entered me. An image of their two souls merging into one appeared in his mind. She smiled in satisfaction. "Good, now you just need to apply that sensation to your sword. But use it after you leave this place. You shouldn't be put in a disadvantageous situation due to an administrator's intervention." Returning to reality, Namding Wei Uk's destructive pillar of light rained down. But it was blocked. Namding Wei UK was horrified. A series of system notification windows appeared before Sang-un. Skills and authorities are not manifested through sword energy but are used through the perception of the self. You have used the first sword energy of the Earth dimension. The Tower of Trials sends its praise to challenger Han Sang-un. You have achieved the union with the sword achievement. As the mana consumption of the sword energy master authority has increased, the penalty has been removed. The sword in Sang-un's hand now emanated a pure blue light, stronger than ever before. He said in a confident voice, "This is true sword energy." He looked back at his companions. "Is everyone okay?" Catherine replied, her expression full of gratitude. "Yes, thanks to you," she thought to herself in extreme amazement. In that moment he used an attack of the same caliber to neutralize his opponents. "These two are truly monsters." His laughter echoed eerily through the ruins. "Ha ha ha ha." Faced with Sang-un's power, Namding Wei UK also burst into a barbaric and crazed laugh. "Yes, that's the reaction I wanted. I was almost disappointed. Ha ha ha." A dark memory surfaced in his mind, the image of a young Namding Wei UK destroying a sandcastle with a wicked smile. The more effort you put into the sandcastle, the greater the pleasure when you destroy it. Back in reality, he charged at Sang-un like a beast. The two swords clashed, unleashing a shower of sparks. The sharp sound of metal rang throughout the battlefield. Sang-un gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. "The challengers from other worlds I've met so far were all annoying, but this guy is a real psychopath." He pushed with all his might, creating some distance between himself and the three companions standing behind him. He looked back at his companions, his voice serious and urgent, allowing no refusal. "I'm sorry, but would you all please retreat to a safe place? If another situation arises where I have to protect you like before, I won't be able to concentrate." Catherine opened her mouth to object but fell silent, clenching her fists in helplessness. Kim Sung-hoon also agreed inwardly. "It's frustrating, but he's right. To be useless again, just like in the last trial, damn it." From behind his mask he gave Sang-un a resolute look. "When the opportunity arises, we'll execute the flame plan. Be careful." As the three quickly retreated, Sang-un's voice echoed. A battlefield was created for just the two swordsmen. Instantly, the two sword energies, blue and golden, clashed violently once more like a pair of ferocious beasts. The collision created a storm of energy that split the earth and destroyed everything in its path, turning the battlefield into a wasteland. Countless sword strikes tore through the space, each slash imbued with destructive power, painting deadly trails of light across the dark sky. The entirety of Shinjuku shook with the aftershocks of the battle. The skyscrapers were now just faint shadows. One shockwave followed another, lighting up the sky like a deadly fireworks display. From a safe distance, Oh Cheon-sok groaned. Now I see why he told us to stay back, but he's fighting on equal footing with that monster, isn't he?" Kim Sung-hoon shook his head, his voice low and laced with worry. "No, it looks like he's being pushed back slightly. He's going to die at this rate." Sang-un braced himself as he blocked a powerful slash, coughing from the impact. "I thought upgrading my sword energy would let me fight on somewhat equal terms." The White Crane Swordsman's words echoed in his head like a warning. "Namding Wei Uk's swordsmanship skill is estimated to be a rank, while yours is only C rank." Sang-un felt the terrifying aura emanating from his opponent. Skills aside, that guy is just terrifyingly strong. Sang-un staggered as Namding Wei UK landed a powerful kick. He sneered in contempt. "What, is this all you've got?" Sang-un panted, sweating profusely, his body screaming from exhaustion. "Damn it, I've used too much stamina on regeneration. Ha, if I use any more, it'll affect my fighting ability." Suddenly a shout came from behind. "Mr. Sang-un, catch!" Catherine threw a red recovery potion toward him. He reached out and skillfully caught the potion. Good, but he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror. Namgang Wei UK was one step faster. He kicked Sang-un's hand and deftly snatched the potion mid-air. He brought the potion to his lips with a savage smile. "I'll enjoy this." Catherine screamed in despair and rage. "No, you annoying bastard, I should have poisoned it." Sang-un clicked his tongue in frustration, seeing his only chance snatched away. Tisk. Namgang Wei UK felt new energy spreading through his body as a bit of his stamina was restored. He sneered, his eyes filled with malice. "Humans always cling to something called hope. You're the same, aren't you, Sang-un?" He began to mimic the thoughts of a human in a sarcastic tone. "I can win this fight. If I do my best, I'll win in the end. I can survive." Then he clenched his fist, his red eyes burning with extreme madness, but tearing that thought to shreds. That moment when your expression twists from optimism to despair, only that look gives me pleasure. With a heaven-shaking roar, Namgang Wei UK launched an all-out attack. His sword energy erupted like a storm, tearing apart everything in its path and sending Sang-un flying back. He narrowed his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. "I don't like this." Buried in a pile of debris, Sang-un gritted his teeth, his blue eyes still burning with an unyielding flame. Namgang Wei UK growled inwardly. "It's as if that bastard's eyes are still full of hope." He gritted his teeth, his rage twisting into a crazed smile. He brought his fist down with all his might, slamming it right where Sang-un was with all his fury. The force of the attack split the ground, creating a huge fissure, and a terrible explosion blew away everything nearby. Sang-un let out a pained groan. He collapsed amidst the rubble, his body trembling from exhaustion, clothes tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His whole body ached, but he raised his head. His gaze was still as sharp as a blade, devoid of any fear. Namgang Wei UK glared at him, his face twisted with rage. He shouldn't even have the strength to move, so why is he still making that face, unable to bear that defiant gaze any longer? He charged and roared, swinging his sword toward Sang-un's face. Despair, a heart-wrenching scream echoed. Fresh blood splattered as Namgang Wei UK's blade grazed Sang-un's eye. Blood poured from the wounded eye. Sang-un whispered in pain and despair. "My stamina for recovery is at its limit. Even if I pour everything I have left, I can only manage a single attack." A dark aura enveloped Namgang Wei UK as he reveled in his opponent's pain. But Sang-un knew, "But I can't see, so there's no way this attack will land." Amid the pain and darkness, a bitter and desperate smile formed on Sang-un's lips. "What do I do now?" Just then he heard Catherine's voice from afar. "Mr. Sang-un?" She and the others were charging toward him. Sang-un panicked, a single thought racing through his mind. If they come now, they'll just be slaughtered. He squeezed out his remaining strength, reaching out a hand desperately and shouting, "No, don't come." Namgang Wei UK paused, a glint of realization in his eyes. He glanced back at the approaching group, then at Sang-un. An extremely savage smile spread across his lips. "Your companions, so that's why you could still wear that expression." Before he could act, Catherine and Kim Sung-hoon attacked simultaneously from both sides. Blazing flames and a sharp slash flew toward Namgang Wei UK. But he lightly dodged both attacks and kicked Catherine in the side. She let out a pained scream. Catherine," Kim Sung-hoon shouted in concern and immediately charged. He brought his hammer down toward Namgang Wei UK, creating a golden lightning explosion, but he dodged it with ease. Namgang Wei UK's power was too overwhelming. Kim Sung-hoon was struggling to hold on. Golden lightning erupted violently around him. In an instant, Namgang Wei UK completely overwhelmed him. He delivered a devastating blow that slammed Kim Sung-hoon to the ground. Sang-un could only watch helplessly as his companion fell. The physical pain was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. Namgang Wei UK grabbed Catherine, holding her hostage. She struggled desperately. "Let go." He pressed the heated blade of his sword to her neck, and she let out a pained scream. "Kayak," looking at the kneeling Sang-un. He said in a voice filled with amusement, "I can smell your companion burning." "Ha!" Sang-un roared in fury. "Stop it, you twisted bastard." Seeing Sang-un's expression of extreme pain and rage, Namgang Wei UK burst into a crazed laugh. "Yes, that's it. What a magnificent expression." As Namgang Wei UK reveled in his victory, a hand in a gold-trimmed glove appeared from behind. Cheon-sok had approached quietly and launched a glittering orb of ice. "Ice prison," he shouted. Sharp walls of ice suddenly shot up from the ground, freezing Namgang Wei UK in place, much to his horror. Seizing the opportunity, Cheon-sok quickly supported the injured Catherine as a soft green light enveloped her. "Let's start with some basic first aid," Namgang Wei UK roared in fury, trying to break the ice that trapped him. "You insect!" With a heaven-shaking roar, he shattered the ice shackles with pure force. Shards of ice glittered as they fell apart. He immediately leapt toward the fleeing Cheon-sok and Catherine. "Shadow!" Cheon-sok shouted. A massive blue orb of energy formed. As he ran, Cheon-sok thought to himself, "I have to get her as far away as possible. That's the best I can do. Then I need to hide again immediately." "Stealth," he shouted, but the moment the skill activated, Namgang Wei UK appeared right behind him like a ghost, his hand gripping Cheon-sok's head. He mercilessly cut Cheon-sok down. He barely managed to create a thin ice shield for defense, but it shattered instantly, and he let out a pained scream. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hoon lay on the ground, lost in a painful memory. This is no different from that day 7 years ago. Right now, having lost his sight, Sang-un collapsed in extreme helplessness, his blood and tears mixing, unable to protect anyone. In the deathly silence, a squeaking sound echoed. A rat with blood-red eyes scurried past a pile of debris. Immediately after, thousands, tens of thousands of rats began to swarm up from the ground. The squeaking of the rats echoed everywhere, creating a horrifying sea of rats. It was a plague, an endless number of rats. The creatures that sensed this catastrophic battle emerged onto the surface, and they were drawn to a single thing. It was the pillar of blue light emanating from Sang-un's sword holding his final remaining strike. All the souls he held were used to recover his stamina. A red deadly energy flowed from Sang-un's body. He had sacrificed the souls he had to gain one last bit of strength. Namding Wei-uk glanced at Kim Sung-hoon, who was writhing in pain on the ground, and said nonchalantly, "Calm down." Sang-un, shrouded in a dark aura, raised his head. Black blood trickled from his ruined eye. He growled, "You perverted bastard from Murm." Namding Wei-uk's lips curled up as he threw a piece of cloth he had used to wipe his sword. "No, this reaction of yours is much more amusing." Suddenly a figure shot forward like lightning, and a flaming fist flew straight at Namding Wei-uk's face. Massive explosion erupted. Due to the authority of flame suppression, the stats of the one touched by the flame have been drastically reduced. Sword energy will be sealed for 10 minutes. Sword flame will be sealed for 10 minutes. Everyone except Namding Wei-uk will be immune to the flames. Namding Wei-uk let out a pained roar. Feng Ziyuan, who was thought to have been defeated, stood with his entire body on fire, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He shouted loudly, "I am Feng Ziyuan, the hero of China. I'm still alive, you son of a bitch." He turned and signaled to the others. "Catherine's flame has been used. We have to go now." Namding Wei-uk tried to use his power, but to no avail. Sword energy cannot be used. It has been sealed by the flame suppression skill. He gritted his teeth. "Until the very last moment, these insects," he roared in fury. "Damn it, I can't use sword energy." He switched to another skill. Forced combat. Countless purple energy swords appeared in the sky, becoming a deadly rain of swords that poured straight down toward the ground. Instantly, a system notification appeared as a giant purple energy dome enveloped the two warriors, swallowing them into a life-or-death arena. Due to the unique trait Forced Combat, a battle zone with a radius of 30 meters has been established. No one other than Han Sang-un and Namding Wei-uk can enter the battle zone. Sang-un stood quietly inside the purple domain, his expression terrifyingly calm. Namding Wei-uk laughed wickedly, his fists enveloped in a brilliant golden fighting aura. "My sword energy may be sealed, but I can still use my fighting aura." He charged forward like a predator, roaring in contempt. "What can a blind man do?" Sang-un stood still, a memory flashing in his mind. When was it? He recalled the mind's eye, which had allowed him to see attacks outside his field of vision. I thought that was all it was. Suddenly, the world around him changed. Everything now appeared as green energy lines, painting a perfect three-dimensional space in his mind, including the 30-meter radius wall. "I can even see every rock in this area." An astonishing realization flashed in his mind. To think I'd be able to see more after losing my sight. I haven't been using the mind's eye properly until now. It was as if a shining ruby-colored third eye had suddenly opened on his forehead. Have I opened a third eye? A series of system notifications appeared before him, heralding the transformation of his power. "You have discovered the true mind's eye. The mind's eye D skill has been upgraded to B rank. A life-or-death battle is being waged on your senses. The sixth sense C skill has been upgraded to B rank." He felt a distinct change in every muscle of his body. "The sixth sense I'd completely forgotten about after obtaining it has evolved, making my senses sharper than ever." As if proving his growth through this life-and-death battle, more notifications appeared in succession. "You have successfully survived a battle against a master of the sword. The Killing Demon D skill has been upgraded to B rank. For a short time your body has endured great danger exceeding its limits. The Sanguine Remnant B skill has been upgraded to B rank." Namding Wei-uk felt the change in Sang-un's presence and paused for a moment, his expression slightly surprised. Sang-un easily swung his sword and parried his opponent's attack, he thought to himself. "With just these I'm confident." His eyes burned with a powerful red light. "I can fight on equal footing with a weakened Namding Wei-uk." The battle continued, but this time, Sang-un had completely caught up to his opponent. Namding Wei-uk began to be flustered by this sudden change. What in the world is going on? He gritted his teeth in disbelief. Why has his movement gotten better, and why is his blade sharper than ever? The secret Shadow Step C skill has been activated. The user is passing through a shadowed area. The user's movement speed has increased by 30. The Instantaneous Acceleration skill has been activated. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All speeds have increased by 70. Current skill stack 7-7. The Chaotic Sword Dance C skill has been activated. The attack speed of bladed weapons has increased by 20. Current skill stack 10-10. Despite gaining the upper hand, Sang-un was aware of the dangerous situation. Even with all these skills, we're barely on equal footing. This is too dangerous for me. He knew he was running out of time. I'll run out of stamina soon, and Namding Wei-uk's abilities will return to normal in 10 minutes. I have to end this fight while the flame is still in effect. He focused on his trump card. The only thing that can turn the tide in this tense battle is an unexpected variable. His sword began to emit an unusual aura. He threw the sword at him. Namding Wei-uk sneered. He thought Sang-un was doing something reckless. "You've made a foolish choice now that you're cornered," he roared. "Idiot." And he charged with a burning fist, certain this would be the finishing blow. But Sang-un strangely dodged the fist. His hand caught the opponent's fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he enunciated each word. Iron-blooded sword. Authority. Iron-blooded sword has been activated. A stream of red energy slowly manifested. Namding Wei-Uk's eyes widened in horror as he felt a sword pierce his abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, shouting in pain and disbelief. The iron-blooded sword had somehow pierced his body. He let out a sharp scream in unimaginable pain. Coo! He staggered, clutching the fatal wound in his dantian. Damn it must have hit my dantian. I need to move quickly if I want to recover fully later. A notification appeared. The flame suppression authority has ended. The unique trait forced combat has ended. The 30-meter radius battle zone has been dispelled, allowing outside intervention. His companions outside shouted in hope. The barrier is disappearing. Namding Wei-Uk glared at Sang-un with hateful eyes, knowing he was at a disadvantage. I focused too much on playing around. Next time, I'll end this fight. He took out a glowing red ancient runestone. It was a teleportation item. He crushed the stone, creating a blue spatial gate, and prepared to escape. Feng Ziyuan shouted in surprise and anger. A portal? That bastard, he's trying to return to the Murim dimension. The moment Namding Wei-Uk turned his back and stood on the threshold of the spatial gate, everyone felt that if they failed to kill him here, it would mean a terrible disaster for Earth in the near future. They shouted in desperation, "We can't let him get away. Stop him!" Without a moment's hesitation, they all charged toward the gate with all their remaining strength, sensing the killing intent behind him. He turned, his expression full of surprise. "What?" His purple eyes narrowed into sharp lines, his voice was full of sarcasm and contempt. "Running away," he roared. Sword flame. The sword in his hand burst into ferocious and destructive golden flames. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky before falling like a meteor, aimed straight at the charging party. Everyone's eyes widened in terror. Catherine could only let out a sharp scream as the pillar of fire engulfed everything. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the battlefield, completely flattening a massive building in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, Sang-un was on one knee, collapsed on the ground and gasping for breath, his entire body trembling. "The counter-shield skill has been destroyed. The absorbed damage can no longer be released," he coughed. "Cough," Catherine shouted in alarm. "Mr. Sang-un?" She pointed to his badly injured left arm. "Your arm," Sang-un brushed it off, his voice still firm. "Don't worry about this. The enemy is still over there." Namding Wei-Uk walked out from the smoke of the portal, looking at Sang-un with cold eyes. "Han Sang-un," he said in an arrogant voice, "I could have killed you from the first attack. Do you really want to see this through to the end?" Sang-un gritted his teeth, a mixture of helplessness and anger clear on his face. "It's frustrating, but I have nothing to say to that." Namding Wei-Uk gave him one last glance. "I'll be back soon." He turned and walked into the blue light of the portal, disappearing from Earth. Sang-un could only watch helplessly before collapsing on the devastated ground. His companions rushed to his side. "Mr. Sang-un?" The Murim dimension. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Namding Wei-Uk was greeted by his attendants. "Welcome back, young master." But he immediately staggered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body trembled from the wound in his dantian. "Young Master Wei-Uk," the people around him were alarmed. "Young Master, are you all right? Someone, call the royal physician, quickly." He wiped the blood from his mouth and gritted his teeth, his red eyes burning with a venomous vow. "Han Sang-un, whatever it takes, I will push you to the depths of despair." A hospital in Tokyo. Faintly, Sang-un slowly opened his eyes. The dim light of a hospital room came into view, and a familiar voice echoed with concern. "Mr. Han Sang-un, are you awake?" Sang-un struggled to sit up. He saw a woman standing by his bed. "Where am I?" Arachika gently supported him. "You're in the hospital. You shouldn't move yet." He looked down at his body, which was wrapped in white bandages. His eye was especially badly injured. Arachika bowed her head, her voice trembling with emotion. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "I don't know what to say to repay your great sacrifice." Suddenly, a stream of green energy enveloped Sang-un, and his arm instantly grew back. Sanguine remnant skill activated. Arachika's eyes widened in astonishment. The bandages wrapping his body came undone on their own, revealing a sturdy body that was healing rapidly. He said nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Where are the others?" He approached a nearby hospital room door on which Catherine's name was written. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-un threw open the curtain of the hospital bed and called out in a worried voice, "Catherine, are you Al?" He stopped short. Inside were Catherine and Li Ha-yin. "You came to visit too." They were half naked. Both women's eyes widened in surprise as they saw him. "Kayak!" A sharp scream rang out, followed by the sound of a slap echoing through the entire hallway. Oh Cheon-sok, with a cast on his leg, was struggling to walk on crutches. He sighed wearily. "Ah, my life is so miserable." He looked up and smiled upon seeing Sang-un approaching. "Ah, Mr. Han Sang-un." Oh Cheon-sok immediately noticed the red handprint on Sang-un's cheek. "What happened to your face?" Sang-un rubbed his cheek awkwardly. "Ah, I just went to Catherine's room, and seeing her so energetic, she seems to be fine." He looked around the hallway. "By the way, Mr. Kim Sung-hoon isn't in his room. Do you know where he is?" Oh Cheon-sok replied. "I saw him briefly this morning." His expression darkened and his voice dropped heavily. "He's probably not doing very well right now. He lost his right arm." A scene showed Kim Sung-hoon standing alone on the hospital rooftop. His cape fluttered in the night wind, revealing the empty space where his right arm once was. Sang-un found him on the rooftop. "There you are." Kim Sung-hoon turned around. "Ah, the sword shadow has arrived." Sang-un was slightly surprised. "Sword shadow?" Kim Sung-hoon looked at Sang-un's pristine arm. "Your left arm, did you fix it with a skill?" He glanced down at his own lost right arm. "Yes, what an incredible skill. You really have a talent for surprising surprising people. He spoke in a voice that seemed to have accepted his fate. Well, as you've heard, my right arm couldn't be saved. He turned to face Sang-un, his voice low beneath his mask. I'm sorry. Sang-un clenched his fists, his face filled with regret and self-blame. If I had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Kim Sung-hoon patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't blame yourself. I have a skill to make up for this. An arm made of pure ice shimmered with a blue light. Taking shape from his severed arm, he looked out at the city at night, his voice laced with nostalgia. I climbed the tower like a madman with the sole determination to become stronger. It was as if I was possessed by something. I feel like I was only running toward one thing, Sang-un said. That's not a bad thing. It must have made you stronger. Kim Sung-hoon's eyes sharpened as he spoke of his ideals. The strong must help the weak. At least that's the ideal I live by. Sang-un looked out at the night, lost in thought. I learned a lot from this battle. I remembered something important I had forgotten. Kim Sung-hoon exhaled a puff of smoke. A faint smile appeared behind his mask. Well, I'm relieved now, knowing that someone as strong as you isn't a psychopath with bad intentions. When we first met in the tower, I couldn't figure out what you were thinking at all. He held out a pack of cigarettes. Want one? Sang-un shook his head. No, I stay away from cigarettes and alcohol. A memory flashed through Sang-un's mind. He realized something, and his eyes widened in surprise. What? So you're the famous Thunder Emperor? He shrugged, a satisfied smile on his face revealing his trademark fang. All right, I forgot to tell you who I am. After the incident, a commemorative photo of the hunters who fought bravely and the association officials was taken, marking the end of the historic battle, and Sang-un, as the main figure of the battle, participated in an interview that told the whole world about the life-or-death confrontation in Shinjuku. A flashback crossed Sang-un's mind. The day after the battle, he and Catherine were shopping. He picked up an exquisite necklace. Catherine wore a necklace with an apple-shaped pendant. She smiled brightly, an unadorned happy smile on her face. In the present at the airport, it was time for farewells. Sang-un waved to the companions with whom he had shared life and death. Catherine, Kim Sung-hoon, Oh Cheon-sok and Feng Ziyuan all bid him farewell. Back in the hospital room, Sang-un changed into his familiar red tailcoat. He moved his arm slightly to check if the clothes fit well. At a glance, the design of the coat seemed more elaborate than before. It seems the tailcoat's design was slightly upgraded during the repair process. He drew the iron-blooded sword. It too had been perfectly restored. He smiled with satisfaction. His equipment was in perfect condition. Well, since I prevented a disaster, I can expect this level of service. He threw himself onto the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, the 3 days since I returned with the return stone have been so chaotic. I never wanted to become this famous. He looked at his phone and was surprised. Oh, the battle videos have spread everywhere, he realized. Ah, they were filmed from the Japanese Hunter Association's helicopter. He read the heated comments on the internet. Are all challengers that insanely strong? He's carrying the team by himself. Didn't he basically solve the entire situation by himself? I think I know who that is. There used to be a player-exclusive training center called Baekryun, and he trained there for 7 years. All right, next liar, please. There's no way an incompetent guy like that could stand up to monsters that easily destroy buildings. It's like he fights like a sword shadow. He's truly a god of combat. It makes sense to call him the sword shadow. Lol, Sang-un finally understood. Ah, so this is what Kim Sung-hoon meant when he talked about the sword shadow. He was lost in thought. Another surprising fact crossed his mind. But to think he was the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor, his nickname, was the most powerful even among the 30 S-rank hunters in Korea. He destroyed gates at a speed that other S-rank hunters couldn't match. He was practically a hero of the Republic of Korea. He recalled the offer Kim Sung-hoon had made on the hospital rooftop. If anything happens, contact me. I'll be frank. You can think of it as a scouting offer. You can also contact me for less serious reasons or for any other reason, Sang-un thought to himself. A scout, time's up. A system notification appeared. Your time on Earth has ended. He sat up. Well, I need to become stronger to live up to the nickname Sword Shadow, returning to the Tower of Trials. All right, a determined smile appeared on his lips. Let's go back to the tower. He was transported and collapsed on the floor of the 11th floor waiting room. You have entered the 11th floor waiting room. Sitting in the middle of the waiting room, he reflected on the last battle. There's one thing I learned from the fight with Namgang Wei UK. He opened the shop window. And that is stamina. He recalled the feeling of powerlessness when he couldn't activate his recovery skill. Sanguine Remnant is one of the most powerful recovery skills I have, but it doesn't activate if my stamina is low. His eyes shone with determination. It's time to get a new stamina recovery skill. He scanned the skill list in the shop. All these skills are a bit mediocre. Best way to solve this kind of problem when shopping is to just buy them all. You have purchased automatic stamina recovery. Description: every 180 Tekken, 0.07 of your total stamina is automatically recovered. 15,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased Moonlight Absorption E. Description: when exposed to moonlight, your recovery rate increases by 100. 10,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased Sunlight Absorption E. Description: when exposed to sunlight, your recovery rate increases by 100. 10,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased Superior Growth C. Description: all physical and stamina recovery abilities are increased by 70. 20,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased Call of Blood C. Description: by absorbing the blood of an opponent the user has killed, stamina and HP are regenerated according to the amount of blood consumed. 20,000 points have been deducted. He smiled with satisfaction. I've gathered enough points to buy all the skills I need, and I still have some left over. Activating unique authority, skill synthesis. Opening skill contents. Please select the skills to synthesize from your possessed skills. First, I should synthesize the skills that have good synergy. He chose Sunlight Absorption E and Moonlight Absorption E. The two skills began to merge in a brilliant golden light. Skill synthesis is complete. Skill Photosynthesis D has been created. Skill Photosynthesis D Proficiency 0. Effect. When exposed to moonlight or sunlight, a recovery rate increases by 200. The user can absorb mana through light. He nodded his head. Good. The grade increased slightly and the advantages of both skills were well combined. Now if I add Call of Blood to this, it should be great. He chose to synthesize Photosynthesis D and Call of Blood D. Skill synthesis is complete. Skill Bloodstained Contract D has been created. Skill Bloodstained Contract D Proficiency 0. Effect. The user can extract HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of living creatures they have killed. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Tisk, it failed. The skill grade didn't increase and the advantages of photosynthesis are gone. But he didn't get frustrated and opened the shop again. You have purchased Call of Blood D. 20,000 points have been deducted. He smiled, the corners of his lips turning up. I can just buy another one. I have plenty of points anyway. I'll synthesize Bloodstained Contract and Call of Blood one more time. The two similar skills entered the synthesis process again. Skill synthesis is complete. A new skill is being created this time. The result exceeded his expectations. Skill Seeker of Blood's Truth B is being created. Sang-un's eyes shone. OB rank. Skill Seeker of Blood's Truth B Proficiency 0. Basic effect. The user can extract HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of living creatures and gains a powerful blood control ability. Detailed effect. All blood the user loses is slowly and automatically recovered. He was surprised by his new power. Extract HP, stamina, and mana from blood and even blood control. What's that? As he focused, the dried blood on his sword began to vibrate. Instantly, the blood droplets floated into the air, hovering and dancing at his will, transforming into a deadly weapon. Feeling the new power flowing through his veins, an interested and slightly wicked smile appeared on Sang-un's lips. It's literally blood control. He tested his ability, changing the blood droplets into a spiky sphere, then into a sharp blade. Oh, I can make any shape I want. He decided to try something else. He focused his will on his fingertip. Let's see, like this. A drop of blood slowly seeped out from his fingertip without a single cut. Oh, I can squeeze out blood without cutting myself. Of course, to use a large amount of blood quickly, I'd have to cut the skin. He smiled confidently as he watched the dancing drop of blood. Seeker of Blood's Truth, this skill will be very useful. Not stopping there, he continued to invest in upgrading his power. And I've spent more time upgrading the mind's eye. Skill synthesis is complete. A new skill is being created. Skill Eye of the Fire Dragon A has been created. Skill Eye of the Fire Dragon A Proficiency 0. Basic effect. The authority of the Fire Dragon resides in your eyes, allowing the user to see what cannot be seen. Detailed effect. The user can see information about objects and can see through the lies of others. As the new skill activated, Sang-un's eyes burned with a mystical blue flame, opening up a whole new perspective for him. He looked at his equipment, and hidden information he hadn't known before was now clearly visible. Vampire Count's old coat. The user can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming stamina or blood. Boots of the Gale. Injecting mana increases acceleration time. He whispered to himself in amazement, these are things I couldn't see before. His gaze stopped on the iron-blooded sword and even more surprising information appeared. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When the user reaches the state of sword flame and raises their blood key to the maximum, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. The memory of Namgang Wei-uk's destructive power came to mind. Sword flame. That was how Namgang Wei-uk had been able to destroy all of Shinjuku. He looked at the sword, which was emanating a faint aura. It seems only those who have reached that state can awaken the true ability of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. I just thought it was a pretty good sword. I didn't know it had such a hidden ability, with new power and a clearer goal than ever before. He resolutely pressed the start button for the next trial. Well then, let's go. Entering the 11th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, hard. The theme of the current trial is mental verification. Time remaining, 7 days. Clear condition, pass the 7th trial within the remaining time. Failure condition, death of the challenger or timeout. Trial clear reward, mirror of ancient verification. Penalty for trial failure, death. Sang-un took in the information, his expression serious and determined. He entered an ancient-looking temple, and a man with blue hair and a sturdy build opened his mouth. Welcome to the Temple of Verification. Sang-un was slightly surprised. The Temple of Verification, the man explained. You will now undergo a trial given by the God of Verification, and this trial will continue until you die. You are but a mere adventurer, yet you have decided to participate in this divine trial, so you must bear the consequences. Sang-un got to the point. So what do I have to do to pass the first trial? The man frowned. Do you not even know the rules of the trials given by the 7 major gods of Ares? Sang-un answered honestly. I do not, the man muttered. It must be the dimension of the Black Knight who invaded the 5th floor. The man sighed in annoyance. I don't understand how an ignorant adventurer like you made it this far. Fine, I'll explain. The trial is simple. Prove your body, your faith, and your spirit, he continued. The first is the body, the last is the spirit, and that is the most difficult. The way to pass the trials is simple. A high priest will be waiting for you in each trial room. All you have to do is kill or persuade them to move on to the next room. Sang-un confirmed again. So it doesn't matter what method I use as long as I pass, the man scoffed. I've explained enough, find the answer yourself. He clenched his fist and his knuckles cracked. Now let's begin. The first trial, the test of the body, began as he charged forward like a storm. Instantly, Sang-un found himself facing the incarnation of the high priest, forced to constantly exchange attacks and defenses. He quickly analyzed his opponent. He's on a similar level to the challenger who earned the pioneer title. Realizing that pure physical ability wouldn't be enough, Sang-un decided to end the fight. Skill Seeker of Blood's Truth activated. His hand blazed with a deadly red light. Tendrils of blood-red energy spread out like a spider's web. With terrifying speed he charged, his glowing hand aimed straight at the high priest. The priest's eyes widened in horror. With no time to react to the sudden attack, he let out a pained scream. Feeling his life force being mercilessly drained, Sang-un stood over his fading loser. He muttered, immersed in a cold satisfaction. Damn, this skill is insane. Then he spoke to the fading corpse. Thanks for the explanation. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. You have absorbed the soul of Priest Johann. Proficiency has increased by 5.8. Suddenly, a series of other notification windows from high-ranking administrators appeared. Administrator Priest of the Seven Gods is shocked by the scene they happen to witness. Administrator God-slaying Swordsman nods at your actions. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World praises your interesting display. Administrator Seeker of Divinity says you don't need to worry. You are doing very well in developing yourself. Sang-un looked up at the notifications, his blue eyes narrowing in thought. Judging by their nicknames, he thought to himself, this trial must be related to gods, which is why it's caught their attention. More notifications appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is shocked by your actions. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is saddened that you entered the trial without a word. Sang-un broke into a cold sweat and muttered, what the? There's no way for me to contact the administrators. Shaking off those thoughts, he approached Johann's corpse. He was now lying still on the cold ground. He found a single dropped item. There's an item. He picked up a shining mirror card. The administrators once again voiced their opinions. Administrator Priest of the Seven Gods is watching you silently. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World is impressed by your greed. Administrator God-slaying Swordsman nods in understanding. He activated a skill to check the item. Eye of the Fire Dragon activated. His eyes blazed with an eerie blue flame. The item's basic information appeared. Mirror containing the High Priest Divinity C. A mirror that High Priest Johann infused with his divinity every day. The user can use the divinity to create a divine barrier a single time. When creating the divine barrier, the user's spirit may be destroyed. This was the basic information. And thanks to the Eye of the Fire Dragon, a hidden phrase appeared. The divinity within the mirror can lead the user to prove their own destiny. Sang-un looked at the mirror in his hand, his brow furrowed in confusion. Can lead the user to prove their own destiny? What the hell does that even mean? He shook his head. It just sounds like a one-time use defensive item. He put the mirror away and walked toward the large door that led to the next trial. He placed a hand on the cold door and a confident smile played on his lips. I hope there are more tests of the body. Peeking through the crack in the door, he saw a woman sitting on a throne in a mystical purple space. Her sarcastic voice echoed. I didn't expect an unknown outsider adventurer to make it this far so quickly. She glanced toward the door, a contemptuous smile clearly visible on her lips. Johann has really lost his touch. Sang-un entered a large room where broken mirror shards floated in the air. He asked bluntly, Are you the priestess of the second trial? The woman smiled enchantingly, her ruby eyes shining with interest. Yes, dear adventurer. She placed a hand on the armrest of her chair and introduced herself. I am the priestess of the second trial. Zen, it's a pleasure to meet you. As soon as she finished speaking, she used her power to send the entire throne flying at Sang-un with terrifying speed. Without the slightest change in his expression, Sang-un easily caught the flying throne with his hand. He said, Seeing as you're using violence, his eyes narrowed calculatingly. This must also be a test of the body. Correct? Zen replied with a joyful laugh as she did a somersault in the air. Her skirt fanned out like a flower of death. A sword glowing with pink energy appeared in her hand and she dove toward Sang-un to attack. Sang-un skillfully blocked the attack, but he immediately felt a familiar aura from Zen's sword. He thought to himself, This sword energy feels similar to the one I used to use. Authority Sword Energy Master activated. Skill Lightning Sword Energy activated. Sang-un's entire body blazed with a brilliant blue lightning sword energy. Zen's eyes widened, and her confident expression instantly turned to one of extreme shock in the face of the wave of power Sang-un had just unleashed. A spray of blood scattered in the air. Kuhuk! A pained scream from Zen, who had been sent flying by Sang-un's lightning-fast counterattack, echoed. Zen landed on the ground, planting her sword to regain her balance. Her face was filled with shock. Sword energy, how? How can a mere adventurer use complete sword energy? You can use it. So why do you think I can't? Sang-un retorted coldly. The sword in his hand glowed with blue lightning sword energy, his presence completely overwhelming. Zen explained, her voice still trembling with shock. That is divine power granted by God. It's how we priests gain our power. She looked at Sang-un. I was just surprised how someone who doesn't use any divine power could handle such amazing sword energy. Sang-un muttered to himself. Divine power. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped Zen, healing her wounds in the blink of an eye. She stepped back, her body completely recovered. Sang-un frowned. That was definitely a fatal wound. Divine power, what an annoying ability. Without any warning, the two charged at each other once more. The two sword energies, pink and blue, clashed, creating a violent explosion of energy. As their swords crossed, Sang-un spoke. From what I heard from the first priest, it seems I don't have to kill people to pass these trials. Can I persuade you to change your minds? Zen gave a sarcastic smile. I don't know. Maybe if you have a sacred persuasion skill? Sang-un ignored the taunt and continued to ask. How many of these physical tests are there? His question seemed to anger Zen. Her eyes blazed. How arrogant. Aren't you being a little too relaxed? Do you think you've already won? You can ask such questions after you've defeated me. She growled and launched a furious attack. Sang-un simply stood still, calmly observing the path of her sword. Skill, instantaneous acceleration activated. Just before Zen's sword could reach him, Sang-un disappeared. He appeared right in front of her and grabbed the priestess's hand. Zen was startled and Sang-un coldly declared. I've won. He grabbed her wrist. His voice was devoid of emotion. What? How are you so? Now tell me about this verification process. Zen's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. What are you trying to do? The watching administrators immediately reacted. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World awaits your answer. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is looking at you with narrowed eyes. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is shocked by your sudden question. Sang-un pushed her hard against the wall behind her. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Zen let out a laugh of relief. Ahaha, that's a relief then. The administrators continued to chime in. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign agrees with Zen. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says they thought you were a good person. Administrator Seeker of Divinity is watching you with curiosity. Sang-un looked at her with an uncomprehending expression. Why would you ask that? Who would come all this way to do something like that? Zen replied. Do you really think people wouldn't? You're quite naive for an adventurer. Sang-un lost his patience. Just explain the trial. Zen began to explain the structure of the trial. There are 2 more tests of the body, and the proof of faith begins with the 5th trial and ends with the 6th, Sang-un asked. Then is there only one proof of spirit at the end? Yes, but before you challenge that trial, Zen said in a serious voice, you'd be wise to consider giving up. Sang-un was surprised. No one, she said in a warning tone, has ever passed the 7th trial. All who entered that trial either went mad or died in their own blood. The eye of the fire dragon skill detected no lies, confirming that her warning was true as Sang-un's eyes flashed. Zen gave a light laugh as if accepting her fate. These are my last words. I don't think I've had a good fight in a long time. If there's a way to pass this place without killing you, tell me. Sang-un still tried to find another solution. Zen replied. There is no such way. He asked, aren't you afraid of death? Not at all. Zen smiled a crazed and satisfied smile. I am simply returning to God's side. Realizing he could no longer persuade her, Sang-un raised his sword. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. A single finishing blow. You have absorbed the soul of Priestess Zen. Proficiency has increased by 8.8. For some reason, Sang-un muttered. A dark aura enveloped him. I feel truly disgusted. He turned and pushed open the next giant stone door with both hands. He was ready to face the 3rd trial. Inside was a bald, sturdy man. He introduced himself. I am Lillian, the future sword of the god of verification. From now on I will test your martial arts. Prove that you are worthy to proceed to the next trial. Lillian raised his sword to the sky and it blazed with a brilliant golden flame. Or a blade. Sang-un's eyes flashed in recognition. It's unstable, but the flame on that sword is burning more intensely. It's definitely sword flame. Sword flame from the 3rd trial. Sang-un took his stance. His lightning sword energy also roared. I might have to risk my life from now on. The two charged at each other. A battle between golden flames and blue lightning began. After exchanging a few blows, Sang-un realized something. But something is strange. He carefully analyzed his opponent. His physical abilities and sword strikes are inferior to mine, Sang-un concluded. Realizing his opponent's fatal weakness, Sang-un growled as he blocked an attack. His face was full of confusion. Then why is my sword energy being destroyed? He recalled his battle with Namgang Wei UK. I saw Namgang Wei UK use sword flame and thought it was a superior skill. Maybe that guy was just insanely strong, and this sword flame skill, a harsh truth flashed through his mind, is not a superior skill. As the two auras clashed once more and his lightning sword energy was scattered again, Sang-un was certain. I knew it. His eyes narrowed analytically. No matter how many times I try, my sword energy keeps losing. He was pushed back by Lillian's powerful slash. The stone floor cracked with his every step. Lillian stood firm as a mountain, his voice majestic. No matter how strong your aura is, you cannot destroy this sword. The only ones who can destroy this are those who can handle the unseen, he said grandly. The sword flame in his hand blazed. Sang-un gave a bitter smirk. He's weaker than me, but he uses sword flame. This is like watching a dumber guy always get better test scores than me. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with annoyance. How annoying. Talking about the unseen, he growled in his mind. The annoyance turned into firm resolve. That sword, I'll destroy it no matter what. He charged forward with all his might with a completely new momentum. The two swords clashed again, creating sparks. Lillian's voice echoed in Sang-un's mind. I will destroy. Only those who can handle the unseen can create a sword that can cut through all things. I will destroy, Sang-un roared. Infusing his will into his sword, Lillian continued. That is how a blade imbued with such absolute power and aura is born. Sang-un's will reached its peak. I will destroy. His sword, enhanced with unyielding will, broke through the sword flame and plunged straight into Lillian's shoulder. Hoo-hook, he let out a cry of shock and pain. I see, Sang-un muttered. A deep realization was clear on his face. The difference between sword flame and sword energy. The source of sword flame's power was a will strong enough to be made real. His sword burned with a flow of lightning sword energy, more stable and powerful than ever before. Lillian fell to the ground, blood pouring from his wound, but he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! He looked at Sang-un, his expression filled with pride and satisfaction. Your sword flame is real. It's different from my unstable one, borrowed from God. You've really done it. Ha ha! Sang-un thought to himself, is this man happy? He seemed more interested in Sang-un's achievement than his own death. Sang-un observed. He seemed to be driven by some purpose, but was it madness or was it faith? Lillian spoke in a weak voice. You learn so quickly. I can feel it myself. His hand trembled. You have proven your martial arts. Go on like that. Yes, just like that. He took his last breath. I will ease your suffering. Sang-un swung his sword, ending Lillian's pain with a merciful blow. You have absorbed the soul of Priest Lillian. Proficiency has increased by 14. A familiar dark energy enveloped him once again. Proficiency of the unique authority, Necromancy, has reached 100. Necromancy C, the unique authority, Necromancy will be upgraded. Necromancy B, it's become B rank. Sang-un's eyes widened. What ability would be added this time? Additional effect. When absorbing the soul of an opponent stronger than yourself, you can extract one of their authorities. His eyes shone with astonishment. The ability to extract another person's authority. He couldn't hide his excitement. Necromancy has never disappointed me, and it's this good at just B rank. What effects will be added when it becomes A rank or S rank? Sang-un opened his status window. Status. Han Sang-un title, ruler strength, 86 stamina, 84 agility, 85 magic power, 79 durability, 81 unique trait. Necromancy B, skill synthesis. Skill synthesis, he muttered. My stats are getting close to triple digits. He couldn't help but reminisce. It was something he thought he could never achieve during his school days. A system notification appeared explaining the sudden increase in power. You have absorbed the soul of Priest Johann. Your stats have permanently increased. You have absorbed the soul of Priestess Zen. Your stats have permanently increased. You have absorbed the soul of Priest Lillian. Your stats have permanently increased. Powerful flow of energy erupted around Sang-un. Strength has increased by 8. Other notifications appeared in succession. Agility has increased by 6, stamina has increased by 7, magic power has increased by 8, durability has increased by 9. You will absorb one of Priest Lillian's skills. You have acquired the skill, Indomitable Will A. He checked the new skill's information. Skill, Indomitable Will, a proficiency, 27 description. The symbol of one who does not yield to despair and continues to challenge the impossible. Basic effect. When facing an opponent stronger than yourself, your physical abilities and concentration are enhanced. Additional effect. When the skill is activated, it becomes easier to learn new things, and your mental protection skills are strengthened. After the absorption of power was complete, Sang-un was left in the ruins of the third trial room. He pushed himself up with his hands and pushed open the heavy door leading to the next room, his body ready for a new battle. He entered a wide but completely empty space. He looked around in surprise. Is no one here? Ah! Suddenly, a figure with pure white angel wings slowly descended from above. Its voice echoed. It seems Lillian is dead. How unexpected. Sang-un muttered. I didn't expect my next opponent to be an angel. The administrators immediately sent warnings. Administrator God-slaying swordsman warns you to be careful. Administrator warrior of the corrupted world says not to be arrogant as this is a tough opponent. Administrator White Crane swordsman says this opponent uses real sword energy. Administrator Iron-blooded sovereign is impressed by the priest's strong aura. Without a word, Sang-un swung his sword, creating a giant sword energy of light that shattered the cathedral's dome. The opponent sensed that Sang-un had no intention of talking. You don't seem to want to talk much. Then let's begin. The priest opened his mouth, and his golden eyes flashed coldly. This is your fourth trial. He spread his wings, and a divine light enveloped his body. I am the acolyte priest Chiron. In accordance with the principles of verification, I will begin the verification of the body. The user has met a much stronger opponent. The Indomitable Will skill has been activated. Sang-un immediately felt the difference in power. His aura was incomparable to the other priests. At first, Chiron created a mirror shard of light in his hand and focused energy in his other palm. He shot a destructive beam of light toward Sang-un. Sang-un quickly dodged, and the beam destroyed the ground where he had been standing. The beam hit the mirror shard and was reflected, creating an unexpected attack from a different angle. Eye of the Fire Dragon, skill activated. Sang-un activated the Eye of the Fire Dragon to analyze the situation. He muttered, that beam, it's reflected by the mirrors, making it very tricky to deal with. He decided to attack head-on. I have to attack before that guy can continue his beam attacks. Sang-un charged at a terrifying speed, his lightning sword energy exploding. Chiron used his wings as a solid shield, blocking Sang-un's attack and sending him flying back. Immediately after, Chiron counterattacked with a slash of light. Sang-un raised his sword to block but was pushed back several steps. So sword flame is the standard now. He looked up at the floating Chiron, preparing for a top-tier swordsmanship duel. Sang-un calmly analyzed his opponent's tactics. So this must be his winning strategy, he thought to himself as he dodged the deadly beams. He attacks with beams from a distance. Even if his opponent dodges the beams, the mirrors all around will reflect the beams from angles the opponent can't see. As Sang-un approached, Chiron flapped his wings, creating a strong wind that blew him away and broke his balance. Then he uses his wings to create a gust of wind at close range to throw his opponent off balance, then counterattacks with sword flame. He muttered with an annoyed expression, "What a damn difficult attack pattern to deal with." He tried to attack the mirrors, but his sword bounced off. It's also very difficult to destroy these mirrors. The worst-case scenario came to his mind: if smaller mirror shards are used to reflect the beams. Even if I can detect them with the eye of the fire dragon, it will be impossible to dodge them all. The administrators began to comment on his difficult situation. Administrator Overlord of the Ninth Heaven questions the difficulty of the 11th floor trial. Administrator Regretful Priest is shocked that an acolyte priest has such a skill. Administrator Black Mage wonders how you will die. Sang-un sneered confidently. How will I die? HMPH. He saw the familiar notifications from the administrators. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is annoyed that the priest is stalling. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is eager to see what you will do. It seems my administrators aren't very worried. Chiron raised his sword and an energy of light gathered. It won't be that easy this time. Take this if you can. He unleashed a rain of light covering the entire battlefield, and hundreds of beams intertwined, forming an inescapable net of death. All that energy converged on Sang-un's position, causing a horrific explosion. Energy charge complete. Chiron was surprised. What's going on? The counter-shield skill is ready to counter the absorbed damage. A crimson sphere of energy enveloped Sang-un, absorbing the entire explosion. From within the sphere, Sang-un coldly commanded, "Release." The counter-shield skill will release all accumulated damage at once. A massive pillar of energy was shot straight toward Chiron. Chiron had no time to react and could only watch in horror as the stream of energy approached. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body severely injured. He looked at Sang-un in disbelief. "What is this? I saw no evidence that you learned magic," he asked, stammering. "Do you perhaps possess a divine authority?" Sang-un was silent for a moment, then replied, "I don't know what a divine authority is." Chiron seemed to accept this. "I see." Despite being severely injured, Chiron stood up straight, gasping for breath. "You did not flee from battle, nor were you defeated. I declare that you have passed all the trials of body verification, that you are worthy." As he finished speaking, Chiron collapsed and his wings dissipated into particles of light. "You have absorbed the soul of Priest Chiron. Proficiency has increased by 13. Since the soul is stronger than the user, the authority absorption evaluation will begin. Evaluation complete. Verification of Priest Chiron's authority is complete. Extracting the authority from the soul." Sang-un's eyes shone. The authority Divine Power C is being engraved into Han Sang-un's soul. A complex magic circle appeared, infusing a new energy source into his body. He felt this energy. Divine power was the power used by the priests here, similar to mana. He tried to control it. "I can feel some energy near my heart, but unlike mana, I can't move it." Administrator White Crane Swordsman asked why the divine power is in your middle dantian. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is shocked that there is no trace of a god in your divine power. Sang-un was puzzled. "Is divine power such a big deal? You have absorbed the soul of Priest Chiron. Your stats have permanently increased. Strength has increased by 4, agility has increased by 3, stamina has increased by 3, magic power has increased by 4, durability has increased by 5. The next door opened, and an old voice echoed, "Welcome." An old woman stood in the middle of the room. "Welcome." "Oh, one who is consumed by the madness of martial arts." Sang-un was surprised. "Consumed by madness? What does that mean?" the old woman explained. "Is not your goal to win and win and win again, to become infinitely stronger and one day become the strongest?" Sang-un thought. "It's true that I want to become stronger, but to become the strongest." "Aren't you exaggerating?" The old woman suddenly appeared behind him. "It is not an exaggeration. It is simply the final result of your efforts." Her words seemed to touch a deep part of Sang-un's mind, and he suddenly felt dizzy and fell to his knees. When he looked up, the old woman was standing still in her original place, but he felt as if he were being crushed by an invisible force. "Do not be so agitated." The old woman moved with a surreal speed, and her voice echoed throughout the space. "This trial is not to see your physical abilities. It is to prove your faith." Sang-un gritted his teeth and growled. "Damn it." He tried to swing his sword, but it seemed he couldn't reach his opponent. He clenched his teeth and sweat poured down from the invisible pressure. This kind of movement can't exist. As dozens of illusions of the old woman appeared around him, a horrific realization flashed through his mind. "Don't tell me she's invaded my mind?" He felt the energy draining from his body, held by an invisible hand to strengthen my body. A dark hand enveloped his face, and he screamed. In the illusion, a giant demonic face roared, trying to devour his soul. The face turned into the old woman's, rushing at him and swallowing him like a nightmare. She seemed to taste his will. This taste. Suddenly, the illusion disappeared and Sang-un found himself standing firm in the cathedral. Facing the wary him, the old woman coldly declared, "Pass." Sang-un was surprised. "What?" he asked back in disbelief. "Pass? What does that mean?" The old woman cut him off. You have passed the 5th trial. Sang-un was still confused. How? The old woman explained. You can continue on. The 5th trial begins with hyper-awareness. In other words, only those with a strong will are qualified to look into their own minds. She looked Sang-un straight in the eye. I felt that strong will in you, a cruel will ready to slaughter anyone to become stronger. She raised her hand as if she could feel it. Ah, I can feel it. The desire to become stronger, even if it means killing anyone. I can feel it from the depths of your mind, she sneered. If you plan to kill me, hurry up. I would be glad to rest in God's embrace before I get too old. Ha, I will not, Sang-un replied firmly. The old woman was surprised. She asked why with a look of incomprehension. Sang-un answered logically. I've already passed, so there's no need to kill someone without reason. Why are you asking such an obvious question? The old woman muttered. How surprising. I would have been fine with letting you face every trial. Sang-un swung his sword in warning. As I said, I've already passed, so I'll be on my way. The old woman suddenly placed a hand on Sang-un's shoulder. I hope you prove yourself successfully. After speaking, she stepped back and Sang-un walked toward the dark corridor ahead. As he walked, the space around him began to distort strangely. Blackness began to seep into the mirrored surfaces, and soon he was in a void where not a speck of light could be seen. Suddenly a whispering voice was heard by his ear. It was an unexpected presence in the pitch-black darkness. Hello! Sang-un was startled and reflexively swung his sword. He looked around in the darkness with extreme caution. Could it be? The voice echoed again. Yes, you're right. You've already entered the realm of the mind. Sang-un gritted his teeth. I knew it. Lady Henia planted a seed in you so you could fall into the mental realm. A small sprout glowed on his shoulder. Sang-un remembered Henia. You mean that fake priestess just now? The voice replied cheerfully. Exactly. The voice reassured him. But you don't have to worry too much. Sang-un was bound by red tendrils of the mental space. She whispered in his ear. Because I'm protecting your body on the outside. Sang-un muttered, breaking into a cold sweat. That's even more worrying, she giggled. Oh my, why are you so difficult? What a rude thing to say to a lady. She held a dagger to Sang-un's neck. I could put a hole in your neck if I wanted to. Don't you agree? Sang-un was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously, May I ask how I can prove my faith? She burst into laughter. Ah, look at that, so polite, how cute. She smiled. All right, I'll explain. You're in the mental realm. If you just see your own mental realm, the 6th trial will be over, Sang-un asked in confusion. What do you mean, my own mental realm? A person's mind is greatly influenced by their beliefs, but no one can look into it. It's like closing your eyes and looking at empty space, Sang-un deduced. So if I can see the essence of the mental realm where nothing can be seen, I pass. Exactly, she said in a charming tone. Then in the name of Ain and as the priestess of the god of verification, I shall begin the 6th trial. Immediately, the ground beneath Sang-un disappeared, and he free fell into a pitch-black abyss. As if sinking to the bottom of the sea, he panicked and shouted, Ar! As a feeling of suffocation washed over him, Ain's voice echoed beside him again. Surprised, the pain will feel very real, and if you don't find a solution quickly, you'll experience the feeling of drowning without water. She smiled wickedly. Authority Mind's Calm activated. An explosion of energy broke Ain's restraints. Due to the Authority Mind's Calm, the user does not lose their composure. Mental restrictions are weakened. Sang-un regained his composure. Good, this is much better. As long as I don't panic, I can hold my breath. Besides, I think I just felt something at my fingertips. Ain was surprised. How you're persistent. I didn't expect you to move your body and react in the mental realm, she muttered in disbelief. To be able to defend himself even in the realm of the subconscious, he's really talented. I'll have to keep it a secret that I almost killed him because of that. Sang-un began to feel his own body again. His physical senses were slowly but surely returning. Ain roared, What? You should only be able to feel a little bit in here. How can you perceive your body in just 2 hours? What kind of monster are you? Sang-un was surprised. Did you just say 2 hours? It couldn't have been more than a minute. Hey, time in the real world flows much faster than in here. Sang-un's eyes widened in terror. What? This is dangerous. He realized that if he used up all the remaining 7 days here, he could die from the trial failure penalty. I have to see the mental realm as quickly as possible. An idea popped into his head. If I can regain my physical awareness with Mind's Calm, maybe I can activate skills too. Skill Eye of the Fire Dragon activated. His eyes burned with red flames. As he pushed away the surrounding darkness, he saw a terrible sight. I can see it. This is, before his eyes was a giant waterfall of blood, and it was the manifestation of his mind. Sang-un muttered in horror. A river of blood, Ain shouted in disbelief. No way, what is this? Why has the mental realm suddenly become so clear? She stared in horror at Sang-un, who was shattering the mental space by releasing a massive flow of energy. She regained her composure and looked at Sang-un with searching eyes. I have something to ask you. Are you even human? Why do you have steel wings on your back? Authority Steel Wings activated. Sang-un unfurled blue energy wings from his back. Whirlpools of energy erupted from the wings, creating a tornado in the mental space. The mental realm I can see through the Eye of the Fire Dragon. I might not understand its meaning, but it looks very twisted and ominous. He flew through his mental space where there were countless blood-red swords. He focused his will on one sword made of mental energy itself. He gripped the sword of will with both hands and gathered his strength. He unleashed a massive sword strike, cutting through the entire mental space and shattering the illusion. He returned to reality. He was standing in the middle of a ruined room. He was surprised. "Did I do this?" Ain stammered. "Who else would have come in here besides you?" The administrators immediately sent messages. "Administrator White Crane Swordsman is glad you have woken up. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign sighs in relief that you have woken up. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World is shocked that you woke up earlier than expected." Sang-un was still confused. "But is that really proving one's faith? I don't understand how it's related," Ain explained. "The proof of faith is the path to acknowledging oneself," Sang-un asked back. "Acknowledging oneself? People don't know much about their own beliefs. They don't even know what they believe in or don't think about it deeply. The goal of this trial is to face the mental realm created through the process of believing, thinking, and acting." Ain looked deeply into his eyes. "To overcome a dark past and become stronger without losing your humanity. That's what I read from your mind. What do you think? Quite honest, isn't it? HMPH. But sometimes, living true to one's desires is also the right path. Farewell, adventurer." As a gate of light opened, Ain said her last words. "Sixth trial complete. You have arrived at the seventh trial." Sang-un walked out onto a broken bridge in the middle of a chaotic cosmic space. At the end of the bridge, a core of chaotic energy was pulsating violently. The strange light of the energy core reflected in Sang-un's eyes. "The god of verification is watching you." He remembered the warning that no one had ever passed the seventh trial. As soon as he took a step forward, an invisible pressure crushed his shoulders, forcing him to his knees. Gak, the god of verification, recognizes the existence of challenger Han Sang-un. The god's eye opened within the energy core. Sang-un coughed up blood, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Getting sleepier, he tried to resist. "No, something's different. This is..." An illusion of a rat facing a giant python appeared. "It's like facing an absolute being that cannot be resisted. My body is automatically giving up on survival." He was horrified to realize he had only received its gaze. Is this what a god is? But then a rebellious spirit ignited deep in his soul. He gritted his teeth. Never again. Painful memories of a helpless past surfaced. He roared in fury, shattering the god's oppression. Never again. He bit his own hand hard to stay conscious. R skill Sanguine Remnant has been activated. All types of pain inflicted on the user are reduced by 17. He shouted, "I won't do something stupid like being helplessly crushed. There's a way to pass any trial." He gripped his blade tightly. The Tower of Trials was probably designed that way. He looked straight at the god's eye. "I don't know if I can even cut that eye in the first place, but if there's even a small chance, if I can get even 1 centimeter closer." He charged forward, pouring all his strength and will into a single attack. "I will cut it down." With a rebellious roar, Sang-un swung his sword, releasing a massive lightning sword energy. A mere insignificant god, the world-shaking slash, flew straight toward the eye of the god of verification. The sword energy vanished after the collision, leaving ripples of energy in the space. Sang-un panted, his body exhausted. "Damn it, my consciousness," he muttered right before collapsing. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "The god of verification is impressed by your fortitude. The god of verification is pleased to see a challenger with such a strong mental fortitude after a long time. The god of verification sees the infinite confidence in your eyes and demands that you verify yourself." Sang-un straightened up in surprise. The god of verification will remember the existence of challenger Han Sang-un. He couldn't help but be flustered. "How the god of verification announces the start of the seventh trial to you." The god's eye began to change. The giant eye disappeared and Sang-un was left alone on the broken bridge. "It's gone." He was still bewildered by what had just happened. "The god of verification, does a godlike being really exist?" Just then, the trial clear reward appeared. It was an intricately decorated ancient mirror. Sang-un approached cautiously. "Connecting to your future self. Synchronization will now begin." His reflection in the mirror began to change. He reached out to the mirror's surface out of curiosity. The moment his finger touched the reflection, an explosion of energy occurred. "Mental verification will begin. The synchronization rate with your reflection will increase." He was forcefully pulled into the mirror. "The most suitable verification trial has been given to challenger Han Sang-un. Prove that your beliefs will not change in the future." He felt a mental pressure. He was thrown out of a stained glass window and into a free fall. He landed on the ground and looked around in confusion. Where did it go? He saw Johann, the priest from the first trial, desperately searching for something. "Johann from the first trial, my mirror, where is my mirror?" Suddenly, a dazzling light filled the space. He had to raise his arm to shield his eyes from the intense light. He recognized the surrounding scenery and muttered, "This place is..." He was floating in the sky of a modern city at night. It was snowing. It seemed to be Christmas, Korea perhaps. He saw another version of himself. His future self was standing on the ground. "How did I get back?" Suddenly, his future self released dark energy, slaughtering the innocent civilians around him. Sang-un watched in horror. He was flustered. Wait, what is that guy trying to do? The surroundings became chaotic with screams and the sound of people vomiting blood. A woman screamed in terror. You're crazy. Synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 10. He felt extreme pain as he was forcibly synchronized with that madman. He clutched his chest as a heart-rending pain washed over him. It feels like my chest is being torn to shreds. These disgusting mixed-up emotions like guilt, madness, and anger flashed through his mind like lightning. A dark illusion of Johann whispered in his ear, "So it was you, the one who took my mirror." Strands of dark energy bound Sang-un and he screamed in pain. The strands of energy tightened around his head. All skills that interfere with Challenger Han Sang-un's mind have been sealed. The illusion of Johann disappeared as his future version attacked. Sang-un clutched his head, trying to resist the mental invasion. Damn it. Mental protection is especially important in a mental verification. What should I do if mind's calm is blocked? Tentacles of blood symbolizing his future self's madness flew toward him. He grabbed one of the tentacles tightly. His eyes shone with determination. If I knew it would come to this, I would have surpassed my limits long ago. Synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 20. Due to unbearable mental shock, you have been afflicted with the chi deviation status effect. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked at his hands in confusion and horror. Why did I do such a cruel thing? He saw his future self committing a massacre. I was obsessed with power, but I would never do something like that. You are currently afflicted with the chi deviation status effect. If the chi deviation status is not resolved, the proficiency of the mana circuit skill may decrease by up to 10. The proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.3. The proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.7. The proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.4. He clutched his pained body. My mana circuits are overheating. The scene changed again, taking him to a familiar place. The world of Murim. He saw his future self standing before the main gate of the Murim Alliance. He commanded, "Bring the leader of the Murim Alliance here at once. Then I will at least spare everyone here," he said with a cold, expressionless face. An old man stepped forward. "I heard a madman called the Sword Demon has recently appeared in Murim. Looking at you, you are indeed worthy of being called the Sword Demon. A pleasure to meet you. I am the leader of the Murim Alliance, Yi Jiang'an. What is your name?" Before he could finish speaking, my future self charged forward and unleashed a merciless sword strike. Yi Jiang'an was cut in two, and the people around him met the same fate. Great hall of the Murim Alliance turned into a sea of blood littered with corpses. The sole survivor looked at him. You killed all the members of the Alliance you said you would spare. Have you no shame?" "Not really," he replied nonchalantly. "Those who beg for mercy are just my combat resources that do not tire or injure me. Nothing more, nothing less." He coldly swung his sword, finishing off the last remaining person. The synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 30. Sang-un coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the pain grew more and more intense, while the mirrored location changed dozens of times. "After I killed thousands and became infinitely stronger, you will be cursed. The Pope of all the gods of Ares will beg for your death. I was in a state like a monster, consumed by madness, seeking only to become stronger. Stop at once. Haven't you killed all the king's men? Please, at least spare the king." The mad monster was never defeated. An eye patch-wearing pirate knelt, his whole body trembling with extreme fear. "No way," he stammered in a despairing voice. "How can the one who conquered the Murim dimension come to such a small dimension?" At the same time, the pain in Sang-un's mind exploded with greater intensity. The synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 40. He screamed, feeling as if his mind was being torn to shreds. All the while, my future self's red eyes were staring intently at him from the darkness. The synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 50. The 50 milestone was like a hammer striking down hard on his soul. Sang-un clutched his head, his body convulsing non-stop. If the synchronization rate keeps rising to the end, Sang-un gritted his teeth, and a single tear of pain rolled down his cheek, but a strange, twisted smile spread across his lips. "Damn it, what the hell is this sensation? The pleasure from this is no joke." The mirrored landscape changed again. Under a stormy night sky, a massive bolt of lightning struck the top of a skyscraper. A group of people kicked the door in, sending it flying. "Did you think you could get away with such a terrible act? Han Sang-un," he shouted, looking at Sang-un's future self, who was holding a dead woman. Why did you do it?" a young woman asked, sobbing with tears in her eyes. She cried out, "For what reason would you kill people to become stronger?" "Reason?" He turned and looked at the girl with empty eyes. "Why do you ask such a useless question?" He smiled a crazed smile. "Because killing others helps my growth." His opponent summoned lightning. "You should know I can control lightning. In this weather, you'd better be prepared to die." "Die, this demon-like bastard." A massive bolt of lightning struck. The present Sang-un muttered. "Yes, even I shouldn't consider you an easy opponent." My future self gave a chilling smile. "I would if I were Kim Sung-hoon," a voice echoed in Sang-un's mind. "Cut that bastard in two and kill him right now." His opponent was mercilessly cut in two. The young woman could only watch the scene in terror. Please," the girl cried out in despair. "Come to your senses, Mr. Han Sang-un." The cry tried to pull him from the darkness that was about to swallow him. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on to his sanity. "If I let my guard down for even a moment, I'll be consumed by this guy's mind." Just 50 synchronization feels like my mind is being split apart. I need to find a solution quickly before it's too late. The synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 60. The proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.1. The proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.5. The proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.2. His mana circuits were severely damaged. He roared one last time before being completely consumed by madness. The synchronization rate with your reflection is forcibly increased to 70. I can't hold on any longer. This mental shock is too great. I can't even tell the difference between pain and pleasure anymore. He fell deeper into the vortex of synchronization. It felt so good. Johan's illusion appeared again and grabbed his neck. So you were the one who took my mirror. HMPH. Sang-un remembered the moment he had picked up the mirror from Johan's corpse. The High Priest's mirror was filled with divinity back then. See, a mirror that High Priest Johan infused with his divinity every day. You can use the divinity to create a divine barrier a single time. When creating the divine barrier, mental contamination will be reduced by a certain level. The mirror in his hand shone. A divine barrier is activating, protecting you and removing all mental contamination of a certain level. Strands of red energy enveloped him. Status effect, chi deviation has been lifted. He returned to the reality of the rain. He was raising his sword. A flow of red energy exploded from within his body. With a sky-shattering roar, he released a stream of pure energy from his body, a burst of light that completely pushed away the synchronization. I will not be consumed by myself, he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the mental space, affirming his existence and will. You have achieved the Steel Mind achievement. Stamina increases by 1. As the light faded, the illusion of the skyscraper also began to shatter. You have proven that your beliefs have not changed. He stood alone in the middle of the broken space before a gate of brilliant light. Mental verification has ended. He was still in shock, looking at the remnants of the virtual world around him. Have I been here this whole time? Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is relieved that her contractor is safe. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World laughs loudly, saying they never thought you would make it. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is glad that her contractor has returned to a stable state. The God of Verification is satisfied with Challenger Han Sang-un's performance. The God of Verification wishes to meet Challenger Han Sang-un. He was horrified. The God of Verification is forcibly summoning Challenger Han Sang-un to the sanctuary. A dazzling golden light enveloped Sang-un and lifted him into the air. Sanctuary, a forced summoning. The God of Verification has used divine power on the Tower of Trials to gain temporary authority. The administrators can no longer observe Challenger Han Sang-un. Tower of Trials allows the summoning as long as Han Sang-un's safety is guaranteed. Beginning entry into the sanctuary of the God of Verification. His body shot up through a band of light. He screamed as he was pulled into a completely unfamiliar dimension at a dizzying speed. When the light faded, Sang-un found himself floating in an endless space surrounded by pure white clouds. He looked around in bewilderment. Where am I? Suddenly, a dazzling golden light exploded before his eyes, and from it, a majestic being emanating infinite power slowly appeared. Sang-un was startled and took a step back. The being of light opened its mouth, and its voice echoed throughout the space. Who are you? The voice sounded slightly surprised. Why do I sense divine power from you? Sang-un was frozen, and he immediately realized. The God of Verification, the God's voice floating before him, was calm. You do not need to look at me like that. To you I will only appear as a mass of light anyway. The God tilted its head. But seeing you before my eyes like this is quite strange. Are you a God's clone created by the tower? Sang-un frowned, completely unable to understand. A God's clone, he answered honestly. I don't know what you're talking about. The God explained patiently. A God's clone, I believe you call them administrators. I am asking if you are a being who has obtained divinity through a contract with the tower. Sang-un shook his head firmly. I am not an administrator, just a challenger. I see, so you are different from a God's clone. The God concluded in an interested voice. You have a divine power that is completely your own. Sang-un could only be bewildered. The God seemed to be lost in thought. The tower has become more interesting while I was away. It seems they've realized that you can't create the real thing using a God's clone. Then the God looked straight at Sang-un, its gaze piercing. To create the real thing using the apostles of a God's clone, I see. Challenger Han Sang-un, you are no ordinary being. Sang-un was surprised. What? He thought to himself. He's talking as if I've done something amazing. But all I did was kill Chiron and happened to get divine power. He wondered if this divine power was that important. The God seemed to have read his thoughts. You extracted the divine power yourself, yet you truly do not know the answer? There was a hint of skepticism in the God's voice. I thought you already knew since you even erased the trace of God. It seems you know nothing. The God fell silent for a moment before concluding. Sang-un could only admit it. I just obtained it by chance. The God repeated his words with a skeptical expression. By chance. You're saying you, by chance, completely erased the trace of God from the divine power I bestowed upon my followers? You may not realize it, but extracting Chiron's divine power was no coincidence, the God asserted. I can feel a clear causality, Sang-un asked in surprise. Causality? seeing how the Tower of Trials has such high expectations for you, I am certain. Sang-un was dumbfounded by the god's words. He muttered in disbelief, "The Tower of Trials has high expectations for a mere challenger?" The god suddenly realized something. "I have made a mistake. It seems I should not have told you about that. The tower is angry. This is farewell. Challenger Han Sang-un," the god said. "I will be watching to see what you will achieve." Sang-un was flustered and tried to hold him back. "I still have something to ask. What happened to my future self?" He continued to shout, "What is the divine power and the causality you mentioned?" But a sudden extreme headache washed over him, forcing him to clutch his head. The god was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems you have looked too deeply into your future self. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you." The god warned solemnly, "The abyss is always watching for a chance to invade your mind, so you must be wary of it." Sang-un was silent, chewing on the warning as he endured the pain. "You will soon return to where you were." Sang-un was surprised to hear that. He desperately reached out a hand. "Can't we talk for a little longer?" "Unfortunately, our conversation must end here. I can't help it. The tower is a tricky being for any god. If you visit the Temple of Verification later, I may be able to answer some of your questions. I will leave you with one piece of advice. Do not trust the other gods. They will now see you as an enemy." As soon as those words were finished, Sang-un's body began to disappear and a series of system notifications appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 11th floor. As a reward, the Mirror of Ancient Verification S has been added to your inventory. As a reward, you have acquired 70,000 points. As a reward, you have acquired 20,000 SP. As an additional reward, you have acquired 10,000 SP. Moving to the waiting room. Back in the waiting room, Sang-un stood still. Only one word kept echoing in his mind. God. He recalled what that transcendent being, the one that seemed to transcend everything, had said to him. Extracting Chiron's divine power was no coincidence, and there is a clear causality. He looked up into the empty air and reasoned. That means the tower wanted me to extract the divine power and make it my own. That must be the causality. Moreover, he also said that the tower has high expectations for me. A mere challenger. Assuming all of this was the tower's plan, from being able to contract with administrators to being able to extract Chiron's divine power, he muttered, and a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Sang-un's blue eyes stared into the empty air, deep in thought. Then for what purpose did the tower orchestrate all of this? The shattered puzzle pieces began to swirl in his mind. The administrators, the god's clones, the divine power, and the goal of creating a true being. And the god's warning echoed, cold and clear. "Do not trust the other gods." He collapsed onto the bed, clutching his head. "I don't understand any of this," he muttered, his voice filled with helplessness. "This is so frustrating." But he soon stood up, his eyes sharp and resolute. He told himself that even if the gods considered him an enemy, the tower would protect him, so they could do nothing to him. Suddenly, a series of system notifications glowed brightly before his eyes. The system will be expanded. Earth will be registered as an official dimension for climbing the Tower of Trials. As a registration benefit, additional protection against dimensional invasion will be granted. Challengers from other dimensions will now receive a penalty when coming to Earth. As a registration benefit, challengers other than the Pioneer can now also obtain an aura. Challenger Han Sang-un is now visible to the administrators again. Immediately, familiar messages appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is relieved to see you again. Administrator White Crane Swordsman scoffs and looks you up and down. A faint smile spread across Sang-un's lips at their attention. But then the words of the god of verification echoed in his mind. "A god's clone, I believe you call them administrators." His smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a complicated look. "Then are administrators a kind of god too?" His eyes narrowed, and suspicion crept into his mind. "Can I trust them?" He gritted his teeth, and a cold resolve set in. "No, I can't trust anyone right now," he muttered, his voice full of bitterness. "You have entered the world of Ironblood." The surrounding scenery changed, taking him to a snow-covered white battlefield. Han Sang-un. A familiar voice was heard. The White Crane Swordsman was running toward him with a worried expression. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Her words were cut off as fast as lightning. Sang-un was suddenly standing right in front of her, his sharp blade stopping at her neck. She looked at him with wide red eyes full of surprise and disbelief. "Han Sang-un, all of you, the administrators." Sang-un opened his mouth. His voice was frighteningly cold, devoid of any emotion. He looked straight into her eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Aren't you cooperating with the tower to use me?" The White Crane Swordsman's expression crumbled, a mixture of concern and pain. "It seems he hasn't escaped the effects of the mental verification yet." Immediately, Sang-un swung his sword, but it was not at her. He bit his own arm. The White Crane Swordsman watched the scene in extreme horror. "To cut off his own arm," she stammered. "Han Sang-un, get a grip. You're not in your right mind right now. The administrators and the tower." Sang-un completely ignored her words, and his blood transformed into spears of blood floating around him. "There must be some kind of relationship between the two entities, right?" His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Purpose must be to exploit the challengers. There's no way it doesn't make sense," she shouted, trying to make him come to his senses. "So get a grip, Han Sang-un," she cried out as she charged toward him. But Sang-un just turned to her with a sarcastic, evil smile. "But why have you been telling me to get a grip this whole time? I'm terribly, completely sane," he growled, his face contorted into a crazed smile, his blue eyes shining menacingly. The White Crane Swordsman stopped in her tracks. She was horrified by his appearance. "Wait," but Sang-un didn't wait. He swung his hand, releasing a massive lightning sword energy. The stream of energy flew past her and toward the back. If he had really gone all out, she stammered as she realized his target. A horrific explosion occurred, completely wiping out a distant log cabin. The white crane swordsman turned to him, her red eyes burning with extreme fury. You really? Countless swords of red light were summoned from the empty air and floated in the air. Sang-un, with a sword in his hand, warily observed the only remaining enemy on the battlefield. The rain of swords poured down like a destructive flood. He hurriedly stepped back. Suddenly, the white crane swordsman appeared right behind him, grabbing the collar of his coat with one hand. Where do you think you're going? She growled, her red eyes burning with rage. She slammed him into the ground with immense force. Sang-un could only let out a surprised scream. Completely overwhelmed by her power, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and he was lying haphazardly on the melted snow, completely immobile. With his last bit of strength, Sang-un raised his sword, but at that very moment a myriad of swords pinned his arm firmly. The force sent him flying. Sang-un stood up with the help of his sword among the swords messily stuck in the ground. He looked at her, the crazed look in his eyes gone, replaced by calmness and regret. I'm sorry, his voice was calm. Now that I'm back to my senses. A moment later, Sang-un was tied to the remaining part of the destroyed house, hanging upside down. Below, the white crane swordsman sat in a wheelchair, leisurely sipping tea. Please untie me, he said with a look of resignation. She looked at him and sighed slightly. I'll untie you for sure, but I'm worried that the next time you visit, my house will have evaporated, she said sarcastically. She placed the teacup on the table. She looked toward Sang-un, but the image of him reflected in her eyes was a dark ghost, a more sinister version. From what I see, the way you tried to prove your sanity showed that the remnant of the abyss has not been completely removed, and it has become a permanent fixture of your personality. Hanging upside down, Sang-un listened quietly. Even if I was twisted, that was still another version of my future self. So maybe my suspicions about the administrators aren't completely false. A pinkish energy sword appeared in her hand. Let me make this clear. No one can read the tower's intentions. That goes for the administrators as well, Sang-un asked in a skeptical voice. Then does that mean the tower expects something from me? No way. The white crane swordsman swung the energy sword, neatly cutting the ropes that bound Sang-un. He landed lightly on the ground, his mind still in turmoil. As far as I know, the tower has never once revealed its will to any challenger. So it doesn't make sense for the tower to have special expectations for a specific challenger. But seeing his doubt, she said from the broken balcony, Does that mean you heard something from someone? Sang-un admitted. Yes, the god of verification spoke as if the tower expected something from me. He explained. A flash of realization appeared in her eyes, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down her temple. The god of verification, so that's why he became so suspicious. She stood up as she entered the house. As I said before, I am also under the command of the tower. Now sitting at the table and drinking tea, Sang-un asked, As expected, is there anything else I can find out about the tower? The white crane swordsman looked at him with a playful smile. I'm glad you like the tea. It's made from a black dragon's saliva. So drink it all. It's rare. Sang-un immediately spat out all the tea in his mouth in disgust. He coughed violently, then said, Oh right. The god of verification also said this. He wiped his mouth, his expression serious again. He said that administrators are beings who have obtained a god's clone through a contract with the tower. The white crane swordsman placed a plate of cake on the table and her expression became solemn. A god's clone, I can't tell you about that right now, but if it's you, you'll find out on your own, even if you don't want to know. Soon on the very next floor. Then there's one last thing I want to ask, Sang-un said. What is it? The white crane swordsman asked back. You said before that you have an earnest wish you want to fulfill, she quietly admitted. Yes, Sang-un continued. I heard that an earnest wish is a right granted to administrators by the tower and that you can achieve what you want through challengers who have signed a disciple contract. She closed her eyes slightly. Is that so? It seems that woman told you everything about the earnest wish. He looked her straight in the eye and his voice was serious. Then why didn't you tell me everything about the earnest wish back then? She hesitated. That's because I was scared, she admitted honestly. Sang-un was surprised. What do you mean? You are currently underestimating yourself, she explained. And I've seen you become overly obsessed with your own growth. She looked out the broken window and her voice lowered. So I thought you would throw yourself into the trial called the earnest wish like a moth to a flame for the sake of your growth. I can't deny it, but there's a reason I had to do that, Sang-un said, and sadness tinged his eyes, because I have no talent. I don't know what you think talent is, she said, and her eyes sharpened. But you will soon realize how much you are underestimating yourself, because the trial of the 12th floor is, the scene changed to another space. Sang-un was meditating, preparing for the next trial. Talent, something that cannot be changed once obtained. The gifts from heaven are divided into 3 talents in the world of hunters. Skill acquisition, stat increase, and trait awakening. These are called the 3 gifts of a hunter. In a dark space, a younger version of Sang-un was collapsed on the floor. Around him were wooden training dummies, and I was not born with any of those gifts. I could not obtain skills. My abilities did not rise and I could not even awaken a single unique trait. His inner voice was dark and bitter. After entering the Tower of Trials, many things changed. But the truth did not change. The harsh reality that a talentless guy cannot grow through his own traits still remained. He remembered the iron-blooded sovereign's words and shook his head in self-deprecation. The iron-blooded sovereign is mistaken about something, he muttered to himself. That I have talent, Sitting alone in the empty room, he was lost in thought. If I really had something like that, I could have become a famous hunter even without coming to the tower. White Crane Swordsman's words echoed again. Soon you will realize how much you are underestimating yourself, she had said with a meaningful expression. Her voice became serious. Because the trial of the 12th floor is a fight against yourself, he recalled her explanation. The trial of the 12th floor is a trial where you must fight and win against a version of yourself that has been reproduced. What's the use of thinking so much about it? He sighed, shaking off the complicated thoughts. He touched the system window. His eyes became resolute. Since this trial is about looking at myself objectively, let's think of it as a chance to improve my combat skills. Skill proficiency increase potion C. A notification appeared with an image of a potion. A potion specially made by the tower for those with a talent for skills. Upon consumption you can randomly increase the proficiency of one of your skills by 10, he muttered. With the Namgang Wei UK case, this is one of the rewards I received from the Japanese government. Skill proficiency increase potion. Catherine gave me hers too. So there are 3 bottles in total. 3 bottles of potion appeared and one of them had a sticky note with the words good luck and a heart drawn on it. Without hesitation, he opened one bottle and drank it. You have used the skill proficiency increase potion C. Please select the skill you wish to increase the proficiency of, he said firmly. Mana management selected. It's a skill I got after hunting the Lord of Darkness in the 10th floor trial. Mana management. Since it's the foundation of all other skills, it's well worth the investment. Proficiency of the skill Mana management A has increased by 10. Proficiency of the skill Mana management A has increased. Proficiency of the skill Mana management A has increased. And the reward I received from the 11th floor trial, the Mirror of Ancient Verification S, a mirror that can only be received by a challenger who has performed the correct trial given by the God of Verification. By injecting magic power into the mirror, the unique effect Remnant will be activated for the first time only. Eye of the Fire Dragon skill activated. His eyes flashed. For the first time only you can obtain the skill recorded in the Remnant. However, the user cannot decide which skill recorded in the Remnant to obtain. Currently, the God of Verification has specially changed a part of the effect for one challenger. He injected magic power into the mirror with the Remnant. The unique effect Remnant of the Mirror of Ancient Verification S has been activated. His reflection in the mirror changed into a sinister figure with red eyes, just as I thought. The unique effect Remnant of the Mirror of Ancient Verification S has been activated, and you have randomly acquired the skill recorded in the Remnant. You will inherit the skill Combat Concentration A. The combat experience of the Remnant will be recorded in the Combat Concentration skill. The battle experience of the Remnant contained in Combat Concentration A has increased the proficiency of Combat Concentration A by 11. Combat Concentration A, Proficiency 11. Description: a transcendent focus that allows you to concentrate to your limits in a combat situation. Effect: your concentration can be randomly increased. Currently your concentration can be increased by up to 20 times, but excessive use will result in a corresponding backlash. Sang-un smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, since the theme of the current trial is to surpass one's limits. The 12th floor trial will now begin. Time remaining 48 hours. Clear condition: defeat your clone within the time limit. Failure condition: death of the challenger or timeout. Clear reward: crown for the Remnant of the Ancient Emperor A. Penalty for failure: death. He entered a giant ancient cathedral with a strange purple hue. The blessing of the God of Darkness has detected the intruder in the ancient palace and is generating a guardian warrior. A giant vortex of black energy formed in the center of the cathedral. Now the intruder must reflect on how well they know themselves. Item: Vampire Count's old code A has been duplicated. From the darkness another version of himself with glowing red eyes and a sinister aura walked out. Defeat the other self created by the God of Darkness. The White Crane Swordsman's voice echoed in his mind. The duplication didn't stop there. It even replicated his experience, he thought to himself. In other words, the clone knows every strategy I'm about to use. Ah, the clone has also duplicated your talent, her voice continued. You'll be in trouble if you underestimate your own talent. All right, let's see, Sang-un said as he charged forward, what my talent really is. The blessing of the God of Darkness has detected the intruder in the ancient palace and is generating a guardian warrior. Now the intruder must reflect on how well they know themselves. Item: Vampire Count's old code A has been duplicated. Defeat the other self created by the God of Darkness. He frowned as he looked at his clone. The God of Darkness, why do I keep getting involved with these gods? Is that my duplicate, or should I call it a copy? He muttered as he observed his opponent. But it's eerily identical. He clearly remembered from the iron-blooded sovereign's advice and the inquiry ticket he used that the clone could only duplicate a single item, Vampire Count's old coat. It chose a defensive item. He drew his sword with a confident smile. If it truly replicated me properly, this is a good chance to accurately assess myself. The instantaneous acceleration skill has been activated. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All speeds have increased by 70. Current skill stack 77. He charged like the wind. Alright, let's see. My talent. A system notification appeared. The Combat Concentration skill has been activated. The user's concentration has doubled. As a blue aura enveloped Sang-un, his senses became sharper than ever. He muttered in amazement, "It feels like time around me is slowing down." To him, every movement, every sword strike of the clone was clearly visible, like a slow-motion video. As he adapted to this new state, a smile mixed with excitement and madness spread across his lips. "So this is combat concentration." He imbued his sword with energy and raised it high. Authority sword flame has been activated. The two sword energies clashed, creating a dazzling explosion of blue light. The clone, unfazed, summoned a brilliant purple energy sword. Its gaze was cold. "Iron-blooded sword," Sang-un thought calmly. "Well, that's the obvious move. And next is surely..." A glowing red hexagonal shield appeared on his arm. "Counter shield," he said confidently. "The combination of the iron-blooded sword and the counter shield is basically the clone's only option, right?" But then, something unexpected happened, making his eyes widen in surprise. The clone's shield wasn't for defense. It began to change its shape strangely. As the clone now held a second sword, he shouted in shock. It turned the counter shield into a sword. The clone now stood firm, holding two swords. It was a sight that even Sang-un himself had never attempted. He muttered with an analytical gaze, "Dual wielding, something even I, the original, have never used. And it's using it in actual combat," he reasoned. "Transforming the counter shield consumes a huge amount of mana and mental power. So I never used that method." His expression turned serious. "Then why did it choose such an inefficient method?" he asked himself. "Of course I've thought about dual wielding, but to use it in a life-or-death battle." Watching the clone attack, he thought with a mind full of doubt. "I don't get it." He gritted his teeth, his face filled with annoyance. "Does it think this is some kind of training?" The two shadows rushed at each other, creating a symphony of clashing metal and streaks of blue and red light. He noticed a subtle difference. "It's very slight, but," he realized in shock as he was pushed back. "In terms of pure skill, it seems I'm being pushed back," he cried out as he was overwhelmed. The clone's blade nearly touched his neck. How? A thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the information of a skill. Skill, Indomitable Will A. Proficiency, 27. Description, the symbol of one who does not yield to despair and continues to challenge the impossible. Basic effect, when facing an opponent stronger than yourself, physical abilities and concentration are greatly enhanced. Detailed effect. After the skill is activated, it becomes easier to gain enlightenment, and mental protection abilities are strengthened. He analyzed, right now that thing has the upper hand in terms of items, so the indomitable will I absorbed from Lillian must have activated for it. Then its physical abilities are higher than mine, and, he continued to reason, if it's using the combat concentration A skill to maximize its focus and display transcendent concentration, he gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the growing pressure, and admitted, then it makes perfect sense. He gritted his teeth as he realized the real problem. But the bigger problem right now is, he concluded, looking at the opponent who was using a swordsmanship style even he hadn't mastered. That swordsmanship the clone is using right now, it's being used with dual swords, Sang-un muttered. His eyes were fixed on the clone's every move, and he recognized a chillingly familiar style. The clone charged, its two swords drawing deadly arcs in the air. As he dodged and analyzed, Sang-un thought, but that's definitely his swordsmanship. He was sent flying by a powerful attack, his body crashing hard into one of the cathedral's stone pillars, shattering it. He landed on the ground, sliding for a moment before steadying himself. He looked at the slowly approaching clone and became certain. There's no doubt. The Azure Sky Sword Dragon, behind the clone, the illusion of Namgying Wei UK with his arrogant aura appeared. Sang-un shouted inwardly, it's Namgying Wei Uk's swordsmanship. Memories of the ruined city and Namgying Wei Uk's terrifying power resurfaced. I only met him once, but I still remember it so clearly. He remembered Namgying Wei Uk's crazed smile, that terrifying divinity that made him understand his arrogance in dismissing skills. He thought to himself, it wasn't skills or authorities but pure technique. Those techniques made me genuinely wonder if they could truly surpass skills, just as Namgying Wei UK had claimed. He walked through his memories, recalling his powerlessness at the time. Since Namgying Wei Uk's swordsmanship didn't use skills, I had judged that I couldn't learn it on my own. But then the White Crane swordsman's words echoed again. But you will soon realize how much you are underestimating yourself. He turned and faced the clone. A bittersweet but hopeful truth flashed in his mind. So this was the true talent the iron-blooded sovereign was talking about. You have encountered a formidable foe. The indomitable will skill has been activated. A powerful flow of energy surged through his body. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, so the system has now judged me to be at a disadvantage despite my item's superiority. He looked at the floating clone with its ever-strengthening momentum and asked himself, is that all? Does that mean it has grown stronger? The clone gave a smile full of confidence and challenge. The combat concentration skill has been strongly activated. The user's concentration has increased by 10 times. An intense blue aura enveloped Sang-un. His eyes shone brightly. He charged, swinging his sword with incredible speed and precision, but was still deflected by the clone's attack. He staggered back a few steps, a faint groan escaping his lips. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He muttered, how can it be at the same level as me? and he concluded, "That thing is a complete monster." The user's concentration has increased by 15 times. He gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to push his limits further. The two charged at each other once more, creating a storm of sword strikes. Authority Steel Wings has been activated. Sang-un dove from the air, pouring all his strength into a single attack. Flying at top speed, he fell like a meteor. The user's concentration has increased by 17 times. He roared as he surpassed his limits. He landed behind the clone, his sword ready to deliver a finishing blow. "Got you." But the clone didn't turn around. It turned its arm into a sphere of blood. The sphere exploded right in front of Sang-un, swallowing him in a fierce blast. He screamed in pain as he was sent flying. "Damn it, my vision!" The clone stood firm and swung its sword forward. He looked up and saw a brilliant stream of light forming. The clone was regenerating its arm and gathering energy for a final attack. A massive stream of red energy shot straight toward him, and he could only utter a single word. "Huh?" He watched the approaching stream of destructive energy, a desperate thought flashing through his mind. "I'm going to die." The entire cathedral was engulfed in red light, and the stream of energy hit him head-on in that moment. Facing death, time seemed to stand still. The user's concentration has increased by 20 times. You have entered a state of transcendent concentration. In that transcendent state, visions of great swordsmen from the past appeared, guiding his body with movements he did not know. When the explosion faded, Sang-un was standing, covered in wounds but alive. He clutched his head and muttered, "This is a damn awful feeling." The clone looked at him, its lifeless eyes filled with surprise. Sang-un panted and said with a weary smile, "I really thought I was going to die." The clone looked at Sang-un with a smile mixed with contempt and malevolence, its red eyes flashing with madness. He growled, "Damn it, a mere clone like you, daring to keep pulling this shit. You have entered a state of transcendent concentration. As a side effect, you will experience a severe mental backlash." The clone's eyes now turned a strange purple as it charged forward at a terrifying speed. It summoned a glowing red sword and attacked. It swung its sword down, releasing a massive stream of energy that tore through space and flew straight toward Sang-un. The collision caused a horrific explosion, and the ground shattered from the force of the attack. From the dust, Sang-un appeared, controlling floating droplets of blood with one hand. The cold, nonchalant expression, he waved his hand, turning the blood droplets into sharp spears and sending them flying toward the clone. The blood spears easily pierced through the cathedral's solid stone pillars. The clone just stood still, one eye flashing purple as it observed the incoming attack. The blood spears continued to destroy everything in their path, creating a chaotic scene. The clone sneered, revealing sharp fangs. It asked in a provocative voice, "How do you like it?" As the clone floated into the air, a terrifying energy gathered around it. The two energies, blue and red, clashed, creating a dazzling explosion of white light that engulfed the entire cathedral. The force of the explosion sent both of them flying far apart, and the floor cracked under the immense pressure. The clone's injured arm was enveloped in a green aura, healing all its wounds in an instant. It smiled with satisfaction, looked at Sang-un and said, "This bastard is ridiculously strong." Elsewhere, the White Crane swordsman was watching the battle through a water orb. Suddenly, her teacup boiled over, turning a deep purple. She sighed. "This is happening again." She put a hand to her forehead with a troubled expression. She thought to herself, "This is really awkward. I can't openly help him, but I can't just watch either." She bit her lip and a playful yet worried smile appeared. She muttered, "I'm a little worried about the tower's reaction." Communicating with Challenger Han Sang-un, she tried to send a message, but the water orb shattered. She groaned, The administrator's messages have been temporarily disabled to block advisory messages." She forced a smile. "Please forgive my desire to serve my contractor at least a cup of tea." Back in the battle, the clone suddenly seemed confused, as if affected by an invisible force. It was hit hard in the face by an invisible fist and fell backward. The clone looked around, but Sang-un was nowhere to be seen. It stood up, dusted itself off, and sneered. It muttered, "Damn it, this is really dangerous in the middle of a fight." Another voice, sounding like Sang-un's, echoed from within his body. "Stop interfering with this body and stay quiet." Tentacles of darkness extended from Sang-un's body, trying to drag him down. He roared in pain. "Damn it, again," he shouted in extreme anger. "I thought I was done with that annoying future self after the last trial. This is so frustrating." A giant dark being appeared. Suddenly a strange voice came from Sang-un's mouth, but its tone was arrogant and mocking. "I fought for you because you were about to die," yet not a single word of thanks in his mind. Sang-un's soul roared in anger as he saw another version of himself with longer hair and a conceited smile taking over his body. "You son of a bitch!" He struggled in vain and shouted madly. "Get out of my body right now, you damn piece of trash." The other self looked at him with pity, his voice full of superiority. "You fool, you still don't get it? Take a good look at this situation. This is you," he sneered, revealing sharp teeth, and continued his lecture with undisguised contempt. "You've trained for so long and climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, yet you still can't see yourself properly." Sang-un clenched his fists at the final insult, trembling with rage. "You pathetic bastard." He didn't back down and shouted with all his anger. "So what?" Unable to hold back any longer, Sang-un's soul charged and threw a punch at the other self's face, but the other self simply raised two fingers and easily blocked his soul's fist from amidst a forest of sharp blood thorns. Sneering, he turned and walked away, leaving Sang-un trapped behind bars of blood energy. Sang-un hung onto the bars, desperately trying to break them, and shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Come back, you bastard." The other self just said nonchalantly, "What an annoying guy." He turned his head slightly, his eyes sharp. "Let me teach you one thing. If you don't get rid of your habit of relying completely on skills, you'll never be able to use true techniques. Got it, you fool. After he finished speaking, he walked into a vast sea of blood. Just lie there and watch for the rest of your life. His body slowly sank, and his final declaration echoed. From now on I control this body. One last word echoed in his mind. Pathetic. Sang-un could only shout helplessly inside his prison. Back in reality, Sang-un's body, now under the control of the other self, lightly raised a hand to block the clone's attack, surprising the clone itself. He looked at the sword, clenched his fist, and smiled with confidence and interest. Good, I think I've got the hang of it. I know what it feels like. Just then, a system notification appeared. Administrator, Iron-Blooded Sovereign has sent an item. A glint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. In the mental space, Sang-un also saw the notification for the Black Dragon Saliva B. A potion specially made from a Black Dragon Saliva. Consumption strengthens mental power and immunity and clears the mind. A spark of hope flashed in him, but immediately, strands of blood energy shot out from the other self. Binding his soul tightly, he could only scream in pain and confusion. Ah! Just as the other self was about to take the potion, it suddenly stopped with an annoyed expression, seeing the clone's unbelievable action. This bastard again. The clone, with unexpected willpower, smashed the system window with its fist and snatched the potion. The other self, occupying Sang-un's body, madly charged to stop it and cut off the clone's arm. The two charged at each other in a lightning-fast battle, but the clone was one step faster. It brushed past, leaving a trail of blood on the floor, and landed steadily. It opened its mouth wide and snatched the recovery potion. The clone quickly backed away, and the other self could only watch in extreme astonishment. When the smoke cleared, he stood there, spitting out the glass shards he had just swallowed. He stood up straight, a cold and controlled smile on his face, and laughed lowly. Haha, I'm back. Sang-un's expression became resolute. He thought to himself, while the other self was fighting, I definitely felt it. He stood firm in the middle of the ruined cathedral. The feeling of abandoning the tendency to rely on skills. He gripped the sword in his hand, and a strong conviction rose in his heart. If the clone can do it, so can I. The user's concentration has increased by 20 times. A blue aura exploded around him, raising his concentration to an unimaginable level. He gritted his teeth, feeling the acceleration of his thoughts, and his manic self resurfaced. Once again, he took a deep breath, and a satisfied smile appeared. I've fully entered a state of thought acceleration. I can finally feel it. A moment of enlightenment that felt like an eternity. He realized he had to abandon all reliance on the skills he had accumulated so far. The clone, holding a red-hot sword, charged at him. He muttered, in battle, you have to empty your mind of everything and adapt. He resolved to discard his existing thoughts. Due to an independent enlightenment, the proficiency of Mana Management A has increased by 10. By abandoning your stubbornness, you have achieved the Enlightenment achievement. Stamina increases by 1. He closed his eyes and focused completely, finally emptying himself of all images. You have achieved the State of Selflessness achievement. Mana increases by 4. The user is facing an enemy they can skillfully defeat. The Indomitable Will skill is deactivated. He placed a hand on the ground, a confident smile playing on his lips. I'll turn the tide from here. He charged as fast as lightning, his sword blazing with blue light. The two shadows, blue and red, rushed at each other, creating a sword energy that split the entire cathedral. He muttered with a pleased smile, to have Namgang Weiyuk's overwhelming swordsmanship in my hands, it feels strange. He leaped into the air, lightly dodging the clone's sword strike. His eyes flashed blue and he moved at top speed using grace of the wind and instantaneous acceleration. He moved like a ghost, appearing right next to the clone and launching a sword strike at the wall behind it. The clone unleashed 2 streams of cold sword energy that seemed to tear through everything in their path, but Sang-un, with his new enlightenment, lightly dodged and easily parried the 2 strikes with his sword. He landed steadily, his sword blazing with blue light, ready to counterattack. A strange purple light emanated from the clone's eyes, which were sharp and filled with killing intent. It charged again. In an instant, the clone's red-hot sword was just centimeters from him. He parried it lightly, and a truth was slowly revealing itself in his mind. He said to himself, as this fight with the clone continues, everything is becoming clearer. I'm looking at it now, not at skills. It's techniques, and I'm starting to understand the principles of those very techniques. A rough smile appeared on his lips. Not to mention, I'm doing this at an unimaginable speed. As the blue sword blocked the clone's attack, it gritted its teeth and made a sound. Coo! The clone's sword vibrated, seeming to gather even greater energy. Ah, but as I completed my understanding of the principles, I saw through everything, he thought. Am I even sensing the unnecessary movements in the clone's dual wielding? He realized something important. This thing isn't fully summoning Namgang Weiyuk's swordsmanship skills into its body. An illusion of the legendary swordsman appeared behind the clone. Instead, it's focusing more on imitating Namgang Weiyuk. Authority, Iron-Blooded Sword has been activated. As that happened, Sang-un analyzed. The thought of doubt can weaken the sword embodiment characteristic of sword energy, which can cut through all things. He stared at the clone, and a plan formed in his mind. In that case, he whispered, while polishing Namgang Weiyuk's swordsmanship, I must focus even more on strengthening the sword embodiment. As he finished speaking, the blue aura, much more intense than before, erupted from his sword. He shot into the air and then dove down, unleashing a burning slash straight at the clone. The sharp strike dug deep into the clone's shoulder and black blood splattered. Skill Seeker of Blood's Truth has been activated. As the new skill activated, his hand suddenly glowed with a deep red light. From that light, countless swords of blood formed in midair. They floated around him, each sword imbued with a terrifying killing intent. All the sword tips aimed at the clone in unison, creating a rain of death. A rain of blood swords poured down, swallowing the clone in a red energy explosion and destroying everything within its range. The rain of blood swords caused a horrific explosion, swallowing the clone in a sea of red fire, but from the smoke and dust the clone leapt out, its purple eyes flashing with rage. It had survived and was charging straight at him. Sang-un, not at all phased, swung his sword from top to bottom. He created a massive blue sword energy and slashed straight at the clone without the slightest hesitation. The clone raised its hand and a red-hot magic shield appeared, completely blocking Sang-un's sword energy. The clone gritted its teeth, enduring the horrific pressure of the attack. When the sword energy vanished, the clone stood there without a scratch, and the wound on its shoulder was healed by a faint green light. Sang-un was stunned for a moment and thought to himself. It instantly rotated the shield into a circle to block the attack. As the clone rotated the flow of energy from the shield, it turned defense into attack, and Sang-un could only cry out in surprise. The two energy streams, blue and red, collided. Sang-un sensed a sudden change in his opponent's swordsmanship. Oh, he backed away with a baffled expression. What in the world is going on? Sang-un observed more closely, and its swordsmanship, which had been rough and aggressive until now, had suddenly changed to a flowing sword style where everything followed the flow. He immediately realized. The flowing sword is another one of the techniques Namging Wei UK showed. Damn it, how much can that thing imitate him? He muttered with an annoyed expression. Seriously, I know this is my talent, but it's so damn annoying. The clone's countersword shattered on the floor. Sang-un looked at his opponent, his eyes becoming resolute again. In the end, I can't win without taking a risk. Counter shield skill has been activated. A new sword was formed from red energy enveloped by a magic shield. The clone saw it, and its eyes widened in horror. Sang-un sneered, gripping the new shield sword. Why are you so surprised? He looked straight into the clone's eyes, his voice challenging. What you can do, I can do too. The two charged at each other again, their blue and purple sword strikes intertwining to create a dance of death. Their swords clashed, creating a deafening sound. Neither backed down. Sang-un analyzed the situation in an instant. Just as I thought, the clone's sword charged before mine. In that case, a bold idea came to his mind along with a playful smile. Shall I take a gamble? He didn't miss the chance and landed a powerful kick, sending the clone flying into the air. Immediately after, it swung its sword, releasing a massive stream of energy that swept away everything in its path. Sang-un raised his sword to block. I blocked that attack with the counter sword transformed from the counter shield. The energy from the clone's attack was absorbed by my sword. That means my counter sword will be instantly recharged. Clang, his sword cracked and then shattered into pieces. He realized his mistake. Or so I thought. Of course it would break if I took that attack head on. The clone threw the remaining broken sword fragments at him. Sang-un saw through its intention. Hey clone, if you're me. The energy from his counter sword was dissipating into the air. Now that the energy of our most fatal attack, the counter sword, is gone. A wicked, calculating smile appeared on the clone's face as it charged. Sang-un concluded. You'd see that as a golden opportunity. The two energy streams collided, creating a horrific explosion that shook the entire cathedral, and the ground shattered from the force of the two. He gritted his teeth, and a rough smile mixed with excitement appeared on his bruised face. Myself going all out is really stupidly strong. Yeah, the clone used that moment to land a powerful kick on Sang-un's side, and he let out a pained scream. Coo! The force of the kick was so strong that Sang-un was sent flying far away and crashed hard into the ground, creating a deep crater. Without a moment's rest, he pushed himself up. He pushed up with his arms, steadying himself. In the air, the clone charged like a meteor, releasing a massive energy slash straight at Sang-un. But as the clone approached, Sang-un reached out a hand, and a brilliant light erupted from his palm, accompanied by a triumphant smile. Gotcha. A giant blood sword suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through the clone's body in its state of extreme horror. Sang-un looked down at the sword that had also pierced his own chest, but it was turning into magical blood and slowly disappearing, he realized. The iron-blooded sword I discarded earlier, and this bastard's impatience. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Using those two things really worked. He charged toward the injured clone, the blue sword in his hand glowing. It was time to finish this, but the fatally wounded clone let out a crazed roar, and a red energy violently exploded from its body. Sang-un froze, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden change. The clone's body began to transform hideously, turning into a grotesque monster. Sang-un was dumbfounded. What in the world is this? The monster swung its misshapen arm and sharp claws flew toward Sang-un. He quickly dodged. It bit off its own hand and spat it toward Sang-un. The monster broke through Sang-un's defense with overwhelming force, and he was forced to flee desperately. Sang-un muttered as he dodged. This damn monster again, even its attack pattern has changed. I don't get it. He landed on a pile of debris. The hand it had spat out was in hot pursuit. The hand began to gather energy, and then unleashed a dazzling explosion of light, injuring the monster. The monster roared in fury. Grr. A green aura emanated from its two hands, healing the wound. Sang-un stood firm, a red defensive magic circle enveloping him. He let out a sigh of relief as the shield absorbed the energy. Phew, good thing the counter shield's cooldown is over. He looked straight at the monster with a defiant and resolute gaze. What are you doing? Come at me, the monster roared and charged at an incredible speed. Not a shred of sanity was left. Sang-un whispered with a cold expression. This damn monster, it's completely lost its mind. It attacked him by detonating its own body. Body detonation, HMPH. A chain of explosions occurred, covering the entire area in a sea of fire and chaos. He analyzed sharply as he dodged. It could be a great surprise attack in close combat, but by going on such a rampage, Sang-un realized a fatal weakness. Because of Sanguine Remnant, it will consume a huge amount of stamina. As he had predicted, the monster let out a desperate scream as its body shriveled and dried up, turning into something like a gaunt skeleton. And when its stamina runs out, its attacks will stop too. Seizing the opportunity, Sang-un unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike, cutting off the arm of the weakened monster, which was in extreme shock. Sang-un's gaze became cold and sharp. He knew this long battle would soon be over. There's no reason to drag this fight on any longer. The monster gnashed its teeth one last time in fury and growled. Sang-un declared resolutely, "Let's end this now." With its last bit of strength, the clone charged like an arrow, but it soon vanished into thin air, leaving only an afterimage on the ground. Sang-un was startled and looked around in confusion. Where did that bastard go? Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at an incredible speed, leaving an afterimage on the devastated ground to chase his enemy. Suddenly, a sense of deadly danger washed over him, and Sang-un froze. His eyes widened with vigilance. From behind Sang-un, the clone let out a final crazed roar. It released all of its remaining energy, creating a storm of blood that covered the battlefield. A savage smile on its twisted face, it spun its whole body, creating a horrific red energy tornado aimed straight at Sang-un. The red energy tornado crashed into Sang-un, its force strong enough to tear through anything. But the moment of impact, his magic shield blazed, absorbing the entire energy storm into its violent vortex. Sang-un gritted his teeth and held on. A resolute expression appeared on his bruised face, and he growled, "What a damn monster! To have such horrific power even now. But I should be grateful." Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. Energy charge complete. The counter shield skill is ready to counter the absorbed damage. The energy accumulated in the counter shield has been fully charged. Sang-un looked straight at the desperately wailing monster, his eyes as cold as ice. He uttered a single word, "Die." A sphere of red energy condensing all the power of the previous attack formed in his palm. He poured all the energy into his sword. It made the sword glow with destructive power. With a sky-shaking cry, Sang-un threw the sphere straight at its face. A blinding explosion occurred at the point of impact, and the ground shattered from the extreme shock. He raised his head, his sharp eyes commanding, "Release." At the same time, the system announced, "The counter shield skill will release all absorbed damage at once." A giant pillar of light was shot into the sky, flattening everything in its range. It was an absolute finishing blow. The monster could only let out a final pain scream before completely disappearing in the pillar of destructive light. As the light faded, a series of notifications appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, the crown for the remnant of the ancient Emperor A has been added to your inventory. You have acquired 80,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 3,500 SP as a reward. As an additional achievement reward, you have acquired the Last Stand B skill. Moving to the waiting room. The proficiency of the Counter Shield C skill has reached 100. The grade of the Counter Shield skill will be upgraded." Sang-un let out a sigh of relief. It's finally all over. The Combat Concentration skill has been deactivated. A backlash from exceeding the user's limits of concentration will begin shortly. Suddenly, extreme pain washed over him, forcing him to his knees. He coughed violently, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled from exhaustion. The Sanguine Remnant skill has been activated. A green light enveloped him, easing the pain. He muttered, "Sanguine Remnant, I thought it would heal the backlash, the side effect of combat concentration." A smile mixed with relief and exhaustion appeared on his lips. "If I didn't have a cheat-like recovery skill like Sanguine Remnant, I would have never made it this far." He stood up and looked out at the distant horizon, sighing. "When can I climb the tower in peace? No, is that even possible in the first place?" Suddenly, the red energy from the pool of blood at his feet began to swirl strangely around his body. He looked down with a surprised and interested expression. "The soul of my other self, interesting." A sudden notification window startled him. Administrator messages, which were restricted to block advisory messages, will now be activated. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is grumbling about being punished for serving her contractor a cup of tea. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign urges you to be nice to her from now on. Sang-un was slightly flustered by the sudden messages. He replied awkwardly into the empty air, "Ah, of course." He straightened his clothes, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for what you did earlier. I learned something new by chance." Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign has sent an item. Black Dragon Saliva B. A potion specially made from the bodily fluids of a black dragon. Consumption increases mental power and immunity and clears the mind, he thought to himself. So if administrators interfere too much with their contractors, they get punished too. Suddenly, numerous blue notification windows filled his vision. All administrator messages that have been restricted until now will be displayed at once. Sang-un's eyes widened in astonishment. Were all these administrators watching me? Administrator Wandering Knight without a master is surprised by the crazed talent you possess. Administrator Vampire King's right arm wonders where a monster like you came from. Administrator Dragonslayer, born after 1,000 years, is shocked by the difficulty of the 12th floor trial and your ability to clear it so magnificently. He muttered, "Some are surprised by my talent and the difficulty and call me a monster," he muttered as he scanned the other messages. Others doubt if I'm really a 12th floor challenger and react as if they're tired of this. Indeed, the following messages proved it. Administrator hero who died 7 times looks at you with a tired expression and asks how such a monster could be born on the 12th floor. Administrator assassin who killed the emperor questions if you are really a 12th floor challenger. Administrator warrior of the corrupted world laments that your growth is still monstrous and that it's hard to be surprised anymore. He stood in the midst of the sea of fading notifications. Suddenly, new messages appeared, startling him. Oh, he read them carefully. Administrator servant of the only paladin is watching you. Administrator corrupted successor of the blood demon cult is watching you silently. Administrator seeker of divinity is watching you with great expectation. Sang-un furrowed his brow, trying to process this unusual flow of information. He thought to himself, these administrators who used to say what they wanted and then disappear when they lost interest, are they sending me all these messages for no reason? He was overwhelmed by the sudden attention and asked into the empty air in a flustered voice, why is everyone doing this? How can this be? His eyes sharpened as he tried to find a logical explanation. Why me out of so many? I already have a contractor. Why are they trying to leave a good impression on me? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and his eyes shone with a startling realization. Perhaps he stood in the middle of the digital space looking at the floating notification windows. Can administrators now make offers to me because of the system expansion? The persistent reactions of these bastards are turning my guess into a conviction. A cunning and confident smile spread across his bruised face. He whispered, "This is very," he continued his thought. A bold plan began to form. Come to think of it, if the system expands later, it could benefit the administrators who don't have contractors. With newfound confidence, he crossed his arms and spoke loudly to the unseen observers. Don't you all think it's right to shower me with messages like this? His gaze became resolute. He made an offer they couldn't refuse. Sponsor the authorities I want. I will remember those who do so when the system expands later. Immediately, a wave of opposition arose. Administrator Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years is displeased by the arrogance of a mere challenger. Administrator corrupted successor of the blood demon cult scoffs and says not a chance. Administrator warrior of the corrupted world says you're too arrogant and that you should know your place. Sang-un was unfazed. A cold light flashed in his blue eyes. Just for your information, it's first come, first served. I'll only take 3. Almost immediately, the administrator's attitude changed 180 degrees. Administrator corrupted successor of the blood demon cult wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. Administrator warrior of the corrupted world wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. Administrator Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. A barely perceptible smile of triumph touched his lips. He turned and focused his gaze on the remains of the clone lying on the ground. And now for the really important part. The red energy of the clone's soul began to be sucked toward him. The energy swirled around his body as he pondered. An enemy with not only the same stats but also the exact same skills and authorities. What will I get if I absorb the soul of such a bastard? As he reached out a hand, a notification appeared. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Han Sang-un Fake. Proficiency has increased by 28. Suddenly, a completely new notification window appeared, leaving him dumbfounded. The soul of Challenger Han Sang-un Fake perfectly matches the soul structure of Challenger Han Sang-un. The authority divine power has met the conditions and will be activated. Attempting to extract divinity, he was so speechless he couldn't believe what he was reading. What? Extracting divinity? The absorption process continued powerfully as the clone's soul completely melted into his body and the notification repeated. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Han Sang-un Fake. Proficiency has increased by 28. A powerful wave of force filled his body. By absorbing the soul of Challenger Han Sang-un Fake, your stats will be permanently increased. Strength has increased by 10, agility has increased by 10, stamina has increased by 10, magic power has increased by 10, durability has increased by 10. The entire soul of the clone was now completely absorbed by him. A satisfied smile appeared as he received the additional reward. You will absorb one of the skills possessed by Challenger Han Sang-un Fake. You have acquired a skill you already possess, Lightning Sword Energy B. The skill proficiency will be integrated. The proficiency of the Lightning Sword Energy B skill has reached 100. The grade of the Lightning Sword Energy skill will be upgraded. But at that moment, a strange sensation washed over him, startling him. What's happening now? The previous notification appeared once again, this time with a more brilliant golden light. The soul of Challenger Han Sang-un Fake perfectly matches the soul structure of Challenger Han Sang-un. The authority divine power has met the conditions and will be activated. Attempting to extract divinity, he still couldn't understand, and his face was full of bewilderment. What? Extracting divinity? And then the result finally appeared. Divinity extraction successful. The grade of the authority divine power C will be upgraded. Authority, divine power B, divine conversion and myth accumulation are now possible. He stared blankly at the incomprehensible words before him. What in the world does this mean, divine conversion and myth accumulation? Whatever they were, he couldn't understand a single one. He was lost in thought, and a hypothesis began to sprout in his mind. Perhaps, as the clone's angel-winged soul vanished, a final notification about his new authority appeared. The authority, Divine Power C, has been engraved into user Han Sang-un's soul. He felt a slight pang of regret and thought to himself, I just ignored it because I didn't know how to use it. Suddenly, a brilliant golden energy erupted from his body, lifting him into the air in the middle of an ancient magic circle. He was immersed in wonder, asking himself as he felt the new power surging. Divine power, can I finally use this? Immediately after, the space changed, and a series of system notifications flooded his vision. You have entered the 13th floor waiting room. System expansion will now begin. The communities, which were divided by country, have now been integrated. You can now use communities of different difficulties. Members of the integrated trial are no longer restricted by nationality. The ranking evaluations, which were divided by country, will now be fully integrated. You can now also view the rankings of different difficulties. Sang-un waved his hand lightly as he processed the information, and a faint blue energy appeared. So I'll be meeting foreigners in the integrated trials now. He shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Well, this is a pretty meaningless system expansion. But as he thought deeper, his expression turned serious. But at this rate, eventually, an image of the vast universe with Earth and other planets floated in his mind. The community will be integrated with other dimensions too. Suddenly, a ranking that appeared before him caught his attention. Oh, he scanned the list. 12th floor trial ranking 1st, Hunter SSS 2nd, Archmage SS 3rd, Kim Sung-hoon SS 4th, Catherine Bennett SS 5th, Bloodlight Sword SS 6th, Mage of the Clock Tower SS 7th, Votovsky S. He was lost in thought, walking up a broken staircase that led to a grand tower. To become the strongest, perhaps that's the reason I'm climbing the tower and the goal I'm pursuing. His back as he stood before the tower looked resolute. And now I'm one step closer to that goal. At least among all the challengers from the Earth dimension, I am the strongest. He was deep in thought. But then images of powerful warriors from other worlds came to his mind. Dimensions like Ares, Kalian and Murim have been in the tower for a very long time. He saw a small Earth among giant planets compared to those dimensions. Earth has only recently been registered as an official climbing dimension, and it's the weakest of all. The menacing image of Namgang appeared from the darkness as if about to crush the Earth. As long as the overall level of Earth doesn't rise, we'll definitely become a target for other dimensions. Just like that time, Sang-un clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Then and now, what I need right now is an overwhelming power that no one can break, he calmly commanded. Inventory. A slender hand reached out and picked up a reward item. Information about the crown appeared. Crown for the remnant of the ancient emperor, a charm 30, a crown used by an ancient emperor who worshipped the god of darkness in ancestral rites. Upon wearing, you will reign with the qualification of a spirit king. After a single use, the item's durability will be depleted and it will be destroyed, he muttered. A spirit king. He looked into the empty air, evaluating the item. It seems powerful for a high-grade item, but the description is a bit ambiguous. He continued to look through his rewards. Next is the additional completion reward. Information about a new skill appeared. Skill, Last Stand B proficiency, 0 basic effect. Can nullify a fatal injury, however, upon activation, Last Stand consumes 88 of the user's HP and the cooldown is 1 week. Additional effect. Upon skill activation, senses are amplified for a short time and the efficiency of all other skills is maximized. A drop of sweat trickled down his temple as he realized its value. Oh, a skill that can save me from death once, his eyes sharpened. Cooldown is a whole week, but considering the skill's performance, that's not even a penalty. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. And in this trial, other than the rewards, there are also the authorities I wrung out of the administrators. A list appeared before him. Please select from the authority list below. 1. Iron-Blooded Sovereign. 2. White Crane Swordsman. 3. Authority Sponsorship. He chose without hesitation. You have selected Authority Sponsorship. Authority. Heavenly Blood Training Method. C. Price. 3000 SP. Description. A training method that can only be learned by the direct descendants of the Blood Demon cult. It allows the user to replace magic with internal energy, strongly inheriting the characteristics of magic. Upon entering combat, it uses the ki and blood of the entire body to enhance combat senses. Authority. Grace of the Hero. C. Price. 3000 SP. Description. A power bestowed upon those chosen by the gods. Those who obtain this have served as saviors for generations. Without a contract with a god, the only effects are controlling divinity and increasing luck. Authority. Swift Mana Recovery. C. Price. 3000 SP. Description. When mana falls below half of its total amount, it can be replenished by absorbing it from nature. However, excessive use may damage major energy channels such as your mana circuits or the 8 extraordinary meridians. He stood before the 3 information windows, a hand on his hip, thinking, considering they're all C-grade authorities, they're quite cost-effective. With a confident smile, he waved his hand as if he were throwing money around. I guess I'll have to buy all 3. A series of successful purchase notifications appeared with the sound of falling coins. You have purchased the Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method. C. 300 SP has been deducted. You have purchased the Authority Grace of the Hero. C. 300 SP has been deducted. You have purchased the Authority Swift Mana Recovery. C. 300 SP has been deducted. He waved his hand nonchalantly at the administrator's reminders. Yes, I'll remember. Administrator Corrupted Successor of the Blood Demon Cult reminds you not to forget their sponsorship. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World reminds you not to forget their sponsorship. Administrator Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years reminds you not to forget their sponsorship. He went over what had happened. Before returning to the waiting room, when I absorbed my own soul, the notification for divinity extraction appeared again. The divinity extraction was activated from somewhere. A warm golden energy emanated from his chest. After the divinity extraction was activated, I can definitely feel an energy I've never felt before has settled in my heart. This must be divine power, he added. Ah, he suddenly took a stance, concentrating the energy in his palm. He stood still in a defensive posture, feeling the new energy flowing inside his body. But nothing happened. He relaxed his body, his face full of disappointment. Just as I thought, it's the same as when I trained before coming to the waiting room. My body just glows, but I can't use any special power. Images of the powerful enemies he had faced came to mind. The healing and buffing skills that the priest from the 11th floor used. I can't reproduce any of them. A blue vein popped on his forehead. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. This is so frustrating. I had such high hopes. Damn it, am I really supposed to use this? He sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath to calm himself. Calm down. Those damn two personalities are about to pop out again. Suddenly, a series of notifications from another administrator appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says her eyes are sparkling and that she will teach you divine power. Administrator White Crane Swordsman declares that she is a better teacher than the iron-blooded sovereign. Administrator White Crane Swordsman invites you to the administrator's kingdom. Sang-un refused firmly without a second thought. Thank you, but I'll pass. Immediately, a response notification appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman cries as her invitation is rejected by her contractor. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says how could you reject her and that she'll teach you how to use it if you just come. He looked into the empty air, his voice cold. I'll learn when I need to, with a confident sneer he added. I want to do it myself without relying on others. A final notification appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman collapses in disappointment and says to do as you wish. He turned around, his gaze resolute. Rather than divine power for now, the image of Namging Wei UK stubbornly surfaced in his mind. He'll be back soon. Sang-un's blue eyes flashed with a cold light. I have to focus on getting stronger. For now, at least until I kill Namging Wei UK. He knew for a fact that his enemy would not give up. Namging Wei UK will come for me again, no matter what it takes. Authority. Heavenly Blood Training Method. C. Price. 3000 SP. Description. A training method that can only be learned by the direct descendants of the Blood Demon Cult. It allows the user to replace magic with internal energy, strongly inheriting the characteristics of magic. Upon entering combat, it uses the ki and blood of the entire body to enhance combat senses. As soon as he made up his mind, a deep red aura violently exploded from his body. The Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method has been activated. He gritted his teeth as a gut-wrenching pain washed over him. He felt an intense change. This feeling is like his whole body trembled. The blood ki swirling around me is remaking me into a human made for combat. My blood is boiling. Yes, this is exactly what I need. Suddenly, another hand from his own body covered his face in shock and pain. Ah! A crazed and cruel smile immediately appeared on his face and his voice echoed mockingly. It's me. Another more savage and evil personality was trying to take over his body. Hey you son of a bitch, have you been having fun all by yourself? Sang-un realized in horror. What the hell is this? Those damn personalities are appearing inside my body at the same time? If nothing else, at least this never happened before. A glowing red sword formed in the other personality's hand, emanating a horrific killing intent. With a crazed roar it swung the sword at itself. Die you weakling! Sang-un fought with all his might to regain control and the two wills clashed violently. Gak, he resisted, shouting in desperation. If I die, you die too, you crazy bastard. The other personality laughed chillingly, its voice filled with malice. You fool, I'm trying to get rid of you because I can't completely possess you. Sang-un gritted his teeth, trying to push away the sword that was right at his neck. Damn it, I didn't expect this at all. What should I do? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. He felt the sword absorbing the blood ki generated by the Heavenly Blood Training Method. Information about his own sword suddenly appeared. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When the user reaches the state of sword flame and raises their blood ki to the maximum, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Yes, he gripped the hilt tightly, pouring all his will into it. He roared, trying to suppress the crazed personality and absorb all the energy into the sword. He felt an intense pain as the sword stabbed itself into his chest, but it was part of the transformation process. Gak, with a final scream, he released all the accumulated energy. I'll fill this damn thing with energy and get rid of you. The sword vibrated violently, and a brilliant red light engulfed everything. Damn it, a dazzling light exploded. The conditions have been met, and the true power of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has been unlocked. The item's name has been changed to True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. He felt his body become lighter as the other personality was temporarily suppressed. Dedicated blood absorption slot has been created. At that moment his eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light. As the Eye of the Fire Dragon skill activated, detailed information about the new upgraded sword appeared before him, revealing a whole new power. True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, a reaction speed 15, attack speed 15, a tamed sword. It was once one of the treasures passed down in the Blood Demon cult of Murim. If a nearby target is killed by the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, blood absorption will draw the opponent's blood into the blade, increasing the item's overall stats. One random skill will be engraved on the blade. Up to 3 skills can be engraved through blood absorption, and there are no costs other than the cooldown. The user has reached the state of Sword Flame, and its potential has been unlocked. It can be activated when Challenger Han Sang-un uses the dedicated effect blood absorption. He stared in awe at the 3 new skill slots that had appeared on the sword. I can engrave skills onto a sword, and there's no cost other than the cooldown. As he realized its limitless potential, a smile filled with excitement and ambition spread across his lips. This is an unprecedented jackpot growth type item. Just then, a notification for the next trial appeared, cutting off his thoughts. The 13th floor trial will begin. Difficulty hard. The theme of the current trial is strategic combat. Time remaining 14 days. Clear condition. Cooperate with your allies to kill the vampire count within the time limit. Failure condition. Death of all party members or timeout. Trial clear reward. Random skill. Book a penalty for trial failure. Death. He frowned at the new information. A team trial. Unpleasant memories of old comrades came flooding back. I don't have a single good memory of team trials. But then the image of a mystical skill book appeared, glowing with a captivating green light. A random skill book. The reward is a grade, so that sounds a bit better. A series of details about the mission appeared, revealing the 13th floor trial map, displaying the city conquered by vampires, displaying the priests hiding in the city conquered by vampires, displaying the vampire count's location in the city conquered by vampires. Assigning party members. He sighed with boredom. This is a pain. I have to find some priest or whatever. Can't I just invade the city and kill them all as they appear? His gaze turned sharp and confident. Right now I have the ability to wipe out an entire city. I think it's possible. A teleportation circle appeared at his feet. Party members have been assigned. For smooth gameplay, the assigned party members' nicknames will be displayed. Sturdy red-haired man appeared before him. He muttered, "Damn it, I was wondering why the system was expanding. It was because of a team trial." The nickname Votovsky appeared below him. A young man with blue hair and playful purple eyes appeared, waving a friendly hand. "Oh hello, haha, it's nice to see you again." The nickname Legendary Ninja appeared. A white-haired old man with a crystal staff smiled and greeted him. "A pleasure to meet you." The nickname Mage of the Clock Tower appeared. Sang-un narrowed his eyes as he realized something. Those nicknames. The 12th floor rankings flashed in his mind again. They're all rankers. I think I saw that Japanese guy in the top ranks too. The old mage looked around the dark, damp room and frowned slightly. But this place is... The party was standing in the middle of a desolate banquet hall filled with corpses and blood. The old man said with a serious expression, "The smell of blood is overwhelming." The old man looked at the motionless corpses sitting around the dining table. "Is this a vampire's banquet hall?" Suddenly, the corpses all raised their heads in unison, and their red eyes glowed in the darkness. A single voice echoed, "Correct." The vampires attacked with surprising speed. One of them laughed with glee. "Ka, the dessert walked right onto the plate. I'll enjoy this." A vampire with a cruel smile bished at the young ninja, but in the blink of an eye the party members counterattacked. Sword energy and magic flashed, easily wiping out the vampire horde. The young ninja stood over the vampire corpses. He looked at the red-haired man and said, "I thought you might be him, and you really are from Russia's largest guild." The red-haired man Andrei Votovsky stood up. He dusted off his clothes and replied proudly, "I had no intention of hiding it. Yes, I am the leader of the KPDM guild, Andrei Votovsky." The ninja scratched his head sheepishly and introduced himself. "I knew it. I'm Michio Sakio, an S-rank hunter from the Japanese Hunter Association." Andrei smirked. "Oh, a friend more famous than I am. Aren't you Japan's only S-rank hunter?" Sakio smiled brightly, revealing sharp fangs. "Just call me Sake, haha." Sake turned toward Sang-un, his expression turning serious. "Anyway, is everyone ready to fight now? Vampires can sense when their kin die nearby, so they'll be swarming here soon." The old mage tapped his staff lightly on the ground and a faint barrier appeared. "You don't need to worry about that. I've put up a barrier so they won't be able to come near here." Sake looked at the old man with an expression full of awe and admiration. Experience truly is something to be respected. The old mage leisurely took a puff of his pipe and slowly introduced himself. "My name is David Taylor. I am but a nameless mage from the clock tower." Andrei looked surprised. "Oh, isn't that known as one of the world's best magic towers? Are you a great archmage nearing retirement but to be dragged into this tower? You're truly unlucky." David let out a puff of smoke with a knowing smile. "On the contrary, I consider it a stroke of luck to be doing this at my old age. A mysterious entity like the tower is an interesting research topic for a mage." Everyone's gaze fell on Sang-un. He was silent for a moment before speaking. As for my introduction." He introduced himself briefly with a cold expression, hiding his true abilities. "I am Han Sang-un, a C-rank hunter from Korea." Andrei looked skeptical. Recalling some important information, he said, "I heard a few things about the 13th floor trial from my administrator. They said even the weakest vampire can easily defeat a C-rank hunter." he continued to explain the danger with a serious expression. And the vampire count has abilities on par with the top-tier S-rank hunters. He even has regenerative abilities, so he'll be very difficult to kill. Andre explained the strategy suggested by the system. So, as the tower said, we must rescue the hidden priests and get their help to pass this trial. The group sat around the fireplace discussing the difficult mission. How are we going to get in when the city is full of vampires? Andre asked. David added. Just going in is too dangerous, Sake agreed. That's right, we'll use up too much energy. Andre stood up and explained a cautious plan. First, Sakio, you'll gather a small group with your stealth skill, and I'll hide our tracks with a barrier. Then we'll hunt them in small groups at a time to eliminate them. I believe that is the most efficient way, David replied calmly. I agree, Andre looked satisfied. Good, that's settled then. If we hurry, we should be able to pass the 13th floor in 10 days. He suddenly realized something and corrected himself. No, if we take that long, we won't get the additional clear reward. Suddenly, Sang-un walked forward and grabbed Andre and Sakio by the collar with surprising strength. You're all misunderstanding something. You won't be able to pass this trial that way. The others stared at him in horror. What? David smoked his pipe and looked at Sang-un with sharp eyes. It won't work? Do you have a better way then? A confident and playful smile appeared on Sang-un's face. Of course, he said. The most efficient way. David's eyes widened, captivated by the young hunter's bold declaration. Oh, and what might that be? Sakio and Andre approached with equally curious expressions. I'm curious too. That there's a more efficient method than the one we all agreed on, Sakio said excitedly. As expected of the world's #1 ranker. Do you have your own secret to passing trials? Sang-un's answer was rudely short. Shut the fuck up. Sakio was confused. What? Shut the fuck up and then what? David looked deeply offended. Now what did you just say? Completely ignoring them, Sang-un summoned his brilliant blue sword and unleashed a powerful stream of energy that shattered the giant stone door behind him. He punched through the remaining debris, creating a large hole that led out to the dark city filled with vampires. Beyond the newly created opening, a huge horde of vampires with gleaming red eyes appeared. Their hungry gazes were fixed on the party. Sang-un smiled madly and pointed at the horde of monsters. You can pass this trial just by shutting the fuck up and charging in. Let's wipe them out. The vampires growled in a mix of confusion and aggression. The vampires were startled by the sudden appearance of humans. Humans? Where did they come from? Their confusion quickly turned to bloodlust as they readied their magical weapons. It doesn't matter, let's just enjoy this meal. Fresh blood. His companions were utterly horrified by his reckless action. They shouted in disbelief. Hey you crazy bastard, do you want to die? Sang-un ignored their panic and smirked sharply. Then let's fucking start the plan. Before they could react, he leaped into the battle. He became a blur as he took on the vampire horde alone. Leaving his companions in shock, he unleashed an arc of swirling red energy, felling the first group of vampires who were stunned by his immense power. As Sang-un disappeared from sight, a vampire shouted a warning. He's gone, be careful. These guys use magic. Andre looked at David, worried for their safety. It will be difficult to maintain the group stealth for long. David's face twisted in anger as he revealed his inner thoughts. Why is it that every time I participate in a team trial there's always one madman who tries to ruin everything? This is driving me crazy. Tisk. Andre watched the scene of Sang-un engulfed in a berserk bloodlust and reluctantly made a decision. It's a shame, but it might be best to exclude Han Sang-un from the plan and retreat for now. Sang-un looked up and his blue eyes shone with surprise. Oh, you guys also have a basic blood control ability like Seeker of Blood's Truth? The vampires ignored his words. They rushed forward, shouting madly, become a delicious meal. Human. Far from cowering, Sang-un just stood still, and the red blood key surrounding him transformed into countless sharp spikes, ready to meet the enemy. Sake, who was hastily retreating, couldn't help but look back with a baffled expression. Why did he make such a reckless decision? Suddenly, a flash of realization shone in his purple eyes. He pointed behind him and shouted to his fleeing companions, Everyone look over there! As Sang-un raised a hand and manipulated the surrounding blood into glowing red crystal spears, a system notification appeared. The Seeker of Blood's Truth skill has been activated. The vampires stopped in their tracks, horrified by the sight. What is that? Blood control. If he can use blood control, does that mean he's one of us? Another one shouted in extreme disbelief. What the hell is this? His blood control ability is stronger than ours? Impossible. A satisfied smile appeared on Sang-un's lips and he waved his hand, preparing to unleash a rain of blood spears. Countless blood spears flew at an incredible speed, piercing through the bodies of numerous vampires. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. The survivors looked at him with terrified eyes and stammered, Damn it, that guy's a monster. We have to call the count. In the distance, the three companions watched completely dumbfounded. David muttered, When faced with such an overwhelmingly strong enemy, it's rational to move according to plan. There's no way such a brutish method could be effective. But how? For the first time in his life, self-doubt crept into the old mage's mind. Or am I just too weak? David Taylor was a high-ranking combat mage who had fought on the front lines for a long time. He was also a man of wisdom. Even in the Tower of Trials, he had always achieved good results using his superior strategies, completing the floor trials to become a ranker as always. For the 13th floor trial, he had been able to present a clear invasion strategy with his wisdom. There was no strategy more effective than this. However, Sang-un's words echoed in his mind. Shut the fuck up and charge. Annoyance surged within David. It was absurd. He believed that strategy must always come first to solve a problem. but that young man had shattered his logic with a single simple phrase: "You can pass this trial just by shutting the fuck up and charging. Let's wipe them out." And he had proven it with his actions, slaughtering the vampire army alone. Andre let out a breath, completely shocked. Is that guy even human? David turned to the other two and made a new proposal. At this point, wouldn't it be best to forget the plan and just support Han Sang-un? Andre quickly agreed. I agree, but then David raised a hand to stop them. Wait, his gaze was more serious than ever. I admit that Han Sang-un is unbelievably strong, but the vampires are on the scale of an entire city. It's not something a single human can handle. He continued to explain his logic. Even before the tower appeared, there were many hunters who were as strong as monsters. So why do you think group hunting developed and became common? Because it's impossible to deal with countless variables in a chaotic battle alone, no matter how strong you are, isn't it? But on the battlefield, Sang-un was proving the opposite. His sword strikes were fast and powerful, and he easily dealt with multiple enemies at once. A vampire tried to ambush him from behind, but he perfectly blocked it with his secondary sword without even looking. Vampire that looked like a commander roared and charged from above. Insignificant human, die. Sang-un looked up, roared, and prepared for a frontal assault. He swelled his arm and released a violent flow of energy, sending all the surrounding vampires flying in horror. Sharp tentacles of blood sprouted from his body, piercing through countless enemies. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. He stood in the middle of a sea of corpses as a healing aura enveloped his body. Skill's Sanguine Remnant has been activated. He muttered with a bitter smile. But if I keep using this method, I'll have to keep using recovery items. Haha, body detonation is a good skill, but it costs too much money. A vampire shouted in extreme pain and disbelief. How can a mere human interfere with the authority bestowed upon us by the god of war? Whispers spread among the vampires. They looked at Sang-un, who was standing firm in the middle of the battlefield. An apostle? What? Did he say apostle? The realization quickly turned to extreme horror. They screamed and prayed in despair. It's an apostle. The god who protects humans has sent an apostle. The gods are furious that we killed all the humans in this city. O god of war, grant salvation to your followers. Sang-un looked at them with a cold expression, a drop of sweat trickling down his temple. An apostle of a god is your race's specialty delusion? The vampire that looked like a commander grabbed the neck of another one who was in a state of panic. He roared, "You weakling!" He let out a pained groan. Look closely. He was panting, his body clearly exhausted after the long battle. The vampires noticed he was panting. Seizing the opportunity, the vampires smiled wickedly. The human is tired, now's our chance, attack. Taking advantage of Sang-un's seeming weakness, 7 vampires rushed in and attacked all at once. Suddenly a glowing red orb of blood appeared in Sang-un's palm. The charging vampires stopped in horror. What is that? They stammered, unable to believe what they were seeing. This, Sang-un sneered and opened his hand. Showing more blood orbs floating between his fingers, he nonchalantly put the blood orbs into his mouth and crushed them with horrific force. An expression of clear pleasure appeared on his face. A deep red flow of energy erupted from his body as he declared, "They're your comrades." 2 system notifications appeared immediately. You have used a vampire's soul to recover stamina. You have used a vampire's soul to recover mana. With a sinister smile, Sang-un declared his body fully recovered. Recovery complete. Let's begin round 2. The vampires let out horrific screams and backed away in extreme terror. The massacre resumed, this time even more fiercely. His companions could only watch from a distance. Sakio and Andre stood on a rooftop, completely overwhelmed. Wow, he's not the world's #1 ranker for nothing. It's as if close-quarters combat is his specialty. David agreed. I agree, he's not tired at all. If anything, he seems to be getting stronger. Sakio gripped his weapon, his mind made up. I'm going to help him. Even though I believe in safety first, I want to help Mr. Han Sang-un. Andre was silent, but a glint of agreement was in his eyes. A series of system notifications appeared, explaining Sang-un's endless strength. Using all possessed souls to replenish stamina, strength has increased by 3, agility has increased by 2, stamina has increased by 4, magic power has increased by 5. Sang-un felt the power surging inside him, and thought to himself in excitement. Wow, if I just compare the range of simple growth, this is much better than when I absorbed the soul of my clone. With a confident smile, he turned his gaze toward the distant castle. And if I kill the vampire count, this trial will be quite rewarding. The administrators watching the battle couldn't hide their excitement. Administrator Soul Ruler of the Abyss is showing interest in you. Administrator Leader of Traders is very pleased thanks to you. Is laughing. Kuhaha. Administrator Black Mage says you are a challenger more demonic than a demon, and that their whole body has started to tremble in fear. More messages appeared. Administrator Dragon Slayer, born after 1,000 years, smiles at your excellence and says you have the qualities of a hero. Administrator Corrupted, successor of the Blood Demon cult, sends shocking praise for your use of magic power. Administrator Warrior of the Corrupted World says your investment value is quite high and smiles with great satisfaction. Sang-un sneered inwardly. Good, the administrators are still being fooled. He knew his strategy well. There was no harm in leaving a good impression on the administrators. After the battle, his 3 companions approached him as he stood in the middle of the corpse-filled battlefield. David spoke first. I thought you were going to find the priests. David bowed his head and Andre and Sakio followed. Sakio said enthusiastically, We're sorry, from now on we will follow your opinion, so please give us your orders. I agree. To be honest, I doubted your judgment, but I was a fool, Sang-un turned to them with a very satisfied expression. So, have you all understood the effect of shutting the fuck up now? Suddenly, a sense of warning flashed through his mind. Skill's sixth sense has been activated. A massive dark flow of energy filled with death enveloped the entire city, announcing the arrival of a truly powerful enemy. Sang-un gave a challenging smile, a drop of sweat trickling down his temple as he felt the terrifying pressure. The vampire count. His companions panicked at the scale of the magic and shouted, "Grand magic? You mean the vampire count can use grand magic?" David quickly analyzed. That's probably just a racial trait, but the problem is that he's strong enough to do something reminiscent of grand magic. Then what should we do? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we all die. Sang-un looked at his panicking companions, and a heavy sense of responsibility weighed on his shoulders. The hunters I once looked up to now seem like people I have to protect. Come to think of it, have I grown that much? He turned and commanded firmly. Everyone get far away from here. Find the priests and bring them here, Sakio stammered in extreme confusion. I'm sorry, the priests. I thought there was no point in doing that. Sang-un cut him off. Let me be blunt. He looked straight at them, a ferocious blood key enveloping his body. If you're here, you'll just get in the way of our fight. To be frank, I can't protect all three of you. His cape fluttered in the middle of the devastated battlefield. But I need to hunt the vampire count alone to absorb his soul. The higher other people's contribution, the greater the chance I won't be able to absorb the soul. Andre nodded firmly, accepting the command. We'll follow your orders. I don't feel good about being treated like baggage after so long, but we'll bring the priests, so wait for us. Without another word, the three quickly left, leaving Sang-un alone to face the coming wrath. He thought to himself, well then, he stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, facing the massive blood-red energy storm forming in the sky. He sneered. Shall we begin? A series of system notifications appeared as he prepared for the final battle. Skill combat concentration has been activated. The user's concentration has increased by 5 times. Authority heavenly blood training method has been activated. The blood key around him became more intense than ever. Skill Seeker of Blood's Truth has been strongly activated, interfering with all blood control abilities within the skill's range. The entire city was submerged in a sea of blood, and his energy enveloped everything. In the castle, the vampire count was sitting on his throne when he felt the interference and roared in horror. He stood up and let out a furious roar. How dare an insignificant human defy me? I was planning to maintain the foundation of this city and use it. He raised his hand and released all of his power, but I'll turn it all to hell. A pillar of red energy was shot straight into the sky. It was a destructive attack that could flatten the entire city. Sang-un looked up, staring at the pouring pillar of light with a frighteningly calm expression. Ha, this is on a much larger scale than I expected. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. Sweat poured down like rain. I don't think I can block this. Haha, I'm dead. Meanwhile, in a luxurious place, the vampire count, Slur, was leisurely enjoying the juicy grapes offered by a subordinate. The servants were as small as grape seeds. A flashback began. I don't know when it started. I just fought and fought, climbing higher and higher. The fight became my life, as it always does for those with ambition. When I finally came to my senses, I was standing on countless corpses, and my thirst finally reached the heavens. A system notification appeared. The god of war has chosen Slur as a potential apostle. The greatest wish of our race is to destroy the 4 impregnable human alliances. We killed countless humans and destroyed 3 of the nations. The spring of life, the source of the 4 alliances, was dyed red with blood. And if I completely conquer this last nation, I will be recognized as a true apostle by the god of war, become the king of vampires, and reach the pinnacle. Returning to the present, a subordinate rushed in and knelt before the throne. Count, we're in trouble, the subordinate stammered, his voice filled with terror. Your army is being killed, no, massacred by a single human. Count Sneer gritted his teeth. His red eyes flashed with rage. He commanded, and his servants brought a huge, intricately decorated magic mirror. Through the mirror, a bat-like creature, likely one of the Count's scouts, was seen observing the battle. It shouted in bewilderment, "What in the world are you?" Sneer sat on his throne, looking at the splattered blood with a displeased expression. I was sure I took care of all the self-proclaimed warriors. Which country sent these guys? The subordinate trembled and prostrated himself on the floor. They just appeared suddenly. Those aren't grapes, Count. Sneer clenched his fangs, a blue vein popping on his temple. Suddenly, yes, that my precious army was suddenly massacred. How does that make sense, you useless fools? His rage exploded. How does it make sense that they suddenly dropped into the middle of the city, avoiding all those eyes? Other subordinates panicked and tried to calm him down. Count, please calm down, but Sneer's anger had already reached its peak. He roared, his silver-white hair standing on end with rage. I could have been recognized as a true apostle if I had just perfectly conquered this city, but that bastard ruined everything. How dare he, an insignificant human? I was planning to maintain the foundation of this city and use it. He raised his hand and released all of his power. But I'll turn it all to hell. A pillar of red energy was shot straight into the sky. It was a destructive attack that could flatten the entire city. Sang-un looked up, staring at the pouring pillar of light with a frighteningly calm expression. It's much bigger than I thought. A bitter smile spread across his lips and sweat poured down like rain. I don't think I can block this. Haha, I'm dead. Instead of running, he turned and made a life or death decision. I have to give up on the city and save my companions. He saw his companions huddled under a faint blue barrier. There they are. He ran at a terrifying speed, leaving only an afterimage. As the crimson energy storm began to pour down, he reached out his hand. A stream of red energy erupted from his palm. He created a giant octagonal magic shield right in front of his companions. The Count's destructive pillar of energy violently collided with the shield, causing a horrific explosion. He gritted his teeth, enduring the horrific pressure. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he held on. Gack, just a little longer. He poured all his strength into the shield to push back the energy storm. With a final pained cry, he was sent flying as the shield shattered into pieces, and the crimson pillar of energy washed over the city like a flood. He lay motionless on the devastated ground, completely exhausted. His companions quickly ran to him and asked with concern, "Han Sang-un, are you okay?" He could only answer with a weak groan. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. Sakio replied, "We're fine, thanks to you blocking the attack. I really thought we were going to die." Suddenly, the three looked up at the sky in horror. From the dust and smoke, Count Slur slowly descended. He looked at them with a surprised expression. Truly surprising. To survive that attack. His gaze turned cold. "Then it was no coincidence that you were able to slaughter my kin." He assessed the party. One who looks naive and weak, and those three standing perfectly must be the main members. He began to gather crimson energy in his hand, and the energy condensed into a sharp blood sword. He gritted his teeth and let out a hateful roar. "You insect-like humans, I'll tear you to pieces." The three companions retreated in fear from the Count's horrific pressure. Sang-un pushed his battered body up and stepped forward, his gaze still resolute. "Everyone step back. I will face him alone," Sakio said with concern. "Then we'll stand back a bit. Call us if you need help," Slur roared, his voice filled with authority and anger. "Who says so? I won't let any of you go." He charged at a terrifying speed, leaving a streak of red light shattering the ground. His red eyes were fixed on Sang-un's figure, his fangs gnashing. Suddenly he stopped midair and looked at Sang-un with a bewildered expression. It feels like something just happened." He realized in horror when Sang-un had been standing there. Had he been caught in the human's trap? "Since when?" Sang-un looked at him with a challenging gaze. "Have you heard the saying, 'Be careful what you wish for'?" A confident smile appeared on his bruised face. "I'll return the words you just said." Slur let out a crazed roar. "This mad human bastard, how dare you imitate a warrior?" Sang-un swung his blue sword, cutting his body. "I'll tear you to pieces." He was shattered to pieces in horror, and his companions could only stand and watch, stunned, completely overwhelmed by the sight. After tearing the Count to shreds, Sang-un turned and ordered his stunned companions, "Everyone hurry and find the priests." Sakio stammered, "You killed the vampire Count. Is there still a need for that?" Sang-un looked into the empty air with a thoughtful expression. "Doesn't something feel strange?" He looked down at the disappearing pieces of the Count's corpse. The 13th floor trial completion notification should have appeared by now. The fact that it hasn't means he activated his skill, and a system notification appeared. "The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has been activated. The body parts of Vampire Count Slur can be regenerated with the authority of regeneration. Is currently recovering his body." The three companions shouted in horror. "No, he can regenerate even from that state? That's impossible. The city is in ruins, so the priest must be dead. Why don't we just join the fight?" Sang-un stood firm, his gaze resolute. "No, I will hold off the vampire Count, so find the priests, a holy relic or anything, and bring it here. I'm sorry, but I have to take this boss down alone." David nodded. "Accepting the mission. If you insist, then I understand. Searching is my specialty, so I'll do my best." The vampire's body began to reassemble. From the pieces, Slur regenerated completely. His naked body was muscular, and his silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. He roared in extreme fury, "You human bastard, how dare you do this to me? How dare you?" Sang-un looked at him with a frighteningly calm expression. "His regenerative ability is truly unbelievable. His recovery and blood control skills are definitely more effective than mine." Slur charged at a terrifying speed, leaving a red afterimage. "But when it comes to combatability, I'm far superior." Sang-un charged as well. The two clashed violently. Slur roared, "You rat-like bastard." Streaks of blood began to envelop the rock fragments. He waved his hand, manipulating them to attack Sang-un, who summoned the heavenly blood demon sword to block his attack. Countless giant spears of blood rained down from the sky, causing a horrific explosion. Slur showed off his sharp claws covered in blood key and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, how about that, human? When it comes to controlling blood, I am superior." Sang-un stood firm. Illusions of himself flickered behind him. While Slur's eyes flashed red with a confident smile, Sang-un calmly admitted, "I'll admit that, thanks to you. I learned a new application technique." Slur stopped, his eyes widening in horror at those words. He let out a crazed roar and countless slashes pierced his body. A violent explosion of blood key occurred where Sang-un had been, but he was already gone. Sang-un was sitting on a pile of rubble, his glowing red sword stuck in the ground. He muttered, "I cut him more than before, but he's still regenerating. How creepy. Don't tell me." A terrible suspicion crept into his mind. What if I really can't kill him in this trial without the priests? He looked at the ruined city engulfed in a sea of fire. If the city is in this state, it would be weirder for a priest to survive. Slur reappeared. His body was completely regenerated. He looked down at Sang-un with a contemptuous expression. "How annoying," he sneered. "Did you think you could kill me? Not a chance." Sang-un looked up, his eyes filled with curiosity. "I'm really curious." He was bewildered. A wicked smile appeared on Sang-un's face. His eyes shone menacingly. "I'm curious. How many more times do you have to be torn apart before you actually die? He charged with the glowing red sword in his hand, preparing for a long battle. For the first time, a sense of fear crept into Slur's mind. Slur is feeling fear? He roared to compose himself, releasing a massive amount of blood ki. Do not look down on me. I am the man who will become the king of vampires. 3. Sang-un calmly counted as he lightly cut Slur. He regenerated again, and Slur clutched his wound and roared in pain and anger. Ku, don't think you've won just because you've caused me some pain. 4. Sang-un cut him a few more times, this time aiming for his head. Slur smiled crazily. It's useless, haha, you're not a true warrior. You have no way to kill me. 5. As long as you are human, you cannot escape the laws of physics. You will soon collapse from exhaustion. 6. 7. Slur pointed at Sang-un and asked suspiciously, are you really that legendary warrior? How can you use so much mana without getting tired at all? 8. As Sang-un cut him once more, 2 system notifications appeared. You have achieved the Artist of the Battlefield achievement. Torture technique skill activated. As Sang-un swung his sword, a cold smile spread across his lips. Should I slice you up for sashimi, or should I mince you for yuhoi? Slur backed away, feeling true fear for the first time. That guy's a monster. I have to run. He decided to flee, turned, and ran at full speed. But Sang-un was already waiting on top of a tower, blocking his path. I told you, I'd return the words you said. He raised his sword and with a sneering smile repeated Slur's words. Who says so? I won't let you go anywhere. Slur's eyes constricted with extreme fear and anger. This madman, this cunning bastard. 9. Sang-un cut him once more and calmly declared. Slur screamed in pain and despair. Stop, let's negotiate. Yes, let's negotiate. No, let's make a deal. I'll give you anything you want. 10. Sang-un completely ignored his pleas. I said I'll give you anything. I'll give you all the wealth and honor you desire. 11. Slur's body parts scattered in all directions. Ooh, just kill me. I can't live like this anymore. 12. Slur let out a final hateful roar. You are not a warrior. You are just a cunning and corrupt murderer. 2. System notifications appeared. You have achieved the beginning of madness achievement. Pain amplification skill activated. Slur screamed in extreme pain. Stop, I surrender. Sang-un asked sarcastically. Can't you just shut up and die? Just how many more times do you plan to regenerate? Suddenly a light flashed in Sang-un's eyes. An idea came to him. Aha, he gestured to Slur, who was struggling to regenerate. Come here, little boy, like a tamed puppy. Slur crawled toward him, his voice trembling. Yes, master. Sang-un stood on a pile of rubble, looking down at his completely broken enemy. There is a way out of this pain. If you cooperate, I will kill you mercifully. How about it? Slur looked up. A glimmer of hope flashed in his red eyes. What must I do? Sang-un activated a skill. A stream of red energy enveloped the ground. The counter shield skill has been activated. The counter shield has been transformed, aka the counter scarecrow. A glowing red cross rose from the ground, emitting a powerful energy. Slur knelt before the cross, completely subdued. Sang-un coldly commanded, hit this until I tell you to stop. Slur looked at him with a bewildered expression. Sang-un raised an eyebrow, his voice threatening. Why aren't you hitting it yet? Do you want to live? I'll hit it. Slur roared and began to hit the cross repeatedly. He furiously punched, not understanding what was happening. This series of events that happened today from beginning to end, I don't understand any of it. There were no signs that this mad human would suddenly appear and annihilate the vampire army, the strongest race in history. No matter how I think about it, something is strange. He paused and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it's a trial from the gods. He looked up at the glowing red cross and a horrific realization dawned on his face. Yes, it was strange from the beginning that a human could control blood, he convinced himself. It's because we, the vampire race, have become lazy. They want to restore discipline. This person must be a savior of the vampires sent to train us to be more vigilant. Suddenly a beam of light shot out from the cross and into the sky. A notification appeared. The counter shield skill can now counter the accumulated damage. Sang-un's hair glowed red, he said in a cold tone. Alright, that's enough. Slur looked up, his red eyes filled with fear, then a shadow fell over him. Sang-un appeared before him with red eyes and declared, now it's time to die. A savior, how funny. He delivered the final blow and a crimson energy engulfed Slur. What if you die countless times but come back to life again? He summoned his sword, and a blue and red aura swirled around it. He focused all his energy into the sword and threw it at him. A system notification appeared. The counter shield skill will release all absorbed damage at once. Slur let out a final pained scream as his body disintegrated. I could have evaporated you, so not a single shred of flesh remained. Gak, I can finally die. A pillar of crimson light shot up into the sky, completely erasing Slur's existence. Sang-un stood in the middle of a devastated battlefield. A series of victory notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the 13th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, a random skill book A has been added to your inventory. You have acquired 90,000 points as a clear reward. You have acquired 4,000 SP as a clear reward. You have acquired 5,000 SP as an additional reward. Moving to the waiting room, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. I succeeded in killing that bastard. Haha. He looked down at the pool of blood Slur had left behind. Then I should be able to absorb the blood Slur shed. His sword began to vibrate, and a crimson energy enveloped it, absorbing all the bloodlust on the battlefield. The dedicated skill Blood Absorption of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has been activated. 2 system notifications appeared. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Slur, the item's grade has increased to A300 1400. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Slur, the Blood Reinforcement C skill has been engraved into the dedicated slot of blood absorption. Detailed information about the new skill appeared, filling the first skill slot on his sword. Blood Absorption, dedicated slot 1-3 engraved skill. Blood Reinforcement C engraved skill description. A skill absorbed from Count Slur. You can reinforce the blood within your blood control range. By using mana to reinforce the blood within your blood control range, durability and control are enhanced. Sang-un activated the new skill. A ferocious blood key enveloped his hands. The engraved skill Blood Reinforcement C of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has been activated. He exclaimed in amazement as he felt the new power. "Oh, Vampire Count, this is a much more powerful blood control skill than his." Countless swords of blood formed around him, emanating an overwhelming energy. "It's as if I've become the king of vampires." He looked at his creation with a satisfied smile. "Not bad, the only downside is that I might be misunderstood." A series of notifications appeared, confirming the growth of his power. By absorbing the soul of Vampire Count Slur, your stats will be permanently increased. Strength has increased by 5, agility by 4, stamina by 6, magic power by 7, and durability by 5. This time, even more important notifications appeared. The divinity residing in the soul of Vampire Count Slur has been detected. The conditions for the authority divine power have been met, and the ability will be activated. Attempting to extract divinity, he muttered. Divinity extraction. I've seen this notification once before. When I absorbed the soul of my clone, the result appeared with a brilliant golden light. Divinity extraction successful. The grade of the Authority Divine Power B has been upgraded. By accumulating myths through the Authority Divine Power B, the grade will rise quickly, he thought to himself. I don't know about later, but is the condition for divinity extraction whether the soul possesses divinity? A pure golden orb of energy appeared, he reasoned, considering I couldn't extract divinity from ordinary vampires. It probably only applies to those with divinity on the same level as mine. He felt a headache and sighed. Gak, there are too many ambiguous things. My head hurts every time something related to divinity comes up. Another notification appeared. Absorbing one of Count Slur's skills. The Charm C skill has been absorbed. He was surprised. Charm. The user is absorbing a stronger soul, so the authority extraction judgment will begin. He was confused. He looked into the empty air. Filled with skepticism. An unbearable enemy. A strong enemy. What are the criteria for these judgments? Aren't these judgments biased? As he formed a hypothesis, his eyes sharpened. But it's not like I have no idea. Souls related to gods or apostles are rated highly. Judgment successful. The soul of Vampire Count Slur has been confirmed to possess an authority. Extracting the soul's authority. The authority Faith Harvest C will be engraved into user Han Sang-un's soul. He muttered, Faith Harvest. Suddenly a familiar voice called his name from a distance. Han Sang-un. Sakio came running with his companions and numerous villagers. The priests used their protection authority to protect the people. There are more survivors than expected, don't worry. The Vampire Count has already been taken care of. The crowd cheered, hailing him as a hero. Ooh, to defeat the Vampire Count alone, you are the hero. The hero has come here. The gods have not forsaken us. Thank you for saving us, great agent of the gods. A brilliant golden energy enveloped him as a notification appeared. The authority, Faith Harvest, has detected a strong faith directed at the user. He realized, the villagers, are they sending their faith to me? He crossed his arms and was lost in thought. So faith sent through an illusion is also considered faith. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. I should make good use of this given opportunity. He planted his sword in the ground and activated another skill. The Charm C skill has been activated. His aura became even more brilliant, and a series of notifications appeared. Your presence has grown and you have a greater influence on others, but I did not lie. You have achieved the I did not lie achievement. Magic power has increased by 1. He spread his arms wide and absorbed all the faith from the crowd. The authority Faith Harvest has been strongly activated. Harvesting recent faith directed at you. The authority Divine Power has been strongly activated. Calculating myth based on the actual result versus the believer's faith. He asked himself. Myth. The final notification appeared, confirming his greatest achievement. The myth Vampire Slayer is complete. He was surprised. A brilliant golden energy enveloped him, bringing new power. Myth Vampire Slayer is activated. Recovery Impossible effect is granted to holy attacks. Exorcism effect is granted to holy attacks, he muttered, trying to understand the new power. Did I get the Recovery Impossible effect because I ended the Vampire Count's infinite recovery cycle? And did I get the Exorcism effect because I slaughtered the vampires in the city? A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Now I finally know what myth accumulation is really like. He analyzed the mechanism of his power. If I harvest the faith I've obtained in the form of a myth along with the divine power authority, a new authority is created within the authority. He felt the flow of divine energy flowing inside his body. Seeing how the divine power that I haven't used until now is being released stably, it seems that activating a myth consumes the divine power that has settled in my heart. The golden aura around him faded. There isn't enough of a story and faith to serve as a foundation, so I'll save the accumulated faith for the next myth. It seems I've harvested all the people's faith now. The authority faith harvest has been deactivated. He looked at the crowd who were bowing their heads in gratitude. And this floor is safely over. Sakio and Andre waved cheerfully as they prepared to leave through a blue gate. David approached with a serious expression. I thought you were an inexperienced fool, but I underestimated your abilities. The old man bowed his head sincerely and extended a hand. Will you accept my apology? Sang-un accepted the apology by shaking his hand with a friendly smile. Of course. Suddenly, as they shook hands, a system notification appeared. The god of war has recognized that its potential apostle has died. Sang-un was startled. A horrific pressure crushed his shoulders, forcing him to his knees in pain. The god of war has detected your presence. The god of war has detected your divinity and feels hostility. He cried out in pain. Gak, David asked with concern. What's wrong? Sang-un realized a new enemy and gritted his teeth, enduring as he broke into a cold sweat. The god of war? The ground around them cracked and pillars of fire erupted violently, swallowing the panicking crowd. A villager was engulfed in flames and screamed in terror. In the sea of chaotic fire, a notification appeared. You have entered the divine domain. The entire world was submerged in a sea of fire. People screamed in pain and confusion. What is this situation? Sang-un gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red with anger and disbelief. The trial is clearly over. David and his other companions were also engulfed in flames. They screamed in pain as they tried to resist. Gak! David saw a gate in the sea of fire and shouted, My teleportation portal. Sang-un ran and grabbed the old man's cloak with an urgent expression. British magician old man, let's shake hands one more time. He threw the old man into the air with all his might, sending him flying toward the gate. David muttered as he flew through the air, and a smile filled with admiration and a hint of a bitter laugh appeared. Quite rude, but the solution is certainly effective. Sang-un landed on a high rock and looked down at the sea of fire, commanding the survivors. Get out of the way. He punched the ground hard, and a crimson energy erupted from the cracked ground. He activated his ultimate defensive skill. The counter shield skill has been activated. A giant shield made of red energy absorbed and blocked the sea of fire. David looked at him with deep respect in his eyes. I don't know if that friend is a soldier, but if a hero still exists in this ruthless world, wouldn't they look like that? Sang-un roared, facing the god's wrath alone, protecting the innocent people behind him. As David and the others safely teleported through the blue gate, he whispered a final blessing. I hope you return safely too. The crowd cheered, hailing him as the hero of Earth, their savior. But Sang-un roared as he struggled to maintain the cracking shield. I can't hold this for long. Hurry and cross the bridge. He looked at the fleeing crowd, a hint of disappointment in his red-hot eyes. I had my hopes up, but they're not releasing any more faith. I've wasted my time. I have to go to the teleportation portal. A horrific headache washed over the innocent villagers as a notification from the angry god appeared. The god of war feels disgust that a mere mortal possesses divinity. They screamed, Gak my head. The pain washed over everyone. My head feels like it's going to explode. Sang-un also felt the pressure and gritted his teeth, enduring. He stood alone in the sea of fire, looking at the deathly silence after everyone had left. Another notification from the god of war appeared. The god of war says the dog raised by the tower has crossed the line. A contemptuous smile appeared on Sang-un's bloody face. Crossed the line. Looked straight into the empty air, challenging the unseen god. You're the one who just crossed the line. As long as I'm protected by the tower, you'll be in trouble if you interfere any further. He turned and walked toward the teleportation portal. If you have nothing else to say, I'll be on my way. A final notification appeared. The god of war sends you a ferocious smile, he thought to himself. I have to get stronger. His red-hot eyes flashed with a steely resolve. The god of war says it looks forward to the mortal's impending doom. He gritted his teeth. So that even the gods cannot treat me carelessly. He entered the waiting room, and a series of notifications about a new system expansion appeared. You have entered the 14th floor waiting room. The system will be expanded. Trade items for floor invasion will be added to the contractor's exclusive shop. Aura enhancement items will be added to the contractor's exclusive shop. Some elixir items will be added to the contractor's exclusive shop. He sat down and was lost in thought. He sighed, trying to shake off the confusing emotions. It's a space created by the tower anyway, so it's futile to get worked up over something I don't even know exists. His eyes turned cold. The god of war? To think I'd get on bad terms with a god of all things. A mystical voice echoed in his mind, warning him of a dangerous future. Do not trust the other gods. They will now see you as an enemy, he thought to himself. I knew it would come to this in the end. He stood up, determined to shake off his worries. I should stop thinking about things I can't control and just do what I can. He took out a stone. Water magic gently restored his torn clothes. He opened his exclusive shop. Contractor's exclusive shop, 11,500 items, skills, authorities, items, contractor, iron-blooded sovereign, white crane swordsman. He quickly made a big purchase. You have purchased the authority path of the swordsman S. Minus 10,000 SP. Information about the new authority appeared. Authority. Path of the Swordsman S. Price, 10,000 SP. Description. An authority occasionally obtained by sword users among those who fall into the conflict between becoming stronger to survive and surviving to become stronger. It allows you to develop independent sword techniques and makes it easier to achieve your own enlightenment. As he entered a lush green forest, a notification appeared. You have entered the forest. The silver-haired woman, the white crane swordsman, was waiting for him. It's been a while, Sang-un. The two sat facing each other. She said, I heard from that woman that you've made an enemy of the Namging family's child. Sang-un replied reluctantly, yes, it just happened that way. The white crane swordsman smiled. It must be because of Namging Way UK. The reason you used your special points to buy my authority, he admitted. Yes, that's right, then you have made a very wise decision, she said with a bright smile, and Sang-un was slightly flustered. The white crane swordsman put on her glasses and explained, because, to put it simply, you are a genius, Sang-un. Without knowing the proper path to enlightenment, you instinctively learned the forms of swordsmanship, and went beyond the realm of imitation. Moreover, in the 12th floor trial, you grasped the intent of the sword and even developed the swordsmanship into a dual-wielding style, Sang-un answered modestly. I'm just good at mimicking. The fact that you were able to improve just by learning some of the Namging family's basic forms shows that you already have the qualities of a master, he said while the two were meditating in a silk forest. Sang-un was surprised. A grand master. It wouldn't be strange if you were to establish the first sword sect in a clan, the white crane swordsman said. When they stood before a giant gate, Sang-un was astonished. To that extent, the white crane swordsman smiled gently. You made the right decision with the authority you chose this time. From now on, everything you learn and realize will become skills certified by the tower. I will teach you everything. But her expression suddenly turned serious and a bit awkward. There is one condition. You must form a master-disciple relationship with me. Sang-un's eyes lit up. Understood, he quickly agreed. I will become your disciple, master. The white crane swordsman seemed surprised by his quick agreement. Sang-un, I'm not forcing you. You can think about it, he cut her off. No, I will become your disciple. If you insist, then I won't refuse, he thought to himself. The white crane swordsman is a challenger who has climbed past the 40th floor. There is no reason to refuse the teachings of such a powerful person, but don't regret it later, he said. The white crane swordsman was flustered. Are you planning to be so rough that I'll regret it later, as if you're going to wield a whip? She blushed. She explained. In Murim, a master is a once-in-a-lifetime existence. That's why I told you not to regret it, he replied. If that's what you're worried about, I will never regret it. Who else in Murim would I take as my master? Then, according to procedure, I will formally introduce myself before you perform the master-disciple ceremony. As the white crane swordsman stood up, she exuded the air of a grand master. I am the 17th head of the white crane sword sect, and I was the strongest martial artist of the previous generation. Sang-un looked straight into the white crane swordsman's eyes and muttered in awe. Absolute realm. That was the description of the warrior who would become his master. The strongest martial artist of the previous generation. Without the slightest hesitation, he bowed before the woman who was now his master, performing the master-disciple ceremony. The white crane swordsman began the first lesson by briefly summarizing the theory. It is like this. Martial arts are divided into mind techniques and body techniques. A mind technique is the art of refining the inner mana within your body, a process that requires mental concentration. The mana refined this way is called internal energy. A body technique corresponds to the way you move your body, such as footwork or swordsmanship. All of this is martial arts, and there are also martial arts that can be performed solely with the energy of a special mind technique. While listening to this explanation, a question came to mind. Is the heavenly blood training method also a type of mind technique? He asked hesitantly. I have a question. Is it a problem if I have already learned another mind technique? The white crane swordsman paused. Her eyes widened in surprise. She stared at him intently, and her voice was serious. What did you just say, that you know a mind technique? Explain it in detail. Now, she commanded, and the two sat facing each other. Sang-un began his explanation. After listening to your explanation, master, I think I know something similar to a mind technique. The white crane swordsman seemed skeptical. Similar? Don't tell me you learned the refinement art from that woman? The iron-blooded sovereign, I mean. Sang-un shook his head. Refinement art? Is that the concept of a mind technique from another world? No, that can't be. She's not the type to break a promise like this. The white crane swordsman was still unconvinced. I can't trust that woman. I'll check for myself. Sang-un was startled as she suddenly rushed at him. Ah, since when? Suddenly her hand touched his abdomen. No, before that. I'm sorry, master. Shish, stay still for a moment, she said as she lifted his clothes and placed a glowing hand on his stomach to check the flow of his ki. Her purple eyes widened in surprise. Huh? She pulled back and sat opposite him. But other than pure mana, there's no trace of you having learned any mind technique. That, Sang-un explained. The heavenly blood training method is actually an authority I was sponsored with on the 12th floor by an administrator called Corrupted Successor. There were 3, but I used the heavenly blood training method often because it enhanced my combat senses when activated. The white crane swordsman let out a sigh of relief. Oh my, so it was an authority, not a mind technique. Of course, it seems the principles of a mind technique you've learned are mixed into the authority, but it can't be considered a mind technique, he replied. I see, but master, may I get out of this awkward position? Ah, she quickly moved away. The white crane swordsman blushed and stammered. My apologies, I was so surprised that I checked so rudely, she whispered, turning her face away. Sang-un leaned against the wall and waved a hand. It's fine. Suddenly, a dark purple aura enveloped her. But I don't like it, she whispered, and Sang-un was taken aback. She gripped her sword tightly, her eyes flashing with anger. To think a mutt from the Blood Demon cult would sponsor such a low-class mind technique as an authority. Sang-un broke out in a cold sweat and took a step back. I'll have to revise my assessment of the White Crane swordsman. Right, on second thought, it might be better that you haven't learned any mind technique, she said as the two stood facing each other in the silk forest. Since you can accumulate mana without learning a mind technique, and if you learn multiple mind techniques through authorities you can switch between them, that should be fine, right? The White Crane swordsman seemed slightly awkward. It's fine, my martial arts don't rely heavily on mind techniques anyway. What happened just now was because mind techniques are very important in a master-disciple relationship. For now I will teach you swordsmanship, so follow me, understood? Sang-un took a stance and activated a skill. The combat concentration skill has been activated. The user's concentration has increased by 10 times. The White Crane swordsman performed a beautiful sword dance. Her afterimages filled the space. Sang-un watched carefully and admired inwardly. I didn't realize it because she only showed her gentle side, but she's a true martial artist. She was also very aggressive earlier. The White Crane swordsman stopped, her gaze sharp. Now I will show you the first basic form of my swordsmanship, the White Crane 7-key White Crane Ocean Slasher. When she unleashed a slash, a brilliant pink energy cut through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of light. The perfect slash from a moment ago was reflected in Sang-un's blue eyes, and he was completely mesmerized. The White Crane swordsman turned, a hint of apology in her voice. You might not have seen it well, I'm sorry. This is the minimum speed of the White Crane Ocean Slasher. It's fine, Sang-un said confidently, stepping next to her. I think I can follow it. He swung his sword, trying to replicate the feeling of the form. Since I can't avoid space itself, it feels like pulling space toward me and then cutting it. A brilliant blue energy erupted from his sword, drawing a perfect arc almost identical to his master's form. Like this, he asked. He looked back at her with a slightly uncertain expression. I did my best to follow it. Did I do it right? The White Crane swordsman stammered, and a drop of sweat trickled down her temple. Her purple eyes widened in surprise. This is ridiculous. There are geniuses in every era. Geniuses show the peak of their abilities by understanding, judging, and absorbing from others. But even a genius needs a certain period of training to display their true abilities. But she looked at him, completely shocked. Is this right? She clutched her head in extreme disbelief and shouted, What in the world is this? To copy the White Crane Ocean Slasher immediately after seeing it just once? Sang-un looked at her with an innocent expression, not understanding her reaction. Sang-un, you don't seem to know how amazing this is. The White Crane 7-key is a martial art that uses principles more difficult than the Southern Sky Sword art used by Namgang Wei UK. Sang-un was slightly taken aback. The Southern Sky Sword art, the White Crane swordsman explained. The two basic forms you copied from the Namgang family, the Southern Sky Flash Sword and the Southern Sky Dance Sword, are part of the Southern Sky Sword art, he thought to himself. Is that the skill set Namgang Wei UK used? She continued. Furthermore, it's a body technique that goes beyond basic principles like fast and slow used by the Southern Sky Sword art, using the difficult principle of considering space itself. But you copied the White Crane Ocean Slasher so nonchalantly, and at a level quite similar to the original immediately after seeing it just once, Sang-un muttered. The principles of fast and slow don't mean much to me. The White Crane swordsman concluded. You are a genius of intuition. I have never heard of a case where someone grasps a technique just by seeing its essence, not through experience or judgment. Sang-un, still a bit flustered, scratched his head. Even if you say that, I don't quite understand what you mean. The White Crane swordsman raised a finger and a bright smile spread across her lips. One day. That means you can learn most martial arts in just a single day. Usually martial arts are understood and reproduced based on the secret manuals of each art. But you don't need to analyze a secret manual. You just need to watch and follow. But let me teach you how to use mana. Images of various martial arts appeared, body techniques, fist techniques, footwork, and even fighting techniques. I've learned everything I could, and among them the most useful were the sword techniques, the White Crane 7-key and the White Crane Ocean Slasher. It grabs and cuts space itself, making it virtually impossible to evade. The White Crane Heavenly Thunder, a powerful stabbing technique specialized in piercing shields. The White Crane Space Folding, a defensive technique that distorts the space near the air. The White Crane swordsman, overwhelmed with joy, cupped her cheeks with both hands and laughed out loud. Sang-un scratched his head, a confident smile spreading across his lips, and his sword was stained with blood. He bowed politely. Thanks to you I've learned a lot, Master. The White Crane swordsman was slightly awkward but still pleased. Master, I'm glad you think of me that way. Sang-un bowed. Then I'll be on my way. The White Crane swordsman looked a little disappointed. Are you leaving already? You could stay a little longer. He turned, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. I will come again later. Until then, please take care, Master. As he said that and disappeared, the White Crane swordsman was left behind, ecstatic. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her dignity as a master. Yes, you take care too, Sang-un. If you work as hard as your talent, you will grow quickly. When he returned to the waiting room, a notification appeared. You have entered the 14th floor waiting room. He walked through the waiting room, reflecting on the training he had just completed. I've learned a lot, although it's a shame that I couldn't learn all 7 techniques of the White Crane 7-key at my current level. A new skill icon appeared. Sword Ghost B. He muttered the skill Sword Ghost. It's a swordsmanship style I've used and developed well so far, but it's too lacking compared to Namgang Wei Uk's Southern Sky Sword Art or my master's White Crane 7 Key. He resolved to create a new skill of his own. I'll have to use the Path of the Swordsman authority to create the skill. Immediately, detailed information about the authority he had just mentioned appeared. Authority. Path of the Swordsman S. Description. An authority occasionally obtained by sword users among those who fall into the conflict between becoming stronger to survive and surviving to become stronger. It allows you to develop independent sword techniques and makes it easier to achieve your own enlightenment. He took a stance, concentrating all his mind and energy. Authority Iron-Blooded Sword has been activated. Skill Combat Concentration has been activated, he thought to himself. Using the Southern Sky Sword Art and the White Crane 7 Key at that speed has made them more complete than before, but it's still not enough to develop them into a skill. To develop them into a skill, I need a system that the system will recognize as a skill. Alright, he drew a picture in his mind. I'll imagine being able to mix in the Southern Sky Sword Art whenever I want, based on the White Crane 7 Key. At the same time, I'll discard the concept that a dual sword attack is the best defense. Countless slashes cut through the empty air and countless thoughts flashed and repeated in his mind, and a powerful flow of energy exploded from his body. The authority Path of the Swordsman has been strongly activated. A system notification confirmed his achievement. The skill First Mixed Sword A has been activated. Skill First Mixed Sword A Proficiency 0 Description. A sword art developed by combining the White Crane 7 Key and the Southern Sky Sword Art. Basic effect. When using a sword, additional modifications are stacked onto the basic forms of the White Crane 7 Key and the Southern Sky Sword Art, and the quality of the basic forms is improved. Detailed effect. When using dual wielding, the attack speed and power of some basic forms of the White Crane 7 Key are doubled. He was surprised. Oh, he looked at the notification window with a satisfied smile. A real skill has manifested. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. But even though I like some of the modifications, it's a bit bland. He opened his inventory. The random skill book appeared. Random skill book A skill book that allows you to obtain a random B-grade skill upon use. An item that can only be used by challengers and cannot be transferred to others. Should I give it a try? There's nothing to lose. As he opened the book, a green flow of energy exploded. A series of notifications appeared. You have obtained a random B-grade skill by using the random skill book A. The authority Grace of the Hero has been strongly activated. Your luck is temporarily greatly increased. The skill Blood Spirit Demonic Sword B has been activated. Detailed information about the new skill appeared. Skill Blood Spirit Demonic Sword B Proficiency 0 Description. A secret sword art that can only be learned by the successors of the Blood Demon cult. Basic effect. When using a sword, a demonic Mo attribute is granted to the blade, giving a harmful effect to all living beings. Detailed effect. When using the skill's basic forms, the dedicated effect Dual Strike is activated, doubling the effect of the basic forms. Just a little more. He decided to combine the skills. The unique authority Skill Synthesis has been activated. Starting synthesis with First Mixed Sword as the base. Authority Grace of the Hero has been strongly activated. Your luck is temporarily greatly increased. Skill Synthesis is complete, manifesting the new skill First Mixed Sword S. A brilliant golden flow of energy exploded. He walked to the teleportation circle, preparing for the next trial. Information about the 14th floor trial has appeared. The 14th floor trial will begin. Difficulty, hard. The theme of the current trial is underwater combat. Time remaining 7 days. Clear condition, hunt all monsters in the lake within the time limit. Failure condition, death of the challenger or timeout. Clear reward, Boots of the Wind Spirit, a penalty for failure. Death. As soon as he entered, a dangerous sensation washed over him. You have encountered a formidable foe on par with the user. The Indomitable Will skill is activated. Namgang Wei UK stood in the middle of a battlefield filled with monster corpses. How much longer were you going to keep this young master waiting? You didn't show up even after I killed all these things, so I thought I came to the wrong place. Namgang Wei UK. A bright smile appeared on Sang-un's face. Are you ready for a rematch? He activated a series of skills as he prepared for battle. Skill Instantaneous Acceleration has been activated. Skill Combat Concentration has been activated. Skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speeds have increased by 70. Current skill stack 7-7. Instantaneous Acceleration is enhanced by the unique effect of Swift Boots. The two charged at each other at a terrifying speed, creating a massive shockwave on the lake. A golden sword energy that burned like fire, and a blue sword energy as cold as ice clashed, creating a horrific explosion. And the lake's surface churned violently in the midst of the shock. Namgang Wei UK couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. He muttered in a voice full of disbelief. Sword flame, he growled, his eyes as sharp as blades fixed on Sang-un, who stood facing him with a composed expression. How can a bastard like you use sword flame? Unlike his opponent's flustered appearance, Sang-un sneered, and a smile full of confidence and arrogance appeared. Why are you surprised already? He tilted his head, his eyes filled with amusement. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. As he finished speaking, he charged like an arrow, and the sword in his hand drew a fast and deadly arc of blue light. Namgang Wei UK was surprised, but he was still the genius of the Namgang family. He immediately raised his sword to block, and the sharp sound of clashing metal echoed across the lake. Taking advantage of Namgang Weiyuk's momentary opening, Sang-un knocked his sword away with a high kick. Immediately his sword grazed past, leaving a crimson trail of blood on Namgang Weiyuk's cheek. He was stunned, one cheek burning with pain. Sang-un launched 3 consecutive streams of sword energy at him, causing a horrific explosion. But Namgang Weiyuk easily blocked the attack. Sang-un lightly stepped back, looking at his accomplishment with a satisfied expression. He asked as if introducing a new toy, "How about it?" Looking at the 3 sword marks carved deep into the rock after his attack, a challenging light flashed in his eyes. "This is the S-rank swordsmanship skill I just created. Skill: First Mixed Sword S. Proficiency: 0. Description: a demonic sword art developed by combining various types of absolute divine techniques. Basic effect: when using a sword, an extreme demonic Gmo attribute is added to the blade, causing all living targets to take continuous damage until death. Detailed effect: the damage of all types of swordsmanship is tripled, and the dedicated effect Dual Double Strike is randomly activated. Dual Double Strike: it was the ability to launch 2 additional attacks simultaneously with the same power as the original attack. Sang-un's smile became even more terrifying. That effect alone was already too overpowered. But above all, he pointed to his own cheek and stared straight at Namgang Weiyuk's bleeding wound. "That scar on your cheek, it will torment you until you die." Namgang Weiyuk furrowed his brow. He circulated his ki and raised a hand to his cheek, and the wound healed instantly. "It's just a scratch, but it's bleeding this much." Namgang Weiyuk charged madly, and he and Sang-un continued to exchange blows. "The swordsmanship and movement techniques you're using," Namgang Weiyuk growled, "are clearly the martial arts of the orthodox sects of Murim." He roared, his disbelief reaching its peak. "Why did you have to hide your martial arts before?" Sang-un replied. "I didn't hide them," Sang-un replied nonchalantly. "But I'm just telling an ordinary story. I was so weak back then that I was afraid I would die at any moment." He paused for a moment, then continued with an indifferent expression. "So I learned all of this in a single day yesterday. You're still as rude and arrogant as ever," Namgang Weiyuk shouted, unable to accept the absurd explanation. "Do you think I'd believe the insane story that you learned high-level martial arts in a single day?" Sang-un just shrugged, and the smile on his lips grew brighter. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but someone told me." The 2 swords clashed, creating a horrific pressure. He moved closer to his opponent, locking his gaze while their swords were still locked. "I'm a genius," Sang-un sneered, and his blue eyes flashed with a clever light as he moved closer to his opponent's face. "Oh, and I can do this too." Immediately, Sang-un moved, and every sword strike and step perfectly mimicked the Namgang family's swordsmanship. His speed and precision astonished even Namgang Weiyuk, the creator of the technique. Namgang Weiyuk's pupils constricted in horror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This swordsmanship. He gritted his teeth, a blue vein popping on his temple, his rage and humiliation reaching their peak. "You son of a bitch." A dark and black killing intent exploded from his body, and his eyes glowed with a strange purple light. "How dare you steal the Namgang family's swordsmanship without knowing your place?" Sang-un just shrugged, his expression full of provocation. "Then you should have made it harder to copy. Is it my fault I could follow it after seeing it once?" He continued to taunt, his words cutting into Namgang Weiyuk's pride like a blade. "It's your fault for performing your swordsmanship so carelessly." He couldn't take it anymore. Namgang Weiyuk let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth and charged forward madly like a wounded beast. Meanwhile, Sang-un, with a very calm demeanor, assessed inwardly. "Tisk, truly unbelievable. The swordsmanship, the movement techniques, and even the irregular movements," as he thought to himself. An interested smile appeared. "But you probably can't even dream of it. The fact that you're giving me high-level instruction right now." His smile became even more cunning. "I'll have to remember it clearly and use it all later." Realizing he was being mocked, Namgang Weiyuk roared and gathered a massive amount of energy, turning his palm toward the sky. He shouted as he activated his special skill, Forced Engagement. Sang-un watched the scene with curious eyes without a hint of agitation or fear. Countless purple energy swords descended from the sky and embedded themselves deep into the ground, creating a closed arena that trapped the 2. Due to the unique trait of Forced Engagement, a combat domain has been set up within a 30 meters radius. No one except Han Sang-un and Namgang Weiyuk can enter this combat domain. Namgang Weiyuk laughed madly, believing he had cornered his prey. "Got you, you son of a bitch," but then he flinched as he felt a terrifying demonic energy begin to radiate from Sang-un. Sang-un stood there, his entire body enveloped in a horrific blood-red aura. "Do you know what we call this kind of situation on Earth?" Namgang Weiyuk had a blank expression, not understanding what his opponent was saying. He gave a strange smile, and the surrounding red aura grew denser. "We call it reaping what you sow." He, as the red demonic energy washed over him like a tidal wave, he shouted in horror. To use evil arts even after learning martial arts. The entire purple domain was dyed red by the evil energy, submerging Namgang Weiyuk in a sea of blood. He was eroded by that demonic energy, feeling an extreme pain as if tens of thousands of ants were eating away at his skin. "Coo!" He let out a pained groan, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he finally couldn't endure it any longer. Defeated, his eyes were still filled with extreme anger and dissatisfaction. He struggled to get up, unconsciously gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it. The unique trait of forced engagement is being forcibly deactivated according to the user's will." As Namgang Wei UK was sent flying back by his attack, the combat domain disappeared. Bewilderment was evident on his face as his whole body was sent flying dozens of meters, falling straight down to the lake surface below and breaking the formation he had just confidently set up. The result of the previous attack tore through space, leaving a trail of dazzling light, and the flow of energy swept away everything in its path, turning a vast forest area into flat ground. After the horrific power passed, it left a deep trench in the ground, a testament to its destructive force. Sang-un landed lightly on the ground. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. He turned his gaze toward his fallen opponent and said nonchalantly, looking down from above, "Even the genius of Murim ends up in such a miserable state?" Namgang Wei UK let out a pained groan. "Cool." But then a terrifyingly crazed smile appeared on his bruised face. Sang-un was startled and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. "What's this? Did he suddenly go crazy?" Namgang Wei UK's savage laughter echoed. "Interesting. I don't know how you did it, but in that short time you've learned martial arts and become stronger. How delightful." He staggered to his feet, a purple gem in his hand. "Even if you use the tower's evil arts, this is truly surprising. I'll give you that." Sang-un noticed with caution that his sword had been destroyed in the last attack. He rushed forward to end the fight, but Namgang Wei UK was one step ahead and crushed the stone in his hand. "Did you think I'd let you go?" A purple energy exploded. Floor invasion penalty removal stone A. Using this item will nullify the stat reduction and skill restrictions from the floor invasion penalty. With his full power restored, Namgang Wei UK slowly untied his hair and his gaze became more dangerous than ever. "Aren't you curious?" A giant purple dragon-shaped sword energy erupted from his body. "Why they call me the Azure Sky Sword Dragon?" Sang-un was stunned and let out a bitter laugh without realizing it. "Damn it, haha." With an arrogant posture, Namgang Wei UK looked down at him and said, "Reinforced sword energy is not something the likes of you are worthy of seeing." He sneered and said in an arrogant voice, "Consider it an honor." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword and the purple energy dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar and charged toward Sang-un. In a quiet space, the white crane swordsman was teaching Sang-un, "Let me tell you about ki. In other words, the concept of using magic power in your sword." As the swordsman swung her sword, a blue energy enveloped the blade. Sword energy is a technique that adds a property that interferes with the laws of the sword itself. Meanwhile, sword flame is the stage where you can add other properties, and reinforced sword energy is the next step. It's like the ultimate essence that allows you to flexibly use even the surrounding magic power. Back in reality, Namgang Wei UK's purple dragon became increasingly ferocious and vivid. Facing the attack, Sang-un was inwardly shocked that he would see reinforced sword energy so soon. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. "I didn't think it would be this strong when I heard the explanation. What a crazy skill." As the dragon charged, it attacked from an unimaginable distance. The sword's range suddenly lengthened, making it difficult to even approach in the first place. Namgang Wei UK's sword energy moved as flexibly as a living creature, not to mention the powerful yet agile movements of the reinforced sword energy. All were irregular and menacing. The energy dragon roared, eerily vivid. It was as if the sword had truly transformed into a living dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and lunged straight for Sang-un, who hastily raised his sword hilt to block. The impact was so strong that blood burst from his hand. The power of the reinforced sword energy was completely overwhelming, pushing Sang-un back mercilessly. Sang-un gritted his teeth, blaming himself for his carelessness. "I thought he'd be just a little stronger than that vampire count. What a stupid assumption." He recalled his moment of enlightenment. The enlightenment of the sword path. "I felt it when I listened to the White Crane swordsman's teachings, but Murim masters seem to skip several growth stages in their enlightenment process. They're a bunch of game hackers." Turning to the present, Namgang Wei UK landed on the ground after the destructive attack. His eyes still fixed on his opponent, he saw Sang-un struggling to stand and said in a mocking voice, "Where has all that composure from before gone?" Sang-un gritted his teeth, regret and determination clear in his eyes. "I should have finished this with all my strength from the start. Damn it." A blazing red demonic energy exploded from Sang-un's body. "I was holding back because I wanted to learn a thing or two. This is going to be a pain now. The Authority Heavenly Blood training method has been activated." A system notification rang as the blazing red demonic energy around Sang-un violently exploded. He stared straight at his opponent, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Get ready. I'm going all out." Namgang Wei UK just sneered arrogantly and gestured with a challenging hand. "Bring it on." He immediately charged again, his purple reinforced sword energy changing unpredictably and attacking Sang-un from all directions. But this time Sang-un was ready. He unleashed a new form and a pure white sword energy swirled like a whirlwind. "Is that the white sword folding art?" Namgang Wei UK was stunned by this unfamiliar form. He growled, his face filled with anger. "Where did you steal martial arts from again? Such a useless struggle is futile before my reinforced sword energy." Namgang Wei UK gathered his strength and shot a purple sword energy from his sword. The combat concentration skill has been activated. The user's concentration has increased by 20 times. The whole world flowed slowly in Sang-un's eyes. He moved at an unimaginable speed, slipping past Namgang Wei UK's attack like a ghost. "Good, I'm behind him," he thought, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Now, but Namgang Wei UK with his rich combat experience, reacted instantly, turning his body and unleashing a powerful flow of energy. Gak! Sang-un was sent flying by the unexpected shockwave. He put a hand on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. I think my insides are a mess. Despite the serious injury, Sang-un's gaze did not waver. Instead, it grew sharper. The two charged at each other once more, sword energy and demonic energy clashing, creating a battle that shook the heavens and earth. Sang-un poured all his energy into his broken sword, creating a giant pillar of light that shot straight into the sky to block his attack. He was shocked to realize that his reinforced sword energy had adapted to the white sword folding art. The Sanguine Remnant skill has been activated. A new ashen white energy enveloped his sword. Feeling the new power, Sang-un charged again without a moment's hesitation. Namgang Wei UK blocked his attack with his leg, creating a deafening clash. He was ruthlessly kicked and sent flying. From the dust and smoke, Sang-un was sent flying into the air. He crashed hard into a cliff, and the impact shook the entire mountain. Gak! He spat out another large mouthful of blood, his body racked with extreme pain. Namgang Wei UK charged, giving him no time to rest. He looked down with a crazed and cruel smile. Die! A massive reinforced sword energy gathered, ready to end everything. A purple energy completely swallowed Sang-un in a destructive light. A horrific explosion occurred, creating a deep crater. Earth, stones, and water scattered in all directions. Standing on the edge of the crater, Namgang Wei UK looked down and said in a shocked voice, "He withstood that attack?" From the fading smoke, Sang-un appeared. His clothes were tattered and his whole body was covered in wounds, but he was still standing firmly, panting. Namgang Wei UK looked at his exhausted opponent, his voice slightly surprised, but still full of arrogance. "I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised. I really didn't think you could fight me on equal terms to this extent," but he raised his sword high. The purple reinforced sword energy exploded once more, lighting up one side of the sky. But that struggle is over now. With an extremely crazed smile, he looked at Sang-un as if he were already dead. "It was a good fight, Han Sang-un." Sang-un gritted his teeth, trying to stand up on his trembling legs with his wounded body. "How hard I've worked to get here for this day." He roared in anger, and a blazing red shield-shaped energy exploded from his body. "Do you think I'd die so easily at your hands?" The counter-shield skill will release all absorbed damage at once. The two energy streams, red and purple, clashed, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. Namgang Wei UK was stunned by this unexpected power. The stream of red counter-energy was completely overwhelming, swallowing Namgang Wei UK's reinforced sword energy. In the center of the energy storm, Namgang Wei UK pierced Sang-un's neck. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but Namgang Wei UK laughed savagely. "Ah yes, that's the look, yes." He seemed to enjoy his opponent's despair. A fatal sword strike cut across Sang-un's neck, and his blue eyes widened in extreme shock. The last stand skill has been activated. A fatal injury threatening your life will be nullified. For a short time, all senses are amplified, and the effects of all other skills are maximized. The cooldown for this skill is 1 week. A golden light enveloped Sang-un. The fatal wound on his neck healed quickly as if it had never been there, he thought in shock. Last stand. The additional reward from the 12th floor trial. A fatal situation has been reversed. He stood up, fully recovered. I really didn't think it would nullify the wound like this. Opposite him, Namgang Wei UK couldn't believe his eyes. What? There was another 12th floor reward. The unique effect Spirit Art B of the Crown for the Remnant of the Ancient Emperor A has been activated. By equipping the Crown for the Remnant of the Ancient Emperor A, your mind will be slowly corrupted. The authority Clear Mind is strongly activated. Sang-un summoned an ashen red crown and placed it on his head, deciding to go all out. "Let's use everything I have. Crown for the Remnant of the Ancient Emperor A, Charm 30. A remnant crown used in ancestral rites by an ancient emperor who worshipped the god of darkness. Upon wearing, your mind will become unstable, and the item's durability will rapidly decrease per minute. In return, as long as the item is not destroyed, you can freely activate the Spirit Art B embedded in the crown. When not equipped, durability will slowly increase." He raised a hand and commanded, "I command my servants." Immediately, strange creatures rose from the ground, stunning Namgang Wei UK. The monsters charged toward Namgang Wei UK according to their master's command and crushed him. Namgang Wei UK growled, his face full of contempt. "You son of a bitch, from evil cults to necromancy, you'll never be able to defeat me with such evil arts." He released a massive sword energy, wiping out the minions amidst their pathetic screams. Seizing the opportunity, he charged to grab Sang-un. Sang-un was choked. "Gak, let's see if you can revive this time." Namgang Wei UK continued to charge, his sword aimed at his opponent's neck, but he didn't deliver the finishing blow. Namgang Wei UK suddenly convulsed and black veins popped all over his face. "Ku, my body." As Sang-un grabbed his wrist, a strange energy flowed into Namgang Wei UK's body. He shouted in a panic, What are you doing to me?" Sang-un stood up slowly. Looking down at the defeated man at his feet, he said, "I told you." The scar on Namgang Wei UK's cheek began to throb violently, and an image of a monster appeared in his mind. That scar, Sang-un's curse was realized. "It will torment you until you die." Namgang Wei UK screamed in extreme pain as his body began to transform hideously. In a faint flashback, whispers echoed in the Namgang family. "So he can't even do the basic forms? How could such a fool be born in the Namgang family? Is this boy really of my blood?" Namgang Wei UK's father shouted in anger at his wife. Young Wei UK sat quietly in a corner, ostracized and alienated, forced to sit alone, hugging his wooden sword in solitude and humiliation. But in that solitude he found his own path. I just like talking to my sword. He trained alone in the forest, not following the set forms but letting his body move freely, pioneering his own path of the sword. One day, a white-haired old man appeared and smiled gently. A true genius. That was the day he first met his grandfather. From that day on he was personally raised and taught by his grandfather, who was the sword saint at the time, and as a result he began to grow at an unprecedented explosive rate. A little older, he ran home and shouted excitedly, "Father," he proudly showed off his accomplishment, "I took care of the blood demon cult bastards who were wandering around in disguise." With a bright smile, he expected a word of praise. "Look, Father, your son has become this strong now." But all he got was his father's cold gaze. "Get these hideous things out of here at once. Why have you been so obsessed with killing lately? Spend more time cultivating your mind." He turned and left, leaving an ice-cold warning. "If you don't want to become a monster, that is." Namding Wei-uk's young heart was shattered, and tears of resentment and pain flowed endlessly down his cheeks. Back in the present, Namding Wei-uk screamed in pain as the scar's curse tortured his mind and body. The durability of the crown for the remnant of the ancient Emperor A has been completely depleted. The crown for the remnant of the ancient Emperor A has been destroyed. The crown on Sang-un's head shattered into pieces. The demon legion disappeared, sinking into the chaotic water. Sang-un panted, looking at Namding Wei-uk with exhaustion. "Gak, ha?" He approached the fallen enemy and said, "You're still alive." Namding Wei-uk whispered in a resigned voice, "Finish it, Han Sang-un." But Sang-un just sat down quietly on a nearby rock. He had no intention of lifting a hand. Namding Wei-uk looked at him and gave a bitter smile. "Isn't it interesting? Two people from different dimensions who would have never met under normal circumstances, fighting like this. This fight with you has been insanely difficult and painful, but funnily enough I've even come to think of it as enjoyable." A strange moment of understanding flashed between the two rivals. "If we had been friends," he said, looking into the distance, "we probably would have enjoyed sharing each other's accomplishments." "I've had that thought." But he suddenly roared and hatred surged once more. "You leisurely bastard!" Sang-un listened quietly. "To still think such things while climbing the tower." With the last of his strength, Namding Wei-uk sneered. "Let me tell you an interesting story. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension wasn't simply because I enjoy killing you people. After I obtained divinity, I became the enemy of a certain god, and I even felt a threat to my own life. Those who are chosen will inevitably face divinity, and at that moment they must face the gods in various forms. You too will soon face divinity. But if you climb the tower with such a foolish mindset, even with divinity, you will not be able to stop the gods from destroying your earth." "No," Sang-un replied calmly, "that won't happen." A blazing red demonic energy enveloped his hand. "Those who destroy the foundation of my life will all die by my hand." He delivered the final blow. Seeker of Blood's truth skill has been activated. "Ku." Namding Wei-uk let out his last breath. "Congratulations. You have cleared the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, the Boots of the Wind Spirit A has been added to your inventory. You have acquired 100,000 points as a clear reward. You have acquired 4,000 SP as a clear reward. As you have won against a challenger stronger than initially expected, an additional reward will be given. You have acquired 4,000 SP as an additional reward. The borrowed Heavenly Sword A has been added to your inventory. Moving to the waiting room. The foundation for myth creation has been sufficiently prepared. The authority divine power is strongly activated, calculating myth based on the actual result versus the believer's faith. Another myth has been created. A brilliant golden light erupted from Sang-un's chest. The myth warrior forged in fire is complete. The myth warrior forged in fire is accumulating divine power. From now on, the indomitable effect will be attributed to Challenger Han Sang-un's divine power management. From now on, the reversal effect will be attributed to Challenger Han Sang-un's divine power management. A brilliant golden light enveloped Sang-un, bringing new power and a new beginning. Absorbing the soul of Challenger Namding Wei-uk. Proficiency has increased by 47. The proficiency of the unique trait Necromancy has reached 100. A stream of crimson energy exploded and seeped into his body. The grade of the unique trait Necromancy B will be upgraded. Bang! Necromancy A. His power rose to a new level. Sang-un looked down at Namding Wei-uk's corpse and wondered. When challengers from other worlds die, their bodies always disappear. Does that not happen when the floor invasion penalty is lifted? The dedicated effect blood absorption of the true heavenly blood demon sword has been activated. By absorbing the blood of Challenger Namding Wei-uk, the item's grade has increased to A 1474-1400, absorbing Challenger Namding Wei-uk's sub-skill Mental Realm Reinforcement A. Engraving it into the dedicated slot of blood absorption. The sword in his hand glowed, absorbing the essence of the vanquished. A satisfied smile appeared on Sang-un's bruised face. Another attribute I can add to Sword Flame. What a jackpot. He looked down at his tattered clothes and sighed. My clothes, they seem completely beyond repair. I guess I'll have to go shopping on Earth. But as he finished speaking, a system notification window appeared before him. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign says there is a fine suit of armor she would like to sponsor her contractor with. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says her contractor's fighting style is more suited for a martial artist's uniform. Sang-un sneered, intrigued by the bickering between the two administrators. He was teleported to a snow-white land where a grand European-style building stood before him. Now this really looks like an iron-blooded fort, he muttered in admiration. He pushed open the heavy doors and went inside. The iron-blooded sovereign sat with a captivating smile. "Well done, Han Sang-un. It's been a while." She handed him a necklace with a red jewel. "This is to commemorate you overcoming a great mountain. Think of it as a gift." Sang-un stared blankly at the gift. "Didn't you say you'd give me armor?" he asked, confused. She giggled. "Just infuse a little magic into the necklace and the armor will equip itself naturally," she added. "Make sure to equip it for the first time outside the tower." "Just in case," Sang-un put on the necklace. "Thank you, I'll make good use of it." The scenery changed again, bringing him to a peaceful green bamboo forest. He approached an old-fashioned house and bowed his head. "I pay my respects to you, master." The white crane swordsman called his name. "Sang-un," he repeated politely. "Master," she puffed out her cheeks in a pout. "I thought you would come to see me first, but you went to that woman first. I'm very disappointed. Please calm your anger." "Master," he tried to soothe her, but she still turned her head away, and two angry puffs of cotton appeared above her head. "Master, instead of that woman, may this master do one thing for you." Sang-un was surprised. Her cheeks turned red and her voice was slightly shy. "I'd like to do your hair." "What?" Sang-un was horrified. "Haven't you heard the saying, medicine from the pharmacy and hair from the salon? This is very unsettling. Besides, you don't even have any tools." He drew a small sword, her eyes sharp. "The white crane 7 key is all I need. You'll get hurt if you move, so stay still." "Wait a minute," Sang-un shouted in horror as she rushed at him with the sword. In an instant, a lightning-fast sword strike grazed past his hair. Sang-un looked at his reflection in a small mirror and couldn't help but be surprised by his new hairstyle. He smiled with satisfaction. "You're quite talented, master. I like it." "Then I'm glad, haha." The white crane swordsman let out a sigh of relief, a happy smile brightening her face. The white crane swordsman placed something in his hand and smiled brightly. "Sang-un, this is something that will make it easier to wear the uniform I mentioned before. Don't forget to wear it outside the tower." Sang-un was just dumbfounded. She waved cheerfully and said goodbye. "Then good luck." He looked at her back and thought to himself, "What's with her? This feeling, something is suspicious." "You have entered the 15th floor waiting room. The system is beginning to be completed. The mission system has been opened. From now on, challengers can receive some missions from administrators. Missions will replace individual trials and are based on the administrator's life records. Upon completing a mission, you will receive a reward from the administrator who gave the mission. However, you can only receive one mission per floor." Sang-un muttered. "Missions?" He stood in the middle of the waiting room, looking at the floating notification windows. "So this is why the administrators were trying to be so nice to me. It was to assign their missions to me. I have a lot more to do now." He reached for a notification window. "So let's take this slowly. First, I should check the new myth I've obtained. The myth warrior forged in fire has been activated. The indomitable effect is attributed to your divine power management. When indomitable is activated, your body can move at full power regardless of your condition. The reversal effect is attributed to your divine power management. When reversal is activated, the more disadvantaged you are in battle, the greater the buff you will receive." He sneered. "The ability I got from Vampire Slayer, Exorcism, was limited, but Warrior Forged in Fire, which can be used in any battle, is much more practical. And the new ability added to Necromancy, which has finally reached A grade. Unique trait, Necromancy, a detailed effect, Grace of the Grim Reaper will blossom." He furrowed his brow. "But what does this mean? Authority, Divine Power is activated. Even if I activate Divine Power, nothing changes. The Grim Reaper." He turned his back, deciding to set the question aside for a moment. "I have no idea, but time will tell." A beautiful sword appeared before him. Borrowed Heavenly Sword, a cutting power 10, attack speed 10, magic power management 10, a growth-based sword that exists only to cut. The harder the borrowed Heavenly Sword is to destroy, the more it grows. When magic power is infused, a dedicated effect Borrowed Heaven is activated. When Borrowed Heaven is activated, the sword gains the attribute of absolute destruction and can cut magic itself, however. The harder it is to cut, the more magic power Borrowed Heaven consumes. When you become one with the sword's focus, the dedicated effect Sword Sense is activated. When Sword Sense is activated, you can designate one of the dedicated effects of a sword-type item and learn the form of that technique. However, Sword Sense can only be used twice and cannot be absorbed. Borrowed Heaven seems like it would go well with sword energy, he thought to himself as a purple aura emanated from the sword. Sword Sense now helps with the user's growth, not just being limited to items. These items are truly cheat-like. It must be because I defeated Namgang Wei UK, who was much stronger than the trial's difficulty. He gripped the sword, deciding to test it. You have reached a state of unity with the sword. The dedicated effect Sword Sense of the borrowed Heavenly Sword has been activated. You can absorb the dedicated effect of a sword-type item as a skill. Selection complete. The Sword Sense A skill has been completely absorbed. Remaining uses of Sword Sense 1. Wow, he exclaimed in awe. A playful smile spread across his lips. It really works. I used Sword Sense to absorb Sword Sense itself. I was originally only able to learn 2 skills, but now I can learn 3. Ha. the dedicated effect sword sense of the borrowed heavenly sword A has been activated. You can absorb the dedicated effect of a sword-type item as a skill. He decided to use the remaining use. Selection complete. The borrowed heaven A skill has been completely absorbed. Remaining uses of sword sense 0. All uses of the borrowed heavenly sword A's dedicated effect sword sense have been exhausted. The borrowed heavenly sword A's dedicated effect sword sense has completely disappeared. Now that I've learned borrowed heaven as a skill, I can use borrowed heaven even without the borrowed heavenly sword. By absorbing the soul of Challenger Namgang Wei UK, your stats have been permanently increased. Strength has increased by 4, agility by 4, and stamina by 6. Magic power has increased by 7 and durability by 4. Most of the stats weren't absorbed. What a shame. A message window appeared with a pouting girl avatar. Ha, you should at least contact me. On your way back to the tower, Sang-un sighed. Woo, even if I'm not a normal guild member, we're still partners. He gave an apologetic smile. She was the one who worried about me the most before I went to Japan. I should send a message next time. But as he read the message, his eyes widened in horror. Ha, briefing. 9th floor, Senpai. I don't know the situation inside the tower well, but there's some news. 9th floor briefing. Another challenger from another world has appeared. Briefing. 9th floor, a challenger from Ares just committed a large-scale massacre in London. Invasion from another dimension. Namgang Wei Uk's words echoed in his head again. You will not be able to stop the gods from destroying your earth. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, a blue vein popping on his temple, his eyes burning with rage. In London, strange blue energy orbs were destroying the city, causing horrific explosions. The orbs enveloped the buildings, slowly corroding and destroying them from within. It was an unforgettable sight of destruction. London's Big Ben clock tower was surrounded by blue energy orbs. Every brick of the historic structure was slowly corroding. In the sky, countless blue magical creatures surrounded by lightning charged toward the innocent citizens who were fleeing in panic. A man was caught by a monster and screamed in despair. This was the second interdimensional attack on Earth. In a crowded press conference room, a spokesperson announced, "This is footage of the situation in London from yesterday's attack. It all started with the appearance of a mysterious black sphere in the sky. Immediately after committing the first massacre, the bizarre magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and the challenger from another world also hid inside the black sphere, remaining silent until today. That mysterious black sphere is rapidly growing in size, and it is highly likely that a second massacre will occur soon. To prevent another horrific incident from happening again, we earnestly appeal for the strength of all Korean hunters to support this cause." A hunter stood up and asked, "Why is the Korean Hunter Association so proactive, the very association that tried to stop the hunters going to solve the Shinjuku incident so abruptly?" The spokesperson hesitated. "That's because it's profitable." A female hunter added, explaining, "After the Shinjuku incident, Korea's status will rise, and that will bring various benefits to the Korean Hunter Association's business activities." In another corner, 2 hunters were whispering, "The demonic sword, isn't that the demonic sword from the Shinjuku incident?" "Yes, it is. He just changed his hairstyle." Lee Ha-yin turned to Han Sang-un. "Mr. Han Sang-un," he nodded and greeted her. "It's been a while. I'm sorry for climbing the tower without telling you beforehand." She pouted. "It's fine, at least you know now. Ahem, from now on, please treat us as partners. By the way, where's your combat gear?" he asked curiously. Sang-un pointed to his chest. "Ah, it's inside." Ha-yin had a bewildered expression. "Inside," an association staff member shouted. "Those who came here to support the London incident, please move this way to board the transport plane. We request the assistance of many." Sang-un turned to Ha-yin and said, "We should go to the transport plane too," but he quickly stopped. "No, we don't need to this time." Ha-yin was surprised. The two walked out to a more open space. Ha-yin had a confident smile. "I made some upgrades while climbing the tower too. I learned spatial support magic. It was quite tricky to learn though," she explained. "But if I have the coordinates, I can move there instantly. Besides, I already got the association's consent." Teleportation. Sang-un couldn't help but be surprised. "You have been selected as a target for teleportation support magic. You will now be moved to the designated location via teleportation support magic." In London, a blue teleportation circle suddenly appeared on the ground, to the horror of the defending mages. The magical monsters appeared again, this time right from the teleportation circle. "The magical monsters are back. The second attack is about to begin." "Protect the magic tower," a monster charged at a horrific speed. An old maid shouted at an apprentice boy. "Rookie, focus only on the teleportation gate. If these foreign substances get inside the gate, something terrible will happen." "Yes," the boy stammered in reply. The boy looked up in terror as a monster leaped out of the teleportation gate right in front of him. "Ah!" The boy held his breath in fear, but suddenly the teleportation gate shone brightly. Screams echoed as the monster and a figure in black clothes were thrown out of the gate. The boy stared blankly as the monster's teeth were knocked out and fell to the ground. Han Sang-un and Lee Ha-yin had arrived and stood proudly before the boy. Sang-un asked nonchalantly, "What are these magical monsters?" The boy quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, we weren't properly prepared." Sang-un waved a hand. "It's fine." Fortunately, nothing happened. He looked toward the battle. "When did the attack start?" "We'll help." A mage who looked like a commander approached. "Thank you for coming to help in this difficult time. Please forgive us for not being able to greet you properly as everything is an emergency. Please leave this to us and go to where the others are." The commander mage hurriedly ran and pointed to the stairs. "Rookie, escort these people downstairs." The apprentice boy nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this way." Sang-un quietly followed Ha Yin and the apprentice boy down the spiral stone staircase. The air became increasingly solemn and tense. As the apprentice boy pushed open the giant wooden and golden door with all his might, a bright room inside was revealed. It was a luxurious conference room where all the high-ranking mages and hunters were gathered around a long table. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Sang-un watched the scene and thought to himself, "It seems they sent more hunters to support this time. But why is the atmosphere so heavy?" he wondered. "And what's with the attitude of the British Magic Tower's mages?" He and Ha Yin stood before the conference table, and Sang-un couldn't help but feel a sense of displeasure. While everyone outside is fighting until they drop, the higher-ups are arrogantly gathered around a table for a discussion. It's the same everywhere. Suddenly, a white-haired old man who looked like an elder, sitting at the head of the table, raised his head in extreme astonishment. "Ha?" The old man shot up and pointed at Sang-un. His voice trembled with shock. "Oh my goodness, you are?" A bright, happy smile appeared on the old man's aged face. "Ha, I never thought I'd meet you like this. It is an honor to see you again." The old man bowed his head politely. "Lord Han Sang-un." Ha Yin looked at Sang-un with curious eyes. "Do you know him?" Sang-un couldn't help but be surprised too. "Ha, isn't that the old mage I saved in the 13th floor trial?" After a brief explanation, Sang-un began to grasp the situation. "So you're saying that the giant black sphere has a barrier that can't be broken even with hundreds of mages pouring their magic into it? That you almost destroyed it when it was small? But the reason the first attack stopped was because of that impact, and since then nothing you've done has even scratched it. Is that right?" The old man nodded in confirmation. "That is correct." The other people in the room began to whisper. "I can't believe the elder is giving up his seat. Who the hell is that guy? I know him. Isn't that the Korean hunter who went to Japan? Did they meet in a trial?" The elder turned and his voice was firm. "HMPH, if I can save this country, giving up my seat or even kneeling is nothing. You may not know, but I do." He looked at Sang-un with absolute trust. "I know exactly how strong this young man is," he asked humbly. "What do you think is the best way?" Sang-un, now sitting in the elder's chair, declared nonchalantly. "I will destroy that black sphere." The elder was startled, and a light of hope flashed in his eyes. "Can you really do it?" The others began to whisper again. "That's not something you can say so lightly." "Yes. Isn't the elder being too hasty?" "But there is one condition," Sang-un said. The elder asked worriedly. "A condition?" Sang-un's gaze sharpened. "If everyone here rewards me, I will destroy it." His proposal was immediately met with fierce opposition. "Nonsense, who do you think we are?" The elder looked troubled. "That's a bit. I'll have to discuss it with the other representatives." Outside, the black sphere continued to grow, emitting a terrifying aura. Sang-un said, "I don't mind waiting, but from the current situation, it seems London will no longer exist if we wait any longer." He thought to himself, "If it were an extreme situation, I'd step up without a reward, but I should get what I can." The elder looked out the window, and a sense of despair was clear on his face as he saw the growing threat. Gritted his teeth and made a final decision. "All right, I'll make it happen somehow." He turned and pleaded desperately. "Please destroy that damn thing," the others objected. "Elder, you can't make that decision so easily." Sang-un gave a confident smile. "I accept the mission." He activated the item he had received from the White Crane swordsman. As the bluish necklace shone, a jet-black martial artist's uniform immediately appeared and perfectly fitted his body. He swung his swords, and two powerful streams of sword energy, one blue and one red, blew out a nearby window. Ha Yin called his name with concern. "Mr. Han Sang-un?" She looked at his back, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Sang-un turned his head and gave a confident smile under the moonlight. He leaped from the tower and jumped straight into the darkness. "I'll be right back." The effect of the boots of the wind spirit A, Path of the Wind, was activated. A blue aura enveloped his feet, allowing him to fly. Sang-un charged like a blue arrow. He left a trail of light in the London night sky, flying straight toward the giant black sphere in the conference room. Everyone watched in astonishment. "Ah, he's already there. Is that even possible for a human?" He landed lightly on the edge of the sphere where black and blue energy streams swirled violently. Sang-un looked down at the sphere and sighed. "Ha, it's disgustingly big." He drew his twin swords. One burned red like blood and the other was blue like the sky. "All right, let's use a skill." Skill. Borrowed Heavenly Sword of Proficiency. 0 basic effect. You can use mana to grant a state of absolute destruction to your body or weapon. Detailed effect. You can cut magic itself, but the harder the object is to cut, the more mana is required. "Now it's time to find the rat," he whispered. The two swords in his hands burned as two streaks of light, one red and one blue, intertwined. The borrowed Heavenly Sword skill has been activated. The upper limit of what can be destroyed has been lifted. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the attack. A destructive flow of energy shot from the twin swords and charged straight at the barrier of the black sphere. The power of borrowed Heavenly Sword shook and cracked the ground below. Sang-un firmly held his sword stance, and the two swords in his hands shone brightly. "A skill that can even cut mana. I've got a really good one." He gripped the hilt and compressed a massive amount of purple energy. All the power was released, creating an attack that shook the heavens and earth. a giant crack appeared in the barrier of the black sphere, and it shattered into countless pieces, revealing the dark space within. Sang-un had successfully destroyed the first obstacle and was floating nonchalantly among the debris. Suddenly, a powerful suction force pulled him inside. You have entered the magic domain of despair. A magic domain? He looked around with vigilance. It was a pitch-black empty space. It's like another dimension inside the barrier. Ah, the mind's eye skill has been activated. Countless bizarre dark creatures appeared and surrounded him. Creatures that are not the masters of the domain will be affected by skills related to the domain. It cannot be dispelled with a skill. Creatures that are not the masters of the domain will feel a severe sense of disorientation, and single combat-related skills will be temporarily suspended. Creatures that are not the masters of the domain will receive a penalty of an 18-point reduction in all stats. Before he could react, a horde of monsters rushed in and attacked. Outnumbered, he was hit by an attack and let out a pained groan. Gak, as a giant monster with glowing blue eyes roared, a powerful illusion attacked his mind. The illusion is strong enough to inflict physical damage. Clear Mind has been activated. The effects of the magic domain of despair have been dispelled. Due to the magic resistance skill, some of your skills have been dispelled. Due to the forced breakthrough skill, the 18-point reduction penalty on all stats has been removed. A golden light erupted from Sang-un's body, shattering the illusion and sending the horde of monsters flying. He swung his twin swords, creating a sword strike of light and killing numerous dark creatures. After clearing them out, he landed on the ground and prepared for the next battle. Sang-un felt a familiar flow of energy. This uniform from the White Crane Swordsman seems to have regenerative abilities when infused with magic. How convenient, a voice came from a distance. Impressive. A mage in a purple robe with a pointed hat appeared. I didn't think there was anyone strong enough to break through my magic domain in this small dimension, he said in a contemptuous tone. The two rushed at each other, sword and magic clashing, creating a brilliant light in the dark space. But I was already prepared for this situation, the mage shouted. And countless other mages appeared from the darkness and surrounded Sang-un. A powerful beam of light erupted, forcing Sang-un to cover his face. The myth warrior forged in fire has been activated. The divine effect Indomitable has been activated. The divine effect Reversal has been activated. A divine light enveloped Sang-un and his power surged. The commander mage was horrified. Divine power, are you an apostle too? But I'm sure there are no gods in this small dimension. As Sang-un raised his hand, a glowing red orb of energy formed in his palm. Invisibility, the commander mage shouted, and they all vanished into the darkness. But the energy orb in Sang-un's hand grew larger and larger. He released the energy, creating countless arrows of red light that shot in all directions, seeking out the hidden enemies. The mages screamed as they were hit by the arrows and became visible again. Even if you are an apostle of a god, you have trespassed into my magic domain, the mage said, but Sang-un cut him off. This one's a fake too. I wonder where the real one is. The real mage, the one who had first spoken to Sang-un, appeared with a swarm of grotesque insects and said, "You cannot escape death," he commanded. March of the self-destructing souls. The insects rushed at Sang-un, ready to explode. The counter-shield skill has been activated. Counter bat. Sang-un summoned a glowing red baseball bat. He swung the bat and hit all the incoming insects, causing small explosions in midair. The mage flew high to keep his distance. Sang-un frowned. Is he planning to drag this out? This sphere might be quite large, but it's all a trap anyway. The bat in his hand transformed into a glowing red sword. So this might be a bit of a brutish method. But he raised the sword high. I'll wipe out everything inside. His gaze became resolute. The counter-shield skill has released all accumulated damage at once. The engraved skill of the true heavenly blood demon sword. Blood reinforcement B has been activated. The dedicated effect of first mixed sword dual double strike has been activated. A blazing red energy explosion engulfed the entire space inside the sphere. From the outside, the black sphere could be seen abnormally expanding and then exploding. The entire space was destroyed and only a white void remained. Sang-un stood in the dissipating smoke and the mage lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds. Gak, Gak, he struggled to get up, his voice trembling with horror. Why? Is there a monster like you in this dimension? Dispel the black sphere now, Sang-un commanded. I mean, dispel this empty space, the mage cried out in despair. Nonsense, do you have any idea what I went through to create this space? The Seeker of Blood's truth skill has been activated. Sang-un didn't say another word and just activated a skill. The pain amplification skill has been activated. Whoever is hit by your attack will now feel double the pain. The mage let out a horrific scream and passed out as the physical and mental pain doubled. Sang-un looked straight into the mage's eyes and his voice was as cold as ice. Dispel it, the mage roared, a hint of arrogance still in him. Damn it, you bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to the future archmage of the Empire? Without a word, Sang-un just crushed the mage's arm and a destructive black energy exploded from his hand. He let out a horrific scream. Dispel it, Sang-un repeated the command, standing over his struggling enemy. Wait, the mage whispered. He cried in pain and despair. Damn it, no, I can't dispel it. It's not something I can do, really. The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has shown that the target is telling the truth. Sang-un's eyes flashed with a blue light. He changed his question. Tell me about your home dimension, your name, and why you came to Earth. Mage tried to negotiate. Can we make a deal first? I'm sure it will be helpful. Sang-un impatiently stepped on him hard. Shut up and answer. I am from Ares and my name is Sand. The reason I came to this small dimension Earth is to obtain faith. What do you mean obtain faith? Sang-un asked. Sand had a blank expression. Don't tell me you came this far without knowing that. Didn't I tell you not to say anything unnecessary? Sang-un pressed his foot down. Sand screamed in pain. Gak, wait, I'll talk. Just take your foot off me. Sand gritted his teeth and spoke. I saw an ancient document in a secret ancient ruin and it said that outstanding mages or knights can break their limits through faith. Through people's faith, divinity will be accumulated in the heart above the mana circle, and with that I can reach the 6th circle, a higher stage, to become an archmage. Then wouldn't it be better to obtain faith by helping people? Sang-un pressed. Sand, lying on the ground, replied nonchalantly. Absolute fear is also a form of faith, so I decided that massacring a large number of people was the fastest way to accumulate faith. Why did you choose Earth? The ancient document said that divine power with traces of other gods cannot be used to raise a mage's grade, so I came to a small dimension where no gods exist. In short, you committed a massacre to obtain divine power, Sang-un repeated in a voice filled with disgust. That's right, you crazy bastard. Sang-un couldn't contain his anger, roared and kicked Sand hard. He regained his composure, and his gaze turned cold. Next question, do you know the god of proof or the god of war? Sand was terrified. I didn't even know such gods existed. The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has shown that the target is lying, Sang-un muttered. I asked just in case, but he knows about both gods. He grabbed Sand by the hair and lifted him up. All right, I see. The more important the information, the more you'll want to hide it. The torture technique skill has been activated. From now on, you can use more brutal torture techniques. It has become easier to instill fear in the target, and the effect of all torture techniques has increased by 10. A menacing black aura enveloped Sang-un, and Sand screamed in horror. Sang-un's eyes glowed in the darkness. Now let's see how long you can last. A horrific scream echoed in the empty space. Kill me. Don't heal me anymore, Sand begged in extreme despair. Sang-un just replied coldly, you're going to talk anyway, so why make things harder? After a long time, Sang-un finally got the information he needed. I've learned a lot. Divine power, magic, the god of proof, the god of war, even a little bit about the Ares dimension. He looked at the unconscious Sand at his feet. I think it's been about 7 hours since I came here. Long-term torture is really bad for my mental health. However, a flash of realization crossed his mind. I now understand what divine power is. First, possessing divine power does not make you a god. But to accumulate divine power, Merim's warriors have to open their dantian, and the mages of Ares need something called the heart of the circle. It is an energy purer than any other, and it resonates most easily with any will. So the most basic form of mana is divine power. Another important fact is that accumulating divine power allows you to grow stronger faster and reach higher stages. Since it can easily react to any kind of will, it can show a higher level of proficiency than the user's innate abilities. The problem is that I still don't know how to use it properly. But I get it. It won't work with just sword energy. Sang-un was lost in thought. There are 2 ways to accumulate divine power. One is to break down and refine mana little by little. This is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The other way is through faith, whether it's in the form of worship or fear. As long as there is enough faith, divinity will be accumulated in the recipient's heart. This is all the information I learned from Sand. During the torture, Sand had shouted. There was a prophecy that should never have been revealed. A priest who served the god of war came and gave me the prophecy. I swear it's true. According to the prophecy, I had to find information related to divine power from the ancient documents in the ancient ruins, the god of war. I didn't think he would intervene so directly. Sang-un gripped the hilt of his sword. He recalled the god of proof's warning. Do not trust the other gods. They will now be hostile to you. It's just as the god of proof said. I don't know why a god who was only mentioned in a message would be hostile to me, but the god of war's hostility can be confirmed by what he has done here on Earth. He gritted his teeth, and an image of a monster's fangs appeared in his mind. If this continues, eventually, the scene of London engulfed in a sea of fire reappeared. The god of war is clearly my enemy. Sang-un's gaze became resolute and cold. He finished Sand off with a clean sword strike. You have absorbed Sand's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4. The dedicated skill of the true heavenly blood demon sword blood absorption has been activated. By absorbing Challenger Sand's blood, the item's grade has increased to A 1400. The item's current grade has reached its maximum potential and will be upgraded from A to A. The engraved skill Soul Imbuement B has been engraved into the dedicated slot of blood absorption after absorbing Challenger Sand's soul. If I want to fight the gods. No, at least to fight against the gods at the very least. Sang-un stood in the middle of a devastated space, and the sword in his hand shone brightly. I have to strengthen my divine power, he resolved. Back in the waiting room, Sang-un stretched out on the sofa to rest after the fierce battle. He stood up and took a sip of tea. I've rested for 2 days, so it's time to check my precious messages. He recalled Ha Yian's words. This space pouch is very valuable, so please take good care of it. He opened the pouch. Some of the rewards from this raid. Countless items appeared. Skill proficiency potions, physical ability enhancement potions, and a random skill book. I've received a huge amount of items. It's almost not enough for me now, but it's certainly not a loss for the British side. He looked out the window. The black sphere was gone, and a huge metal structure was being built. On the contrary, they gained something. Once they investigate, it will be a great asset to the UK. Should I have claimed ownership? He looked at his hunter's license. Hunter Han Sang-un, A rank, close combat type, registration date the 1st of February 26 HM. An A-rank hunter, he smiled nostalgically. Becoming an A-rank hunter was a dream in the past, but why am I not an S-rank? This narrow-minded hunter association, he muttered in dissatisfaction. After the raid, the British Hunter Association requested a press conference and asked if I had any plans to naturalize in the UK. They proposed various other troublesome things. In addition, Korea also offered tax cuts, employment benefits, and various other baits to tempt me. But now I don't think Earth's money or honor is that important. No matter how much I earn, if Earth disappears, it will be completely useless. What I really need to aim for is growth and an overwhelming power that can stop the gods even if they come. Sang-un's eyes shone more resolutely than ever. In Sang-un's mind, San's pained confession echoed again. Divine power is the purest form of separated mana. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, placed his hands on his knees, and began to circulate his magic power as he had just learned. A blazing red aura enveloped his body, and the flow of red magic power swirled and compressed, turning into a glowing orb right in front of his chest, emitting a terrifying heat. Sang-un opened his eyes, looked at the energy orb in his hand, and sighed. As expected, no matter how many times I do it, the result is the same. As the red energy disappeared, he muttered with a slightly disappointed expression. I can refine my magic power to a certain extent, but I can't refine it until it becomes divine power. This is really difficult. Just then, a more brilliant golden energy erupted from his body. If it weren't for the authority grace of the hero, I wouldn't have even been able to get a feel for it. Fortunately, I already have divine power, so I don't need to be too disappointed. But he focused on the flow of golden divine power, trying to give it form. I managed to do it a little in the void, but no matter how much awareness I pour into my divine power, I can't create sword energy or magic. He tried again, but the result was the same. No matter how much awareness I pour into my divine power, I can't create sword energy or magic. Sang-un stopped his training and let out a long sigh. He was lost in thought. Faith? Does that mean it can only be moved by will alone? Would the faith that created the foundation for warrior forged in fire and vampire slayer help to power it? A confident smile spread across his lips. I guess it's impossible to properly use divine power right now. He stood up and pulled his hood over his head. Just then, a system window appeared before him. Time has expired. Returning to the Tower of Trials, Sang-un said nonchalantly. Well, I'm sure I'll find a way. As I climbed the tower, a blue light enveloped him, and a series of new notifications appeared. You have entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty: hard. The theme of the current trial is combat. May you find a satisfying result at the end of your training. The surrounding scenery changed. Sang-un realized he was in the middle of a chaotic battle. A group that looked like cultists was shouting madly, "Kill all the heretics who deny our god of darkness." Nearby, two mercenaries watched the scene with disgusted expressions. A man with sideburns frowned. "This is disgusting. I've been a mercenary for years, but I'll never get used to this," the other one agreed. "They're the ones who look like heretics. Why did Lady Lennel take on a mission like this?" Suddenly, a red-haired mercenary turned with a furious expression. He roared, "You stupid brat!" He rushed over, grabbed the collar of Sang-un's hoodie, who was lying on a pile of luggage, and lifted him up. "Get up now!" Sang-un opened his eyes with a blank expression. "What?" the mercenary shouted in his face. "The signal to start the battle was given a long time ago, and you were still sleeping." Sang-un thought to himself, "What is this? It's starting like this? Is that guy an orc or a human?" The mercenary stared at Sang-un's modern clothes with an uncomprehending expression. "What's with those strange clothes? The holy war is about to begin. Where are your weapons?" Sang-un remained silent under his hood, quickly analyzing the situation. A holy war? Am I in the middle of a religious war? The landscape unfolded into a vast dusty battlefield. A huge trial notification board appeared. The 15th floor trial has begun. Time remaining 17 days. Clear condition: lead the holy war to a successful conclusion within the time limit. Failure condition: death of the challenger or time out. Clear reward: protection bracelet of a nameless goddess. Penalty for failure: death. Sang-un looked toward the enemy army. There seemed to be several thousand of them. A commander was loudly boosting the morale of the soldiers. "Soldiers, if we win this holy war, honor will be bestowed upon all of you. Support Lady Lennel by any means necessary." Sang-un turned to the red-haired mercenary. "Lennel?" He grinned, baring his teeth proudly. "Yes, she is the commander of our mercenary group. Lady Lennel is an aura user." Suddenly, a soldier in the watchtower shouted, "The heretics are here. Everyone, prepare for battle." From the other side, a voice echoed across the entire battlefield. "The time has come to judge the fanatics who worship the god of war." Under his hood, Sang-un's eyes flashed slightly. He quickly pieced everything together. "All right, so in this situation, I'm a member of a mercenary group hired by some annoying people who serve the god of darkness. And we're caught in a war between the god of darkness and the god of war." A pleased smile appeared on Sang-un's lips. The necklace on his chest emitted a red light. "I'm suddenly feeling motivated. The special mission the Patriot commander has started. Prove you are a leader and gain the recognition of the mercenaries." Upon completing the special mission, an additional reward will be added to the clear reward. Lenel had a strong desire for the sword. She was the commander of a mid-level mercenary group, not being from a noble family. The battlefield was the only place where she could grow. She had crossed the line between life and death several times on numerous battlefields, and as a result, she was able to reach the stage of an aura user, which only formally recognized knights could reach. But because she had not formally learned aura through her seniors, her options were limited. So she had no choice but to continue seeking out battlefields and risking her life in pursuit of enlightenment. With her blonde hair flying, Lenel rode her horse and charged into the middle of the enemy lines, her sword emitting a brilliant golden light. She swung her sword, creating sharp trajectories of aura, and easily cut down numerous enemies. In the midst of the fierce battle, she thought to herself with a worried expression, "No matter how many I cut down, there's no end to them." Lenel gritted her teeth as she watched the people in red cloaks swarming like a sea. The number of enemies is estimated to be in the thousands. She looked at her own army, a group of mercenaries and a grotesque legion of undead. On our side, even with the annoying corpses summoned by the Necromancers, we only have about 700 men. She analyzed the situation as she fought. This is completely different from what the priests of darkness said. If things go wrong, it could get dangerous. The mercenaries were struggling to clear a path for her. "Support, Lady Lenel, hurry, wait." Their shouts suddenly turned to confusion as the ground began to shake violently. A giant rock golem rose from the ground, its eyes glowing with a deadly red light. Panic swept through the mercenaries' ranks. "A siege golem?" A soldier frantically ran to the red-haired vice commander. "Vice commander, Lady Lenel has been isolated," the vice commander shouted. "What?" He gritted his teeth as he watched helplessly as his commander was surrounded by the enemy. "Damn it!" Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the golem, the enemy army launched an all-out assault, cutting Lenel off from her army. "Coup!" Lenel's stamina was running out. She gasped for breath. "I don't have the strength to lift a finger now." A red-eyed cultist rushed in, his sword flashing in a deadly streak of light. Lenel watched the approaching blade, a bitter sense of despair welling up in her heart. "Am I going to die so meaninglessly like this? I haven't even reached the peak yet." A single tear rolled down her dirt-stained cheek. "I was so foolish. If I had known it would come to this, I would have never participated in this holy war." Just as the blade was about to reach her, a huge wave of blue energy suddenly exploded, sending all the surrounding enemies flying. Lenel turned her head in surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. Sang-un, in a completely different outfit, stood before her, his voice unusually calm. "I'll hold them off for a moment, so you should retreat in the meantime." She stared blankly at the young man's back. How can he speak so calmly in the middle of a crazy battlefield like this? "Am I dreaming?" Without waiting for Lenel's reply, Sang-un leapt into the middle of the enemy lines. His body became a blur of blue light and dark afterimages. Lenel's eyes widened even more as she recognized the energy enveloping his sword. Aura flame. Sang-un's appearance threw the enemy army into complete chaos. "Gak, who is that guy? Everyone be careful. He's very dangerous." He moved like a dancer. His sword strikes were a perfect blend of the power of a blue and red phoenix, beautiful yet deadly. Lenel stood mesmerized, completely captivated. Power, flexibility, and sharpness all in one. "It's like watching a work of art." Her cheeks flushed, and a strange feeling blossomed in her heart. "Beautiful." The blue light around Sang-un faded, replaced by a dark, sinister flow of red energy. He smirked with a very confident expression. "Melee is my specialty. I can infinitely recover my stamina and mana through soul absorption and blood absorption during battle." Small red souls escaped from the bodies of the fallen enemies and flew toward Sang-un. "My necromancy proficiency only goes up by 0.001 per person, so this isn't very fun." But a series of system windows appeared before him. "You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use." Sang-un smiled brightly. Blue lightning flashed around his body. Skill absorption is quite profitable. Although it was based on probability, he released another destructive wave of energy, wiping out countless enemies. An enemy commander shouted in terror. "Retreat for a moment," he commanded his army in a panic. "Don't face that crazy monster head-on. Send the siege golems forward." Sang-un faced the giant siege golems nonchalantly. His sword was ready for battle. He took a stance and focused his energy into the sword. White Crane 7 key. A dazzling light erupted from the blade, and his eyes shone brightly. White Crane Ocean Slasher. He unleashed a single slash, creating a huge crescent-shaped wave of energy that swept away everything in its path. The mercenaries shouted in extreme astonishment. "He destroyed that giant golem in a single blow. Is that guy even human?" Lenel whispered. Again, she stared at Sang-un, her heart pounding. "That's the technique he used when he saved me. I wasn't seeing things earlier." She widened her eyes, trying to comprehend what she had just seen. "It's as if he's pulling and distorting space itself. It's not even in the realm of swordsmanship anymore." The fragments of the giant golem rained down on the panicking enemy army. An enemy commander shouted in disbelief. "He took down a siege golem summoned with the essence of magic in a single blow? Possible. I've never heard of such a thing." Suddenly, the surrounding soldiers fell silent as a figure who seemed to be of a higher rank appeared. A soldier stammered. That's," a bald man with a scar on his eye said in a low, authoritative voice. "Don't make such a fuss. It's only one enemy." The cultists immediately came to their senses and roared. "It's Battle Priest Mir. Prepare the cult's secret weapon, the mass-weakening charm." A huge red magic circle began to form around the priests. When the magic is complete, it will be powerful enough to bind even a dragon for a short time. If we capture him, victory in this holy war will be within our grasp. A jet black and purple stream of sinister energy shot toward Sang-un. He just snorted coldly HMPH, and swung his sword, easily cutting the sinister energy stream apart. The priests performing the ritual were speechless. Battle Priest Mir shouted in terror. How could he block our group magic so easily? Was there a priest here? Before they could come to their senses, Sang-un charged like lightning. He appeared and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Mir's stomach. Mir coughed up blood. Gak, I didn't even see him. Sang-un swung his sword and finished Mir. Suddenly, countless streams of blood shot out from Mir's body in all directions. The streams of blood pierced the surrounding cultists and they screamed in pain. Gakar, what is this? What is everyone being attacked by? Sang-un stood. A bloody aura swirled around him. It would be a bit of a pain to use blood control openly, so I came up with this idea. He used the small droplets of blood like claymore mines, smirking cunningly. Mir collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with holes. A cultist shouted in despair. Lord Mir is dead. Panic swept through the entire enemy army. We have to call the bishop. We can't handle a monster like this. All troops retreat. As the enemy fled, a system window appeared before Sang-un, while the mercenaries roared in victory. Everyone on the battlefield has felt your presence to their very core. Congratulations, you have completed the special mission Path of the Commander. An additional reward will be added to the 15th floor trial reward. You have achieved the Peerless Warrior achievement. All skill levels have increased by 4. After the battle, a mercenary pointed to a large tent, his voice filled with awe and fear. Sir, you can stay in this tent by yourself. The red-haired vice commander approached Sang-un from behind and stammered. Sang-un turned to him with a curious expression. The vice commander bowed his head, his voice trembling with reverence. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Sang-un smirked and patted his shoulder amicably. Don't worry about it, orc friend. The vice commander was stunned. An orc? Sang-un turned his back and walked toward his tent. He waved a hand nonchalantly. I'm tired and want to rest. So you can leave now. The vice commander bowed hastily. Yes, please rest well. Inside the luxurious tent, Sang-un took off his outer garment. After defeating over 1,000 enemies in one battle, everyone started treating me cautiously and immediately upgraded my tent. He sat down and recalled a special system notification. The message that popped up during the battle earlier. You have ended numerous lives and reaped their souls. Your talent as a Grim Reaper is slowly beginning to form. Necromancy A. Detailed effect. Grace of the Grim Reaper will blossom. Sang-un was lost in thought. Necromancy A grade. Has the grace of the Grim Reaper started to bloom? He said to himself. A Grim Reaper. What's a Grim Reaper? What exactly does that mean? The horrific image of a great dark being holding a giant scythe came to his mind. Suddenly his keen senses detected an approaching presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-un swung his hand, creating a crescent-shaped stream of sword energy that cut through the air in the tent. A figure suddenly leaped into the tent's entrance, unable to avoid the attack, and let out a surprised scream. The figure fell to the ground. Lenel staggered to her feet, clutching her chest and panting. Gasp as expected, a sharp attack. Sang-un recognized her. Lenel? He looked at her with an uncomprehending expression. What are you doing here? You're lucky there was no killing intent or you would have died. Lenel blushed and stood up awkwardly. I survived earlier because of you. Sang-un crossed his arms and furrowed his brow. In this culture, do you express your gratitude like a thief? Lenel quickly waved her hands. That's, she composed herself and looked straight into Sang-un's eyes. You're not a mercenary, are you? Sang-un thought to himself. This is a pain. Someone who's already suspicious won't believe me even if I say I'm a mercenary. I went too far on the battlefield. What? Lenel continued. I can tell just by the divine aura you showed earlier. That's not something a simple mercenary can do. She stepped closer, her blue eyes piercing him, her voice filled with seriousness. What is your true identity? Sang-un paused for a moment. I am, he decided to lie. An agent sent by the god of darkness, an apostle of the god. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is really annoying, but for now I'll just make something up. Lenel took a step back, her face filled with astonishment. An apostle. Sang-un became worried. Did she realize I'm lying? Suddenly, Lenel prostrated herself on the ground, touching her forehead to the floor. I greet the apostle. This humble one has committed a great sin against you. Sang-un was completely bewildered. Wait, what? You don't have to apologize that much. He stepped forward, helped Lenel up and put a friendly arm around her shoulder, smiling brightly. Please keep this a secret for now. It would be troublesome if my power were exposed to a spy. Lenel looked up, her cheeks flushed red. But is it all right for you to tell me such precious information? Sang-un answered confidently. That's fine, he smiled brightly, because true comrades can recognize each other. Lenel's eyes widened and her face turned bright red. True comrades. A series of system windows appeared before Sang-un. Special mission Object of Admiration has started. Gain the admiration of the strongest mercenary and enhance the strength of your allies. The strongest mercenary is indicated by an arrow visible only to the challenger upon completing the special mission even without direct command. The strongest mercenary will command in your stead. Upon completing the special mission, an additional reward will be added to the clear reward. The strongest mercenary in the allied camp is Lenel Asia. A bright red arrow appeared above Lenel's head. Sang-un thought to himself. After passing the special mission path of the commander, I was wondering how to lead them. This is perfect. He took Lennel's hand, a confident smile appearing on his lips. This trial seems to be easier than I thought. He opened his status window. Status window, Hansang-un class. Sovereign strength 121, stamina 117, agility 115, magic power 114, durability 113, unique trait. Necromancy, a unique authority. Skill synthesis authority. View details, skill view details, he muttered with satisfaction. All my stats are in the triple digits. Good, I absorbed quite a few skills in that last battle. I think it's time to organize them. He looked through his list of authorities and skills. Authority, Clear Mind, D Sword Flame Barrier, A. Steel Wings, D Iron-Blooded Sword, A Divine Power, B Heavenly Blood Training Method, D Grace of the Hero, D Rapid Mana Charge, D Skill. View details, new skills, newly acquired skills, Intimidation, D Alchemy, D Low Howl, D Ascension, E Gluttony, F Acceleration, E Brewing, F Wolf Step, D Grace Enhancement, F High Speed Movement, D. He thought. I got a lot, but there aren't many I can use right away. Sang-un stood in the middle of numerous blue skill windows. It looked powerful. Well, in this case, there's no doubt it's time for skill synthesis. A notification appeared. The unique authority, skill synthesis, has been activated. Suddenly, the authority, Grace of the Hero, has been strongly activated. His eyes flashed blue, surprise evident on his face. A brilliant stream of light erupted between his palms. Your luck is temporarily greatly increased, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh! The pillar of light from his hands shot up to the sky, illuminating the entire space inside the luxurious tent. 3 new skills formed within the pillar of light. Absolute Charm, B Black Wolf Step, A Steel Consumption, B. He smiled confidently. Thinking back, Grace of the Hero was also activated when I synthesized the Sura Demonic Sword S before. He looked at the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword and recalled the skill he had absorbed from Sand. Right, there was this too. 3 different skill icons appeared on the sword's blade. Engraved skill. Blood reinforcement, C. Engraved skill. Mental reinforcement, B. Engraved skill. Self-soul imbuement, B. His finger slid and stopped on the icon of the last skill. A system window appeared explaining it in detail. Engraved skill, self-soul imbuement, B. Description, a skill absorbed from Challenger Sand. It imbues a self-soul into various barriers or items formed by magic or sorcery. Effect, when imbuing a self-soul, a soul suitable for the item is randomly imbued and the skill itself disappears completely. The self-soul imbued in the item will have growth potential and will assist the user with all its heart. His eyes became resolute after reading the information. The skill itself disappears after use. I might have to use the blood sword again in this trial. As he stood up, 2 swords, 1 blue and 1 red, appeared beside him. The engraved skill, Self-Soul Imbuement, B. of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has been activated. Please designate the barrier or item to be imbued with a self-soul. He looked at the 2 swords before him, his face filled with contemplation. He reached out a hand, his voice calculating. Self-soul imbuement grants an item a personality that can assist me. It's not something I'll use for just a few days, so of course. A red stream of light connected the skill to the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. The engraved skill, Self-Soul Imbuement, B, is targeting the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, A. He nodded. It's reasonable to choose the growth type item, the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. A dazzling light mixed with red and gold violently exploded from the sword, and Sang-un squinted and groaned. Ah! The sword floated in the air, emitting a brilliant aura. The 7th self-soul has been imbued into the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, A. A cunning and old voice echoed from the sword. Hee. I have wandered and made a pilgrimage for many long years. Sang-un was stunned. The voice suddenly roared with arrogance. Ha! Worship me, revere me, praise me. I, Tang Jonggu, have finally returned. A cold sweat trickled down Sang-un's temple. He muttered. Some crazy bastard has possessed the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. Meanwhile, in another corner of the camp, a necromancer was performing a ritual with skeletons around him. He combined the skeletons to create a horrific hybrid creature. Gu, this is the true art of corpse-soul fusion. Sang-un happened to pass by, glanced at the creature, and threw a sarcastic compliment. Wow, impressive, sir. The other necromancers saw him and began to whisper. Isn't that the slaughterer over there? A kid that young committed a slaughter? Hey, you didn't see it, but that guy was a total monster on the battlefield. He beheaded over 1,000 people without a change in his expression. A necromancer shuddered. That crazy bastard, stay away from him. I get a bad feeling. Sang-un heard them and thought to himself with a disgusted expression. I don't want to hear that from you guys. He stood alone under the moonlight, enjoying the rare moment of tranquility. What a peaceful and beautiful night. The voice from the sword echoed again. It was filled with annoyance and arrogance. You brat, are you mocking me? Why are you ignoring everything I say? Back in the ironclad cult there were those who would die to speak with me. If it wasn't for this brat, the voice continued to bluster and chatter. How rude, so rude, how dare you refuse when the madam in this small sword asks for a conversation? Sang-un grumbled to himself. Are you serious? He just keeps talking to himself. I thought I'd just escaped from hell, but I'm trapped where a boring guy lives. Sang-un replied coldly. It's not that I'm boring, I just don't like useless talk. The voice became interested. Oh, so you finally decided to enjoy a conversation with me. Sang-un walked into a secluded forest and said, It's because the surveillance around us has completely disappeared. The voice from the sword echoed with arrogance and displeasure. Absurd. Don't you even know the teachings of Wonder Mim Bane? You should know since we're from the same region. Sang-un ignored the lecture. His sharp gaze remained unchanged. One of you am I am Binin. I don't know that. He changed the subject firmly. By the way, were you also a challenger when you were alive? The sword vibrated with anger. Ha, you call that a conversation? The voice became filled with pride again. The name Iron Horse Sword Tangjongu is known by all. Sang-un didn't seem to care much for the reputation. So as a challenger, how many floors did you climb? The sword was silent for a moment, then answered. My final ascension count is 41 floors. Sang-un's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. 41 floors? A faint smile played on his lips as he realized the potential of this information. If this is true, the information that guy has could be very important. This could be a very big advantage. But then a question crossed his mind. Wait a minute, but if you've climbed to the 41st floor, he stared into the empty air, his voice becoming serious. I know that from the 40th floor onwards a dead challenger can be revived as an administrator. Why weren't you revived as one? The sword roared with contempt, emitting a blood-red aura. How dare you suggest that I live like a dog of greed in that place? That is worse than death. What use is there in being revived dishonorably? Sang-un placed a hand on his forehead, looking slightly tired. Ah, I see. He looked straight ahead, his gaze turning cold. I understand that you were very great in your past life, but now you are just a self-soul residing in my sword. He gripped the hilt of the sword. His voice was filled with authority. Don't forget that. A blazing red stream of energy exploded from Sang-un's position, flattening the surrounding ground. A voice in the sword echoed, slightly smug. HMPH, I know. Did you think I wouldn't know that? Don't worry. I can certainly assist you with what comes next. The sword vibrated lightly. Are you trying to clarify our roles? What a stubborn fellow, although as a soul I cannot wield the power of the living. I was a genius of martial arts and a master of spells. Whatever you desire I can give you, the voice continued. Like this, a blazing red energy slash flew from thin air, causing a horrific explosion. The surrounding trees were shattered into pieces. Sang-un's eyes widened in surprise at the power he had just witnessed. He stood in the middle of a destroyed forest. He smirked. It seems I've gained a rather useful assistant, the voice in the sword echoed. An assistant. A word for a tool, I suppose. Your swordsmanship doesn't seem to be from this dimension. Sang-un began to practice, swinging his sword to create a circle of energy. I'm originally from a dimension called Earth. You probably haven't heard of it, the voice replied. Earth, it must be a small dimension. A very long time seems to have passed. With this fellow's current capacity, I can maintain my form for a long time, and another one is watching. The voice became serious. This is an awkward situation. Call me when the time is right. Sang-un stopped. Lenel ran toward the approaching figure, her sword drawn. Ah, swordsman, sir, there you are. What brings you here at this hour? She panted, a sense of urgency on her face. I apologize for interrupting your training, but there has been an urgent surprise attack. The enemy cult's battle priests are approaching, leading an elite force. An interested smile appeared on Han Sang-un's lips. Oh, this is getting more and more interesting. Is this why they call it the Tower of Trials? It never leaves me a moment to be bored. He put on his robe, partially covering his face, and set off with Lenel. Tell me more about this elite force that appeared as an ambush. He flashed a confident smile at Lenel, who was running beside him. I'll join the holy war at once. The battle began. A soldier cried out in despair, protect the priests, the enemy is killing the priests and dispelling all the necromancy. Gak, a wounded priest, roared in despair and anger. Damn it, those cursed heretics. To use such a cowardly surprise attack. Running beside Lenel, Han Sang-un quickly assessed the situation. Their numbers aren't that high compared to before, at most about 100, but he could feel a powerful flow of energy coming from the enemy, and it was clear their level was much higher than before. Above all, these enemies were clearly using a power similar to divine power. The battle raged in chaos, and the battle priests, enhanced by divine power, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Die, die. One of them rushed toward Lenel, swinging his weapon brutally. Die, you insect! Lenel was stunned by the horrific flow of power washing over her. What is this, such immense power? Just then a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. Han Sang-un stood before her, his voice unusually calm. Lenel, would you do me one favor? Lenel was dazed. He looked straight into her eyes, his gaze resolute. No matter how strong the enemy, no matter how desperate the situation, I would be truly grateful if you would believe in me. He gave a warm, trustworthy smile. I believe in you, Lenel. Lenel's eyes widened and her cheeks flushed slightly at his words and smile. Han Sang-un turned, his voice becoming firm. Now gather the troops and protect the priests. The holy war can only be won if the priests are present. Lenel clenched her fist, determination burning in her eyes. Yes, she ran off, her blonde hair flew, and she roared bravely, I will protect them with my life. A series of system windows appeared before Han Sang-un. Mercenary Lenel Asia expresses strong admiration for you. Congratulations, you have completed the special mission, Object of Admiration. Your allies' morale will now be doubled, and their formation will not break under thorough command. An additional reward will be added to the 15th floor trial reward. As Lenel ran, she turned her head and said, Swordsman, sir, good luck. Han Sang-un smirked. If we meet again alive, I'll buy you a drink. His eyes shone with excitement. Those are good words to hear. Let's make a great story, Lenel. He activated a new skill and a giant purple wolf's shadow appeared behind him. The Black Wolf Step skill has been activated. Skill. Black Wolf Step, a proficiency. 0 description. A movement technique that mimics the legendary creature, the Black Wolf. The basic movement effect becomes more efficient. When this skill is activated, all types of movement abilities are increased by 40 and your presence is completely erased. In dark places, the movement ability increase is doubled. Han Sang-un disappeared into the darkness, slipping past the enemies like a ghost. How did something just pass by? Countless purple slashes flashed. Felling numerous enemies, he became a whirlwind of death and afterimage of blood and darkness, slaughtering them mercilessly. The bald enemy commander with a blood-splattered face watched the scene in extreme astonishment. Han Sang-un appeared in the air, his dark wings spread wide. He looked down at the commander. His voice was as cold as ice. "You will bitterly regret attacking at night." Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, the vice commander was roaring. "Everyone hold your positions, damn it," a soldier shouted. "The healers in the rear are under attack." The vice commander was struggling in a one-on-one duel. He roared at the panicking soldiers, "Don't panic, get in formation. If you scatter, you'll just be easy prey." While trying to protect a comrade, he took a slash to his abdomen. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, sweat pouring down. Damn it. Suddenly a foot landed right in front of him. Lenel charged in like a storm, and her shining golden sword easily blocked the fatal blow aimed at the vice commander. The vice commander stared in astonishment as she cut down the enemy. The mercenaries cheered. "Captain Lenel?" Despite his injury, the vice commander smiled brightly. Lenel glanced at him. "You're not going to whine over a mere scratch, are you?" he replied firmly. "It's just a scratch." Lenel took a deep breath. Composing herself, she stood in the middle of the soldiers, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "Rally, shield-bearers, stay. The rest of you fall back." The shield-bearers immediately followed her command. The shield-bearers formed a defensive line, slamming their shields into the ground to create a solid wall. Lenel continued to command. "Archers, focus your fire. Melee fighters, protect the healers." The effect of the special mission, Object of Admiration, is activated. Mercenary Lenel Asia takes command. Allies' morale is tripled, and the formation is maintained under firm command. Thanks to Lenel's skillful command, their army repelled the enemy's attack. A battle priest looked at the mercenaries' defensive line with a contemptuous expression. "You lot, it's useless no matter how much you struggle," he roared confidently. "The glory of the holy war will be ours." A rain of arrows poured down on the defensive line, and an enemy commander recognized the threat. "Damn it, take down the woman in the center first." Magical arrows embedded themselves in the shields, causing small explosions. "Damn it, Gak," the shield-bearers shouted. "Captain, we can't hold out for long. Besides, let us fight too," Lenel commanded firmly. "No, hold the formation." Her eyes shone with a steely resolve. "Our main objective is to protect the priests. Stand firm and hold your positions." She spoke with absolute faith. "He will come to help us." As if in response to her words, a figure crossed the battlefield like the wind, leaving a trail of blue light with every step. Skill: Black Wolf Step A. The basic movement effect becomes more efficient. When activated, all types of movement abilities are increased by 40 and all traces of your presence are erased in the darkness. The movement ability increase is doubled. The battle priests were thrown into confusion. "Gak, what, how, when?" Han Sang-un's eyes shone cold and deadly in the darkness. He rushed into the middle of the enemy line, swinging his sword to create a slash of blue light, easily felling his foes. Lenel watched the scene with shining eyes and a bright smile. Han Sang-un stopped. He unleashed ropes of blood and looked at the battle priest bound by the blood tentacles. The sword in his hand vibrated, and the voice of the self-soul echoed, "How ridiculous! How dare they use the beacon like that when it's not even an emergency?" Han Sang-un felt a strange flow of energy being transmitted to him. "I like the way you mercilessly deal with your enemies, huh?" the voice in the sword continued. "If you were from Murim, you might have become a great hero or a mage." "What a pity." Han Sang-un was puzzled. "What is this? Is this thin thread made of magic?" He tried to listen intently. "Ah," he was surprised. "Is this that whisper of the wind thing they talk about?" "It's just transmitting a voice using mana control." The sword vibrated in surprise. What did you say? You mastered the whisper of the wind technique in that short amount of time?" Han Sang-un replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that something anyone who knows how to handle mana can do?" The voice in the sword sounded annoyed. "By your logic, half the martial artists in Murim would have become government officials." "Haha, really?" The voice became filled with arrogance again. "There are only 7 who can summon my soul like this. Ha ha ha." Han Sang-un looked at a distant watchtower and muttered, "Ah, I see." A red light flashed from the top of the tower, and the voice in the sword whispered, "Another commotion is starting. I'll let the beacon accumulate power for a while," Han Sang-un said. "I'll call you again if I need to." As he was about to turn, a voice called out from behind him, "Swordsman." A young priest with a strange tattoo on his face looked at him with a serious expression. "Please come with me," the young priest said solemnly. "The archbishop has summoned you." Han Sang-un entered a large room where an old archbishop sat on a chair surrounded by other priests. The bishop spoke. "Slaughterer, thank you for accepting this bishop's invitation. Please sit comfortably." Han Sang-un replied coldly. "Don't need a grand title like Slaughterer. Just call me Nameless." The bishop chuckled. "Ah, to be nameless is to be a single human being. You are an interesting person. The god of darkness would surely appreciate someone like you." Han Sang-un just nodded. "Thank you for your kind words." The bishop got to the point. "Nameless, do you know that I have called you here to discuss your reward?" Han Sang-un replied. "I heard a little about it from the deacon on the way here." "Good, then let's get straight to the point." The bishop's eyes flashed sharply. "How much of a reward are you expecting?" Han Sang-un was silent for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Well then let me ask you in return, Archbishop, how much are you planning to reward me?" Han Sang-un's eyes shone brightly, and an invisible flow of energy emanated from him. Skill: Absolute Charm B. Proficiency: 0 basic effect. Regardless of race, all beings with intelligence will feel a sense of favorability toward the user. Enhances all forms of charm. However, it may not be effective in certain situations such as with hostile beings. Detailed effect. The user can occasionally apply one of the effects of fear, charm, or awe to produce a special effect. Fear and awe can be activated or deactivated with a notification, but charm does not display a notification. The absolute charm skill has been activated. Archbishop Keen has fallen into a state of fear. Due to the state of fear, his judgment has been impaired, and he clearly recognizes your presence. The bishop trembled and sweated. He stammered in a terrified voice. "To you is the greatest reward I can bestow with my authority as a bishop," he shouted as if being tortured. "I have decided to grant you the dark magic cult's highest grade holy relic as a reward." The young priests around him were horrified. "Archbishop, isn't it forbidden to grant a holy relic to an outsider?" the bishop shouted. Tears and snot were mixed as they streamed down his face. "Be quiet," he pointed at Han Sang-un. His voice was filled with conviction. "In this battle he is the one who can lead us to victory in this holy war." The bishop recalled the feeling he had when he faced Han Sang-un. "In that man's eyes for a moment, I clearly felt it. An overwhelming wild aura. It was as if I was in an illusion, facing a dragon, with this man's power." A few minutes later, the priests brought 2 holy relic boxes. They were magical items imbued with the power of a god. The bishop said in an awe-filled tone, "These are the dark magic cult's highest grade holy relics. Please handle them with care." As Han Sang-un used a skill, his eyes glowed blue. The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has been activated. Seal of the Sacrifice SS. A black seal bestowed by the god of darkness upon the pope who offered everything to him. When stamped on the back of the hand, it can engrave the special effect Sacrifice. When this special effect is engraved on the back of the hand, the item merges with the seal and disappears. However, this item will disappear when challenger Han Sang-un completes the 15th floor individual trial. Veil of Night SS. A holy veil that caused the primordial flame to sink into darkness. When the owner dies, the special effect Veil of Night will activate without exception. When Veil of Night is activated, it consumes all divine power to resurrect the owner. Upon resurrection, the Apostle State is activated. Immediately after resurrection, the Veil of Night item disappears. However, this item will disappear when challenger Han Sang-un completes the 15th floor individual trial. Han Sang-un looked at the 2 items in astonishment. "This is insane SS rank," he thought to himself as he read the hidden description with his Eye of the Fire Dragon. "It seems I can't take them outside the 15th floor, but I can't just be happy about it. There are no coincidences in the Tower of Trials. Getting 2 items of a rank I've never seen before means," his eyes became serious, "that I'll face a truly difficult trial ahead." An interested smile appeared on his lips. "This is getting more and more interesting." He took the 2 items from the bishop's hands. The bishop said, as if warning him, "Nameless, the holy war has only just begun. I expect you to show power worthy of the reward you received. I'm telling you just in case, but if you run away, the god of darkness will punish you." Sang-un turned, a confident smile on his lips. "How could someone who has even received a holy relic from a human possibly run away?" Sang-un said to the bishop. "Then I will take my leave." The bishop nodded. "Yes, I understand." After Sang-un left, the bishop slumped into his chair, covering his face and groaning. "My holy relics, my holy relics." Sang-un went outside and whistled cheerfully under the night sky. Suddenly a voice called out, "Ah, swordsman." Lenel approached, a bright smile on her lips. "Is your private meeting with the archbishop over?" Sang-un replied with a smile. "Thanks to you, it ended well." But he looked at her playfully. "Were you waiting for me?" Lenel was startled and her face turned red. Well," she stammered. "Actually, I wanted to treat you to a drink, as I mentioned before." Her cheeks grew redder as she continued. "And I have a favor to ask." Sang-un furrowed his brow. "A favor?" A few minutes later, Lenel was downing a large mug of beer in one go. She slammed the mug on the table and exclaimed refreshingly, "Kaya." Sang-un took a sip and said, "This is quite tasty." He looked at his mug and thought to himself, "But is this strong alcohol? It's probably just malt liquor. Well, the only drink in this world that could get me drunk would have to be on par with a deadly poison." He glanced at Lenel, who had collapsed with her face on the table. "She's passed out. My body has already surpassed human limits," a passing soldier asked in surprise. "Swordsman, sir, you're not drunk at all?" Lenel lifted her head, her face flushed from the alcohol, and muttered, "You're truly a monster," Sang-un said nonchalantly. "It's so tasty it goes down easy. By the way, you said you had a favor to ask earlier." "What is it?" Lenel lowered her head with a determined expression. A painful memory surfaced in her mind. It was the image of her family being oppressed by knights. "If you take all that, what will we have to eat?" A knight kicked her father. "How dare you?" "Father?" Young Lenel ran at the knight. "Why are you hitting my father? Just because you're a knight, why are you hitting my father?" her father shouted. "Lenel, stop!" the knight growled. "This crazy brat." He swung his hand, sending the young girl flying. She fell to the ground, spitting up blood. "Gacked!" The knight looked at the girl with contempt. "If you're so jealous, become a knight yourself. These commoners are so annoying." Lenel clenched her fists, the pain and powerlessness of the past etched on her face. She lifted her head, her eyes burning. "Please be my master. Please teach me swordsmanship, Lord Sang-un." Sang-un, who was about to take another sip, was so surprised he almost spat out his beer. He put his mug down and thought to himself. I had a rough idea what her favor might be. In the end, it was just a personal request, not leading to a special mission. I've already completed the Object of Admiration special mission with Lenel, so there's nothing more to gain. Investing more in a person reproduced by the tower in this world is just a waste of time. He looked at her with cold eyes. "I refuse." He stood up and turned his back. You should get some rest. The battle will continue tomorrow. Lenel watched his retreating back. In despair, I'll be going now. Sang-un stopped walking. Lenel clenched her fists. Lenel gritted her teeth. Determination burned in her eyes. I absolutely must become stronger. She stomped her foot hard, and to Sang-un's surprise she knelt and prostrated herself on the ground. Sang-un looked at her, unable to understand. She raised her head, her voice full of pleading. I beg you, maintaining her posture, she said in a desperate voice, please grant me this request. A faint smile appeared on Sang-un's lips and he changed his mind. Well, enjoying myself a little more wouldn't be so bad. Lenel immediately stood up, sword in hand, and took a ready stance. Sang-un burst out laughing and patted her shoulder amicably. Haha, there's no need to be so serious. He looked straight into her eyes, and his voice became serious. Doing your best is good, but if you push yourself too hard, you'll become rigid and lose your flexibility. That applies to everything, not just swordsmanship. Besides, Lenel, what you need right now isn't combat experience, but to strengthen your mana circuits. How about doing some aura training? As Sang-un held his hands out, a brilliant blue orb of energy gathered. His eyes flashed, and smaller energy orbs appeared around Lenel, surprising her. She felt the flow of mana. He's showing me the path of magic. It's like he's telling me to follow him. It's fundamentally the same as my method, but with subtle differences. Very small differences, but it's much more refined. She looked at Sang-un with a mixture of shock and awe. He's truly amazing, Sang-un explained. This is a customized mana circulation method. I made it by analyzing your mana usage habits. Train your aura with this method every day. After the training session, Sang-un returned to his tent. He sat down and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally time to sort things out. He took out his space pouch and poured out weapons, books, and other items. The rewards from the British Hunter Association for killing sand. He looked at the pile of items with a slightly disappointed expression. There's a lot of it, yes, but even so, none of this junk is of much help to me. He looked at the 3 skill icons he had just synthesized. Black Wolf Step A, Absolute Charm B, and Steel Consumption B. Now it's time to use them. The Steel Consumption B skill has been activated. A metal mask shaped like sharp teeth flew at him and attached to his face. He was slightly surprised. Skill. Steel Consumption B Proficiency, 0 basic effect. Consuming steel will enhance your physical abilities after an absorption period. Additional effect. Consuming items will randomly increase stats after an absorption period. He picked up a staff. That mask just flew at me out of nowhere. Scary. First, the mask opened its mouth wide, bit down on the staff and crushed it. When the staff was completely broken, a notification appeared. You have consumed the Steel Cloud Staff D. 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining until full absorption. 10 minutes later, the absorption was complete. Absorption complete. Magic power has increased by 1. Sang-un was surprised. He looked at the notification with interest. My stats are rising this quickly. Then let's try it again. He threw another item to the mask. You have consumed the Celestial Steel Gem D. 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining until full absorption. Absorption complete. After absorbing the steel, your body is being improved. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Gak, 0.8 of the impurities accumulated in your body have been expelled. He looked at the black blood pooled in his palm. Impurities? What's this now? He felt his body become much lighter. Oh, my body feels much lighter. Is this what it meant by body improvement? His eyes shone from under the mask. The appearance was so dramatic I wondered what was happening, but with results this insane there's no reason to dislike it. He began to devour the items one by one. I never thought I'd be devouring items so deliciously in my life. You have consumed 8 or more steel items. You can no longer maintain the item absorption state. 1 hour, 19 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until full absorption. He looked at the remaining pile of items with a regretful expression. So I can only consume 8 at a time? What a shame. The mask disappeared. But compared to the growth rate from using steel consumption, this can't even be called a drawback. The steel consumption skill has been deactivated. He felt his body was light and full of energy, and he picked up the black seal. I've been curious about this for a while. Seal of the Sacrifice SS. A black seal bestowed by the god of darkness upon the Pope who offered everything to him. When stamped on the back of the hand, the dedicated effect Sacrifice is engraved. Once engraved on the back of the hand, the item merges with the seal and is absorbed. However, this effect will disappear when Challenger Han Sang-un completes the 15th floor individual trial. He was lost in thought. Anyway, if I engrave this sulfur monosulfide rank item onto my body, there's a chance it will become mine even after I leave the 15th floor. The idea of engraving it on my body is a bit unsettling, but it's worth a try. He raised the seal, preparing to stamp it on the back of his hand. The dedicated effect, Sacrifice of the Seal of the Sacrifice SS, has been engraved on the back of your hand. The seal melted into a black liquid and seeped into his skin. The item is absorbed into the seal and disappears completely. A purple light flashed from the back of his hand. A black wolf tattoo appeared. The seal engraved on the back of your hand will never disappear. Suddenly, numerous blue system windows appeared around him. He was surprised. Oh, the administrators. Administrator Dragon Slayer, born in a millennium, is horrified to see the seal of the sacrifice. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World shouts, "How can you use the seal of the sacrifice?" Administrator Seeker of Divinity tells the tower it went too far in giving him the seal. He looked at the tattoo on his hand. They've been quiet until now, but the moment I engraved the seal, the messages started flooding in. Administrator Celestial Ruler strongly protests to the tower, saying this is absurd. Administrator Monk of the Seven Gods is shocked, wondering what they were thinking. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago says there is still time to retrieve the seal. He was confused. An interested smile appeared on his lips. Don't tell me this is an item I'm not supposed to use? The administrators were reacting strangely. It's as if the tower gave me something it absolutely shouldn't have. Illegal information leak detected. Administrator messages will be temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials warns the administrators. Any further illegal information leaks will result in the administrators being blocked from observing any of Sang-un's trials. He clenched his tattooed fist. The secret hidden in this holy relic might be bigger than I thought. Sang-un smirked, his eyes filled with determination. Now, he raised his tattooed fist high and light emanated from it. I'll find out just how great it is once I use it. The dedicated effect sacrifice of the seal of the sacrifice has been activated. You can offer any of your talents, skills, or treasures to a god. His eyes widened as he processed the information he had just received. Offer it to a god. I don't even know if we'll be enemies or allies. So what's the benefit of offering a sacrifice? He fell silent. Anyway, I'll have to see for myself. He took an item from his space pouch. Among the items to be consumed by steel consumption, you have chosen to offer a treasure to a god. Please select the desired treasure to offer to a god. He placed an old staff on a stone altar. Let's try offering the crappiest item here. You have selected the Little Witch's Staff D. Another notification appeared. Please select the god you wish to offer this item to. He was confused. His eyes widened even more. Bewilderment was written all over his face. What is this? Error. No trace of any god could be found in your divine power. His shadow stretched long over a pile of skulls. He stood before a brilliant golden gate, and a new notification appeared. You have been recognized as the owner of a personal divinity, and the sacrifice will now be offered to yourself. The staff on the altar disappeared into the light. You have offered the Little Witch's Staff D to yourself. A warm, golden light enveloped him. You can convert this item into divine power and store it in your heart. He watched the light gather in front of his chest. What is this? Now I'm offering sacrifices to myself. He felt the flow of new power. I'm a bit confused about what's happening, but one thing is for sure. I can now increase the divine power that I couldn't grow on my own. The only problem is that I still don't have a way to properly use divine power. Well, as I continue to accumulate myths, I'm sure divine power will have more and more uses, so for now all I can do is gather divine power little by little. You never know when or where I might need to use it. He took out the Veil of Night and another achievement. This one he wrapped around his sword hilt. I should keep this close. He looked up at the starry night sky. The tower wouldn't have given me this for no reason. A time to use it will surely come. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the battles continued. I've won quite a few battles and the mercenaries and allied priests have gained confidence. Now the enemies fled, looking at him with fear-filled eyes. It's the slaughterer, these filthy necromancers. They've even summoned a demon in the end. He thought to himself, to be honest, it's still quite precarious without me. He leaped into the middle of the battle, the swords in his hands drawing a trajectory of death. He glanced at the Veil of Night wrapped around his sword hilt. Was I worrying for nothing? At this rate, the trial will end smoothly. Suddenly, a soldier pointed at the sky and shouted, "What's happening to the sky? Look, the sky is turning crimson." Black clouds swirled ominously, and he felt a familiar flow of energy. A giant red energy sphere began to form in the sky. He looked up with a serious expression. This feeling is, his eyes widened in horror. No way, the authority of divine punishment is descending. A giant pillar of destructive light shot down from the sky. He narrowed his eyes at the deadly threat. This is dangerous. He raised his hand and shouted, "Counter shield." A giant translucent energy shield formed. It blocked the pillar of light, and the collision caused a horrific explosion that destroyed everything around it. The ground shook violently as Sang-un's shield held against the divine attack. He stood firm in the red smoke, ready for battle with the swords in his hands. His eyes were narrowed with vigilance and anger. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a huge crater and numerous bodies from both sides. He clicked his tongue with a displeased expression. Tisk, from the burning red sky, a figure with pure white wings slowly descended. Oh, the dogs who serve the god of darkness. The angel clasped its hands before its chest, a benevolent yet arrogant smile on its lips. I have good news for you. As he spread his wings, a blazing red energy enveloped his body. His smile turned manic, and his eyes shone brightly. The god of war has decided to bestow divine punishment upon you directly. Sang-un gritted his teeth, feeling a terrifyingly familiar flow of energy. Just as I thought, it's that feeling. A series of system windows appeared. God of War has used a massive amount of divine power to execute an incomplete descent. In a descended state, a god cannot use their myths or authorities. By descending into the body of Challenger Envia, he cannot use his divine power to its full extent. The difficulty of Challenger Han Sang-un's 15th floor individual trial has been greatly increased. A cold sweat trickled down Sang-un's temple. The Tower of Trials has judged that Challenger Han Sang-un is fully capable of handling this difficulty, and the trial will not be stopped. Sang-un growled in anger. Shouldn't you at least ask for my opinion before making such a decision? The descended god floated in the air, looking down at Sang-un with absolute contempt. Today I will kill this arrogant dog with my own hands. His burning red eyes held no emotion other than cruelty. Die, regretting that you dared to challenge the position of a god. Sang-un knew he could not underestimate this opponent. If I don't go all out right now, this will get very dangerous. He activated a series of skills. The instantaneous acceleration skill has been activated. The grace of the wind skill has been activated. All speeds have increased by 70. Current skills stack 7-7. The combat concentration skill has been activated. The user's concentration has increased by 20 times. The authority heavenly blood training method has been activated. His eyes turned red and a powerful aura enveloped his body. Good. At this rate I can end this quickly. He charged forward like lightning, the sword in his hand ready to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly a hand blocked his charge, grabbing him by the face. The impact created a powerful shockwave. The descended god easily blocked Sang-un's attack and summoned a giant sword of light. He swung the sword. It was a simple slash, but it contained unimaginable power. Sang-un was hit by the slash and let out a pained scream. Blood spurted out, and a cold notification appeared. You have died. His body went into a free fall into a black empty space. He lay motionless in the dark space. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the void. Right, I was killed by the descended god of war. I died. The memories of his entire journey of climbing the tower began to flood in like a slow-motion film. The memories of the battles, the people he had met, the power he had gained, everything came flooding back. He whispered to himself. So much has happened. He remembered the moments he had struggled in extreme pain, and his voice was filled with disappointment. I've done so well until now. The faces of his comrades came to his mind. Sadness welled up in his heart. And even these connections, is this really how it all ends? His gaze became serene, accepting the harsh reality. It's a real shame, but winning and losing are all a part of life. He looked down at the empty chest where his heart used to beat, and a cold certainty enveloped him. Yes, this is the end. A rare serene smile spread across his lips. He closed his eyes. I'll accept it. Death. As he floated in the void, a strangely peaceful sensation enveloped him. Maybe it's because I've made up my mind, but even this endless darkness feels comfortable. Suddenly, he sensed another presence and shot his eyes open in surprise. A figure in a black robe stood before him, a small light flashing from the tip of its finger. A feminine and captivating voice, filled with an ancient authority, echoed, There is no need to worry, child. I am not your enemy. Despite being dead, Sang-un's vigilance flared and he narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The woman let out a quiet sigh. Her voice held a slight reproach and a distant sadness. Even if this is a recreation, it saddens me that you do not recognize me, for whom you fought in the holy war. Sang-un's eyes widened in horror, and an unbelievable possibility crossed his mind. Could you be the god of darkness? The woman smiled gently, lightly touching his chin with her long slender fingers. Ho, correct. You found the answer faster than I thought. Yes, you're so smart. She took his hand, but Sang-un immediately pulled it away. He took a step back, his gaze resolute and cold. Do not touch my body. The woman smiled meaningfully and withdrew her hand. Yes, it is not yet time. But you will soon understand that I am not your enemy. She spread her arms and the surrounding darkness swirled. This tower has now become meaningless. Continue, child. Entertain me as you have borrowed my power from the moment you open your eyes. A dazzling light erupted from Sang-un's chest. Everything around you will change. He felt himself being flown into the middle of a burning red sword-like sky. He shot his eyes open, his mind still in chaos. A brilliant sword of light formed in his hand as 2 system notifications appeared. The god of darkness smiles upon you. The god of darkness allows you to use the blessing of apostle transformation that she has bestowed upon you. Back on the battlefield, the god of war stood over Sang-un's motionless body, his sword of light still deeply embedded in Sang-un's chest. He looked down with contempt. This is the price for a mere human who dared to challenge the position of a god. The soldiers below shouted in despair. The slaughterer is dead. We're done for now. The god of war glanced at the panicking crowd, wretched and useless beings. He remembered how the one named Han Sang-un had deployed a magic shield, significantly reducing his attack power. But now there is no one to protect you. This time I will completely annihilate you. He soared into the sky, spread his wings, and prepared a final destructive blow. A blonde female warrior shouted in terror. Swordsman, sir. Suddenly, the veil of night wrapped around Sang-un's sword hilt began to move on its own, floating into the air. Lenel could only let out a gasp of surprise. A huge dark veil covered the battlefield, and the pitch-black veil swallowed Sang-un's motionless body lying on the cracked ground. In the air, the god of war, residing in Jahan's body, felt the divine light around him flicker and become unstable. He looked down at his disintegrating hand and muttered with displeasure. Yes, the apostle candidate's body can no longer withstand the descent. A red light flashed in his eyes and his voice was filled with contempt. What a fragile body. The god of war ended the descent, and his soul soared into the sky, leaving Jahan's body. Jahan fell to the ground, his body convulsing violently as he screamed in extreme pain. He gasped for breath, but a wicked smile spread across his lips. Yes, is this the last remnant of the god of war's power? If the descent had been a little longer, my heart would have surely exploded. But he stood up, spread his pure white wings, and felt a new flow of power. Now I have been blessed by a god, and my divine power is stronger than before. Jahan threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Now under this sky I am the strongest. A voice, seemingly that of the god of war, echoed in his head. The god of war tells the apostle candidate Jahan to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare the power of heavenly punishment. Jahan replied arrogantly. There's no need to worry, now that even the human called the Slaughterer has been dealt with. These dark cultists are no big deal. He was startled as a dark energy erupted from the ground. A huge dark purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the very spot where Sang-un had fallen. Jahan looked down at the chaotic swirl of energy below, his face completely filled with shock and confusion. What in the world is happening on this land? In the swirling darkness, a series of blue system windows appeared. The unique effect of the sulfur monosulfide grade Veil of Night is activated. The Veil of Night swallows the night. You will soon be fully resurrected. As the night swallows the night, you enter a state of apostle transformation. A figure stood up in the darkness. You have been resurrected. You have successfully transformed into an apostle. Sang-un's body transformed, enveloped in dark armor with burning red patterns. As a series of new notifications appeared, the dignity of the Grim Reaper violently surges, revealing its presence. Now release the essence of divinity and death engraved in your heart. All traces of other gods engraved on Challenger Han Sang-un have been completely removed. Challenger Han Sang-un is recognized as a demigod for the duration of the apostle transformation. Temporary execution of authorities based on divine keywords is now possible. The divine keywords are death, darkness, and immortality. Jahan screamed in extreme panic, his face pale with terror. No way. How did the god of darkness descend here? There shouldn't have been an apostle here. A dark helmet with blazing flames formed around Sang-un's head and his eyes shone menacingly. Jahan was still blustering arrogantly. I will completely blow you away. Just then a black-armored foot stomped squarely on his face. A giant, thorny spear was summoned from the sky. The spear charged at a terrifying speed, aiming straight for Sang-un. It almost pierced him. You stand there without even flinching. A system window appeared before Sang-un containing a single word, an absolute command: swallow. A wave of darkness exploded from his body, easily swallowing the giant spear. The dark smoke transformed it into a black silk ribbon that gracefully circled around him. Jahan stammered in extreme terror. I can't believe what I just saw, huh? Oh? Sang-un's blue eyes flashed from under the dark armor. Ah, you! His gaze turned cold as memories flooded back. Right, I remember now. You are my enemy. Damn it. Jahan screamed and flew away frantically, trying to escape in desperation. Sang-un, in his new apostle form, raised his blood-stained sword. As Jahan flew away, a notification appeared. 70 meters. Sang-un activated his new power. You use the divinity of death. The Grim Reaper responds, strengthening the essence of death deeply engraved in your divine power. Die. A dark purple energy of death pierced Jahan. His body was precisely split in two. Jahan could only let out one last scream before disappearing completely. Sang-un looked at his dark energy and muttered coldly, "This is much better than Namgang Wayuk's clumsy sword energy." He stood firm, his body slowly stabilizing after the transformation. The authority clear mind has been strongly activated. Phew, I think I've stabilized a bit now. He looked down at the remnants of Jahan's wings on the ground, lost in thought. The problem is the descent of the god of war. Truthfully, I could have killed a guy like Jahan without even transforming into an apostle. He turned, his voice full of confidence. Well, I cut his body in two, so I probably don't have to worry about it anymore. He looked at the devastated battlefield. It seems both sides retreated, afraid of getting caught in the fight between the big shots. Sang-un surveyed the empty battlefield, his gaze becoming resolute. He thought to himself, I should find everyone quickly and regroup. If the remnants of the defeated army retreat completely, the next battle could become very troublesome. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine when he whipped around. Jahan's body, which had been split in two, began to rejoin behind him. He shouted in astonishment. Jahan's body was completely restored in an instant, and an enraged voice echoed from it. Damn it! The god who now fully possessed the body narrowed his eyes dangerously. Although he regenerated, that man was my apostle candidate, whom I had chosen not to kill. A red light flashed in his eyes. He twisted his face in extreme rage and uttered a malicious vow. From now on I will truly kill you. A cold sweat trickled down Sang-un's temple and a system window appeared, showing his precious remaining time. 12 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until the apostle transformation ends. The god repeated his threat, emphasizing each word. This time I will truly kill you. He glared at the enemy, knowing he didn't have much time. Time remaining until apostle transformation deactivation. 0 hours 12 minutes and 47 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of war raised a hand, summoning dozens of red spears of light in the sky, preparing for destruction. Sang-un looked up, recognizing the horribly familiar attack, and his eyes widened in terror. Aren't those the dozens of spears that killed me before? He activated all of his powers without a moment's hesitation. A series of system notifications appeared. The Indomitable Will skill has been activated. The Myth Warrior Forged in Fire has been activated. All stats have increased by 18. The special effect Indomitable has been activated. All stats have increased by 18. As the god of war waved his hand as if giving a command, a rain of destructive spears of light poured down. Sang-un roared, swinging his sword against the storm of attacks, creating a dazzling explosion of light. He gritted his teeth and endured, his entire body engulfed in the light of the explosion. As the attacks rained down, he dodged to the side at a terrifying speed. He skimmed over the cracked ground, leaving a faint afterimage behind him. At the same time, the god of war grabbed the arm that held his sword. He clasped both of his hands and their powers clashed, creating an overwhelming force. A cold command echoed from the god of war. His blazing red eyes shone. Crush. Sang-un gritted his teeth, trying to resist the divine power crushing him. The god of war's wings transformed into giant sharp claws. The claws charged straight at Sang-un. Behind them a dark energy exploded, tearing the god of war's clawed wings to shreds. A sound of surprise escaped the god. The god of war's eyes narrowed. His silence was more terrifying than a roar. The sword in Sang-un's hand suddenly vibrated, and a mad laugh echoed from it. Ha ha, the time has finally come for me to shine. Ha! Blood dripped from the god's wings. The voice from the sword suddenly changed, filled with extreme terror. It shouted, "What is this? A god? What kind of crazy bastard would descend on a trial in the mere teens? Why did the trial difficulty suddenly skyrocket to hell level?" The sword continued to shout in confusion. Ignoring the weapon's panic, Sang-un turned his head. "Let's cut to the chase, the story's getting long." He raised the sword and darkness swirled around it. "Use all the support skills you have on me." The sword was now truly panicking. "This isn't a problem that can be solved by using skills." "Wait, did you transform into an apostle?" "Hurry," Sang-un roared, cutting the sword off. "There's no time for chatter." He swung his sword frantically, blocking the streams of orange energy coming from all directions. Sweat ran down his temples, but his blue eyes shone brightly with extreme concentration. The god of war spread all four of his arms, gathering a giant, brightly glowing, destructive orb of energy. He compressed the orb into a destructive beam of light and shot it toward Sang-un at a terrifying speed. He barely dodged the attack. The sword said urgently, "All right, I'll give you all the power I can," and the Sanguine Remnant skill has been activated. A series of system notifications appeared, granting Sang-un unimaginable power. Heavenly Blood Demon Arts True Ghost Self has been activated. Your body's magic stats have been increased. Heavenly Blood Demon Arts Thought Acceleration A has been activated. Your thoughts have been accelerated. Heavenly Blood Demon Arts Minor Heart B skill has been activated. A virtual magic core has been created to assist with calculations. Heavenly Blood Demon Arts recovers by 0.4 per second. Heavenly Blood Demon Arts True Ghost Self can be destroyed. Overwhelmed by the new flow of power, Sang-un shouted in astonishment, "What is this?" He gave a confident smile, feeling the power swirling inside his body, and thought to himself, "I thought he was just full of hot air, but the quality of these support effects is quite outstanding." He flew into the air, thinking, but a head-on confrontation is still impossible. Countless beams of light from the two's attacks clashed, creating a chaotic scene. The god of war looked very composed. The sword said, "HMPH, so you know how to use your head. We can buy some time." Sang-un ignored the remark, landing on another spear and shouting at the sword, "The god's descent. Tell me anything that might help in this situation. Summarize it quickly." The sword trembled, its voice filled with terror and urgency. "Quickly, wait. I need a moment to think." The sword muttered to itself, frantically trying to find a plan. Let's see, right? This won't work because of this, and that method won't work because of that." Meanwhile, Sang-un called out impatiently, "Hey, old man!" He suddenly looked up at the god of war with a wary expression. Noticing a much more terrifying flow of energy forming, the god of war, annoyed by Sang-un's persistence, shot two streams of energy from his hands. "Are you just playing tricks?" His patience completely ran out, and he roared, "This time I'll make you evaporate so you can't regenerate." Sang-un, feeling his imminent death, shouted in despair, "This is insane!" Just then, the sword suddenly exclaimed triumphantly, "I've got it! As a result of my genius brain's analysis," Sang-un shot back. "Who doesn't know that?" the sword replied calmly. "You can't beat that monster as you are now. I merely said it was impossible for you as you are now. Use the power of the gods." Sang-un listened to the sword's explanation with a resolute gaze. "Use your divine power. Although it's limited, you can use that power in your apostle state." The god of war charged again, unleashing another attack, and the sword instructed, "I'll give you the signal at the exact moment. For now, use your space-dominating swordsmanship to make him let his guard down." The god of war paused for a moment as if sensing something, and the sword emphasized its last words. "Remember." A system window appeared, showing the precious remaining time. Time remaining until apostle transformation deactivation. 0 hours 5 minutes and 39 seconds. The sword shouted, "You only have one chance." Sang-un charged, clashing madly with the god of war, unleashing blue and red sword strikes. The two rushed at each other, their powers colliding and creating a chaotic flow of energy. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into every attack. Extreme tension was written on his face, while the god of war burst out laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha!" As their sword strikes created a deathly dance on the battlefield, he easily dodged Sang-un's attacks and taunted him. "You think such an obvious swordsmanship would work on me?" Sang-un's eyes flashed blue and he roared the skill's name, White Sword Ocean Slasher. The god of war was surprised by the sudden change in Sang-un's swordsmanship. As a series of blue slashes covered the god, he couldn't hide his surprise. "Ha, what is this?" he roared, trying to block the storm of sword energy that surrounded him. Finally, the god of war used his wings to form a shield, completely blocking the attack. Sang-un observed his opponent with a cold expression. His face showed no emotion. After destroying the attack, the god of war began to summon a much more complex and powerful magic circle. A wicked smile appeared on the god's face. He whispered with interest, "Interesting." Sang-un was dumbfounded, and the sword shouted a warning, "Get ready." He's coming. As the sword yelled, the god of war charged forward at an unimaginable speed. Sang-un hastily raised his sword to block the blazing red stream of energy shot by the god. He was pushed back a short distance after blocking the attack. Suddenly, Sang-un felt a terrifying pressure from above. A giant hand of darkness was descending. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing a powerful slash toward the sky. But he was soon horrified to see his two swords stop in midair and twist bizarrely. He shouted in surprise, "My swords are caught in space, this son of a bitch." He copied the principle of the white sword after seeing it just once. Sang-un gritted his teeth, rage surging in his heart. "Does he think I'll take this lying down?" he thought to himself. "If I dispel it with the white sword void, I can get out." But the sword suddenly commanded, "No, don't dodge his attack, just take it." Sang-un was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He screamed inwardly, What the hell are you?" The sword vibrated, delivering one last message full of trust. "Trust me." Sang-un gritted his teeth, trying to stand firm against the horrific pressure bearing down on him. The sword yelled its final command, "Just stay still." Sang-un cursed inwardly. Damn it, a giant pillar of blood-red energy slowly formed, blocking the god of war's attack. The attack hit the ground with destructive force. The god of war said with contempt, "HMPH, do you think you can block it with such a measly ability?" Sang-un appeared from the scattering dust, surrounded by shattered crystal fragments. The sword shouted. Now, as the destructive beam of light came right before him, sweat trickled down Sang-un's temple. The sword commanded firmly, "While you're being attacked, use your divine power, instead of being annihilated." Sang-un did the unimaginable. He charged straight through the attack. The sword in his hand was aimed straight at the dumbfounded god of war. The god of war's blazing red eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before him. As dark energy swirled around Sang-un, a system notification appeared. "You use the divinity of immortality. Nullifies unrecoverable and instant death judgments." The blood-stained blade vibrated, and the sword explained its plan. The goal wasn't to block the blood energy. Suddenly, the god of war was bound tightly by countless threads of red crystal that shot up from the ground. The sword continued. The goal was to make him let his guard down and bind him temporarily. The god was completely trapped inside a giant blood-red crystal sphere, struggling in vain. He strained to break the crystal prison, astonishment clear on his face. The sword vibrated urgently. "It won't hold for long. Quickly get rid of that crazy god," Sang-un panted, sweat pouring down like rain. He thought to himself, "The divine power consumption is extreme because of the apostle state. I only have enough strength left to use divine power once or twice more." As the god of war gathered his power to break out, cracks began to form on the crystal sphere. He raised his sword, preparing the finishing blow. A series of system notifications appeared. "You use the divinity of death. An unavoidable, absolute death has imbued your sword." A sword strike containing the blue energy of death cut straight through the blood-red sphere, imprisoning the god. The tip of the sword pierced the hard crystal shell and plunged straight into the god of war's body. Fresh blood spurted out, and the sword shouted one last time. "Now?" The god of war's hand trembled as he touched the wound. He looked down with an expression of disbelief. With a final roar, the god of war's body exploded into countless blood-red crystal fragments. In the red dust, the god's body began to regenerate once more. The sword shouted in terror. "Wait!" The god of war stood fully formed and roared. "Even if this is but a fraction of my divine power, did you think the limits of a body possessed by a god would be the same as a human's?" Sang-un didn't waver in the slightest and whispered the skill's name. "Time lag. Consecutive strike." Instantly, a second blue sword strike appeared from thin air and cut straight through the triumphant god. The dedicated effect of the first mixed sword dual double strike has been activated. The god of war could only scream. "What?" The god staggered back, revealing true fear for the first time. Before he could react, a second sword strike split his body. In his final moments, the god's thoughts echoed through the system. "I've never seen anything like this on the 15th floor." The god's body was completely shattered, blood spraying out in a horrific cross shape before disappearing forever. A series of system windows appeared, the sound of victory ringing out. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. The clear reward protection bracelet of a nameless god has been added to your inventory. You have acquired 100,000 points as a clear reward. You have acquired 5,000 SP as a clear reward. You have acquired 5,000 SP as an additional clear reward. As an additional clear reward, 3 god stones of a nameless god have been added to your inventory." Moving to the waiting room, Sang-un let out a sigh of relief, his body staggering. He muttered, "It's really over." The god's final laugh, "Ha-ha," still echoed in the system as he flew across the collapsing trial space. He landed on the cracked ground exhausted, and fell to one knee. A series of achievement notifications appeared, recording his extraordinary feat. "You have achieved the Resurrection achievement. All stats have increased by 4. You have achieved the Rival achievement. All stats have increased by 4. The Apostle Transformation state has been deactivated. All of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Self-Soul skills have been deactivated. The durability of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has decreased by 9.4. Amidst the desolate landscape, the sword asked, "Are you all right?" Sang-un was silent. Just as he lifted his head, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a woman with long black hair and blazing red eyes. Sang-un shot back, "Damn it, do you think I'd be all right? I had to face a descended god all of a sudden." The woman replied in a calm voice, "Be glad it wasn't a complete descent. If it had been, we would both be dead." Sang-un realized it was Tang Jonggu and was stunned. He stammered, his face full of astonishment. "You were a woman? Your voice sounded like a man's." Tang Jonggu shot him a sharp look. "Do not attempt to define me. one who stood at the pinnacle of the blood demon cult by something as trivial as gender. Sang-un awkwardly turned his head. Ah yes, then he realized the absurdity. Wait, but he asked, could you have revealed yourself like this before? Tang Jonggu replied, of course not. I don't know how this happened either, but she looked straight at Sang-un and explained, I believe it is because of the influence of you and your divine power which has no trace of any god. Well, it's just my speculation. She suddenly changed the subject. Anyway, as Tang Jonggu stretched out her hand, a blood-red energy began to emanate. I can't maintain this form for long, so let's get to the point. Sang-un asked warily. What is it? Tang Jonggu smirked and her blazing red eyes flashed dangerously. Blood absorption. She waved her hand, manipulating the flow of blood left on the battlefield from Jahan's corpse to form a gruesome ritual. A system notification explained her actions, the dedicated effect of the true heavenly blood demon sword. Blood absorption A has been activated. By absorbing the blood of apostle candidate Jahan, the item's grade has increased to A 2801 4800. By absorbing the blood of apostle candidate Nevia, the skill Divinity Amplification B has been engraved into the dedicated slot of blood absorption. Sang-un could only stand there in shock. Tang Jonggu stood in the middle of the desolate landscape and explained to the dazed Sang-un, this is the primordial form of my blood absorption. Tang Jonggu added, the skill's effect will be raised by another level. Then she changed the subject. Anyway, why did you have to fight a god? You're going to tell me, right? She yawned widely, her face growing tired. Now that I've used some skills, I'm so sleepy. Tang Jonggu's body turned into particles of red light and returned to the sword. Her voice faded. Let's talk later. Sang-un stood alone on the desolate battlefield. The black energy wings on his back slowly disappeared. He looked down at Jahan's lifeless corpse, the remnant of the horrific battle. Suddenly, the corpse's clawed hand twitched and clenched. Sang-un's eyes widened in horror. A sense of unease rose in his mind as the system sent a notification. He immediately took a defensive stance and growled in confusion. It's not dead yet. What? But I definitely saw the trial completion notification, didn't I? From Jahan's dead body, a brilliant sphere of light slowly rose. The sphere transformed into a giant burning eye that glared at Sang-un with pure hatred. The eye was struggling to maintain its form. It seemed to have reached its final limit. Sang-un grasped the situation through its faint curse. You damn son of a bitch. Suddenly, a system window appeared, clarifying everything. Trial clear condition. Lead the holy war to a successful conclusion within the time limit. Sang-un finally understood and muttered. So because this bastard became unable to do anything, the tower judged the trial as complete, he recalled. I remember seeing a notification that a huge amount of divine power was paid as a price when the god of proof tried to meet with me alone, and the god of war must have also paid quite a lot of divine power to descend, so he definitely couldn't afford any more. The giant eye blazed. A vow of vengeance echoed through the system. I will definitely kill you. Sang-un faced the god's remnant, and the system continued to convey the threat. Don't think this is the end, he thought to himself. One thing I learned instinctively after the apostle transformation, he continued the thought. One who has obtained divine power with no trace of a god. A magnificent scene unfolded in his mind. Himself, floating above earth among the stars, gets a chance to rise to the rank of a god. He realized an important truth. If that's the case, the reason the god of war was so hostile to me was because he feared the birth of a new god. A cold determination filled Sang-un's eyes as he gripped his sword. Now everything finally makes sense. He pointed his sword straight at the dying eye and said, The god of war descended to kill me. The eye replied with contempt. You are just a dog of the tower. Sang-un cut him off. I, while the eye launched a final attack in despair, will make you regret underestimating divinity. He finished his words resolutely, swinging his sword and saying, Have always killed those who see me as an enemy. That's all. His sword easily destroyed the eye's attack, the system announced. By destroying something difficult to destroy, the borrowed heavenly sword's grade has increased to A 8,710,000. The god's final curse echoed. I will definitely tear you to pieces next time. With an ice-cold expression, Sang-un raised the borrowed heavenly sword, his eyes flashing blue as he commanded, Swallow. A whirlwind of darkness erupted from his body and rushed toward the eye. Using the divinity of darkness, the darkness swallows the designated target. The eye could only let out a silent scream. The darkness completely enveloped and absorbed the divine remnant of the god of war. The black energy swirled and was sucked into Sang-un's body. You have absorbed the soul of apostle candidate Jahan. Your proficiency has increased by 7.7. He thought calmly. As expected, the soul of the human used as a medium for the descent has appeared. Well, it's not like the god of war himself died. Even after absorbing the soul, the black energy still swirled around him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. As you have absorbed a soul stronger than yourself, an authority extraction judgment will now begin. A series of notifications appeared explaining the process happening within his body. Judgment successful. Confirmed the existence of an authority in the soul of apostle candidate Nevia, extracting the authority from the soul. Sang-un's gaze was highly focused, waiting for the result. A brilliant stream of light erupted from his chest, the energy spreading throughout his body. The system confirmed the result. The authority Shunpo B has been engraved into Han Sang-un's soul. The system continued to explain the new authority. You can instantly move to a location within your line of sight. Sang-un muttered blankly. Oh, the new power continued to firmly establish itself in his soul. The authority Shunpo B has been engraved into Han Sang-un's soul. The system provided details about the usage conditions. By consuming divine power, you can instantly move to a location within your line of sight. He was surprised once again. Oh, he stood alone in the desolate landscape thinking to himself and realizing the immense potential of this skill. Teleporting wherever I want, he prepared to test it, transforming his body as darkness swirled up to cover his head. He thought, let's try it. Just as he was about to act, a final notification appeared, counting down to 0. Time remaining until Apostle Transformation deactivation. 0. The darkness surrounding him suddenly dispersed violently. He let out a pained groan. The system announced. Time has expired. The Apostle Transformation has been deactivated. He staggered forward, his body returning to its normal clothes. The last of the energy wings finally vanished into thin air. The divine keywords death, darkness, and immortality are disappearing. A painful memory suddenly rushed in. An image of legs running on a school field appeared. He saw himself again as an ordinary student among his friends. A friend turned with a bright smile and shouted, "Hey Han Sang-un, hurry up." He looked back at his past self. A boy with clear blue eyes. The ball hit the back of the net amidst cheers. His friends cheered for their victory. Yeah, haha. But then a horrific sound echoed and the school wall cracked. He turned with a dazed expression, and a giant monster's hand smashed the field, crushing his friends. The eyes of the Sang-un in the memory widened in horror. The student Han Sang-un fell into a panic, screaming and running away in despair. A giant monster with a blazing red aura stood tall in the middle of the ruins. Its gaze was fixed on him, and extreme terror was evident in the boy Han Sang-un's blue eyes. The monster's hand came down and the boy could only scream, help me." Before being crushed, he let out a final scream of pain and despair. Gak, he woke up. Sang-un shot up in bed, gasping for breath, his whole body drenched in a cold sweat. He panted, trying to regain his composure from the terrible nightmare. He sat on the bed and muttered, what an unpleasant dream. Did I pass out? A system notification appeared, helping him stabilize. Due to the authority clear mind, all unstable emotions are disappearing. He got out of bed and pulled back the window curtains. Light poured in and Sang-un squinted, looking outside. His comrades were waiting for him. The crowd erupted in cheers as he appeared. A blonde woman shouted, "Our hero, the savior of the holy dark cult." The man with sideburns, the one who had spoken rudely to him before, now bowed his head reverently. "I apologize for speaking rudely to you, my lord. Please forgive me. I heard everything from Captain Lennel." Everyone looked at him with awe and called him apostle. A soldier knelt, his voice trembling. "Are you really the savior of the holy dark cult?" The old bishop prostrated himself on the ground and said in a reproachful voice, "O apostle of the god of darkness, why did you not help us when we were being persecuted?" Sang-un was silent, his face showing no emotion. He stepped forward. He placed a hand on the bishop's shoulder and said in a solemn voice, "There is a time for everything." To draw out the apostle of the war cult, there was no other choice. He looked down at the sobbing bishop and smiled, full of authority and empathy. "Now that the glory of the holy war has been given to us, O holy dark cult, please wipe away your tears." A brilliant golden aura emanated from Sang-un and the system announced, "The absolute charm skill has been activated." He said in a majestic voice, "Everything is according to the god of darkness's plan. I have merely followed that plan faithfully." The crowd was completely persuaded by him. They looked at him with eyes of worship. The system explained, "The crowd has fallen into the abnormal state worship. Due to the abnormal state worship, their judgment has been significantly impaired and they are intensely feeling your presence." They cried out in unison, "O apostle!" Notifications from other gods appeared, confirming the success of his act. Administrator God of Proof is impressed, saying your deception is quite sophisticated. Administrator God of Darkness smiles at you with satisfaction. Golden streams from the crowd flew toward him. The authority Faith Harvest is strongly activated. As their faith was harvested, the entire cult was enveloped in a golden light, harvesting the faith directed toward you in this region. Sufficient faith has been accumulated to form a myth. He gave a confident smile as the system continued, calculating a myth that fits the believer's faith based on the actual results. He thought to himself, the myth formation message. As the new myth was created, a golden light enveloped Sang-un and lifted him into the air. The myth first savior is complete. The myth last savior is accumulating in your divine power. The system details the new powers for when this myth is activated. When Challenger Han Sang-un activates this myth, the effect of salvation will be granted. When overcoming obstacles and saving a weak group, all stats will increase slightly. When Challenger Han Sang-un activates this myth, the effect of Truth Seeker will be granted. When worshipped by a religion, divine power will increase according to the number of believers. He waved goodbye to the worshipping crowd. Well then everyone, stay safe. Lennel and everyone watched him fly up. Everyone from Lennel to the old bishop looked up at him with eyes full of hope and a reluctance to see him go. Apostle, he summoned wings of light and soared into the sky, muttering to himself, "Let's go to the place where I passed out." He flew through the air, searching quickly. He exclaimed happily, "There it is." A familiar blue space portal was swirling on the ground. He jumped straight into the portal without a moment's hesitation. As he passed through, he muttered, "This is the first time a trial has been this long. I was almost getting attached." He entered another space. "You have entered the 16th floor waiting room. Administrator message restrictions have been lifted." Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign is very relieved to see her contractor is safe. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says tearfully that you've been through a lot. Immediately, the familiar invitations appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign invites you to her domain. Administrator White Crane Swordsman invites you to her domain. He plopped down on the waiting room bed and said to the empty air, "I'm sorry for making you worry, but I'll see you next time." He fell into meditation, thinking about the changes in his body. Divine power. The divine power accumulated in my heart was just a cost-based concept that could be used for myths or authorities. A jet black hole appeared on his chest plate, symbolizing a profound change. A lot has changed, he remembered through his apostle transformation. I went through a demigod stage and became able to use divine power perfectly. A blood-tinged black energy swirled at his fingertips. My divine power has also turned jet black at some point. It said something about the dignity of a grim reaper. He clenched his fist and the black energy swirled violently. To test his new power, he punched the waiting room wall, causing a small explosion. He muttered, looking at the result. The waiting room wall should regenerate any damage immediately. He observed the broken wall. It's not regenerating, no, to be more precise, it's much slower. An interested smile spread across his lips. Interesting. He decided to check his rewards. 15th floor trial reward, protection bracelet of a nameless god. A bracelet used by a nameless god to protect himself during his lifetime. When the user receives an unblockable attack, a dedicated effect preemptive block is activated. When preemptive block is activated, the bracelet nullifies the effect of the unblockable attack. However, this dedicated effect has a limited number of uses. Current uses: 4/4 God Stone of a nameless god. A stone imbued with divinity by a nameless god during his lifetime. When a target is designated and divine power is infused, the dedicated effect Absolute Seal is activated. When Absolute Seal is activated, you can seal the opponent's strongest ability. However, this dedicated effect can only be used once, and the seal does not last long. He exclaimed in admiration. Oh, he smiled with satisfaction. Both are S-rank impressive. The black energy of the soul he had just absorbed swirled around Sang-un, bringing him new power. System notification. By absorbing the soul of Apostle Candidate Jahan Nevia, your stats are permanently increased. Strength has increased by 4, agility by 6, stamina by 4, magic power by 7, and durability by 3. He continued to check what he had gained. Absorbing one of the skills possessed by Apostle Candidate Jahan Nevia, the skill Roar of the Strongbee, has been acquired. He thought to himself, thinking about how much he had struggled. Sweat formed on his brow. It's not that great. I should offer it on the altar later as a sacrifice for divine power. And another process began. Taking possession of the divinity within the soul of Apostle Candidate Jahan Nevia, the conditions for the authority divine power have been met and it is activated. Attempting to extract divinity. A powerful flow of energy flowed into his body. Divinity extraction successful. He exclaimed in shock. A brilliant stream of red energy erupted from his chest. He felt new power welling up and said with a satisfied smile, "My divine power has increased quite a bit." After checking all the rewards, he decided to look at the new missions. Missions, the system responded immediately. Challenger Han Sang-un is viewing the missions. Countless mission windows appeared before his eyes. You have received missions from a total of 87 administrators. Administrator Celestial Ruler has requested the mission Island of the Celestial Ruler. Administrator Seeker of Divinity has requested the mission Path of the Seeker. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago has requested the mission Disaster of the Archipelago. He looked at the mission list with a slightly overwhelmed expression. A lot of them have requested missions. Well, it's not annoying. It just means I have more options. He stood before a sea of missions and looked through them one by one. Suddenly, a particular mission caught his attention. The mission window enlarged. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World has requested the mission Savior of the Apocalypse. Success reward. You can grant the absolute immortality attribute to one item. Up to 2. Success condition. Make a choice you will not regret. He couldn't hide his surprise. He looked at the faintly glowing true heavenly blood demon sword and thought, I was just wondering how I could quickly repair the durability of the true heavenly blood demon sword after its self-soul was overworked this time. He smiled. His decision was clear. Lucky me. He touched the mission window. You have selected the Savior of the Apocalypse mission. The 16th floor individual trial has been replaced with Savior of the Apocalypse. Other administrators' viewing of the trial is restricted, and only a few permitted administrators can watch the trial. A series of new notifications appeared. Details of the upcoming trial. 16th floor trial begins. Time remaining 48 days. The theme of the current trial is Warrior. Clear condition. Make a choice you will not regret within the time limit. Failure condition. Challenger's death or timeout. Clear reward can grant the absolute immortality attribute to 2 items. Penalty for failure. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. He found himself lying on a makeshift bed. My body. He gritted his teeth as intense pain shot through his body. He shouted in confusion, "It hurts so much, I'm in extreme pain." The system explains the current situation. Beginning the Savior of the Apocalypse mission. Equipable gear is restricted and some have been moved to your inventory. Challenger Han Sang-un possesses abilities that do not match the mission difficulty. All stats are fixed at 50 and will not change until the end of the trial. However, stat growth obtained within the trial will be recalculated after the trial ends. He struggled to sit up, his whole body aching and weak. Nausea rose in his throat. He quickly covered his mouth. He stumbled out of the tent and vomited on the ground. As he lifted his head, a voice came from behind him. You're finally awake. A woman was standing there. He was still dazed. He looked around the unfamiliar forest, trying to grasp the situation. What's going on? Another sharp pain hit him, and his eyes snapped open. A female elf with silver gray hair and pointed ears looked at him with a slightly mocking expression. Don't push yourself, I'll go get the others, she continued. They'll be here soon, so just wait, and she called him by his name for this trial. Noi, he dragged himself to a puddle and looked down. The reflection in the water was a young man with brown hair and green eyes. System notification. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World stares at you blankly. He put a hand to his forehead and finally understood. In this trial, the Savior of the Apocalypse mission, I'm the character named Noi. He checked his body again. My body's in the worst condition, and the true heavenly blood demon sword, my main items and all my protective items are sealed and unusable. Images of his familiar sword and items appeared with a bright red X over them, confirming they were deactivated. He stood up. A decision formed in his mind. It'll hurt a bit, but it's better to act devotedly as Noi than to hastily recover my body with blood absorption. He took out a few pieces of equipment from his inventory. Good thing I bought these items just in case. The system displays information. Enemy detection eye patch B92000P can detect targets with malicious intent. Adventurer's handmade gloves B85000P helps adapt to unfamiliar situations. He put on the high-tech eye patch. This eye patch with its enemy detection function will be especially useful. Just then, a group of people emerged from the forest. A blonde warrior in shining golden armor shouted, Noi, my god, you're awake. The old man with them was equally happy. It's a miracle, what a relief, just as expected from the apostle chosen by the dragon god. Sang-un, playing the role of Noi, waved a little awkwardly and forced a smile. Aha, he vowed to himself, I have to act as naturally as possible. Suddenly the eye patch flashed red and a system notification appeared. Multiple enemies detected approaching the user. He was startled. He touched the eye patch. The eye patch is activating right away. He turned, trying to find the danger. Where are the enemies? The blonde warrior asked. What's wrong, Noi? Meanwhile, Sang-un's vision turned red and the system explained. The dedicated effect of the enemy detection eye patch B, automatic enemy detection, has been activated. Enemies in your field of view are marked in red. The entire party looked at him with worried expressions. The warrior asked, Are you still not feeling well? You shouldn't push yourself, it's better to rest more. Through the eye patch, Sang-un saw a terrible truth. The people standing before him, all who called themselves Nai's companions, were engulfed in a brilliant red light. He was dumbfounded. What? All of his companions are enemies? Realizing the complexity of this mission, a cold sweat trickled down his temple. I see why this mission was set to a mentally difficult level. Afterward, the party returned to the tent. Sang-un sat quietly and thought, They won't do anything inside the tent right now. He continued his thoughts. Fortunately, most of my skills are working normally. Is that how it turned out? The old man broke the silence. Have you lost your memory, Noi? Sang-un decided to act the part and replied weakly, I think so. I don't remember who I am or why I was lying here. The female elf looked at him with a complicated expression. The side effects are more serious than I expected. So that's what happened, she continued. We don't have time, so I'll summarize. Noi, you are a warrior. And as the sole apostle of the dragon god cult, it is your mission to save this world, she explained the background. You know, we are on an adventure to defeat the great demon king. An image of Noi fighting a giant monster flashed through his mind, she continued. While fighting him, you were seriously injured. Sang-un muttered, So that's why I lost my memory. The female elf nodded. A terrible image of a more sinister being appeared. The demon king serves a demon god and plans to manifest that demon god in this world. If that happens, it will signal the end of our world. Sang-un summarized the situation in his head. To summarize, the only one in this world who can kill the demon king is a warrior blessed by a god. He continued his reasoning. And because of that, I, in my poor condition, was forced to participate in this adventure. In other words, I, the warrior, will have to face all sorts of enemies until I reach the demon king and recover my abilities as much as possible. Meanwhile, the party had started on their way in a carriage. The warrior said, Now that you're awake and we've told you the important things, we'll tell you everything else on the way to the demon king's kingdom. The carriage rolled through a dense forest. Inside the carriage, the warrior asked, Noi, you said you lost your memory, right? Han Sang-un replied, Yes. The warrior pointed to himself and said, Do you not remember my name either? Han Sang-un nodded his head. Yes, the after effects of the battle have made me unable to remember even who you are. The warrior sighed. He grinned, baring his teeth. I'm Alan Nick, just call me Alan, and the way you speak is a bit grating, so drop the honorifics. Han Sang-un was silent, observing Alan with a sharp gaze. The old man spoke up. I don't know if it's because you lost your memory, but you've become much calmer than before. Han Sang-un asked, And you are? The old man introduced himself. I'm Denia. You may call me Jeepa, not that it matters what you call this old mage. All right, Alan nodded. Alan's stomach suddenly rumbled. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, even with the world on the brink of destruction, my internal clock is right on time. He stuck his head out of the carriage and called to the female elf. Hey DG, let's go hunting before we continue. The party stopped on the side of the road. Alan said, we're out of food. If we don't hunt, we'll have nothing to eat. You rest, Noi. We'll go get us something to eat. A short while later, a dead rat was thrown in front of Han Sang-un. This is your share. That night, the party sat around a campfire roasting the rat. A whispering voice could be heard, too quiet for Han Sang-un to hear. If Noi is so broken that he can no longer be the savior warrior, others might call our decision cowardly, but the rat sizzled over the fire. We are not wrong. It may be cowardly, but this is the only way to save this world. The speaker chewed on a tough piece of meat. Let's just take him with us for a while, and when he's just barely alive, we'll take him to that man. A wicked smile appeared on the speaker's lips. Yes, that's enough. That's the role we have to play, the whispering voice concluded coldly. Yes, he's not a warrior or anything anymore. He's just a tool to save this world, hiding behind a nearby tree. Han Sang-un heard everything, and his face grew cold with rage. He gritted his teeth, and a murderous intent flashed through his mind. These bastards, should I just kill them all? He shook his head, suppressing his anger. No, his eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation. I can't do that because of the clear condition of this mission. If I act rashly, it could become a problem later. He glanced at the 3 traitors sitting around the campfire. If it's just the 3 of them, I'm confident I can kill them even in this state. I have plenty of time, so for now I'll just watch them. After that night, the journey continued. After that, my companions often went out hunting while we were on the move. Han Sang-un sat in the carriage, watching them leave. They're very diligent with their hunting, even though they don't give this injured body of mine any proper food. As soon as they were out of sight, he immediately went into action. Well, thanks to that, he lightly jumped out of the carriage. I've got a lot of free time. Free from the prison of the carriage, he landed quietly on the ground and went deep into the forest. All right, this should be far enough that my companions won't find me. He found a suitable clearing. I can train here. Suddenly, a strange sound made him turn around. A giant hairy monster with a pair of horns and sharp teeth appeared from the darkness and growled ferociously. Han Sang-un muttered, Did I go too deep into the forest? He charged to fight the monster without a hint of fear. His power was limited, but he was still incredibly strong. A moment later, he was leisurely enjoying a large piece of meat from the monster he had just defeated. Oh, it tastes like chicken. He looked at the shriveled piece of rat meat with a disgusted expression. Even if I don't eat or sleep right now, my body has no problem with physical activity, but eating rat meat for days is disgusting even by my standards. He recalled their unpleasant behavior. And it's not just the food, banging pots at night. The image of a noisy Alan came to his mind. My so-called companions are acting so childishly, I can't stand it anymore. He stood up. It's time to turn the tables. His eyes became resolute. Now I have to take the initiative. As he activated a skill, a green flow of energy enveloped him. The Heavenly Blood Demon Art skill has been activated. The recovery ability of your injured body has increased. After fully recovering, he leisurely walked back to the campsite. When he arrived, the 3 had just returned. He said nonchalantly, I just took a little walk. It seems the hunt ended earlier than usual today. DG turned, and her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Noi, his eye patch flashed again. Multiple enemies detected approaching the user. The dedicated effect of the Enemy Detection Eye Patch B, Automatic Enemy Detection, has been activated. DG said, You're not in good condition, so it's not good for you to wander around alone like that. He waved a hand. What probably bothered her was that I was out of her control. He said, I've been lying in bed for the past few days, so I felt stuffy. Suddenly, Jeepa grabbed his hand. Wait, your body. He stared at him with an expression of extreme astonishment. How did you recover so quickly? I rested for a few days and suddenly I felt better. Jeepa looked at him with a searching gaze and an unreadable smile appeared on his lips. But this is interesting, Han Sang-un smirked and retorted. I thought you said you weren't a healing-type mage, Jeepa. How did you notice the change in my body so instantly and accurately? The old man was flustered and sweating. Can't a person just be like that, like a healer? Just then Alan stood up, breaking up the confrontation. Stop the useless talk. We're near the Demon King's kingdom, so let's hurry. The party got back into the carriage and continued their journey. Jeepa looked at him with a searching gaze, his voice filled with suspicion. Has your memory returned? Han Sang-un replied nonchalantly. Not yet, while thinking coldly to himself, it's not like I had any memories to get back in the first place. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and both Alan and Jeepa were startled. The horse cried out in panic, rearing its front legs into the air. The party got out of the carriage and stood in the middle of a desolate land full of sharp rocks. A system notification appeared, warning of a new danger. You have been exposed to an environment full of demonic energy near the demon realm. The longer you are exposed to demonic energy, the more your mental strength will be depleted. Jeepa announced solemnly, We are now entering the demon realm. DG turned to him, her voice completely devoid of warmth. We can't go any further by carriage. Noi, I'm sorry, but we can't look after you anymore. Han Sang-un smirked and the blue eye under his eye patch flashed with a challenging light. No, this is more my style actually. The background was introduced. The demon realm has a demonic energy that can drive most creatures mad just by inhaling it, and there are countless monsters that can easily slaughter hundreds of people. That is the demon realm. Even warriors who have gone through all sorts of hardships agree on this. No matter how strong you are, you cannot survive in the demon realm. The four stood on the threshold of the land of death, preparing for what was to come. Han Sang-un looked around the desolate landscape and asked, as if seeing it for the first time, "Is this the demon realm?" Alan looked at him with a mixture of pity and contempt. "You really don't even remember the demon realm. You've completely lost your memory." Jipa stepped forward, holding a cloth-wrapped object in his hands. He handed it to Han Sang-un. "Here, take this." As the cloth was unwrapped, a gorgeous sword that shone with gold and blue light was revealed. Jipa explained, "You may not remember, but this is the weapon you cherished as your own life. The holy sword." Han Sang-un gripped the sword, his cold gaze betraying no emotion. A hand with sharp iron claws crushed a tree trunk. Suddenly, countless monsters burst out from the darkness. An image of countless monsters appeared in a sphere of water. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World seemed to be recalling a painful memory. An image of himself fighting appeared in the sphere of water. He gasped, "Ha ha, I thought I'd be fine since it's been so long." He gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his pained face, but just thinking about that time is unbearably painful. The memories continued to surface. "Back then, when I was weaker than ever, I desperately wanted the trust and support of my companions. But how could they?" He screamed in his memory as he was betrayed and attacked by his companions. The administrator's golden eyes flashed. The image of betrayal replayed. The blow from his most trusted companion, Han Sang-un. Now as Noi stood surrounded by monsters, a confident smile on his lips. "All right," he said as he prepared to jump into battle and face a new challenge. "Let's get this started." He gripped the hilt of the holy sword. The system announced. The dedicated effect of the adventurer's handmade gloves B, situational adaptation, has been activated. Your mental strength will not be consumed by the demonic energy. As you are in a place with high demonic energy density, your mana has increased by 2. He charged straight at the back of a giant monster. One of his companions muttered with a contemptuous expression, "He's still as rash as ever, even without his memories." Alan observed with a cold gaze and thought to himself, "But it will be difficult for Noi to handle those monsters alone." Just then, the three were watching from a distance. Alan said to the others, "As he wanted, let's pretend to support him and tire him out." As Han Sang-un swung the holy sword, a brilliant arc of light was drawn. The malice of his companions was clear. To make Noi fall deeper into despair, the blade of light easily cut the monster in two. The three companions were stunned by his unimaginable power, frozen with their jaws agape. Extreme bewilderment was clear on the faces of Alan, Jipa, and Diji. "What?" Numerous other monsters burst out from the darkness, roaring ferociously. Han Sang-un raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, "Holy light!" A brilliant orb of light formed at the tip of his sword, and as the light exploded, the sword became as radiant as the sun. He shouted, "Take this!" He charged into the middle of the monster horde, the holy light from the holy sword pushing back the darkness. He moved like a whirlwind, slashing without stopping. A huge explosion of holy light spread across the entire battlefield, burning everything within its range. The surviving monsters screamed in agony as they were burned by the holy light. He stood in the middle of a pile of monster corpses holding the shining holy sword and muttered, "This thing is insanely strong." A confident and playful smile appeared on his lips. "I might be able to gain some unexpected abilities through this trial." That night, the companions whispered again around the campfire. "Since Noi has completely forgotten who we are, he probably lost some of his combat experience as well." Diji gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with a ruthless determination. "So our choice was inevitable," Alan said angrily. "Does that make any sense? But even though we offered his memories and power as a sacrifice to the dragon god," Jipa stroked his beard, lost in thought, "it would have been strange even if he hadn't lost his memories. It was as if he had been fighting on battlefields for decades." Alan's face darkened and his anger and bewilderment were clear. "Damn it, why, Noi, why are you stronger now of all times?" The four sat around the campfire in a suffocating silence. They ate their simple dinner, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Han Sang-un ate quietly, the blue eye under his eye patch observing their every move. He felt the atmosphere. What an awkward silence. A lazy soldier got stronger and defeated the monsters, yet none of his companions are happy. No, on the contrary, he looked at Jipa's base sub and felt his emotions. Disgust, tension, guilt, anxiety. He concluded, "I can only feel negative emotions." After the meal, Alan and Diji returned to their respective tents. Han Sang-un lay in his bed pretending to be asleep. When everything was quiet, his eyes suddenly flashed open. He quietly came out of the tent and looked into the distance. He stroked his chin and a thought crossed his mind. "Should I?" He looked at a tall mountain in the distance. "Go there?" He decided to test his new power. A blue flow of energy enveloped him. Authority Shunpo has been activated. Divine power has been consumed. You will now instantly move to a location within your line of sight. This authority has a 10-minute cooldown. He disappeared in a streak of blue light. He reappeared in the night sky. Wings of light supported his body right in front of the mountain. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh!" He landed on a rock cliff, still dazed by the speed. It looked to be at least 50 kilometers away, yet I came this far in a single go. The authority Shunpo, a bright smile appeared on his lips. This ability is insanely good too. He savored the feeling of power, the authority Shunpo, and the sensation of consumed divine power. to instantly move to a location within my line of sight. He saw the distant campfire light. It looked to be about 50 kilometers away, and I came this far in a single go. He contemplated the limits of the new skill. As the name implies, it's a location within my line of sight, so I probably can't get past obstacles like walls. He imagined how to use it in combat, but in battle for counterattack timing. And in dangerous situations, I can use it for an emergency escape. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. I've gained an authority with an incredible ability. He was floating in the air. He activated another skill to check the item they had given him. The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has been activated. His blue eyes flashed. A system window appeared showing the details of the Holy Sword. Sword of the Dragon Goddess, cutting power 40, dignity 40, mana control 40, a holy sword personally blessed by the Dragon God for the hero. The Sword of the Dragon God can only be fully wielded against that which is judged to be unjust. He continued to analyze its dedicated effects. When divine power is infused, the dedicated effect Starlight can be activated. When Starlight is activated, you can form a starlight imbued with the power of a dragon through the sword. Upon an earnest prayer, Wish can be activated. When Wish is activated, you can be granted temporary power by offering a sacrifice to the Dragon God. When fighting against demons or monsters, the dedicated effect Punishment can be activated. When Punishment is activated, all stats increase by 7 when facing evil beings. When Punishment is activated, you can use the power of a dragon to fight against evil beings. When Punishment is activated, your magic power will not decrease. An important warning appeared, however. This item will be destroyed when Challenger Han Sang-un leaves the 16th floor individual trial, and it cannot be used for any purpose other than its intended one, he thought to himself. The Holy Sword certainly has incredible abilities, but as he looked at the sword in his hand, a bold plan formed in his mind. It's basically a temporary item that can only be used on the 16th floor mission. I should use Sword Sense to absorb the Holy Sword's abilities beforehand. He immediately went into action, heading deep into the forest to find test subjects. He activated one of his skills. The Blood Demon Search Technique skill has been activated. He released a stream of red energy to find enemies. The energy stream spread throughout the forest, startling a nearby horde of orcs and goblins. The blood energy erupted, mercilessly capturing the monster horde. Goblins screamed in terror as they were dragged away, pierced by arrows of blood. He stood before the bound monster horde and said with a cold expression, "I found my lab rats." He prepared for the absorption process, sticking the Holy Sword into a rock. He summoned the borrowed Heavenly Sword. The system displayed its skill information. Skill. Sword Sense of Proficiency. 11 effect. You can absorb dedicated effects from sword-type items as skills. He quickly analyzed the situation. This Holy Sword has 3 dedicated effects. Sword Sense can absorb 2 skills, so the choice of which abilities to take is obvious. As he activated the skill, the borrowed Heavenly Sword vibrated, emitting a blue aura. The Sword Sense skill has been activated. You can absorb dedicated effects from sword-type items as skills. The process began. Selection complete. The Starlight S skill has been completely absorbed. Remaining uses of the Sword Sense skill 1-2. He continued with the second absorption. Selection complete. The Punishment S skill has been completely absorbed. Remaining uses of the Sword Sense skill 0-2. All uses of the Sword Sense skill have been exhausted. The Sword Sense skill will be completely destroyed. He looked at the borrowed Heavenly Sword, which had returned to its normal state, and thought to himself, "It feels like a waste to have used a valuable ability like Sword Sense so rashly, but it would have been a greater waste to miss out on the Holy Sword's abilities." He was satisfied with one of the new skills he had obtained, especially Starlight. He recalled its advantages. The power of Starlight can create something stronger than a fully charged counter shield, and most importantly, it can be used instantly without the long charge time of counter shield. Starlight. He tested his new power. The Starlight skill has been activated, he thought to himself. Since I've absorbed it as a skill, I should be able to use it without the Holy Sword. He raised his hand and a brilliant orb of light formed in his palm, but the orb of light suddenly exploded, sending him flying backward. "Ha!" The nearby bound goblins were also caught in the explosion and screamed. He staggered to his feet, bewildered. What was that?" He quickly activated his recovery ability. The Blood Demon Bati skill has been activated. He wondered why he couldn't control its direction, and why it exploded instantly. The surviving goblins snarled, surrounding him menacingly. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharpening. "You bastards!" This time he held the Holy Sword and shouted, "Starlight!" A brilliant golden light erupted from the sword, easily annihilating the screaming monsters. He looked at the sword, then back at his hand, confused. "It works just fine when I use the Holy Sword. Then why?" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He tried to create another energy orb, but this time it was an orb of red magic power. Without using magic power, he focused on using a different source of power to control the energy. Divine power, Starlight, a blazing red orb of light compressed in his hand, becoming stable and powerful. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Right, it was divine power. He threw the red orb of dark energy at the monster horde. As the blazing red explosion completely annihilated the enemies, they screamed in agony. He stood in the middle of a pile of corpses and said with a satisfied expression, "Now I can use it quite freely." "Ha ha." He raised both hands, concentrating a massive amount of energy. full power starlight. A giant red star formed above his head, ready for destruction. Elsewhere in the forest, Alan was relieving himself. He suddenly sensed a huge flow of energy and turned in surprise. He saw a pillar of red light shooting up into the sky in the distance. Alan's face froze in horror and disbelief. The explosion created a huge crater on a distant mountain. Alan could only laugh maniacally. Sang-un stood at the top of the crater, looking down at his handiwork while holding a piece of a blue crystal. This ability is insane. A series of system notifications appeared, recording his achievement. You have achieved the successor of the Dragon God achievement. You have acquired the special authority Dragon Transformation. Due to the penalty of the current special trial, the acquisition of authorities is restricted. When the trial ends, the acquisition of authorities will return to normal. He was puzzled. Dragon Transformation. The system continued to notify him. As if speaking directly to him, the Dragon God has sensed the presence of Challenger Han Sang-un. The Dragon God is watching Challenger Han Sang-un's achievements. The Dragon God shows considerable interest in Challenger Han Sang-un. An unexpected offer appeared. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-un the position of a disciple. He answered without a moment's hesitation. I refuse. The offer kept appearing, but he firmly refused. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-un the position of a disciple. I refuse. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-un the position of a disciple. I refuse. He sighed in annoyance. Looks like I've run into a bothersome god. Back at the campsite, he ate the simple dinner DG had given him. He ate nonchalantly, thinking about the annoying god who was watching him. The Dragon God. According to the story of the 16th floor, he's the god who protects this world. The memory of the god of war surfaced. But as someone whose life was threatened by a god, I can't really have a good impression of them. He walked through a thorny forest. The image of a lonely hero. I don't like how they get a hero to save the world but don't give them enough power. That's probably why this world is heading for ruin. He polished the holy sword, thinking to himself. That's why I didn't use the Holy Sword's wish-dedicated effect to avoid their notice, and I tried my best to refrain from any actions that might attract them. But despite his efforts, the annoying invitations kept appearing. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-un the position of a disciple. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-un the position of a disciple. Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-un the position of a disciple. He sighed. And yet I've run into another god. Haven't they gotten tired of it yet? The system conveyed the god's anger. The Dragon God asks why a mere mortal dares to refuse the position of a disciple. Sang-un scoffed inwardly. Is this god a salesman? I'm not buying, the system continued. The Dragon God says this is a foolish decision. The Dragon God says you will one day realize his greatness and become his disciple. Other gods chimed in. The God of Proof laughs at the Dragon God's pathetic persistence. The God of Darkness tells him to stop being pathetic and get lost since he's been rejected. Finally, the god gave up. The Dragon God tells Challenger Han Sang-un to think about it again and hides his presence. A familiar administrator spoke up. Administrator Iron-Blooded Sovereign praises her contractor's unwavering conviction and is relieved. Another showed their support. Administrator White Crane Swordsman admires the contractor's will and is proud. And the one who gave him this mission. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World finds your decision interesting. Back to reality at the campfire, Alan suddenly spoke up. I think a high-ranking demon has been training recently, he continued. I saw a pillar of light on a distant mountain last night. Sang-un cut him off firmly. You were imagining it, Alan retorted. No, I really saw it, Sang-un repeated. You were imagining it. Alan fell silent. Jeepa interjected. According to a document I saw in the Mage Tower, all sorts of strange phenomena occur near the demon realm because of the demonic energy. It's best to think of it as a natural phenomenon caused by the demonic energy, DG agreed. And logically, there's no way a high-ranking demon would be training in a shabby place like this, Alan conceded. Yeah, that's true. Their journey continued, and Sang-un easily dealt with the monsters on the road. He swung his sword, and a familiar feeling washed over him. Repeating this battle sometimes feels tedious, but I can use a few abilities in the process. He activated his myth. The Savior of the Apocalypse myth has been activated. The Salvation effect has been activated. All stats have permanently increased by 0.07. Due to the penalty of the current special trial, all stats have been reduced. The permanent stat increase will not be applied. When the trial ends, the stat increase will be applied normally, he thought to himself. What is the range of the salvation effect of the Savior of the Apocalypse myth? The Truth Seeker effect has been activated. No believers could be found, so divine power is not enhanced. He continued to contemplate. I can learn a lot from this new myth I've acquired, and about the believers mentioned by the Truth Seeker ability. He easily cut down the monsters. It seems salvation is mainly activated when saving those weaker than me, and Truth Seeker doesn't activate at all unless they worship me. The party finally arrived at the Demon King's castle. Everything went smoothly, and my companions weren't a burden in battle. Well, that's probably because I wiped out the enemies. He charged ahead, leaving the others behind. The three watched him with complicated expressions. He stood before the castle's giant gates. Why aren't they coming? He walked on. Now that the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle is gone, we should be able to get in. If anything has changed, it's that their expressions have gotten stiffer the more power I show. He pushed open the heavy gates by himself, and the three followed him into the castle. Alan suddenly asked in a suspicious voice, "Noi, did you really lose your memory?" Sang-un turned with an enigmatic smile. "Well, what do you think?" Alan was silent. Sang-un said, "All right, let's focus on the upcoming battle now." Jipa stepped forward and handed him a purple potion vial. "Drink this, Noi." Sang-un looked at the vial. "A rare grade enhancer," Jipa urged him. "We have to fight the final battle with the Demon King soon, so why aren't you drinking it?" Sang-un held the vial in silence. He laughed awkwardly. "A sudden potion like this, it's not poisoned, is it? Haha." All three of them looked insulted. Diji shouted, "Noi, are you doubting us?" He feigned regret. "No, I'm just sad that I haven't received any help until now and then get something like this. No, I'm really moved to receive something so precious." He opened the cap and downed the potion in one gulp. Instantly he coughed up blood and fell to his knees. The system delivered the terrible news. "You have been poisoned by the toxin of the starving demon of the demon realm. In 5 minutes the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will become unable to use magic power." His companions surrounded him. Now they were his true enemies. The dedicated effect of the enemy detection eye patch. The automatic enemy detection function of the enemy detection eye patch B has been activated. Multiple enemies have been detected approaching the user. Alan said in a cold voice, "Don't hate us, Noi, we had no choice." He looked up at the traitors. A cold sweat trickled down his temple, but a cold smile spread across his lips. Alan and DG stared at him, unable to understand how he could still be so calm. He smiled bitterly. To think the hero's companions were all traitors. How interesting. The three companions stood by, watching him collapse to his knees on the blood-stained floor. Jipa began to chant. The holy sword emitted a brilliant golden light before being bound tightly in shining chains. He reached for the sealed sword. The golden light enveloped his face. "The dragon sword is sealed. Noi, no one will be able to use it from now on." Sang-un, still on his knees, asked in a nonchalant voice, "When and how did you come to think of betraying the hero?" DG cried out bitterly. "Do you think we wanted to betray you? We had no choice." Sang-un wiped the blood from his lips, repeating their words mockingly. "No choice, you say?" He lifted his head, his eyes as sharp as daggers. "How foolish." Another voice, full of authority and malice, echoed, "Nothing will change even if you ask them, hero." The Demon King, in royal attire and with corrupted wings, emerged from the darkness. He smiled wickedly. "They have merely fulfilled their contract with me." Sang-un looked up at the newcomer. "Are you the Demon King?" The Demon King replied, "Yes, we never met, not even when you defeated the high-ranking demon." He walked forward. "When the hero was exhausted from the battle with the high-ranking demon, and in the meantime you approached the hero's party?" The Demon King looked puzzled. "I don't know why you ask, as if it's someone else's story, but for now I'll say you are correct." Sang-un stood up as if he understood the whole story. Now the whole story makes sense. He manipulated a magical thread. The three companions were nothing more than puppets. Taking advantage of the hero exhausting all his strength in the battle with the high-ranking demon, you turned the rest of the party into traitors, he asked. "But why didn't you kill the hero right then?" The Demon King replied. "Well," he smiled, baring his teeth like a demon, "because it's fun." Sang-un's Eye of the Fire Dragon confirmed his words. "The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill detects that the target is not lying," he muttered. "What a wicked hobby." The Demon King narrowed his eyes. "But that's not all, is it?" "Am I right?" He burst out laughing. "Clever, clever," he explained. "Well, to be honest, this whole situation is a sacrifice to the demon god," he continued. "Just as you went through many hardships to be recognized as the dragon god's hero, I am also trying to become an official apostle." He looked down at Sang-un with a sympathetic gaze. "Like your companions, you too must have suffered all sorts of hardships like hunger and loneliness to get here, and now all that's left is for you to become the savior of the dragon god." "My penance will be complete?" he asked with interest. "I wonder how you must be feeling right now," he taunted. "Are you in despair or just angry? You should have watched your companions more closely." Sang-un gritted his teeth and endured. The image of DG surfaced in his mind, the images of Alan and Jipa too. He looked straight at his once companions, his voice filled with bitterness. "Because I trusted them so much, I still can't understand your decision." He gritted his teeth, his suppressed rage boiling. "But the mastermind behind all this is the Demon King, whom I will kill." The Demon King's wicked smile surfaced in his mind. The image of the administrator warrior of the fallen world appeared in a sphere of water. He thought to himself, "I got too excited. No matter how many times I see it, it's a scene that makes my blood boil." The system announced. "Administrator warrior of the fallen world is awaiting your decision," he said to himself. "All right, Han Sang-un. What is your choice?" A cold sweat trickled down his temple, and a difficult decision lay before him. The Demon King spread his wings and dark energy swirled around him. The dark energy shot toward Sang-un, binding him tightly. He was dragged into the air toward a giant torture machine that looked like metal jaws. The Demon King said, "This is the final stage of my grand tale." He laughed maniacally. "To offer the hero on the demon god's altar and become an official apostle. Ha ha ha." He activated it by stepping on a lever. A giant trap with countless sharp spikes began to fall. Sang-un lay motionless, and the trap slowly descended upon him. Just before being crushed, his blue eyes flashed. The trap crushed him completely. The Demon King and all three former companions were horrified. The Demon King turned and began to activate a magic circle. He shouted loudly, "O demon god, as you requested, I have offered the hero's blood. Please make me an official apostle now." But the system delivered unexpected news. The demon god looks with scorn upon the demon king for offering contaminated blood. The demon king's face changed. Sang-un stood, a blazing red light flashing from his hand. I spat out the poisoned blood. And you really offered that to him? The demon god must be quite angry. He concentrated the energy in his hand. The starlight skill has been activated, he thought to himself. Usually, one makes the best choice, right? But no matter how I think about it, this world is too hopeless to be saved. All three former companions were horrified. DG shouted, Starlight. Even though we sealed the holy sword, Jipa was equally bewildered. How can he use the power of the holy sword? The demon king gritted his teeth, trying to calm them down. Was Starlight always that bright? Is that guy really the hero I knew? You'd better not think of resisting. As long as you die, the demon god won't lead this world to ruin. He revealed his deal. I made a deal with them, that if I kill the hero, the apostle of the dragon god, the world will not be destroyed. Sang-un smirked. My, how tedious. I'll tell you the three things you're wrong about. Another sphere of water appeared, and the administrator warrior of the fallen world watched intently. He released a flow of blazing red energy stronger than before. He said, First, I am not someone named Noi. All three former companions were dumbfounded, he continued. Second, I'm not a real hero either. The demon king also looked surprised. He looked straight at the demon king and declared, Third, I don't care whether this world is destroyed or not. He released a blazing red orb of starlight toward him. The demon king panicked. Stop, if you don't, this world will. He cut him off coldly. Yes, if you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done it sooner. He decisively threw the energy orb at them. A pillar of blazing red light descended from the sky, causing a horrific explosion. The entire castle shook and debris scattered in all directions. The demon king soared out of the debris, his clothes tattered. He staggered and coughed up blood. Cough, cough, you son of a bitch, he roared in rage. What the hell are you thinking? I told you. I made a deal with your companions that if I only kill you, the world will be saved. Sang-un stood in the middle of the debris, nonchalantly spreading his arms. Isn't it the same if the demon king dies? The demon king shouted. Did you think I wouldn't have a contingency plan if I die here? The demon god will descend. There will always be apostles of the demon god in this world. Sang-un's eye of the fire dragon confirmed it once again. The eye of the fire dragon skill detects that the target is not lying, he thought to himself. The background of this trial is truly grim. If this weren't really a trial, how much grimmer would it have been? The demon king continued to shout, the world will be destroyed. There is enough causality for the demon god to descend. A world like this can be fundamentally erased, Sang-un replied indifferently. Yes, so? The demon king was dumbfounded. What? Sang-un said. Whether this world is destroyed or not, what does that have to do with me? The demon king was extremely enraged. You son of a bitch, you really weren't a hero. I told you so. He roared. How can you use that power without even being an apostle of the dragon god? Then who are you? Sang-un asked back. Anything else? Dark energy began to emanate from his body. He concentrated the energy and his body began to transform. Dark armor with blazing hellfire enveloped him. He activated an absorbed skill. The punishment skill has been activated while this skill is active. All stats are increased by 7. While this skill is active, magic power is not consumed. The power of a dragon fills you, increasing all magic abilities by 100. He declared his true identity. I am a challenger. He charged at the demon king, and numerous spikes of blood formed around him, aiming for the demon king. The demon king panicked and raised his hands. Wait, I think there's some misunderstanding. Tentacles of blood pierced his body and blood splattered as he roared in pain. Demon King realized the terrible truth. I might actually die, he hastily flew up. I have to retreat for now, but Sang-un pursued him. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly his body froze. He looked down. Jipa had suddenly appeared and was casting a binding spell. He shouted, Please just die quietly. If you live, this world is finished. From a distance, DG shot a rain of arrows. She cried out, Noi, you are a hero. Think more rationally. Hundreds of arrows flew toward Sang-un. He snorted and activated blue wings to block all the incoming arrows. Alan charged from above, the spear in his hand ready to strike. He roared, You selfish bastard, the fact that we all die if you survive doesn't change. He swung the spear with all his might. Sang-un used a skill. The combat concentration skill has been activated. He looked straight into Alan's eyes. Alan realized he had made a fatal mistake. Sang-un was completely disappearing from his sight. He looked straight into Alan's eyes and said in a cold voice, How dare you try to sacrifice someone else when you can't even sacrifice yourselves? His gaze swept over all three traitors. None of you are even worth dealing with. He glanced at the demon king who was trying to escape. He activated an authority and blue energy enveloped his body. Shanpo, the demon king, thought he had escaped and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I survived, but Sang-un suddenly appeared right above his head. His hand gripped the demon king's head tightly. The demon king turned, a look of extreme terror on his face. What? Sang-un swung the holy sword and beheaded the demon king. He descended with an expression colder than money. The administrator's sphere of water appeared again, watching the whole development. Is this? The administrator in Nai's form stared at the scene. Your choice? The administrator's memories surfaced. Back then, despite my fatal injuries, I ended up running away and the world was destroyed. And when I was called by the tower, I climbed the tower as if I were running away. He gritted his teeth, recalling his painful past. Instead of my past days of climbing the tower with nowhere to return, those shameful days. Sang-un in Nai's form stood, and the decision was made. This is not a choice to be regretted. A system notification confirmed his choice. Challenger Han Sang-un's choice has been confirmed. This decision has been confirmed as one that will not be regretted. Congratulations, you have completed the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, you can grant the absolute immortality attribute to one item from the Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World. Please move to the waiting room. The three former companions watched in horror as the world around them shattered. DG cried out, "Oh my god, what is this?" They screamed in despair as a giant pillar of fire erupted from the ground. "This is all wrong, the foundation of our lives. This world is ending." One of them could only laugh maniacally. The system announced, "Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World is silently watching those who abandoned their companion." Sang-un walked toward a portal preparing to leave. Sang-un looked back at them one last time. "None of you even deserve to die peacefully. I hope you die a slow, painful death along with this world. If there's anything after that, then so be it." He was enveloped in a streak of blue light and disappeared. He was transported to another space. Due to mission completion, the transfer to the waiting room has been temporarily delayed. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World is deciding on the trial reward payment, entering the Hall of Heroes. He was puzzled. In front of him was a giant stone dragon. He walked inside the ruined temple. "Is this some kind of temple for those who worship the dragon god?" A voice echoed, "Not that way, this way." When he turned, a man wearing the same golden armor as Noi was sitting on a pile of rubble. He asked, "You are?" The man lifted his head, revealing Nai's face, but his eyes were golden. "Are you the Warrior of the Fallen World?" He stood up. "Yes, we have communicated many times," Han Sang-un replied. "Communication? It was more like you unilaterally sending messages," he sighed. "Call it what you will. You're splitting hairs. What a tedious fellow." Han Sang-un was silent. He said, "Anyway, now that you're here, ask me anything you're curious about." Han Sang-un looked straight into the administrator's golden eyes, his voice filled with questions. "Why did you request that mission from me? You could have fulfilled your desperate wish through another challenger you sponsor." The administrator's eyes widened, dumbfounded by his direct question. Suddenly he threw his body back and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha." Han Sang-un stood there, bewildered. He stood up, dusted off his armor, and looked at Han Sang-un with an interested smile. "Now I see why some of the gods find you so interesting." "Hey," he said, his voice holding a slight warning, "don't misunderstand and think that all challengers are obsessed with climbing the tower like a monster like you. Most challengers aren't as capable as you," he added, explaining. "And they don't have the strong will to climb to the end. No, even if they did, nothing would change. No matter how high you climb, most administrators don't see a chance that they can make it to the end." Han Sang-un narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering his words. "So you're saying, rather than hoping to change the past in the tower, you'd rather see a possibility you couldn't see before through a mission like this?" The administrator hesitated. "Yes." He turned his face away. His voice sounded a little reluctant. "I'd like to deny it, but you're right." "Well," he clapped his hands decisively. "All right, let's settle our accounts." Immediately, a blue system notification window appeared before Han Sang-un's eyes. He read it quietly. "The Special Authority Dragon God's equipment set has designated Challenger Han Sang-un as the user. Please select the item you wish to grant the absolute immortality attribute to." The next notification appeared. "Decision complete. Engraving the absolute immortality attribute onto the borrowed heavenly sword A." A beautiful silver-blue sword appeared in the air. The sword's appearance changed, becoming a demonic sword with a blood-red blade. Engraving the absolute immortality attribute onto the true heavenly blood demon sword A. The consciousness of the self-soul residing in the true heavenly blood demon sword is gradually recovering. When the consciousness of the self-soul residing in the true heavenly blood demon sword A recovers, the time limit will disappear. The administrator watched the two swords floating next to Han Sang-un with his arms crossed and said arrogantly, "Most administrators wouldn't give out such an insane reward, but since I'm in a good mood I'm giving it to you, so you'd better appreciate it." Han Sang-un cut him off firmly. "We both got what we wanted. Why should I thank you?" The administrator was slightly taken aback, then sighed. "You really have no charm." A blue portal opened nearby. "And this is some advice I'm giving you as an extra reward," the administrator said. Han Sang-un stood with his back to the portal and listened. "But never doubt the tower. We all failed to achieve our goal, but you will be different, Han Sang-un," the administrator said with a voice full of conviction. Han Sang-un's eyes flashed as he heard those last words. "Because you are one of the few fascinating candidates the tower is watching." He stepped into the blue streak of the portal and disappeared. Han Sang-un appeared in a new space. "You have entered the 17th floor waiting room. All stat restrictions have been lifted, and the acquired stat increases and authorities will be adjusted." An achievement notification appeared before his eyes. "Successor of the Dragon God 5th grade is an achievement obtained by acquiring a Dragon God series skill. As an achievement reward, you have acquired the authority Dragon Transformation." Han Sang-un was lost in thought, his gaze sharpening. "The achievement I got from the 16th floor trial is Successor of the Dragon God. But I thought the tower and the gods had a somewhat hostile relationship." He sat on the simple bed in the waiting room, his mind in turmoil. Why would the tower create an achievement like this? Come to think of it, he recalled what he knew. The tower isn't blindly hostile to all gods, including the god of proof. Not only is the tower not hostile, but there are even gods for whom it creates achievements. The administrator's words echoed in his mind. "Because you are one of the few fascinating candidates the tower is watching. And it seems I'm a rather important candidate. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind, and his face was cast in shadow. Perhaps being chosen as a candidate by the tower, Han Sang-un's blue eyes shone brightly with determination and realization, means becoming a god, he continued his reasoning. This isn't a completely baseless guess. I've obtained divine power, faced gods, and I'm actually on a path to growing it. In Han Sang-un's mind, the pieces of a grand picture were gradually revealing themselves. Battles, rewards, growth, he muttered. I feel like the puzzle in my head is slowly being solved. Yes, the tower's trials are. The puzzle completed itself, forming the shape of the tower itself. A process to select challengers to become gods, and if you pass that process, you are designated as a candidate and guided to grow into a god. Han Sang-un shot up from the bed, shaking off his complex thoughts. Well, this is just a hypothesis for now. When I get stronger, I'll be able to guess the tower's exact intentions. He stood up decisively, his gaze firm. Now let's check my newly acquired authority. As he focused his mind, his eyes suddenly turned a blazing red. Dragon transformation. A sudden pain washed over him, and a red dark energy enveloped his body. Beginning a violent transformation, a sphere of blazing red light exploded from his chest. Emitting a terrifying power, scales and armor began to form on his body. I really didn't expect this. A spiky black and red dragon armor covered his entire body, but dragon transformation really was a dragon transformation. He stood in his new powerful form, and the system announced, "The special authority Dragon Transformation has been activated." He felt a little unfamiliar with his new form and muttered to himself, "I feel like I've become a lizard man." A faint smile appeared on his transformed face. I was a little surprised by the sudden change, but a series of system notifications appeared, explaining his new power. Total mana capacity is doubled for 10 minutes. One of the traits of the dragon race will be partially reproduced for 10 minutes. All mana-related management abilities are enhanced for 10 minutes. He felt the power swirling inside his body. It's not just my body that has changed, all my senses have been enhanced to an unimaginable degree. He stood in the middle of the empty space, feeling everything around him. Even without using the eye of the fire dragon, I can know everything about my surroundings. Above all, my magic management ability has greatly improved. KRRR, a small wisp of smoke escaped from between his sharp teeth. Immediately after, he breathed out a giant pillar of fire. The heat even distorted the space. He bared his teeth and smiled, his blazing red eyes shining with interest. The room was engulfed in a sea of fire. If I had really wanted to breathe fire, it would have been no joke. After testing a few other functions, the dragon transformation was deactivated, and the dragon armor disappeared into black smoke, returning him to his human form. The special authority Dragon Transformation has been deactivated. You cannot use this authority for 8 hours. Han Sang-un exhaled. Phew, an 8-hour cooldown for 10 minutes of use. I guess I can only use it once per battle. He clutched his head as a sharp pain washed over him. Damn it, my head feels like it's splitting. Suddenly a voice came from the direction of the bed. What's with the state of this waiting room? The soul of the sword asked in her female form. Is your body feeling a bit better? Han Sang-un replied, yes. I don't know what you did, but the sword's vessel has become stronger, she exclaimed with joy. Wait. No, that's not all. Now there won't be any accidents where I can't handle the sword's consciousness. I don't know what you did, but my condition has improved. I granted the item the absolute immortality attribute, Han Sang-un explained. She shouted in surprise, then quickly dismissed it. But how? No, never mind. She gritted her teeth and glared at him. What's the point of asking a madman who dares to openly confront the gods? Anyway, I can see you're even crazier than I thought. According to the information I heard, you were an ordinary challenger on the 10th floor and came from a very small dimension, she said. Han Sang-un just listened quietly. Her red eyes narrowed. But for a challenger from a small dimension, you are incomprehensibly strong and unnecessarily entangled with divine beings. So I've come to realize one thing, she concluded. Han Sang-un asked in surprise. You've realized one thing, that you are one of the crazy candidates chosen by the tower, she said with conviction. Han Sang-un thought to himself, this story again, she continued. That's why you became so entangled with divine beings, she turned, her long black hair whipping around. I thought you were just a sparrow, but I was mistaken, Han Sang-un thought. This is exactly what Noi said. Maybe I can use this opportunity to resolve my questions about the tower and the gods. It was as if she had read his thoughts. You must have many questions, she placed a hand on his shoulder. What is a candidate? What is the tower's goal? Why are the gods wary of you? But I cannot satisfy your expectations. Is it because of the tower's restrictions? Han Sang-un asked. Exactly. Even if you fail a trial and die, I don't want my soul to be destroyed. Han Sang-un nodded in understanding. I see, just as expected, not only the administrators, but even Tang Zhonggu inside the heavenly blood demon's sword cannot escape the restrictions on information. I expected it, but it's a little disappointing. She walked away, her back view mysterious. However, if there is one thing I can tell you now or later, it is that the tower wants only one thing from you. What is that? Han Sang-un asked. She glanced over her shoulder, her blazing red eyes meaningful. To continue, to constantly become stronger and eliminate all competitors. A sneer appeared on her lips. That is all the tower wants from you and the other challengers. An image of Han Sang-un climbing an endless staircase appeared in his mind. To be honest, the tower may have chosen me to start it all, but after that, I climbed the tower of my own will. No, at least that's what I thought. The two stood facing each other again in the waiting room. she said. You must have realized it too. You were able to come this far through your own efforts, but it was also thanks to the opportunities the tower gave you. Han Sang-un said with conviction. At the very least, I am well aware that the tower has not harmed me. The sword soul smirked. You catch on quick. Well, if you could be chosen as a candidate on the 10th floor, you probably had no choice but to improve your comprehension. So I won't ask any more questions for now, Han Sang-un replied nonchalantly. Because I can just solve my questions on my own after I become stronger. She was slightly surprised by his confidence and could only utter a single word. Suddenly she clenched her fists, her face filled with regret. The more I see you, the more I regret that you are not a child of my country. If you had come from the Merm dimension, you would surely have become the strongest man of the Tang Dynasty era. The heavenly blood demon sword in Han Sang-un's hand suddenly vibrated, emitting a crimson demonic energy. The sword was slammed into the floor with a thud. Dark energy spread out, and the sword's soul appeared right behind the blade. Her eyes shone with emotion. I'm touched, child. She looked straight at Han Sang-un and in a majestic voice made an unexpected offer. Become my disciple. The shining blade reflected her form. Do you not wish to learn the sacred secret art of our cult, blood demon divine arts? She thought to herself with a playful smile. I was starting to get bored, so this is the perfect time. I can experience the joy of having a disciple. Hee, how about it? Han Sang-un replied firmly. I refuse. The blunt reply left her dumbfounded, having lost all her dignity. What? She shouted, filled with disbelief and anger. Why not? You'd be so much stronger if you learned the blood demon divine arts. She rushed forward, grabbing Han Sang-un by the collar. Having come this far, you should know how incredible the techniques of the Merm dimension are. Don't you know that techniques from other dimensions are far superior to those of a small dimension? Han Sang-un simply replied calmly. Yes, I am well aware. Then why are you refusing? She shouted, having completely lost her patience. Han Sang-un gently pushed her hand away and explained. I know this because I learned martial arts from an administrator, but if you use a specific heart technique to develop a particular internal energy, you become restricted from learning anything other than that specific martial art. Hearing this, she froze and asked in surprise, Wait, who did you learn that from? To be honest, I already have a master, Han Sang-un revealed. I have a master-disciple relationship with an administrator. Her face hardened with shock. Gritting her teeth, she could barely utter a single word. Damn it, she sighed miserably, covering her face. I was thinking of taking a disciple for the first time in a while, only to have the opportunity snatched away by some unknown fellow. Han Sang-un suddenly exclaimed. He raised a finger as if he had remembered something important. I just remembered. I learned a heart technique called the heavenly blood training method, he said. She pointed at him and asked in confusion, What in the world is that? Han Sang-un continued. That's right, you sponsored the heavenly blood training method. The fallen successor of the blood demon cult was also from the blood demon cult. How could you learn something that only the successor of the cult can learn? She stammered. Han Sang-un just shrugged with an innocent expression. It just happened naturally. Suddenly, the necklace on Han Sang-un's chest shone brightly. Instantly, his clothes changed and he was now wearing an elegant black martial arts uniform. The sword soul muttered, HMPH, a gift from the woman of the Beck family. I don't like it. She stepped forward. He looked him up and down from head to toe, then smiled. But it suits you quite well, my clumsy disciple. Then I will begin teaching you the martial arts. An explanation appeared. To summarize, the blood demon divine arts is not an orthodox martial art. It is closer to magic or sorcery. The blood demon divine arts has the incredible ability to substitute mana with blood. This means I do not need to harm my body to obtain a large amount of blood. Just as Tang Zhonggu had boasted it to be an absolute divine art, it has many diverse techniques, including using blood to recover or manipulating blood. But the problem is that it overlaps with the seeker of the truth of blood and sanguine remnant that I already possess. She asked, What do you think of my martial arts? He thought to himself. To think that all the core elements of the blood demon divine arts would be similar to the abilities I already have. She commanded as a master, Now, show me what you have learned. My clumsy disciple Han Sang-un, he began to train, creating a vortex of crimson blood around himself while she watched from a distance. The formal instruction time began. The sword soul, Tang Zhonggu, stared blankly at the powerful flow of blood swirling around Han Sang-un. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? What in the world is this insane power? He has already surpassed the power of the blood demon divine arts. She hastily withdrew her demonic energy and stammered, That's it, that's enough. You seem to have understood it very well, she thought to herself, filled with awe. There is no monster like him. Han Sang-un asked calmly, What now? He answered his own question. What do you mean, what now? I have to climb the tower. Zhonggu was startled. Right now, Han Sang-un replied firmly, Of course, it's been quite a while since I finished the trial. Why don't you rest a little? She tried to advise. But a notification window appeared, cutting her off. No, Han Sang-un said, I cannot be held back by something like this. He turned his back, looking at the notification window with eyes full of firm resolve. I must become stronger. A powerful aura exploded around him, and his blue eyes shone brightly. So strong that no one can suppress me, not even if they are gods. As he declared this, a brilliant light enveloped him, heralding the start of the next trial. System notifications appeared one after another in the space. The 17th floor trial will now begin. Difficulty hard. The theme of this trial is massacre. Time remaining 7 days. Clear condition. You must defeat all enemies within the time limit and reach the end of the Chungmuji. Failure condition, challenger's death or timeout, clear reward. Training spirit pill S, penalty for failure, death. Han Sang-un's body was teleported into a pitch-black space. He was floating in an endless darkness. I can't see anything. This darkness is paralyzing my senses and emotions. Tang Jonggu's voice echoed from the sword. This is special. You'd better be careful. You never know when or where you'll be attacked. His scabbard glowed faintly, and Han Sang-un was unfazed. The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has been activated. His eyes blazed with a blue light, and dragon scale marks appeared around him. Through his special vision he could see faint figures in the darkness. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total, he calculated. If the theme of the trial is massacre. Suddenly a sword appeared behind his neck. He narrowly dodged the enemy's attack. Starlight, he chanted. A brilliant sphere of light erupted from his hand, driving away the darkness and revealing a large cave. I'm in a cave, he realized immediately. If I use starlight inside this small cave, it will become difficult for myself as well. The remaining people were surprised and confused by the sudden light. Han Sang-un stood firm, facing the entire group of enemies who had just been revealed. A voice echoed, revealing their identities. The Manhwa sect, a Shaolin monk, a mage, the demonic cult, a triad member. What a chaotic group. Tang Jonggu's voice rang out worriedly once more. When dealing with those from Murim, you must be extremely vigilant. Since the theme of the trial is massacre, it's best to avoid preemptive attacks or threats. Han Sang-un cut off her advice with an arrogant declaration. Everyone, if you intend to face me, come at me all at once. Tang Jonggu could only exclaim in horror, you clumsy disciple. A sneer appeared on Han Sang-un's lips, and his eyes turned crimson. Though you will all die anyway. Tang Jonggu screamed in his mind, you crazy bastard.